intensely, but I want Echo to win, and Echo are going to win.
I respect the call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull today.
Frago
Please
looks like
scribe.
he's actually pulling that ritual knife out on this character.
Nice.
Yeah. That's a great trinket. It's a very good trinket. So trinkets are one of those character-enabling pulls. This is Frago V, one of his innumerable evokers. Frago, one of the players who, though he has historically played a lot of different classes, this time around has exclusively evokers.
Yeah, Prez evokers mostly. We have seen a bit of augmentation from him as well, right?
He's been off-healing the splits.
Speaking of that, Devastation Evoker
Yeah.
reared its head in some of the Team Liquid splits. We saw 3 of them on their Brood Twister pool. We saw 2 of them on their Rashanan, 2 of them on the earlier bosses as well in the tier. I was talking a little bit to Kush about it, and I have this theory that Devastation Evoker, firstly on Ansurek, will be nice because there's a couple of mobs that they have huge shields, and then only have like 1 HP. And Devastation Evoker have a skill that does massive damage to shields, so it's a lot easier to get through them. But also, a lot of people who play Evoker are playing Prez or Orc. So, even though Devastation Evoker was low on the damage charts coming out of Heroic Week, the concept is the good players aren't playing Dev Evoker because they're all playing Prez or they're playing Augmentation. So if you have a few good players who are willing to play Dev, you can actually pump their damage up quite a lot. I would actually love at some point today to look at the damage meters for those Dev Evokers in those fights, because I didn't get a chance to do it so far this morning. Oh, you did?
I did.
Bad?
Not great.
Okay, well then that just, that solidifies the idea that Dev Evoker isn't as good, or is about the level we thought it would be.
Right. I think Dev Evoker...
So then it's like, well, why are they bringing it in is the question.
So I think your point would be well taken, that the really good evokers in Liquid Echo and Method are playing Prez and Og. However, those already aren't like reflected in the logs. They don't public log those pulls. I do think the Dev Evoker is relatively well represented in the log in terms of where their damage is going to be, particularly those with 4-set. We saw Liquid pulling, of course, all 4 bosses with every single character having 4-set tier, really good gear, really good trinkets, really good item level. And they were, relatively near the bottom of the pack in terms of their damage. And we saw 2 of them. So I think they were just playing Dev for early bosses, and we'll probably go Og later. Although I do think you have a good argument on Ansurek, where Dev Evoker benefiting from higher damage at higher health has a big impact on a shielded enemy that will always be at high health or dead. And they do have a shield breaking talent as well, although I believe all evokers have access to that.
Oh, interesting.
I could be wrong.
I do not know the intricacies of it well enough to tell you for sure.
I haven't played Evoker this season yet. We would need
we need someone on the Maxwell analysis desk.
That's correct.
Which we can get someone on later.
We could do
right
that
now. I think both of us don't really want to get up from these comfy sofas.
No, not after last night.
We had pork knuckle.
If you know what it means.
Haxa. It was delicious.
It actually was delicious.
It was so good.
Yeah,
with a bit of sauerkraut.
That was my first time ever having Schwein Haxa.
Yeah.
Or pork knuckle. Or a giant chunk of pig on a bone brought out to me on a plate the size of my chest.
Yeah. It was traditional Cologne food, traditional German food. It was massive. Absolutely delicious.
Really enjoyed it.
Throughout the Mythic Week here at the Race to World First, we are raising money, and throughout Heroic Week as well, raising money for Games for Love, which is an incredible charity based out of America that does work all across the world, bringing distraction play to children in hospitals. They also have internship programs for STEM fields and scholarships for STEM fields. So they do a huge amount of incredible work. The number I've been told is that for every $1 we raise, we are helping 1 child. So it's almost like it's a 1-for-1. If you donate $1, you're going to be helping a child somewhere throughout the world get through some of the most difficult times of their lives. You can donate in the panel down below, or type !donate into the chat to see what you're doing. And we do have a bunch of incentives throughout the week. We have the $3,000 incentive that has been added by Low Wave. They're going to make a meme musical track for us about raid wipes is the expectation, using some of the calls from the players throughout the course of Heroic Week and Mythic Week. Alongside that, we have an incentive of $4,000 where you are going to be getting your face made up for in some sort of way.
There's a little bit of a dispute about that. Jordan is very excited to put makeup on me, and I've never worn makeup. Some people, I believe you suggested I get made up as a Kiss band member. Alex wanted emo makeup. And Jordan wanted to paint me like Xalatath from the raid.
Okay, I'm more. I don't care about Kiss anymore. Xalatath, Xalatath.
Indeed.
Is it just going to be a foot on your face, or is it you look like Xalatath?
Why did you do that? Now I'm going to have a foot painted on my face.
Yes, you are. 3 toe rings.
But yeah, we have some amazing additional charity goals coming up, and you guys can look forward to us achieving as many of those as possible and entertaining you for the rest of this week and maybe next week as well. We should also thank the phenomenal sponsors who make this Race to World First possible. If we did not have them, then we would not be watching this show. Secret Lab, Displate, Elgato, Corsair, Starforge, NordVPN, Gains for Gamers, Maxroll, and Red Bull. Yeah. Make sure you check out those products if you're looking for any of that gamer equipment. It is really, really good, and it's being used throughout this facility this morning as the players finish looting their vaults. Yeah. We are rotating through, taking a look at all of that.
I've actually started using one of the Corsair Scimitar mice. We opened one early in the week, and I've started using it. Now, I will say, setting up my key bindings, because you're so used to certain key bindings. Like my auto run is on a certain key on my mouse, and my mount is on a certain key. Setting that up was a bit of a palaver, and it's taken a couple of days to get used to. But now that I'm used to it, it is just a lot easier. Like, it's so easy to do my entire rotation with just my thumb. I'm not pressing buttons accidentally as much as I expected to. I do still from time to time, but I have a big thumb, so sometimes that's going to happen.
Gingy yoinking a Spymaster's Web for this mage. This is a fairly low item level mage.
Yeah. Does he have a sack brood there as well? That's pretty...
Yep, a very good trinket.
Just going for the Biss trinkets. Gingy once again...
Always.
Getting lucky.
You know, mages are the main character, and he has such privileged loot. But speaking of privileged loot, everyone in chat, I have some excellent news for you. If you want to look at the group finder, splits are going up. Go to the group finder, go to raid, search for Echo. Make sure you go to the Great Vault, pull your loot from the Great Vault, get that tier, get those trinkets, and then go teach the Echo players how to play. If you search for Echo in the group finder, you'll be able to find several groups forming because we are going to be multi-coring these, and you can help them acquire the gear they need in order to get world first. You can play with favorite players. You can potentially acquire some gold, and you can get some achievements from the raid, clear it if you weren't going to clear it with your guild, and fill up your Great Vault for next week.
Well, with the heroic splits, you will get some gold if you help with a boss kill. I think it's 250k to every helper, prorated for how many bosses are killed. So that means if you kill less than the full raid, you will get less than 250k, depending on how many bosses you kill.
Absolutely.
And also, we'll get you your heroic lockout for the week. So make sure you already you have that lockout available. You should. The reset was only 16 minutes ago.
Nobody's cleared yet.
I mean...
You know. But go grab your Great Vault loot first, and then clearing the raid with the Echo players will fill up your vault for next week. So get into the group finders and start signing up, everybody. We need your loot. Give us your loot so we can get world first. This is in accordance with expectations. Once we saw them not looting the Great Vault, I knew that they were going to be doing splits, right? Because that means they're filling out a spreadsheet, getting the split set up, doing all the main choosing enabling things. If they knew their mains and they were going into Mythic, they would, be much more likely to start pulling loot from the Great Vault. Although Echo is renowned and or infamous for delaying selections of loot for as long as possible, right? They did super degenerate things like before, when you could hold loot offline and the timer for trading wouldn't go down. They would hold it offline for a week and then give it out. Always in the, well, we can probably kill the boss with the item level we have. Maybe we want to give this to a warlock later, Always trying to min-max and optimize their approach to the last boss, which will often present challenges you didn't anticipate and require a comp you did not anticipate, and you want to have the opportunity to meet those demands through flexibility. So a lot of these players don't have mains chosen yet.
Yep, apart from Gingy.
Yeah, Gingy,
who definitely has his main chosen already. But yeah, we'll see how the heroic splits go. Expectations are dual core. Yeah. That's what they've been doing most of the week. However, maybe with the Greater Vault loot, if some people have looted, maybe with a bit of an increase in eye level, we could go up to Tricore. I haven't seen on the screen how many people were requesting for. When we did normal, it was Tricore. Trio core? Tricore? What would you call it?
Triple core? Triple core?
Because Tricore is a type of hat as well. The three-pointed.
Yeah, those are nice.
Maybe we should get one of those for Gingy to wear or something.
You're often playing a little bit of a balancing game with splits. You want to make sure that there are enough Echo players to helper player ratios that you one-shot every boss and don't waste time wiping. But the more gear everyone has, the easier the raid has become. Then you want to increase the ratio of helpers so that you get more loot funneled into fewer Echo players. I expect that we won't see any more than tri-core and maybe only dual-core, because this week everyone's item level is going to get boosted by the second reset and Great Vault and things like that, and it's going to mean we're going to add 1 or 2 helpers per run to increase the concentration of loot onto Echo players.
Quad-core.
Quad-core sounds
Pentacore?
like... no.
Are you a heptacore or a septacore sort of guy?
I'm a sexacore.
No, I'm talking about 7.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, okay. So, you're sexacore or hexacore. You go sexacore.
Yeah, well, the Latin makes that more appropriate than the Greek.
So would you go septacore or would you go heptacore?
I would go septacore.
Interesting. Yeah. And then oct.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, oct is kind of
stay consistent
synonymous.
In the root source of your language. You're switching between like Latin and Greek.
I'm just doing it by like what I like. I'll be honest.
So was I.
Yeah. I don't. Do you know which one's Latin and Greek?
Hepta is Greek.
Hepta is Greek.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I believe.
I mean, you would know. I wouldn't.
I mean, I could also just be making it up because we do that all the time on the couch.
That is true.
I could be wrong, but I think that's true. Perfecto. Okay, he's smiling, so I think either. No, I think he thinks he's winning over Kush.
Yeah, that
battle between the rogues.
Who gets to play the rogue?
Yeah. So. I think Liquid played 1 rogue.
Yes.
On their first 4 bosses. I didn't actually look at the spec because I didn't care. It's a rogue.
You say that I say, like, oh, I thought you meant because it's Liquid.
No, I do care what Liquid plays, but I don't care what spec the rogue plays. You put the rogue in for the poison and to do damage, and whatever spec you need to be of the 3 you do damage.
That is true.
Doesn't particularly matter to me. The nuance of subtlety versus assassination versus outlaw means nothing to me.
It doesn't have as much flexibility in like the things each class can do.
It's going to be poking a boss in melee range, right? That's all that matters. Similar. I mean, I feel the same way about mages.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares whether it's frost bolts or fire bolts or arcane bolts? That's not actually a thing, but it doesn't matter, right? It's a mage. It's going to be in there for arcane intellect. It'll be more of them if they do good damage. I'm not super fussed about what the actual spec is. Mm-hmm. It starts becoming more interesting about specs when you start stacking them, right? Which we did see 3 arcane mages in on Liquid's comp.
Did. Yep. Which isn't too surprising considering how strong arcane mage is. Even with the buffs, the nerfs coming in yesterday, about an overall 6% nerf to their damage from previously. They're still like 5 to 10% ahead of everyone else. So. Yeah.
Which, I mean, I think that's appropriate, right? You can't give Blizzard flack for not taking them from the top of the meter to the middle or the bottom of the meter when players chose their mains and geared characters and chose playtime based on reliance on the state of the meta at the time. It's okay to take, 20% ahead and cut it down to 1% ahead if you can, but you don't want to take it down to the bottom and upturn all of those expectations. So.
Yeah, it can be a bit unfair on people that pick their main, and like most people have.
Real people have.
Real people. Right?
Yeah, you guys have. We have. These guys are the privileged, 0.001% that can swap to whatever they want. Some of them still have 4 mains available. Do you think Perfecto? Hold on, can we flash over?
I think Perfecto is really happy because I think this is 4 bits of tier.
Yeah,
in the same vault.
I just want to compare his face to Kush. They're literally they're talking to each other. Look at that. And we can act this out. Perfecto. I got another piece of tier, bro. What about you?
There's no way, man. Like, it doesn't matter that I don't have tier. I'm still going to do more damage than you. I should get to play the rogue.
Is that another cloak? Oh, congrats, bro. That's good.
I love cloaks, man. I needed one, actually. It was very important.
Yeah.
You can't look at Cushy Bisardo. Obviously,
I got all the loot.
Don't listen to him, Scribe.
I'm ready, Scribe.
Trust a spreadsheet. Quickly, how to hack a spreadsheet.
Yeah, he's definitely gloating.
Perfecto is so happy, man.
Yeah, he's gloating.
I've got 4 bits of tier in this vault. How many bits of tier have you got so far? Kush is like, shut up, bro.
Shut up.
All right, no,
I don't want to hear it.
Just because I haven't got any tier yet.
Putting my headset on so I don't have to
I can beat you with my level 61 Warlock.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, is he actually just picking tier?
He's just going tier.
I wonder if he's already got the other 3 and so he's just like, I'm just going to
he might just finish it out. Yeah, and if none of the other alternatives are that good, right? If you had 3, then splits could give you 4, and you could choose the trinket instead of the tier. But if the other stuff is all bad, then you can take the tier. Or it could also just be a split rogue that he doesn't really care about. Mm-hmm. Another choice potentially coming out here from Kennex.
I mean, it's the seal of the Poison Pact.
Yeah.
Answer Ring is just so powerful.
Yeah. He's doing a double check maybe, but that's very good. He's going to yoink that.
Yeah. I mean, he isn't sitting there right now. But
yeah, he set up the
that's where he's
yoink,
probably
and then he wandered off to go talk to somebody.
Because the other thing is that he does have a bit of tier in there, but looking at the highlights for the rest of the tier, he already has that bit.
Yeah.
So the only question, I guess, is if this eye level increase for this bit of tier is enough to override getting the ring.
It also might. This could be a main impacting decision, right?
Yeah.
That ring could turn a character that wasn't a potential main into a potential main if he can get it a really good split. And he may have wandered off to say, hey, this character's got a ring. Maybe we want to get it a split because then it's going to be powerful.
Yeah.
To the extent a Druid DPS can be powerful.
So not that powerful.
So not particularly relevant.
Sorry, Canix.
Yeah, sorry.
It's not that good.
We did see Liquid was undoubtedly, on my sage advice from last night, running the Bear Druid from Ark of the Wild instead of any of the other strictly inferior Druid specs.
Yeah, it was Guardian and Brewmaster for all of their tanks.
Which is kind of a classic, right? Both of those tank specs bring a utility option to the raid. You've got the Mystic Touch from the Brewmaster. You've got the Mark of the Wild from the Druid. It means you don't have to bring a Windwalker, although those are doing very, very well. And it means you don't have to bring a Druid that isn't a bear, which are all doing somewhat poorly.
It's an important update that I've just been informed of that I probably just forgot. We actually are not giving out gold this update for splits on this reset. We were doing that for the first reset. For the second reset, you would just get your Greater Vault cleared out, get your Heroic done, get that. It's ahead of the curve for Heroic, isn't it?
Ahead of the curve.
You get ahead of the curve locked as well in week 2 of the expansion. So
yes. We get all of the loot you could have potentially acquired in Heroic.
Trade deal.
You get to play with Jinji.
And a Greater Vault.
Yes.
That will definitely not drop
I'm trying
cloaks.
to understate it for the sake of humor. He's trying to actually get you to do the splits.
No cloaks in the Greater Vault. That's an Echo guarantee.
Of course, if you have a main...
never made.
Of course, if you're playing a main character with your guild group in Raid later, don't do this. But if you have alts that are well geared, or if you're not playing with a guild and you want to contribute to the cause for Race World First, then hop in these splits and play with your favorite players and have a good time.
It does actually look, I'm seeing a lot more selections.
Yes, but what I'm noticing is I think they're doing those selections on, so any character that doesn't have all 6 of the primary boxes filled isn't a main, right? These are split alts. They might as well yoink the vault loot for the splits to speed them up even faster.
Yeah, because it's soul bound anyway, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's not, you're not going to be able to trade that or do anything spicy with that.
The only thing that can do is potentially you save the vault if there's 2 good items in there and you want to see which one you get from splits and then take the other, or you save the vault if it's a potential main that can be adjusted through the splits. If it's an alt that's only good for splits and doesn't get some kind of main enabling piece of gear like that ring we saw from Canix, like this is another character that doesn't even have that 3rd box filled in, then you just take something and go do the splits so you're stronger and kill the bosses faster. And that's also true, right? You're most excited to see the box for your mains and your main options. We saw those earlier, and now we're going through, okay, these are the alts. They aren't as important. Grab some loot. Because Scrap is going to be deep in the spreadsheets, adjusting the split runs based on what he's seeing from these vaults, and then they're going to be getting into those runs. And many of these players aren't playing mains for a large portion of the day.
Yeah, which is an interesting idea. You know, the whole concept behind WoW being you have a character, you really grow with that character, the character grows with you, and then you just have like these 20 other characters. Like, yeah, this is my secondary, you know, it's my tertiary. It's strange to me because I guess I have kind of the League mentality when I play WoW. So I played a little bit in Shadowlands, I played a little bit in Dragonflight, but like a month at a time. And then I came back and being a bit more hardcore coming into Race to World First. But every time I've rejoined, I played a different spec and a different class. And I don't have that connection to a spec and a class that perhaps someone that joined 5 years ago, 10 years ago has grown up with an idea behind their character really has.
I mean, it is an RPG for a lot of people, and some people absolutely, identify with a class or spec or a character, the OG character they played vanilla with or TBC, and play that class and character somewhat exclusively. But more and more, it has been a very altaholic game, and after some expansions that we don't want to talk about too much, where alting wasn't particularly friendly, nothing was account bound, nothing was account wide, every character had to be done from scratch. This is a very alt friendly expansion, more alt friendly than ever before, and people can definitely play a lot of characters and benefit from that if they want to, although others still attach that RPG mentality to the character and say, I am the hunter that defeated Ragnaros many, many years ago.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Right?
Not.
Both play styles are just how you play the game, right? But it is interesting because you don't really have that much in League. Like, people do one trick, but the majority of people will play like 5, 10 different champions depending on the situations. A little bit more flexibility, but you don't have the same amount of time investment in getting that character to a position where it can do things. Yeah, definitely ult here. Gingy looking very sad.
This is a real dumpster rat ult that didn't even do 2 delves.
Yeah.
This is an ult he didn't care about at all.
Oh, no, it's Gingy, so none of his things did delves.
That's fair. Well, his main mages did have double loot in there as well.
Yeah, they did. But that's also World Quest loot, right?
Yeah,
so could have just done the World Quest. Because I think Gingy only came back after the delves were really strong. And maybe yesterday he did a bunch of delves when they were nerfed a little bit. But also these players, they can do a hard delve.
Delves have had a roller coaster.
They
have had the craziest week.
They almost feel a little antiquated already. It's this odd situation where the highest loot you get is 603, and obviously for some people that's fine. You know, you haven't been playing much in the first week, you're just getting into it, you do a couple of delves. But for the majority of players, a bit of 603 gear is, say, a 5 item level increase if you get the right slot, if you get the right thing, and everything else is already 610, anything above 603. There are numbers that continue to infinity above 603. Not in WoW, but you can pick any of those numbers.
Yeah. For those who are wondering what is going on, we have stepped into our first Mythic reset of the week for Echo this morning. They have looted their Great Vault or taken note of their Great Vault options, put those on a spreadsheet, and now they are heading directly into heroic splits with viewers in order to finish gearing up. Lots of item level left on the table that they want to garner before they go do their mythics. They also are in the unusual position at this juncture. In fact, I think this is kind of a first, in any race world first, of many of the players still having more than one potential main that they need to choose between, and what loot they acquire from these heroic splits will determine what that main will be. So we are not going to be seeing an early quick sweep through the first 4 mythic bosses. It would be ridiculous to do that on characters that you aren't even sure you're going to main yet. They're going to go to heroic splits and probably do them all day. So make sure you're in the group finder signing up. You can help get these folks some loot by going to the group finder, searching for Echo, and signing up for those groups to feed them your gear and help them get world first. And continue signing up even though you see the splits forming, because they're going to be trying to cycle the players in and out of those groups with a minimum of downtime, because time last week wasn't that important, but this week is of the essence.
Yeah, everything is a race this week. Anytime you're doing a split and you're not doing Mythic Prog, you are falling behind. Obviously, Liquid already completed 4 of the 8 bosses.
And that's half.
That's half.
The raid is half over.
It's half done, guys. We'll only be here for another 8 hours. It's like a Final Fantasy race, It's going to be over in the next 8 hours or so. But expectations are obviously we'll still be here for at least a few more days.
Correct.
With the second half of the raid, but every moment you spend doing something else is a moment you are not trying to do Mythic Prog. It's a moment you're not learning more about those bosses and how you interact with them and how your guild works around some of the mechanics. Congratulations as well to Pop Tart Corn Dog. That's Dratnos' guild.
Yeah.
Who have got 3 of 8, 3 item levels behind Liquid, though. You can see how important those extra eye levels are, how important it is to be able to get all of these splits done, get as strong as you can, because historically, the guild with the higher item level does tend to win the race.
That is true in almost all cases. I don't think that that's a causation thing, but it is a correlation that we've seen. Higher item level almost always wins, and sometimes it is causation, right? Sometimes if you come out of your splits better prepared or with better luck and you have an entire item level on your opponent, that's almost impossible to overcome. The players in, Echo, Liquid, and Method are all very, very good, largely on par on average, or like the average skill level is about the same across those. And victory comes down to leadership, strategies, weak auras, preparation, and your preparation in terms of gaining item level as well. So we're going to see Echo spending all day in splits today to get as much item level as possible.
Well, we don't know that for sure. We expect it's going to be all day.
You're right.
You have to build up that hope of people who are watching.
We can try to create a cliffhanger. At any point, ladies and gentlemen, Echo could decide to begin pulling mythic bosses, and you don't want to go anywhere because you don't want to miss that.
Dun, dun, dun.
You also don't want to go anywhere and miss these amazing splits, right?
Yay. Yeah, it might be a day of podcasting today. Obviously, we've already seen all of these bosses on Heroic before. We'll keep you updated with all of the changes that have happened, and hopefully as more people from the caster team wake up, maybe we can have some time on the analyst desk as well, talking through some of those Mythic changes. But Heroic Ulgrax, which is where we are set up right now, just has more health and does more damage than normal Ulgrax, so you should be pretty used to how this contest works. You could even call it a carnivorous contest, couldn't you, Jesse?
You could call that. That is
a little carnivorous contest.
A little reference to a mechanic of the fight. Well done, sir. I love it. Interestingly, when they did splits last week, they did kind of bifurcated splits where they did the bosses starting with Rashanan, ending with Silken Court, that kind of middle 4 bosses, and then later came back for the first 3 through Sikran in order to farm Sikran necklaces, a piece of rare loot that gives a DPS proc to players through an addition of versatility when they get healed every now and then. This time it looks like they're going to just march through one by one, which I think makes sense. It should be faster and easier this week. Everyone's done the raid. No one's going to be invited to splits unless they've cleared already. Everyone's got a lot of gear. So it should be quick farming. And no more bifurcated splitting. However, you might still see Queen Ansarek saved for later. I don't know how they're going to do that.
Oh, it's debatable, right? Because you are getting to that point where you're close to selecting mains, even if you're not quite sure of your mains. So getting those Omni tokens early doesn't matter as much, but you would have to give them out within the next 4 hours because of how loot works. I mean, as you say, you don't have that lockout where you can just log out the character and delay the loot anymore. We will see the pull on Ulgrax. He's going to charge forward. Do you have a funny name for Ulgrax? Like,
he's the beetle boss.
He's the beetle boss.
Yeah.
If you say his name 3 times, another one of him appears. It's like Beetlejuice, right?
Luckily, I can't say any of these bosses' names 3 times without stuttering, stammering, or otherwise losing control of my tongue. They are very weird, buggy names.
I mean, it does make sense that they're buggy names.
Oh, that was just an orb. I saw something go flying off. I wondered what it was, but that was the Evoker orb, the little healing echo applier.
Temporal anomaly, I think it's called.
Sir, indeed. We have Frago off-healing again in his preservation spec in order to enable these splits. Heroic Ulgrax, not a particularly terribly difficult fight. You can use those green circles of poison to destroy the webs. That's a little bit more important on Mythic because the webs actually stun you instead of just rooting you, so well worth doing. And then on Mythic, you'll see people alternating between 2 different teams to soak that carnivorous contest that happens twice in phase 1, but on Heroic, everyone just soaks it as they head into this intermission. Yeah,
you can't soak 2 of them in a row. Oh, dear me, Hopeful. Walking into a route. Doesn't matter too much. Maybe actually just doing it to try and eat up the web, because he was going to stand still there anyway. We'll move into phase 2. As you say, we'll have the charges coming across the room here.
Did he step into it before the stomp? I was looking at you when it happened. Did he step into it before the stomp, and then because he was rooted, he didn't get stomped and a cast interrupted?
Maybe, actually.
Because that's some high IQ
Sam, do we have rewind? On Hopeful, yes, please.
Yeah. No rewind. All right.
No rewind.
Doesn't matter. It's Heroic, and it wouldn't be relevant anyway because on Mythic you can't use that tech. You would get stunned, and getting stunned is just as bad as getting
true.
knocked out.
It's a Heroic mechanic.
Doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
So all these spawns come in. On Mythic you'll have some bile-soaked spawns in here as well that you want to focus down first. Take the food across, dodge the swirlies, get Ulgrax all fed up, get him his breakfast. It's 6:37 in the morning.
Nice.
It's where you're waking up getting, what did we have this morning? Chia seeds, some apple.
I had water.
Oh, have you not had any food?
No.
You need to eat. Oh, you don't need to eat something.
Fairly recently, a very large pork knuckle.
Oh, true. That is true.
Me down.
If that's still digesting,
from last
you're all
night.
Good. Breakfast, the most important meal of the day.
I think that's made up.
It is.
You heard it. Doctor said that it's made up. I'm right.
But everything is made up.
I don't think that's true.
What isn't made up?
Gravity works.
But it's made up. We created the idea of it.
No, gravity works whether we think about it or not.
But it was also made up by the universe.
Was there?
By the Big Bang made it up.
That sounds made up.
Was there gravity before the Big Bang?
I wasn't there.
Yeah, nor was I.
You look like you could have been.
Excuse me? You're like 6 years older than me. You do have that baby face, though.
Yeah, but so do you.
Yeah,
it was
true.
I was completely, made up. In fact, you don't look old at all.
Everything is made up.
That's just not true.
We live in a simulation.
That could be true.
And then everything would be made up.
Everything in our portion of their little programming would be, but then they would have a reality, and whoever simulated us would have a reality, a portion of which would not be made
Yeah,
up.
but what if they're in a simulation of a
Which could be
simulation?
true,
Yeah.
because we're getting to the point where we could simulate the reality, even though we could still be in a simulation. But eventually, it's not simulations all the way down. Someone has to be doing the OG
Well, this would be all the
simulation.
way up for us, wouldn't it? Because you're kind of going
Up
above.
and down, clearly becoming made up at this juncture.
I mean, it
as
is.
well. Hopeful, looking extremely hopeful as he proceeds through to the... They fall down the platform, but... Okay, how many splits are we doing? Just 2?
Yeah,
2.
it looks like 2.
Dukorg. Yep. So Team Crab and Team Spider are back.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Who's on which team this time? Is Scripe leading one? Do we have mirrors on the other team?
I have to imagine they're doing that just like they did last time. Let's
Okay, so Team Crab with mirrors.
Team Spider,
with Scripe. It was a 2-split win, if I remember correctly, for Team Mirrors. Does look like Scripe's following Mirrors, though.
No, this is...
This is Gingy. This is Gingy, you're right.
Puff. You can tell because Gingy is a mage and Mirrors is a tank.
Yes, but when we switched the cameras, it looked like they were in the same location in the trash. So I was like, oh, these must be the same raid.
They fell down at
Relatively similar times.
fairly similar times, yeah, and are pulling through the trash at the exact same time. So no lead as yet.
I will say, in your more casual guilds, wouldn't recommend running through all of this trash this quickly. You will die.
Lots of people.
Yeah, you will just get absolutely demolished.
This is a speed run strat, which of course makes sense, as you correctly pointed out. Every moment does count. While it's very, very important to acquire as much item level as you can, and Echo is notorious for spending far too long in splits at the cost of progression time. They could be in Mythic right now, but it works for them. And it helps them win. But you don't want to waste time unduly. They have also lost tiers due to inefficient splits where they could have saved hours and hours from those splits and potentially garnered a victory instead of a loss. So efficiency matters, and this is the most efficient way they've learned to do this trash. They did this last week as well. You pull everything because this raid has an enormous amount of trash, and often that trash is blocking you from accessing the boss. This trash is sitting on top of the boss and won't pull until you've killed it.
Yep, like Rashnan as well, where you have to complete that 100% bar, kill off as many of Rashnan's forces, I guess, as possible to get through. It does make sense. There's a lot of trash lore-wise. The main theme of the raid being that Ansarek is like experimenting, trying to cause evolution, trying to get these ascended forms of Nerubians out. So you would have a lot of failed experiments.
Yeah.
You'd have lots of these blobs just lying around, obviously in the Black Blood right now, which has something to do with the old gods. I haven't watched the full video yet.
There's a lot of lore videos out there to watch.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of the lore video that Alex recommended to me.
I think Noble put out a really good video.
That's the one, yeah.
It's true. It makes sense that there's a lot of trash here because, as you said, Queen Ansarek is making it up as she goes along.
Yeah, it's all made up.
And there's always been this kind
evolution is made up, is it, Jesse? We could argue that is an interesting take.
Our description of how evolution occurs is made up.
Okay.
But the underlying biological reality is not.
But you could argue that it's just making it up as it goes along. It's just chucking random mutations out there and seeing if it works. It's kind of made up, isn't it?
No. To make it up, something has to be doing the making up.
Does it?
An agent or an agency has to be making up.
The agent is biology in this case.
That's not an agent.
Why not?
It's a process.
But maybe it has sentience.
Okay, so that would be God.
Yeah, or whatever's controlling the simulation.
Which might as well be God.
Okay, might as well be God.
What else would you call it?
I mean,
a power we don't understand, can't comprehend, and that is responsible for everything.
Yeah, but that was gravity until we discovered like the laws behind gravity, right? Like the idea that just because we can't understand something, it becomes a deity is questionable to me.
Well, it's just that it's
I didn't understand WoW 2 weeks ago. I wouldn't say Xal'atath's God, although I'm sure there would be someone.
I think she is.
There would be some people there. This is also, I realize this is a 6:45 conversation where I agree with you. I'm just fighting the other side.
You're just being an asshole. You're just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. However, speaking of contrarian, we strongly said there's 2 splits going on, but we now see a third going, lagging a little bit behind. So we could call this Team Donkey.
Oh, Sprab.
What is this?
Spider Crab.
I like Team Donkey because they're behind.
Yeah.
Thought that was good. But it's Team Sprab, according to
kind
production.
Of makes you an ass, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I do think they started later.
They did start later.
Yeah.
And that is also a failure, right?
Yep.
Whether you lose whether you lose because you started later or you lose because you're worse, either way you lost. Am I right, North Americans?
Oh my god. They're still here as well. They're finishing up heroic splits over in NA right now, and you know some of them have tuned in being like, oh, maybe Echo will pull, and now
true.
Just spent the entire morning insulting them.
I'm not insulting them.
Yeah.
I'm saying the victory is legitimate.
Regardless. Oh, actually, you were. Yeah, you're right. You're right. And it is legitimate. It's true.
Yes.
It is legitimate.
Yes, exactly. And this team is behind, regardless of whether they started behind or not.
100% true.
Yeah. All right. Finally, we can agree on something. Holy. I feel like I can't say Perfecto is playing Rogue this morning without you arguing with me.
Well, it could be Kush.
What does that even mean?
Kush could be playing the Rogue.
This one?
Oh, in this? Oh, I thought you meant in the main group. I've only had 1 coffee so far, okay? My brain isn't catching up quite yet.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Perhaps, do you want a little break to go get some more coffee?
Sure.
Okay. Can we do a little listen in with Wave and get Medic caffeinated, and I surely won't throw him out the window.
You're strong enough.
Someone probably has the hellfire light source making everyone lag, and I mean, I need to check out the possibilities.
Still view fucking.
Bro,
it's like watching it. This is a slideshow, bro.
Bro, I have input lag as well.
It's input lag, that's the issue.
Oh, maybe.
Soak this, guys. Make sure we soak this. Don't get dragged under the boss.
Well, it's gone now. We just turned the light off, bro.
Just hyper DDoS.
Wherever has the light on, bro. Get that shit away.
No, my input lag's gone now.
Just webbing again, guys. Spread with the acid. Just keep banging the boss.
Try and clear the acid on the things.
Now it's back again, man.
We'll have
yes, it's back
the
again.
acid, guys. Don't kill each other. We have second soak here. Make sure we soak.
I don't even know what this lighting is, by the way.
Yes, you do. You're just stupid.
Don't get dragged under the boss,
right.
guys. And now we're gonna get stage 2.
Marco, by the way, you know you're tanking, right? You haven't told us in time.
But there's nothing. There's no dot that does any damage on you.
No, it just gives me 300% healing absorber, like 300%
Guys,
healing
stand
reduction.
up and under here.
Your heart stuck on the HP, bro.
Doesn't really matter too much, so.
Have you dropped a single time?
Flush the lines again, guys.
No, because I'm playing perfect.
There you go, bro.
Perfect gameplay.
I can't even see what you have yet, so I have no clue.
Team 1. Team 2, you just follow the green marker. Team 1, we're killing the Harbinger at first. Highest prior, that is Skull. Make sure to attack it. And then we're watching the beams coming up soon here. And then we're moving ahead. And we're killing the other Harbinger at. Very nice. And now we're hitting the boss. And then we can stay how we are. Team 2, you're going in where you are right now.
I need a res.
We can res mini. And then we're gonna have a beam coming up soon, guys. Beam coming here. And then we're gonna have one last runaway coming up. If you have an immunity, you can also press it and keep on pumping. If you want to.
Bit of an advanced move, but you feel confident. Pressing immunity.
There we go, a lot of confident people, I like it. And then we stand still and kill boss.
Didn't know I could live that with just wall.
Nice.
Guess we do both.
Yeah, I tried to
in
do
the
both,
one
by the
thing.
way.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit shambles, that's not that trash.
So I should have 12 loot.
Correct.
So far, I'm missing 4, I think.
I have one for you.
Okay.
That's 3. Don't move, don't move.
Oh, yeah, we can trade after the fly.
Three times. No crit, yeah. I have 30,
That's a nice green
33%.
sample size.
I have 30.
You actually
I have 33% crit. I used it 3 times, no crit. Means I can't calculate it, yeah. Hey, look, I'm using it here again. It didn't crit again. Sure, there's something.
100%.
100% bugged.
Are you taking loot, Dota? I'm taking loot. Need 3 more items. 2 more items.
Hey, Hofer, why
Oh,
you report me in guild chat? What the fuck?
There you go.
Get on?
Good.
Press our friend before we fly away. Send him a battle res. Yeah. Now we're killing the flying birds here.
Finish these guys. Or hanging around.
Wait, Zazi whispered invite. That seems sus, huh?
Let's just swap
Switching
characters
position,
for the neck, right?
Oh, wait. I see.
They wrote you need.
Actually, quite splendid job. Shopping shop.
Then it's really good. Yeah, I take it back.
Well, who's assigned a neck in this room?
Me.
Smaros.
It's me.
Me, guys, me. I mean, I want both necks that job, yeah.
Both necks?
I mean, I want the verse mastery neck, yeah, more than anything. I don't want this haste garbage, yeah.
That's good that you wanna play Windwalker.
Ah, nice, okay.
Yeah, just in case.
Just in case, yeah, just in case. Pretty sure you would be playing Windwalker swag.
Oh, spoil?
And it's so nice. This is the only character that has 4-piece, yeah. I can finally get used to it.
Yeah, playing different talents because you don't have foresight. Despair.
Yeah.
Last day I just sent 4-piece talents without 4-piece just to start getting used to it again.
Oh, I got 2 renewing blazes here walking into the trash, yeah.
Actually, I used on purpose on you. Just they were closest to me. They were both 4.
I see. Oh, what is that? No. You knock, Frago. Good knock, good knock, good knock.
That's the best I can give.
Getting worse and worse here, I think. No, what the fuck? Oh my god. Okay, I guess here we are, yeah, here we are.
At least there's none of them that's knocked off the platform, yeah.
It knocked off the platform?
Yeah, you can knock, you see these like, you know, the silence bats, yeah? You can knock them off this platform. They snap down to the bottom of the second boss down here. And you need to kill it to spawn the boss.
Oh.
So you need to full suicide.
I see. Was that the Sikran thing? One.
Yeah.
That?
You need to full suicide to make it like fly back up.
Happened twice to us, yeah.
Yeah, it happened twice somehow.
Let's so guys get Revis, summon Revis DK. And Zatse. Shaman. Yeah, hyper plans on this boss, it's really easy. There's two important mechanics. One of them is face plates. You get an arrow above your head and a line between the boss and players. With this, you just need to go to one of the world markers. No set assignments, just go there. If someone is already on a world marker, just go to the next one. And the other one is a decimate. You also get another smally arrow above your head, plus like a boss warning. With this one, you go to blue. If someone is standing already on blue, you go to red. At the end of the mechanic, we just want to have one guy on blue, one guy on red. Put it. Wait, hopefully, do you even drink alcohol?
No, I hate it.
But you like the beer?
No, I just...
Yeah, like the idea of
I like
beer.
the meme.
Ah.
Actually, I barely drink.
Barely? I look different on BlizzCon, yeah? Okay, charge is coming.
Sure.
What does that mean?
I have no idea. I don't even know.
I just ripped.
I just said something. Beautiful, guys. Yeah, almost. I might get aggro here. Yeah, unit taunt.
Guess you're on your main, right? You're saying you're strong.
No, this is my main. Yeah, I'm fighting against the swag. Yeah, decimate, one on blue, one on cross. This is unfair fight, yeah. Beautiful, guys. And now we have a new box for the charges, guys. Make sure to go to this box with the markers. Yeah, looking good. Priest friend, you can go to cross. Looking good. Doesn't matter. And then we have decimate, one on blue, one on cross. Very nice. And then we're soon getting ready to run away from the boss. Running away from the boss here, and Personus. Beautiful. And we have a new box for the charges coming up. Charges going to the box.
One more.
Oh no.
Well,
5 stacks. We're dead. 2 extra. Okay.
Not have a ramp for the rewind.
Yeah. Then we have decimate going to blue and cross.
Some defenders here.
Surely the healers will carry us. And then we have a new box coming here. If you don't have anything to do with this mechanic, make sure to move away from the box. Going there. Charge targets. Yeah, beautiful. Very nice. And then we have the last, almost last decimate. 1 to blue, 1 to cross. Very nice. And then we're moving away from the boss again now. Coming up. Moving away here. And personal, if you still have and you didn't use on the other 5 cores. And then with the last box here. Holy. That's a neck. Almost.
I had to say something.
Almost.
Because the pre-core has not been too hot this term.
Yeah, no.
Me either.
Make sure to click a bird.
We're going to. Is there an AUG in the group?
Oh.
Scrolling down. No, does not look like it.
Yeah.
My class.
And it's unplayably, guys.
Exactly, we can play it.
Oh, they finally unlocked the damage after Heroic Week. Weird.
That's crazy.
My class is bugged right now, you know that?
Wait, isn't Servo doing the same thing? Servo's just really silent right now, I think.
Yeah, it's a bug. It's completely invisible to developers.
I'm not doing anything. Trade me.
I'm doing shit.
Trade me. Wait, I need to check.
What boss is next for you guys?
Rushan.
Okay.
Rushan.
Wait, I should have done the pull here actually, but we're gonna pull a little bit, guys.
I probably balanced. That's just an idea.
Let's get this side, yeah.
He's pulled our side.
Mini pulled baited the razor's beak. Whatever.
I don't know tech we didn't do.
Yeah, the tech is you pull everything.
Oh no, watch the frontal, guys. Don't die to the frontal. Okay, we're good. Did you guys get something good in the vault? I heard Mini got the ring.
I got jack shit.
Yeah, I got nothing.
I got nothing as well. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna pick a socket or something.
Three my alts got Spymaster though.
Actually, I got an unstable power call, like some Dave trinkets, but I don't know if it's good yet.
I mean, I got the candlestick, but haste is not really popping for me. Yeah.
Actually, a little bit depressing to open the vaults on like 16 characters. There's so many good vaults in there anymore. Man's get shit.
You guys
just
kill a small one.
That Revis was not in for the secret kill, correct?
Replace that.
Yeah, he switched to DK.
Very good. Thank you.
Do we care about the cloak?
Wait, are people not here? Otherwise we can go.
3 people aren't here, I don't think.
Okay, jump off.
SDR.
Character every boss.
Yeah.
Moon weaving as well under the table, I see.
I'm gonna get the one-man box on every character and then go home.
I mean, can you decide on the main already and stop wasting our time?
Who just left? Wait.
That's why I had to leave for the neck.
We're just getting griefed, yeah.
I think other groups are doing the same. I mean, everyone is having this.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Stop being trash.
I mean, here it was good though. Like, we actually got one in now. Nice Memes has the option still, right? Fucking gonna blast.
And summon me.
Yeah, we summon Nice Memes quick and then we...
Thank you both.
Slam it. Summon him, guys. Wait, what? Nanny?
Nanny?
I think we might need another helper, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, we're in shambles. Oh.
This shaman did whisper me if I could trade the dagger for him. So.
Oh.
May I please have cookery?
It'll leave.
I mean, also with the... Also the hunter asked for the bow, right? Since there's 2 drop. You wanna have 2 hunters?
Hearing what's DPS.
Nani was... Let me check.
Let's give out the bow then. If we don't need it.
We don't need it?
Nani was a resto shaman.
I don't even need one. So
oh, he's still here, bro. He's still here. Just invite him. He's next to us. Yeah.
Oh, you accidentally left the raid.
Guys, okay, it's fine.
Very nice. And then we have the waves coming up here. Make sure to check where you're aiming and how you're aiming, and then you go out. Yeah, beautiful. To the left with the other one. Yes. Webs going out as well. Just don't drop it in the raid. Good, good. And then we have the ads coming up. Here you just step a little bit outside of the raid.
Welcome back to the Race to World First here with Echo. I'm Medic. I'm joined by Jesse on the desk, and we're seeing a Rashanan kill. Sadly, not heroic. You can tell by the fact there are 30 people in the raid.
Sadly,
not mythic. You can tell by the fact there are 30 people in the raid. Obviously, getting those 30 people helps with loot drops. For every one player above 20 you have a 20% chance of more loot dropping. And also, you get more Omni tokens at the end. You get 3 guaranteed, which makes it much easier for you to get tier later on. Rashanan, a relatively simple boss, although difficult because of the amount of acid and swirlies there are on the ground. You see her, I think she's a her, jumping across these platforms. You have to interrupt the acidic eruption, which has been interrupted by Hopeful. And then after that, you are just dodging the swirlies, soaking this to make sure you don't get yeeted off the platform, and putting some acidic lines across the platform away from your team, to make sure that no one gets caught in those acid rolling waves.
Absolutely true. You could not have said that better. Well done, sir.
Thank you.
We are here doing heroic splits this morning as we head into our first Mythic week in Echo. The Race World First has officially launched with Liquid, killing 4 of 8 bosses, each of them in just 1 pull this morning before they went into their heroic splits.
Yep.
Echo opting to go to the heroic splits first before setting foot in Mythic. They will likely be doing splits for the entirety of the day and possibly part of tomorrow before they start doing Mythic. Of course, Echo has to play the long game. A lot of people in chat, is it over?
Yeah,
it's
done.
Resolved?
It's over.
Is there any chance of catching up? The reality is that if the tier is incredibly easy, Echo loses no matter what, because if an easy tier, the one-day advantage that the North American guilds have. It's fine. You can fit into the middle. If you played good, you didn't get stunned. That will be insuperable in an extremely short, easy tier. So you play to win. Echo wins if it's if they play good, right? They don't guaranteed win. They win if they play good, and if it's a sufficiently difficult tier that it lasts until Sunday or Monday, which means that acquiring this gear will be very important. Any time that a N boss on Mythic has died in the first reset, or could have died in the first reset, gear was extraordinarily important on Jaina, on Sylvanas in particular. The 1 week tiers require the peak item level you can get in order to have a chance of killing them week 1, and that is what Echo is doing, and that's what Liquid is doing as well. They one-shot the first 4 bosses. They started their heroic splits, Echo doing the heroic splits, and then they'll do some Mythic bosses. In the meantime, we are raising money for Games for Love, a phenomenal charity that takes care of kids in hospitals by providing them with video games, gaming equipment, repairing it, and then also by supporting them as they ease into their lives after hospitalization by providing internships and scholarships to help get them back into regular life. We do have someone kicking off today's donations with a $100 donation from Anonymous, who said, Bran found a bit of gold. Passing it along because that trailer was amazing.
Well, thank you so much, Anonymous. That means a huge amount. That's 100 children helped with your donation, and couldn't be happier. It's an amazing charity that we're supporting here at this Race to World First. If you want to donate, you can type !donate into the chat, or you can go to the panel below the stream where it says Games for Love and give that a click. All the donations are going straight to Games for Love.
Absolutely true, and it is a fantastic charity. We are very grateful, and you couldn't be more right. Preheat did a wonderful job, Mitch, in production with that phenomenal trailer. Also, we've now got the Heroic Week highlights, which are very amusing.
I forgot like half of that stuff happened.
The Heroic Week lasted so long and so much happened, so many shenanigans, that I also watched that and I was like, wait, that happened? Yeah, that did. I put a nipple clamp on.
Yeah, I didn't see that live.
Did you not see that live? I also didn't see it because I was blindfolded.
Oh, true.
Yeah, I didn't see it. I didn't know what I was doing. I thought I was putting it on my ear.
You were just failing as a 6-year-old puzzle.
While blindfolded.
I mean, we got much further when we did it together.
That is correct. Do you think that is anything to do with the raid leading that I
I think it was. I think it was better guidance from you and Jordan.
To be fair, Jordan was better than I was.
Yeah, true.
Jordan is good at puzzles and was helping a lot. But yeah, as we said, they're going to be doing heroic splits all day. They're triple coring, which is to say they have 3 groups running simultaneously with around 8 to 10 Echo Raiders per group and around 20 plus helpers per group, concentrating a full 30 people worth of loot onto just 3 or 4 Echo mains per run. Echo into position after a lot of leveling and a lot of splits last week of many of their players having several potential mains that they need to choose between, and you guys can sign up to help them do so.
Yeah, if you type !splits into the chat, that will give you all the details you need. You can join the Discord. You can also search for the splits in the Dungeon Finder. We do see Sikran happening here. Not the most complex of bosses. I think the discussion was whether or not this would be you guys have a term for it, patchwork?
A patchwork style boss.
Yeah, patchwork style boss.
Famously, there was a boss in Nax Ramis that had essentially no mechanics. It had a tank hit and a tank cleave, and other than that, you basically just sat there and did as much damage as you could. And it's just a word that means a training dummy style fight where single target DPS matters and nothing else really does.
Yeah.
It turned out, to very few people's surprise, that the third boss of the raid was not a patchwork.
No, what a surprise.
Liquid did one-shot this boss as they cleared the first 4, each of them in one shot. Very impressive, well done. Many other guilds also killing Sikran. Well, by many, I mean 2 other guilds have killed Sikran at this point. So on Mythic, not a huge challenge. Of course, there are some changes as we go from Heroic into Mythic, which we will talk about a little bit, and that you will see later when Echo does their Mythic pull. But you see them handling these charges on Heroic by simply taking them out and positioning in a little bit of a box so she charges around that box. In Mythic, you need to spread out.
Yeah, you have to be 8 yards away from anyone else when you get those simulacrums down. Otherwise, you get this massive cosmic explosion that will do a lot of raid damage. However, not too challenging, assuming that you have your weak aura set up correctly, or you can just look and be like, hey, that guy's about 8 yards away from me. That's fine. It will be okay. I'm sure I won't wipe the raid right now if you miscounted.
Of course, not at all surprising that the American guild succeeding with that yard measurement. Do you think the European guild is at an inherent disadvantage as they think in metric?
Yeah, I do think that's a bit of a problem. How far is 8 yards?
It's about
10 meters? 12 meters, 15 meters, 100 meters.
It's about the same.
Is a yard about a meter?
It's similar. It's a little bit off, but it's good enough.
But a little bit off is what matters in Mythic. You
True.
know, 1% difference can be the difference between world first and world second.
That's absolutely true. Yeah, just spread out though. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason the spread is important as well is you have the decimate that goes through afterwards that will then clear those simulacra if they are left up when the Shadowing Strike comes out or Shadowing Sweep. It does a lot more damage than if the decimate kills them off initially. So you want to make sure that you've cleared them out. Here we see Mirrors planning Team Crab's path through Brood Twister Ovinex. On Mythic, a much more difficult boss.
Much more difficult than Mythic. I really love Mirrors' approach to raid leading Team Crab. He always goes through, and on any boss where the helpers could conceivably cause a wipe, through unfamiliarity with the difficult, crucial mechanics like making sure that you break the eggs, Mirrors puts on a raid school and says, my friends, my dear friends, these are the 2 ways in which you can wipe our group. You will get a circle around you with the mark on you, and I will have marks on the ground. If you take your mark to the matching mark, you will succeed and we will kill a boss. If you fail to do so, we will wipe. Then he will tell them, also little worms will spawn and they'll walk towards you. Please walk away. If you fail to do that, they will infest you and spawn more wormies, and then we might wipe those. So he puts on a little bit of, he's smiling, he's happy, he has a great voice for it, a very calm demeanor, putting on that raid school. On Heroic, this boss is fairly straightforward, but you're right. On Mythic, it has a couple of changes. If you look at the list of changes, other bosses have way more changes. The changes here are basically only 2. Instead of 1 person getting a circle around them being sufficient to break an egg, you need 2 kind of Venn diagramming that egg, blowing up in order to hatch it. So much more difficult coordination challenge to break the eggs, because instead of 1 person choosing 1 marker or being assigned to go to 1 mark, you need to assign 6 out at the same time, which is much more difficult. And then also, when she does the incubation fluid in each quadrant, the eggs of that quadrant that match that quadrant's specialization of eggs are mutated throughout the entire room. So if you go to the big egg section first, all of the spiders will become mutated. We don't know yet how that's going to look, but I expect it to be overwhelming to deal with mutated mobs throughout the course of the entire fight.
Yeah, that's the hope. I think it's one of those bosses where you discover what the best strategy is relatively quickly. It's do we want the necrotic damage from the engorged mutated spiders? Do we want the extra cast time coming out from the worms? Do we want the movement speed for the parasites? Those are the 3 options you have with the first mutation. And then after you've discovered that, it is just a DPS and a coordination check. If it is tuned, in my opinion, well, it will be a very close DPS and coordination check. However, it's also possible, with it only being the 5th or 6th boss of the raid, depending if you do Brood Twister or Keveza first, that it won't be tuned to within that 1-2%. Instead, it's tuned to within a 10%, and then it's a 1 or a 2 pull, or even a 10 pull boss, just to make sure you have that coordination down.
Yep, absolutely the case. And it may take a few pulls also to... You might walk in anticipating that dealing with one set of mutated adds for the entire fight is the easiest, and then quickly discover, okay, that's a little rough, let's try something else. So you might have a few pulls of trial and error, and then a few pulls of correctly executing the mechanics, those reps to make sure that you're not standing in puddles or getting hit by the infested mobs. But you're right, if it's not tuned very difficult, it won't be very difficult. I'm hopeful that it'll be tuned well, because I think this is a fun fight to watch. I know players don't super enjoy it. I think that it's kind of considered one of the low points of the tier in terms of playing the fight, but I do enjoy watching it. And I think that seeing how the guilds handle the coordination, okay, we weren't able to pop a couple. Okay, there they go. One more in the back. Blue looking for his, nope. Blue's just chilling. Okay, so we are going to have some shenanigans here.
Yeah, so we'll have
this heroic run.
1 colossal spider that will be mutated. That changes its vicious bite into a necrotic bite, which means that it has a healing absorb on it. Apparently, necrotic is a keyword in WoW. It's something that you use quite commonly, but as someone that hasn't heard it before, it was nice to have it explained to me yesterday. So for anyone out there who doesn't know what necrotic is, it is a healing absorb, and that will be applied to probably the tanks, as they're going to be drawing the aggro of those spiders.
Right.
I will say as well, I believe Mitch just talked in my ear and said that we need some healers for our splits. So if you are a healer, type !splits into the chat. Or if you're not a healer, type it, and then a healer can click and go into the Discord and try and join us for the splits. You can see that mutated spider waddling its way across, skittering.
Yes, absolutely. And on Heroic and on Mythic, not only do you get a mutated creature if the egg is popped by the ooze on the ground instead of through the mechanic you're supposed to use, the purple circle around you, it also puts a very long-lasting, very hard-hitting dot on the raid. These healers did roll cooldowns and get through that just fine. On Mythic, the hope is that that would wipe you, because that would be a considerable failure of mechanics. So they were able to get through it. They're working their way through this heroic split. Make sure that you're going into the heroic group finder, typing in echo and applying if you're a healer, because we only have about 3-ish echo healers per run, including off healers, and we need your help in order to keep everyone alive as they go through these heroic splits.
How awake are you feeling this morning?
I'm awake. Oh, you want me to heal?
I'm just thinking, if you were up for healing, we could talk through a whole raid together.
We could.
Hey, wake up.
It depends on
wake up.
Oh, it depends on how you're feeling as well, because it is, we woke up at 5:30 this morning, 5 o'clock. So
I'm raring to go.
Yeah.
This raid's in a little bit of trouble. We do
it's
get
in a lot of trouble.
Healer. There's 1 healer down. 2 healers had died. We got a battle res on 1. Large healing absorbs out on the raid. Need to get popped off, and we're in the second quadrant. Hopefully get these eggs popped.
Importantly, Frago and Zatsi are still alive, so there are 2 big echo healers in this group. Hopefully they can keep everyone alive. You can see here, drawing Ovinax away from the corners, or into the corner, to make sure that you have the most uptime on the boss. She'll run all the way across to the other cylinder at the end. You just want to keep her as far away from that as possible. With 40% still left on her, this is going to be a tight squeeze.
Yeah, we still have another quadrant of the room to deal with. She'll get lower before we head to that other side. There's time, as long as they don't mess up any of these additional legs. But I think that's an interesting proposition. I may have a little wonder, or perhaps we could ask production if they want to inquire of Just Wait.
Do we need a shaman?
Do they need a resto shaman? Yeah. Do they require my assistance? Because that could be fun. I could sit on the analyst desk and kind of talk through with you as I play.
And you've already done a heroic raid, so you know the level that we're going to be at, and this time you won't be blindfolded.
I will not be blindfolded. That was not that fun, especially after I thought I was doing well, and then I watched the replay and they walked me off the edge in the first 5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did try to keep you alive for the first fight. I'll give them credit for that one.
Yeah, I've been given permission to come to the raid as long as I'm not blindfolded.
I think that's valid.
I think that would be fun. So I am going to go sign up. Okay, well, so we're saying the next one after the upcoming raids.
Okay.
So in about an hour, I'll go sign up to the raid. Just Right will let us know through production to sign up, and we can talk through the raid together as we play. You could even raid lead me if you wanted. That could be fun.
I can try. I'm very good at, if I can see on your overlay when the cooldowns are coming up,
you can see it.
I can call them for you.
I have a good UI.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. I'm not very good at playing the raid myself. But that's practice.
It is practice.
When you have to look at your buttons to remember what your cooldowns do, it becomes a little bit trickier. I have only been playing for about 2 months, so it's a learning process for me right now.
Well, I've been doing Mythic Zeros with you, and maybe we'll do some Mythic Plus this week.
Yeah.
And I think you're doing well for a beginner.
That. Thank you. Although I will say, you always make me play Windwalker, and that's not my main, because you always want to play the Resto Shaman. So
it's true. I am extraordinarily inflexible, and I'm going to heal, so I force you to DPS instead of healing. That's a little bit unjust of me, but
it's also
I'm willing to make that sacrifice on your behalf.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You're going to take the burden of healing on your shoulders.
Exactly. This raid is continuing to struggle a little bit as we head over into the third quadrant. With a healer down, it's a little bit of a struggle to get the healing absorbs off, but still very doable. Only 3 helper DPS are down as we head into the final 10% of this heroic boss, and we are still looking for healers for upcoming heroic splits, and anyone else who wants to contribute their chance at heroic loot to Echo can go into the group finder and keep an eye on that. Apply to the group so that you can help out and show up on TV, brag to your friends that you are in an Echo raid.
I might read your name out. We had Shuper during that Ansurek pool. Now incredibly famous.
Are you sure that wasn't Showspear?
No, pretty sure it was Shuper.
I think that was Showspear.
Pretty sure it was Shuper.
One of the Echo players.
Nope. Pretty sure it was Shuper.
I think maybe you just didn't read.
I mean, that is most likely it was Showspear.
But in the
moment, it looked like Shuper.
I'm being generous because when I heard Shuper, I was like, "That's a great name." I look up, it's a hunter, and it said Showspear, who is a well-known Echo player.
Yeah, it was probably Showspear.
But Shuper is going to live on in our hearts forever.
Okay, well, you didn't have to do me like that on the broadcast, man.
I didn't do it last night when we first saw that. I waited until this morning, where we have the lowest viewership of the day.
Sure.
Only several thousand people learning that you thought Showspear was Shuper.
I appreciate the call-out. I will say, knowing every Echo player in the first week of doing Echo casting has been a bit of a challenge.
That's fair.
I know
there are a lot of little bastards. There's so many little Echo players out there. To be fair, also, you have done a phenomenal job of diving into a game that you weren't an expert in and learning it extremely well. I think you are possibly the most conversant with the spell names. Most of us seasoned casters say, that blow-uppy thing, or, the blob thing, the purple circle.
Remnant of League of Legends. Quickshot was the first play-by-play to really learn every single spell name, and ever since then, it's kind of been a prerequisite as a play-by-play caster in League that you know all the spell names.
Yeah. We're much more descriptive in WoW. Or sometimes you do get into the habit of calling things by names they were known of before, like Hateful Strikes or Cleaves or things like that. So production is coming in, and production is investigating whether or not I have maligned and slandered my fellow caster Medic.
That looks like Shuper to me, though. How am I meant to read it with those pixels?
It wasn't pixelated when you were... You did a great job of casting this kill. But that is, in fact,
Shuper.
The Echo Raider Shuper.
Okay, can we show how many frames Showspear's name was on the broadcast?
You just want to watch the clip again?
I just want to watch just that bit of the clip to see how quickly I would have had to read that was Showspear.
Yeah. They're zooming in.
They're just zooming in. This is rude. Yeah. More pixels, please.
We love pixels. Okay, now it looks like Shuper.
It does look like Shuper,
now it
right?
looks like Shuper.
That's so Shuper-y.
It could be Sleeper at this point.
Yes. Shakespeare? Just missing the K in the other.
Yeah, Showspear progressed. I think his first tier progressing with Echo was last tier in a Midgersil. I believe is when he joined and played that hunter, and likely playing hunter again this time around.
And what's Shuper doing?
Shuper is a legendary viewer who will hopefully show up once again in one of our future raids.
One can only show.
I saw that clip last night for the first time because I hadn't seen that live, and I was just like, oh no.
Oh no. We had a player in in League for a while whose name was written in the Cyrillic alphabet.
Oh, goodness.
And so it was AHAHACIK. But that's what it looked like in English alphabet.
Latin, right.
But Latin alphabet. But the H in Cyrillic is actually an N.
Okay.
So for a long time we were calling ahahahasik, but it's actually ananasik.
Ananasik.
And so we got so many complaints because we weren't giving a pronunciation guide or anything before World, so we were just like, ahahasik is doing a really good job here.
Which sounds like a fairly thematic
like
name.
that you could go for.
I'm sick.
But yeah, it's ananasik. And then we got told off for our intonation on it as well, where
it could have been shoe pear the fruit.
Yeah, I was also thinking double O.
Okay,
I thought it was SHOOPEAR. Yeah.
So shoe pear.
Yeah, shoe pear. Now he's going to Google that. But yeah, SHOOPEAR.
We're looking to see if a character even exists. Quickly, my friends, you know how fast it is to level in the war within. Redeem Medic. Someone make
could have
shoe
done it
pear.
for me. Shoe like the pastry? I have no idea how you spell
it. Have we tried regular shoe and then pear? Yeah. Okay, that was my hope, that there would be someone named Shoe Pear or Pear Shoe, but I'm afraid that you're out of luck.
Yeah.
No such character exists.
You're just blind. Okay, you put it in the highlight clip and didn't notice I was saying the wrong player name. So
to be fair, the highlight clip also highlights your adaptation of this game and ability to cast at a high level, even having learned the game relatively recently. And you did a good job calling out the mechanics and highlighting for the chat exactly what was going on and what the conditions of the win were. And you can't be expected to know all 30 plus of the Echo Raiders in week 1. And Shoe Pear, let's be honest, Shoe Pear.
I think he should name change. Let's be honest.
Shoe Pear is a much better name than
Show a spear with, and it doesn't even have a W.
No.
It's just.
Well, that's because his OG character name
was
Sho, S-H-O.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't
like
a W.
Shogun.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, interesting.
Exactly. So, many of the Echo players have naming conventions for their characters, largely because Scripe wants you to. It's much easier for your raid leading to know who is who if they have 01, 02, 03, 04, instead of, these crazy names that have nothing to do with your main character, and you look at the raid frames and you say, who is that? Who am I calling? So naming conventions are a good thing for us.
Yep. Shoe pear, pants pear,
pear shoe,
neck pear.
You could just go with fruit. It could be shoe pear, shoe orange, shoe apple, shoe ananas would also work.
Shoe ananas, it's very true.
Yeah.
Very true. We're getting ready for Nexus Princess Kaivaza here. The basic mechanics of this fight is in the first phase, you get these nether portals that are put down across the raid. They suck you in, so you want to make sure they're evenly spread on either side of the raid, basically down that middle line, as you can see. Currently Mez standing on the gold one. If there's one on the gold one, you probably want to put one on the other side, which we can't see what the color of the marker is. They then charge. You want to charge them outside of the raid on heroic, but equidistant with their opposite number. On mythic, you need to charge them through the boss if they have death masks on them, which they will. At least, is it 3 of them in the first phase, 4 of them, then 5 of them in the last phase?
That is correct.
And for everyone that charges through the boss, she gets a 10% damage boost for 12 seconds. If 3 of them charge through her within a short period of time, that buff becomes permanent. So on the last phase, we will be soft enraging her with that buff. And then she's soft enraged anyway in the intermission. You have some 5-act blazes that you have to dodge away from, but also pizza slices on the floor that you need to make sure you are dodging. Otherwise, you're going to be taking big damage.
Correct. Absolutely a great summary of the mythic changes, which I'm very interested to see. This is the first boss, I think, that is plausibly going to be somewhat difficult, perhaps taking a quarter, half a day, maybe even a full day if it's tuned very, very tightly. We didn't see it because I believe Liquid went dark for their pulls on her. However, due to, Warcraft Lock's competition mode and everything like that, we can see that they did 2 pulls on her, neither one getting below 80%, so we know that there's at least some challenge. It's not simply stomping through the boss, and we'll have to see what happens in that fight when we get there.
Yeah, both of them at about 1 minute 28 had a 23 million damage pulse through the raid that wasn't healed.
That almost certainly is one of the Death Mask ads not having been charged through the boss and blowing up instead.
Blowing up, yeah. Which is it seems on the surface and reading it like it should be a simple enough, in inverted commas, mechanic, because it's like, well, You can see if there's a death mask on the ad. If there is, you have to run it through, and yes, the sucks become a little bit more difficult and the coordination becomes a little bit more difficult, but if you use movement cooldowns, if you use gates, you should be able to escape the sucks.
We did see Dota go down there. Frago
died as well, yeah.
That was catastrophic. 2 of the 3 Echo healers died there, but we are going to battle res them back up. So yeah, I think the issue is, obviously, since Liquid went blind, we don't know exactly what it looks like. It will be pulled within the next couple of days, and we will see exactly what it looks like. You're right that the dungeon journal description alone doesn't make it seem particularly difficult, but it is not always illustrative of what's going on. Sometimes Mythic changes not only what mechanics occur, but also the intensity of existing mechanics. The most famous example of that is probably Razageth, where on normal and heroic you had wing flap, just like on Mythic you had wing flap, and nothing told you that the wing flap on Mythic was a hurricane gale that was almost insurmountable to get through. So on Mythic, sometimes bosses change, going from testing onto live servers. It's possible that the portals do an extremely powerful suck that is very difficult to overcome, and you really have to do some geometry to ensure that while you're charging the death masked red mobs through the boss, they still create equidistant positioning such that you can escape all of the suck-ins. We don't know how it works. It could be very, very difficult, and I'm excited to find out, because this and Brew Twister are both options. After you complete the first 4 bosses, you can choose either Brew Twister or the Princess to progress through, and I hope that both of them are difficult. And we did see Liquid do hidden pulls on both of them, 2 on this boss, 1 on the Brew Twister. Neither one of them got very far, and they didn't look like stomp bosses, and Liquid went and started doing their heroic splits, so we will have to wait and see.
Yeah, Max did say their plan was to do 4 bosses and then go to heroics anyway, so it's not like they went in, hit an immediate wall, and were like, oh, actually, we need a lot more eye level. It was more that maybe, do a couple of pulls just to see what it's like, and then
if it had been easy, they wouldn't have wiped on purpose.
Yeah, exactly.
If they could have one-shot it like the other bosses, they would have one-shot it. I'm not saying that the wall they hit at 80% is insuperable in any way.
Yeah.
They probably could have easily done it, especially if it was simply getting the red ad through the boss to dispel the death mask. That's something you can fix fairly easily, and they probably said, okay, this isn't worth 5 more pulls, let's just go do our splits. So absolutely excellent strategy on their part, can't blame them at all. We do have, however, 6 dead on our screen currently, including a healer for Echo, as they're heading into 50% on the boss.
Yeah, but Satsi and Frago are still alive. So that's
true.
all that matters on a healing viewpoint. Bellis Sprout trying, or is that just Bell Sprout? Is there an extra eye in there? It looks like it's just Bell Sprout. Also doing well on
I hope
the
I
healing
didn't
meters.
make you self-conscious about
so
quickly reading off names. Zoom in on Bell Sprout. Is that an Echo
Maris,
Raider?
can you change your overlay, please, to make the names clearer? My eyes are too old.
Actually, his
for
font
looking this
is
too far. Wow.
difficult to read.
I have just noticed the charity goal
Whoa!
at the bottom. That is about a $500 jump, and we have hit the goal for the low wave meme track.
Oh my goodness.
It's amazing. We'll get more updates on exactly how that is going to go from production as soon as we can. I know Low Wave are very excited to be involved in making a meme track for us about this race to World First.
That's a phenomenal jump in our charity goal. We'll have to update our bar, because that means we're heading toward the second major charity goal of $4,000, which is make up Jeeth, because everything's made up, including me. But Jordan will be putting makeup on me. Maybe chat will have a role in voting on how she tries to style me. That will be done live on stream once we reach 4,000. Maybe if we can do it during today or tomorrow's heroic splits, that could be some excellent content.
That would be really cool, yes.
We would love that. That's about $800 away. I'm $752.
I will say some excellent content during splits as well would be you and I getting tattoos. And that is only at $40,000. We will both be getting tattoos. We can definitely hit that. Come on, guys.
Yes,
definitely hit that in the next couple of days.
Well, maybe in a week or so.
Maybe in a week or so. That's the hope.
The good news is it's all going to an extraordinarily good cause. You guys are literally saving children's lives and providing them also with entertainment, fulfillment, and joy that we all know video games provide to those most in need, because I love video games. They've done a lot for me. I know you guys do as well. Children also love video games, particularly when they are hospitalized, and they can help provide that distraction therapy. I want to read these donations because that was a phenomenal jump in our total. WASD sent $10 in saying, "Death roll me for the gold brand found," a reference to the earlier $100 donation. Do you know death rolling in WoW? So there's a lot of gambling in WoW of gold, and there's a variety of different ways of doing it. Death rolling, I believe, is when you challenge one person to a death roll. You each roll, 1 to 100. And then if I rolled 1 to 100 and I rolled a 58, you would roll 1 to 58. And then we'd go back and forth rolling based on each other's rolls, I think, until someone rolls the 1.
Okay.
And that person either wins or loses, depending on,
the choice. Interesting.
Yeah. You death roll down basically a 50-50 to see who gets the gold. And it's kind of a trickle down as you work your way down. Shoe pair.
Oh, thank you, shoe
as
pair.
in a pair of shoes.
Interesting.
Sent in $5 saying, "Show spear is a made-up name like gravity."
It's very true.
And it's true that gravity is a made-up name for a real phenomenon that's not made up.
It was made up by the simulation.
And then finally, we have a $500 donation. Extraordinarily generous. We really appreciate it. That is phenomenal.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
From Fangren, who says, "Let's go Echo." Thank you.
Thank you so much, Fangren.
Very, very much.
It's very kind of you.
Speaking of Let's Go Echo, we are now looking for Warlocks in an upcoming heroic split. So go into the group finder, look in raids and dungeons, search for Echo, and get those Warlock characters in. We need summons, gateways, and healthstones. And maybe you can teach Zero a thing or two.
Yeah, definitely need summons. That last time we asked specifically for Warlocks, both Jordan and I were like, "Why are we asking for Warlocks specifically?" And it was like, yeah, they just don't want to fly.
Yeah.
They just want to get summoned to the boss. And we are getting further into the raid. You can do those shortcuts as the raid goes on, using those batty-like creatures, the little flying ones. You can fly further into the raid, but still.
Warlocks are great.
892 search results for Medic is Blind. Can you scroll down and show us the search results, please?
Several results found. In fact, so many results have been found, we can't possibly list them all on one page. Try refining your search results. Have you tried searching for shoe pair or shoe pair or shoe pair or choupa in the French? Anything to vindicate Medic and his mispronunciation of shows.
I mean, it wasn't a mispronunciation; it was a misreading. There's a difference, right?
Yes. It was.
And I'll work on it for the future. I'm sorry I've let you down, production. I know that you put me on probation, and that this is my first strike of 3. There are 3 strikes, right? That's how baseball works.
This isn't baseball.
Oh.
You have one more chance.
I only get 2 strikes.
Yeah. And then we boot ya.
Well, I think maybe next Thursday or so I'll make my second mistake.
We were talking about it, of course, the announcement coming out yesterday that you're casting Worlds.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Huge news. We will be never forgiving you.
Obviously.
For leaving us for another game that may or may not be larger and more important in your eyes. That's weird. But no, big news. Congratulations. That's going to be huge. We've really appreciated having you here, and we will miss you if you have to leave early. Maybe you won't.
Yes. I mean, the hope is that I get to be here for the whole raid. I will say I'm not leaving for the start of play-ins. So that starts, I think, on the 25th. I will be here for a few more days, but I do have to cast some of play-ins. Very obviously looking forward to that immensely. I love casting Worlds. I love casting League. But my hope is that I can be here for the Mythic kills.
We hope that too.
Yeah.
We want you here. But if you're not, we have some lovely photographs of us from the cast all around. And if we lose you, you will remain in our hearts. We'll get a big framed picture of you in black and white grayscale, framed by roses to mourn your passing on to another game. Yeah. We will.
League is the afterlife. I'm sure some people would call it purgatory. For some people,
or
it's
hell.
Heaven,
I don't know. Depending, hell is other people, they say, and that's certainly true in League.
Wow. Okay. Oh, it's just the flame the League cast today, isn't it?
I'm not flaming the League caster. I'm flaming the League game.
As a concept. That's true. That's true.
Which is only fair considering how you've been treating Echo in the past few days.
I've been so kind to Echo.
Yeah, Roger, are you going to fall off any more platforms soon?
That was funny, though.
Shoe pair.
Good old shoe pair. I don't think that ever happened, actually. I think it's
memorialized in the highlight video.
It's fake tape. I said show spear the entire
time.
Yeah, it could be AI.
Anytime anytime someone doesn't like what their portrayal is, we just say AI now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. Just AI.
We could be AI right now.
Yeah. We are a simulation. We've discussed this already this morning, Chief.
It does seem likely to me.
Yeah. Kiveza here at 60% going through that intermission. The Starless Knight, she'll go through that 2 times, and then on the 3rd time she goes into the intermission, you go into the Endless Darkness, which is just pulsing raid damage. The pizza slices get progressively more and more of the screen until you have a whole pizza to gobble down on, and then you have the fire blazes and everything there as well. So becomes much it's like a full soft enrage, right? You can survive through some of that damage. It will be pulsing. Obviously on Mythic the pulse is even more, so it's going to be harder to survive, but we have seen it was Canex, wasn't it, surviving through? Oh, it was Mini.
It was Mini
who tried to right click the death strike.
We don't talk about that anymore. But we have seen a full enrage sequence on Heroic. We may see, I hope, several full enrage sequences on Mythic, because that would mean it's a very well-tuned fight. I would love, I don't know how you feel about this, but I would love if, I mean this not as Flame, right? Blizzard has done a great job with the raid design. The visuals are very, very good. But that Endless Night would have been cool if the walls had started like fading away.
Yeah,
and
you were just in the void.
The void spawning around us. That would have been pretty cool effects.
Yeah, especially with the lore around Kiveza being that she's been hired by someone from the Twisting Nether to assassinate Ansurek. I still don't know who it is. I don't think it's actually fully explained anywhere, but I'm hoping we actually see them perhaps in Midnight, perhaps in future portions of The War Within. See that battle between Xal'atath and other people.
It's cool, I think, how many references The War Within has to prior incarnations of WoW. We have the kobolds from Elwyn Forest coming back. We have the Nexus denizens that were in the TBC expansion a lot coming back. So I think that's cool, and it's being incorporated into the lore in fun and fairly interesting ways. So do check out those lore videos if you're interested in them. I think they're very, very fun. I've really enjoyed The War Within story. I think they did an excellent job. This poll is going better than the last one, in which we wiped. We only have 3 dead going into our 2nd intermission.
Yeah, and with only 30% left on the boss, expectations are, assuming you can do this little dance, do the tango with Nexus Princess Kiveza, you should be able to take her down as she gets towards her 3rd intermission. Obviously, you still have to deal with the Nether Rifts, and you make sure that you're putting those simulacra or Nether people, I guess, out to the outside. I can't remember the name. The clones, yeah. Couldn't remember quite their name. Every time you go through one of those intermissions, you get 1 more of them spawning, so it becomes a little bit trickier to make sure you have that balance down. Although you could argue having 5 or 6 at the end makes it easier to balance out, because if it's an odd number, it becomes harder when you're trying to position them around the map. Right now, you could just all stand in the middle in that hexagon, and soon Kiveza will be hexagon too.
Well done. Speaking of hexagon, can we hexago over to Perfecto's POV, where we are on Brew Twister. 3 splits going on at once right now. I believe the first split, which was Team Spider, has completed their first split. They're outside of the raid, working on transitioning into their next run. Brew Twister going down here for Team Sprab, I think.
Yeah, I think Sprab, Spider
made
Crab.
Us say. I still think Team Donkey works. Perfecto moving on to the final boss.
And here we see Shubo as part of this. As part of this race as well.
Yeah.
No, Shobo, obviously.
Shobo, indeed. Yeah. Mr. Sho, one of the current designated hunter mains for Echo, along with Soul. Gingy used to play Hunter a lot, but he's transitioned over to Mage, providing that kind of mandatory buff role that you want a really good player to have, and the POV that Scripe most often uses. And Roger, the prior famous Hunter main of Echo, now doing laundry.
Yes.
As per Medic's interview
Hoping it
last night.
returns today. That's the important thing for us.
Some people do ask, what are the various roles of the leadership in Echo? We have Scripe, who does a lot of strategy, raid leading, and almost all of the split design. Roger doing strategy, has almost nothing to do with splits. Also weak ore design and helping the players getting the information they need. And then we have Potter on the outside team this time around, returning from the Shadowlands. He's made his way back into World of Warcraft, where he is working on the spreadsheets and the timelines for healers and survival, telling when people are to use their cooldowns, their health potions, their aura masteries, and the like. So those are the big brains currently working on their plans. A lot of them will also be watching long NA kills of early bosses to ensure that no time is wasted on wipes from those. You can get timings and know exactly when you want to use your raid cooldowns.
It's one of the benefits of being Echo in this situation, with you having that later resetting on Wednesday morning rather than Tuesday afternoon. It allows you to rewatch some of Liquid's pulls, make sure that you can see if there are any unique strategies that perhaps you've missed. Obviously, as the raid progresses, the expectation is that Echo catches up in terms of where they are in raid progress, and then often overtakes Liquid as well nearer the end, and then Liquid can start taking over some of the strategies themselves.
That is, in fact, the win condition.
Yes.
You cannot win unless you catch up and then start overtaking.
Very true.
And there have been tiers where they were unable to do so. Nyalotha famously is a tier where this team was behind from the start and never caught up and was never in a position to use their own strategies. It's very demoralizing when you feel like you're always behind and always playing catch up and always looking over your shoulder to find out what the other team is doing. Other tiers, they did very successfully catch up. It just depends on the tier, its difficulty, and the play, preparation, and strategy of the team. Roger looking very content right now.
Yeah, he's chill.
He's very content as we watch this split go through some trash.
A laundryman tracker on his right screen. Is like, oh, where is he?
Correct.
Have we told the story about the tags that we put on the laundry?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so we were told by Roger to grab our basically bin bags, right, like trash bags, and put our laundry in them, leave them in the locker room with our names on them. And so obviously everyone being here, we're all talking to each other by our superhero names, right? So, we call you Jeeth, we call Jordan OK Mage, I'm Medic, right?
Imagine your superhero name being OK Mage. Anyway, go on.
Well, mine's just Medic. I'm just a normal dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's an important role, though.
Yeah, it's very important role, yeah. So on the tags, we all wrote our superhero names, right? IGNs. So you have Just Wait, you have Nice Memes, and the laundry guy called up Roger and was like, I don't understand what these tags mean. And Roger's like, what do you mean? It's what's it saying? It's like, well, this one says, just wait.
How long do I wait?
Am I meant to wait? This one says scrape. Does that mean to scrape it off? Or it's like, no. Those are just the names. Just put them back in those bags. We know what's happening there.
I believe, to be fair, the gentleman who is being kind enough to do our laundry, and of course being paid well, is not speaking English as a first language.
True.
Yeah.
But I also think, if you don't know what gaming is, you have no idea what an IGN is. It's like, why does this say nice memes? What's that meant to mean? What's a meme?
The clothes are, in fact, a nice meme.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Have you seen nice memes?
Well, some of the Echo merch does have nice memes on it as well. You've got the Team Spider, the Team Crab stuff. You've got the Get
Spider.
Ducked
from
a Midrasil as well. There's some very cool stuff amongst that Echo merch.
There is indeed, and a lot of it's still available. Exclamation mark merch. You can get some yourself. Also, some merch available in the Delves. Roger's Delves.
Oh, the treasure troves.
Yeah, I'm not saying we should do one.
Well, I
but,
just think, maybe perhaps it would be a nice idea.
Yeah, let's get some loot. Let's do a treasure trove.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff in there. Displays, Elgato. Apparently it takes more than 2 seconds to set up a treasure trove.
I thought we were just walking into Roger's vault.
Yeah, well, since the latest hot fixes, Bran needs to really set himself up. He's got to have his tea, he's got to wake up in the morning, got to get his fried eggs on, prepare himself. But there's a lot of cool stuff in there. There's even a full Mythic boost to one lucky winner in one of these envelopes.
Yeah.
I know which envelope it is.
It's a Mythic boost with whichever team gets world first. So you don't have to play with the world's second team.
Oh, really? Will Liquid give a Mythic
to one of our viewers? Probably not. Probably not. No. That's probably not going to happen. But sponsors have provided a huge assortment of prizes, and we will show those off on the screen after production gets that delve set up. That's we've been told it's coming in a little while for you folks. So get ready to stay tuned, collect channel points, and we'll call that out when it happens. In the meantime, we're currently running through 3 different splits simultaneously. This is, in fact, Team Spider working on boss number 3. Team Crab is on the Princess still. Oh, did they wipe? No, they're on Silken Core.
Yeah, Silken Core. Yeah, that's the second phase Silken Core with Takaj.
Yeah.
And then I can't see where Team Ethereal is. I know we were, in the Dungeon Finder, it's team name Ethereal. So I'm going with what Echo decided to call themselves rather than with production who told us it should be Shrab.
It looks like they're on a trash boss right now, I think.
A
trash boss.
like
I'm sorry, a trash mob.
Okay, because a trash boss.
A trash boss sounds
kind of insulting the boss a little bit.
There are some mini bosses. There we go.
Everyone, let's delve into my trove and see what secrets we can uncover. Just don't take all my loot, please.
Take all his loot.
Get it.
Ransack the treasure trove. We need your channel points. You can only redeem channel points in the treasure trove delving, and they can acquire some phenomenal loot options here. We have Corsair products, keyboards, headsets, and mice, Elgato products, War Within, pets, mounts, transmogs, Echo merch, some amazing content and prizes for you to win. So redeem those channel points when we reach 1 million channel points. Redeem those dusty pebbles and sacred relics and all of the rest. Then we will pull some prizes for you.
That we will. And importantly, when you do click on the channel point button, scroll down a little bit. Don't just click on the bit that says Roger's Treasure Trove is now open. If you scroll down, there's a bunch of different ways to give your channel points rather than giving the maximum of 2,000. I promise you, the maximum is not 2,000. After we get that 1 million channel points, we're already almost half the way there, we will put a poll up in chat for either Team Crab or Team Spider, and then we will pick an envelope from that side. I don't know why I say envelope. It's like a very old traditional English thing, but people always get confused. Envelope. Because it's an envelope.
I say envelope.
Oh, you say envelope as well?
Yeah, that's an American pronunciation.
Oh, is that an American? I thought envelope was an American pronunciation.
I didn't say it was the American pronunciation. I say it was an American pronunciation.
That makes sense.
In my region of American, we say envelope.
How do you say schedule?
I don't say it that way.
Okay, that might be the one that people have more problems with.
Schedule, we do a hard K sound for that.
Yeah, so do most people, but for some reason I have schedule in my...
Schedule sounds extraordinarily British to my American ears.
It's when you get two, you know those buildings you have in the back of your garden that have all your tools in? If two of those get in a fight, that's a schedule.
Yeah, a schedule. Schedule. Yeah, that was good. That was very nice.
Thank you.
If I heard an American talk like that, I would assume that they were just,
trying to be,
trying to be fancier than they are.
Look at me! I've got my schedule.
Trying to be better than they actually are.
What?
You mean a schedule?
Yeah. My love is when people put H's in front of W's.
Where
are we going?
Yes, indeed. I'm very pretentious.
When will we be there? When will you wear wigs?
Never.
Have you seen the? Do you know Lord of the Rings, right? You are big fan.
How did you know?
Have you seen the behind the scenes of Dominic Monaghan interviewing Elijah Wood?
No.
It is one of the best interviews I've seen in my life. So Elijah Wood is in the States doing some sort of media tour for Lord of the Rings. Dominic Monaghan calls in and pretends to be this German interviewer, and half of the questions to Elijah Wood are just about whether he'll wear wigs in his future movies. And Elijah, will you wear wigs? When will you wear wigs? Why will you wear wigs? And Elijah Wood is just cracking up, has no idea where this interview is going, doesn't know it's Dominic Monaghan because there's no cameras, right? Yeah, 100%. It's on YouTube. Highly recommend you watch it.
I will do so later.
Hilarious.
A good recommendation.
Yeah.
Can we head over to Perfecto POV? I believe he's in Team Ethereal, working on Kaiveza once again. Good boss have in the background. Looks like all of our splits are progressing very well.
It's also hard to tell from Perfecto's POV how many people are dead, because I'm pretty sure his raid frames are cut off at the top.
Well, so I think they're cut up on the side.
Only showing 20?
Right.
Yeah.
Perfecto, being a DPS and in particular a rogue specialist, can not do a darned thing about raid health. He may as well not have raid frames at all. He does not have frames that adjust to larger than Mythic size. He has Mythic showing, and if you're not in the first 4 groups, you can sit on the floor for all he cares. He's not going to help you.
Do you really think it's the side? I think it's the top. Because you see above Narco, now above now, there's a little red line.
Yes.
What's that red line from? Do you not think that's someone who's dead?
Do you think there are raid frames up there?
I'm wondering if there's raid frames up there.
There are not.
No?
Because it's the red line would need to extend into the space behind the bars, and we would see it for it to be a raid frame.
True. You're 100% right, yeah.
Yeah. He just has 20-man raid frames that he does not show 30
What's the red line
all.
for then? Is that a debuff? Oh! I know what the red's for now.
Now the red is a dead tank.
Maybe it's the target?
It's likely the aggro
A boss target? Yeah.
Yeah, that's likely an aggro indicator. This is not the first time we've seen a potential wipe on this boss. We saw Mears' group wipe on this boss earlier. There are some.
There's no way they wipe from here. Come on.
We have
16% HP.
People
Echo
are
Raiders
dying every global.
Nah, Echo Raiders in the group. There's no way they die in a heroic.
Okay. Now going into the intermission, they have a slightly higher chance of continuing for a while, because I believe she is meleeing people.
Okay.
And killing them off one by one.
BR's still 2 minutes away, so it's gonna. Okay.
Can we go to Thanner POV? A healer will have a UI that's actually useful. So now we can see all 20 of the dead raid.
Perfecto's still alive. You can do it.
He's not.
You can do it.
No.
Oh yeah. The big problem is as well when all of your healers are dead. The Reaper ability from Kivesa becomes a bit of an issue.
Yep.
If you're ever below 10% HP, she dashes behind you and tries to execute you. On Heroic, you can survive through it. On Mythic, it is 10.3 million damage.
Yeah.
Which, with a couple of DRs and a big personal, maybe
theoretically
possible.
You could, but it's unlikely you'll be able to coordinate the necessary amount of damage reduction in the few seconds you have before you are executed. It's an ounce of prevention, they say, is worth a pound of cure. That's certainly
so true.
If you healthstone at 12% before going to 10%, you will live with no problem whatsoever. If you wait until after 10%, it's going to be quite the feat to keep you alive. However, this is an artifact of what we were talking about earlier. Going into the second reset, everyone has cleared the raid that's going to be invited. Lots of loot acquired, higher item level. They're using more helpers than normal in order to maximize the juice they can squeeze from you guys, to maximize the amount of loot being funneled onto the Echo mains, which means we're going to see a couple of wipes. That's not the first one we saw there. We saw some dead folks here on the Silken Court. It does, however, look like, it's worth noting, we are only killing the first 7 of 8, and we're not doing Queen Anthrax.
Oh yeah, haven't seen any Anthrax yet. You are 100% correct. And also haven't seen Roger's treasure trove be completed. We got to halfway very quickly, and we're still, as you say, 59,628 away from completing it. So
that was some quick math.
You guys have really let us down here.
This is only a few redemptions away, and we can give you some loot.
We can give you loot.
Let's get to Roger's Delve.
It's Wednesday morning, 8 a.m. Do you not want loot, chat?
Let's show them the loot they could acquire. Look at all of this loot, and if you don't redeem it,
of these. Look at this.
Roger will keep it.
Or Roger's gonna, or we're just gonna take it home.
I would love to.
The rule is, if you have the envelope, Echo has to honor that as a contract, right? You're the ex-lawyer here.
Yeah, I think that sounds valid. In some nation on Earth, perhaps.
Well, I'm part of the Echo Nation, so there we go.
All right, we're taking it down. There it is.
Congratulations, chat. Now there will be
1 million channel points redeemed.
There'll be a poll in chat. Do not type ! crabs or spiders. That gets you nothing and may result in you being banned if you type it too many times right now, or timed out, as you say. You vote in the poll. I think. Can we do a quick? There's too many of his. Count quickly.
I don't want to count these.
You don't?
Looks like 37.
37. Okay.
Yeah. He's counting them.
Yep.
He's actually counting them. What are?
This is content.
This is not content.
I mean, I'm not saying it's good content. I'm just saying it's content.
Is this what we have to look? Is this what a typical Worlds cast would look like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Me counting out the
expertise you bring to our cast.
34 here. So you actually have 3 more than me if you have 37.
Which I do. I counted them very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
So what? It looks like Team Spider is going to win, right?
100%.
Right, which is only suitable. I am, in fact, on Team Spider, and I believe that by voting for Team Spider, they're also voting for me.
Yes, that is how that works as well. This is the content you're bringing. Just random assignments of
anything to
support of the chat.
Yeah, indeed. If I can enlist their support willingly or not.
There's no way Crab's going to come back.
There's no way.
It's sideways momentum at most for Crab. There's no forward momentum for them at all here.
I have heard that Crabs scuttle sideways. I enjoy what you did there. So that means that I will be drawing a spider loot from this once.
We'll wait for the poll to make sure.
They could turn it around.
No, we must wait. How long is left on the poll? Production just swore at me through my headset. Can you believe it?
I can believe it. You deserve it. I was swearing at you earlier, too. You're being particularly obstreperous this morning.
Oh, that's a great word.
Thank you, sir.
Obstreperous.
Indeed.
That's very nice.
Yeah, it's a nice word.
2 3/4 left. 1 left. Okay,
it's done.
Here we are.
Spiders
we'll draw
win.
Spider.
We're gonna draw a spider.
Go from?
Yeah, I want a really good piece of loot for chat. They deserve it for being here at 5 in the morning.
Yes.
As we know, it's still 5 in the morning here in Cologne, Germany.
As it always will be.
It will be 5 in the morning for the remainder of our shift. I like. You know what? I don't want to be tricked. I'm taking the end one. I think he was trying to hide this one from you, chat.
I mean, I am Team Crabs, so obviously I want people to pick the crab ones.
That's right.
You know?
That's right.
What have we got?
Right. We have some loot coming out. Oh,
I was trying to hide it from you.
This is some nice loot, chat. We have, for your selection and delectation, a Scimitar Wireless.
Wow, okay.
Some of that Corsair loot coming out for you. So in just a moment, the command will be active. You'll be able to type !spider one time. Entering it once enters you permanently. Entering it twice does nothing except potentially getting you timed out. So !spider to enter the drawing. Later, we will call out the winner and send it. You can send it that !spider now. One time, everybody once to get this Scimitar Wireless, which you said you had started to use.
Yeah, I have started to use it. It's very enjoyable to use. It does take a little bit of time to get used to, having not played with 12 buttons on the side before. But importantly, the big things that I've noticed about this mouse. Firstly, connects very easily. Often with mice, you can have an issue with the connection, but it has a little dongle in here that you can, well, this one doesn't have it because I've probably removed it before and then put it somewhere that we can't remember out. Apparently, it's in one of the PCs next to us. Oh, it's probably in that PC, isn't it? Somewhere, yeah, hiding in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it has a little dongle. You're never going to lose that. Very important. But also, the side panel moves, and it's actually quite easy to move. So depending on how big your hand is, depending on where your hand is sitting on a day, you can just move the side panel around and make it a lot easier for you to have the buttons in the correct places.
Excellent. So we're going to be giving one of these mice away right now. If you win, congratulations. If you don't, you can head over !Corsair and check out some of Corsair's phenomenal products yourself.
Yeah, they also have a Dark Star, which has a few less buttons on the side.
Which is what I prefer. I prefer less buttons on the side. I'm a keyboard gamer for pushing buttons and a mouse gamer for targeting and movement instead.
I mean, that makes sense.
Whatever works. Everyone in the facility here powering their gameplay with those Corsair keyboards, headsets, and mice, and you can do the same. !Corsair. Check it out.
You can.
So, excellent.
Back into splits.
Back into splits.
Will Kiveza die this time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, guaranteed.
Good faith.
She's at 25%, and only one person that matters dead on the 20 frames that Perfecto deigns to show. Can we swap over to Thaner POV, get that healer POV on the exact same split? He's showing all 20. An ethical healer. He cares about everyone in group 5 and 6, at least to a certain extent. We can also see that as has been happening throughout all of the splits, we have several DPS players off healing. Clicks making a good showing on the rest of Shaman, even though he will likely be playing Enhance for progression. And Soda on the Shadow Priest playing Holy instead.
Yeah, and not too much to do, really, on this boss after you get through these blades. Obviously, we'll go into the intermission as well, but with the nether rifts being put in good positions, people shouldn't be dragged in. Very equidistant.
This is the stand still and casts. You don't even have to worry about getting pulled. On Heroic and Normal, at the very least, you don't need to have perfect portal placement. You can put them all in one spot, just run to the other end of the room, and you put down a speed totem or a stampeding roar and be just fine. We don't know yet how it works on Mythic. It might be more intense.
Yeah, the Dungeon Journal is great for superficial knowledge of a lot of things.
Yeah.
It is not great for in-depth knowledge or even really explaining how things work. I've reread the Ansurek Mythic changes a few times, and I'm still really not sure what's going to happen. Remember when we tried to read through the Frothing Nova and the Venom Froth and all of that, and it's like, oh, there's 6 different layers of this, and then we looked at it, and it's like, oh, it's a big donut, and you jump over it with the bomb. Excellent. It's so much simpler, but we will see how Ansurek Mythic changes. Obviously, unlikely to see that boss for a few days, especially with Heroic Splits being the course of the day to date. That is our Hauptspeise, I think is the German word for main course.
IDK is the English for, I don't know what you're talking about. No German here. But just to give a little update to everyone joining the broadcast for the first time this morning, Liquid has gone through they may be done soon, their first day. They blasted through the first 4 bosses of Mythic in one pull each, did a couple of off-stream pulls of the next 2 bosses, and then went to do their Heroic Splits. Echo in the position of not knowing who their mains are on several players because they got so much gear from the Heroic Splits last week, opting to go directly into Heroic Splits. We have 3 simultaneous groups currently tri-coring their way through the raid on Heroic Splits. We anticipate doing those all all day today.
Yes, we do.
Acquiring as much item level as possible. You can help out with those if you like. Go into the group finder, search for Echo, and join those groups. But that's what we're going to be doing, is watching those heroic splits all day, possibly part of tomorrow before we head into our Mythic lockout as well.
Did we hear from production whether you'll be joining the next splits or not?
That's a good question. Mitch is going to check for us.
All right, cool.
I think that would be really fun. Get my Rest of Shaman into a split and then only do what you tell me. No, I'm not going to grief the raid.
Well, so I can do positioning and call cooldowns.
And then I'll push buttons.
I do not know your buttons well enough. I know Healing
fair.
Rain is one of them.
That's true.
And there's another one that's like something heal that you're meant to cast a lot of.
Chain Heal.
Chain Heal. That's the one, yep.
Yep. I like Chain Heal. It's a fun button. It used to be more fun because it was golden instead of blue, which I think was better.
Oh, the icon.
No, the actual spell.
Oh, interesting.
When Chain Heal was introduced long time ago, it was an extraordinarily powerful heal that only Horde had access to because Shamans were only Horde for a while in the beginning of WoW. And it sent out a golden beam of light, a Jesus laser of light, if you will, that I thought looked really, really cool. It got changed to the blue watery beam when Shamans got kind of redesigned with their class design into a class fantasy of being elemental and having water under their command as a healer. Rest of Shamans have Riptide and Healing Rain and a watery chain heal. Which some people enjoy. I liked the old gold graphic a little bit better.
I think having it be more fitting to the character's sort of lore and style makes a lot of sense, but I can understand also wanting the gold. Would you ever, and this is not me trying to put ideas in Blizzard's heads, but we are in heroic splits, so now's the time. Would you ever want skins for spells?
Yes. Something I've talked about before. I think that there's a lot of room for cosmetic spell changes and skins, essentially, right? And I think that I talked about this somewhat in Legion, where the artifact weapons kind of operated that way. Everyone had an artifact weapon in Legion, and you had skins for those weapons that were really, really cool. Lots of spells have room for that, and they have that kind of already, right? Boomkin, for example, famously looks like a big dumb chicken waddling around, but you can use Glyph of Stars to look like a human instead, or a troll or whatever, like astral creation instead. I think that's cool, and I think there's a lot of room for that. Paladin wings are golden angelic wings, but you could sell, butterfly wings or wasp wings or any number of fairy wings, anything you wanted there. Shadow form could be different colors and forms for the priests as well. They have skins already for druids with different kinds of cats and bears that you can turn into: large bear, dire bear, owl bear, regular old bear. So I would love the idea of more skins being acquirable in WoW.
I can see that. I think adding that level of customization is always a bonus, right? Like, it gives people more ability to RP if they want, but also things look cool.
Yeah, looking cool.
It's nice to have your big spells look cool.
You can't underestimate the impact of transmog, right? Looking good is feeling good is playing good is doing more damage is getting world first, and therefore your transmog will help you get world first.
That's 100% true.
Which is why it's so unfortunate to look at Jinji's right now.
Yeah.
Shameful.
He's got a cool hat on, though.
Yeah, shameful.
I think anyone with a cool hat. It met different types of trees.
Yeah, tree forms.
Yes.
The old treant form.
I'd probably be a spruce.
Form. Do you know what I mean, I don't even know what it's a tree, but I don't know what a spruce
it's a cool
looks
little
like.
tree.
It's one of the evergreen trees, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
It would be coniferous
instead of deciduous.
Yeah.
There's no hope for us.
Yeah.
Can we name more tree types?
Well, I was thinking dromedary or whatever the other type of camel is now.
Starts with a B.
Oh, backland? Is it backland?
I know it starts with a B. I don't know what kind it is. You're going to look it up?
Yeah, I'm going to Google it.
He's going to Google camel.
Are we still allowed to do this in Mythic Week? I don't know how serious we want to be.
If splits are going, you can Google camel types while we're casting Brood Twister for the
Bactrian.
Bactrian, yeah.
Yes, because it's on its back.
Yep, the B instead of
yeah, it's got the two humps.
The D, two humps, yeah.
It should be Backbean, really, shouldn't it? Instead of Bactrian.
I don't think they were thinking about that when they named it. I think it's out of the Latin or something.
I mean, probably.
Yeah. So let's see. We have one split working on Brood Twister. Canex working on Sikran.
Yeah, that's Mirrors' group.
That's Mirrors' group. And then group...
Thaina's group is setting up for... That looks like Kiveza
I think that's the... Is that not the first boss?
Oh, is that first?
I think that's first boss because Minnie's in it, right?
Is that Ulgrax?
Can we go to Banner POV? So yeah, so we can just see what's going on.
Is that Ulgrax?
Lift your camera. Yeah, I think this is a new split.
Okay.
I think this is the new split.
He's only got 48 minutes left on his food buff. When did he last eat?
If you just...
It could be Silken Court.
All of the rooms are like these polygonal like rings. I can't tell.
It says Silken Court in the top right, so that does make sense.
Yep. All right. What's Mini doing right now? Can we go to Mini POV? Just sitting here.
There we are. Just waiting.
Yeah, he's just not in a split right now.
He's 630 in eye level on this character.
That is a good character. He also looks somewhat smug about it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you blame him?
Well, I've been talking to him for the last few days, and he was very annoyed about the fact he hadn't found a main yet. So now if he has found one, I'm sure he's a little bit more satisfied.
If he has.
Yeah, if.
It may or may not be the case. It could just be that he's sitting out this round of splits and in the next round.
Mm-hmm. Very possible.
Yeah.
Just like you, preparing for that next round of splits.
Correct. Getting ready for that wrestler shaman to go in and do heroic. Provide us with content and entertainment, hopefully without griefing the group too much.
I mean, I don't think you were. Last time you did a split, you were second. Well, not the blindfolded time, but before that, you were second on the healing meters. So I don't think the skill has left you just quite yet.
It's heroic rating. It shouldn't be too terribly difficult.
Wow, that's one of those things that good players say, and the rest of us sit here saying, I wiped on Rashanan for 2 hours the other day.
Listen, I'm not demeaning normal or heroic progression, which is absolutely valid. Play at whatever skill level you want, or with the friends you want to play with, regardless of their skill level. I'm just saying that I would be an extraordinarily degree of washed if I went from World First Jailer to unable to successfully complete heroic.
That is true.
Right. Or else I was really carried back then, which is not outside the realm of possibility.
I doubt that's true. Brood Twister here should die. Has ingested a little bit more black blood, but with only 5% left on hold.
It's
delicious.
Gonna be fine.
Delicious black blood.
We had some last night.
Oh, we did?
Blood sausage.
Blood sausage.
I had a lot of firsts last night here in Cologne. We wanted to go to a kind of authentic German experience, so we went to a local restaurant that was excellent. But I had never had blood sausage before. I had never had the name of the Met, which sounds like, is that just meat?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. It was a big pile of raw pork on a bun. I had never even contemplated the idea of eating raw pork before. And it was interesting because I had like this strange dichotomy of responses to trying it, which I did manage to bring myself to try it against my visceral judgment. And I had two responses, one of which was, it tasted good. My mouth was telling me this is good food, while some part of my stomach and or brain was saying, you're eating raw pork, stop right now, this is terrible. Right? That visceral, unreasoning response from childhood training and acclimatization or whatever.
I mean, it's definitely something we're trained into from childhood.
Exactly.
It's like, don't eat raw pork, right?
Exactly. There's no rational
worms
reason.
and such in there. But I think the first time with Met is always an experience. After that, I like it. It's not something I'd eat every day, but I do like a little metagill, a little hedgehog made of raw meat. You stick some onions into it.
Make it look all pretty.
Yeah, like a little hedgehog. It's very tasty.
Hedgehogs are cute. Yeah.
Also spiky.
That's true.
Yeah. A little bit like you, kind and soft on the inside, but the outer shell a little spiky.
I think you found I'm kind of soft on the outside too.
Oh, don't say that.
But and then we had that pork knuckle, which was excellent. It was overall a very fun experience. Last night here in Cologne.
Yeah, had some Kolsch as well.
Kolsch,
which comes out in those very small glasses.
Yeah, they're shot glasses of beer.
Yeah, 200 mils, right? So for us, a shot. For Jordan, that's a whole day's worth of liquid.
Let's just say not American size. Let's put it that way.
Very true.
Although the servings were.
Yes.
They brought out chest-sized platters of food. It was phenomenal. Anyway, we had a really good time last night. Some pictures out there on Twitter. Check out anyone's of the Twitter if you want to see the casters and crew enjoying the Cologne restaurant. As we continue working our way through splits. If you're not sure what's going on, we are doing 3 rounds of splits right now, several splits throughout the course of the day, acquiring vast quantities of gear to boost our item level several more points. It'll be very interesting to see. Liquid went in and did 4 bosses at 614 item level after those 3. That's the item level with which they killed the 4th boss. They're now doing heroic splits, so we don't know what their item level is either after they complete the heroic splits. It's always fun and informative after all splits are done and boss and guilds are actually working on real progression bosses what the item level is. Last tier, item level was virtually identical.
Yeah, it's like 0.1 difference between the two,
basically identical, which suggests that they had equal preparation and equal luck doing their splits. Sometimes those splits are done differently, but they turned out the same. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow or the next day when they start working on real progression bosses if their varying approaches to split strategies have paid off for either guild in terms of actual item level gains. Because sometimes you have a significant item level gap that has a very large impact on the race.
Yeah, but sometimes it's also about how your team finds motivation, right? So sometimes a team will want to do, it's like Mythic's out. Let's just get some Mythic bosses down, we'll find joy in that, and then we can reset and go back to heroic splits, and we accept that. We want that little moment of the fun part of the raid, and then we'll go back to dealing with the not so fun part of the raid. But for other guilds, it might be, hey, we're in heroic splits. Let's not get to the fun yet. Let's have that wave of momentum when we start doing Mythic and carry that through to bosses 5, 6, 7, 8. And instead, we want to get all the item level we can at the start and sort of deal with the bad part of, you know, heroic and Mythic raiding to start us off. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going through Scripe's mind. I think he just likes having as much eye level and as much information as possible.
Yeah.
But you have to remember it's a 2-3 week long race. Like, the players' morale, working out how best to motivate the players is incredibly important.
Absolutely true. Could not agree more. And I don't know that it's going to be that much of a concern today for Scripe. As you said, he's just trying to get everyone's main chosen and the item level acquired and the raid as powerful as possible before heading into Mythic. Pardon me, but they are certainly looking forward to getting into Mythic. This is just one of the necessary chores they have to get through first.
It is. Oh, we got a few coughs coming out from my co-caster there. Let's just get those lungs cleared out. Get yourself a little bit of water on board as well.
Indeed, sir.
Not too much complicated here with Rashanan, as you see the waves of toxin going out to the sides. Now, we'll get a bit of a raid damage from those AoEs, and don't have to worry about too much, really. The big things you need to work on are the interrupts when Rashanan moves over to one of these other platforms. You need to get one off, and then Rashanan will jump up, go to the next platform as well. Already at 22.5%. I wonder if we'll see a kill before Rashanan decides to jump away from here. After this, we have the soak. We'll land, put some swirlies down, then... Oh, we did get the interrupt off. Okay, cool. On the acidic eruption, everyone gets knocked back. The soak comes in. You want to soak this with as many people as possible. On Mythic, you have to soak it with at least 4. There is a strategy to say just a couple of people soak it. You get yeeted off the edge. We can still kill the boss with that. But on Mythic, you need to make sure you have at least 4 people in there. Otherwise, everyone is going to die.
Yes, we have a winner of our Scimitar. The Corsair Mouse has been won by King Bloody 96. Congratulations, King Bloody 96. Make sure that you have your DMs open so that someone can get in touch with you and find out how to send you your Roger loot. Unless, perchance, you can trade. Do you need? Can we acquire that?
Do you need?
Can you trade that? I would like that loot.
Yep, it's got haste on it. It's very important
That's true.
For me, yeah.
Also, accuracy and, you know, all kinds of other stats that improve your gameplay. So this boss will have a couple of significant changes on Mythic. Obviously not so much as to present a significant challenge to Liquid, who one-shot the boss, but they did have some deaths to it because there are some dangerous Mythic changes. Once you get webbed, you need to make sure you remain spread out because you will explode. There's an additional mechanic to dodge with lines of webs being fired out. And as you said, at least a certain threshold of players must soak it, although that's not a problem. Typically, you just have everyone soak anyway. Then the final change, and the one that could cause a wipe if a team is arrogant or insufficiently prepared, is you have to land the kick because she will, every time she casts, she will buff herself and do 50% more damage with subsequent casts, which will quickly escalate and wipe you if you do not land your kick sufficiently quickly.
Yeah, but I don't really see that being a problem. Like, it's a kick every...
You would have to mess up.
Every 20% of the boss bar, someone is going to have a kick, and you just have to get 2 of them through. Right, there's Rashanan falling. Let's see if we get anything interesting. I know Rashanan drops a neck. There's a neck that's kind of good from Rashanan, if I remember correctly. I may be incorrect.
I'm not sure. The only loot I have, memorized dropping are the trinkets.
Yeah,
the very rare loot from Sakran. The very, very rare necklace from Sakran and the very, very rare ring.
Maybe it's Sakran that drops the neck.
If you're thinking about the rare neck, it's Sakran.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, the Sakran necklace is very, very interesting. It has an effect on it whereby when you get healed, there's a chance that it procs. And when it procs, healer gets mana, nobody cares. But also, you get a versatility proc, which increases your damage. And that we care about deeply. Echo farmed that boss heavily on Heroic, doing a vast number of splits of that boss to try to get as many of those necklaces as possible. They think that might be impactful in the race. We might see some of that again this week. They also farmed Heroic on Srek. Obviously, that boss drops a lot of really great loot. The Omni token is very good. But trying to get that ring, which is similarly very rare and has an additional proc that gives you more damage. We saw a couple people get those rings in their vault this morning.
Yeah, we did. Seal of the Poison Pact, I believe it's called, but we saw a lot of them drop on the last couple of days of Heroic as well. So in terms of rings, I think we are ringed out. You know, we have enough of them. We've ringed out the boss for her rings.
Well done.
Good one. Also looking for those trinkets for Spymaster's Web, for the Whispers one, where you get the messages from the Beyond. The dagger as well seems to be a pretty high choice on a lot of people's lists.
Yes, that's from Delves or Delve Loot. And then you also have the Treacherous Transmitter.
That's the Whispers one. Yeah,
which is a phenomenally good trinket, giving you an enormous amount of main stat. If you can acquire that, you are happy. Silken Court going down here for Thanor's group, which is good. That is the last boss they'll be doing in the split because they're doing every boss except for Queen Ansarek. Last week they did bifurcated splits, separating the raid into kind of the first 3 and the middle 4 and then the final boss so that they could do that Sikran farming. I don't think they're going to do Sikran farming specifically, so they're just running through all of the first 7, saving the Ansareks for later because that, again, anything that Scripe can do to increase his ability to leverage splits, to maximize the loot put on the people who are mains, he's going to take advantage of. So they're running these splits of the first 7 bosses in order to get a lot of loot, identify mains, and then have engineered Ansarek splits to acquire more rings and the Omni tokens as necessary to fill out the final bits of tier.
Lots of dead people in this raid.
That's okay though.
2,
the boss at
4,
9.
6, 8, 10 people dead.
Yes, but
the boss should still die.
None of them are Echo Raiders, or very, very few. And we do still have a couple of healer mains alive, and the boss is very low, 7% in this Endless Night.
Obviously, at the start of the Endless Night, it's the 3rd intermission phase for Kiveza. You
3
have
seconds remaining.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be fine.
Ugly.
Nah, it'll be okay.
All right,
you told me it'll be
your biggest
okay.
personals. The boss is at 3%.
Survive.
No, I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's a caster curse.
Do we have an Ankh where someone can just yeet something at the boss as it tries to reset?
We do have an Ankh. It's on a DPS shaman who would die instantly the next tick.
Yeah.
Wall Life doing its best to stay alive, but unable to do it. Off tanking on that Prot Warrior. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of Princess wipes today. I think at this point, every group has wiped to her at least once.
And she's just a damage check, and as you say, we're splitting out a lot of the Echo Raiders, so it's not surprising that can be a couple of teething issues from time to time when you're running through all these splits.
True, although not ideal. It is Mythic Week. Mythic is available. You want to get through these splits as quickly and expeditiously as possible. There's a couple of balancing considerations. If you stacked these raids with nothing but Echo Raiders, you would not wipe and you get through them very fast, but you would get less loot. If you stacked them with, 1 or 2 Raiders per group and ran 5 at once and 28 helpers, you get way more loot.
You would.
But your wipe chances would go up considerably and you'd spend more time acquiring it. So Scripe playing that balancing game, how weak can he make the groups by adding more helpers to acquire the most possible loot without wasting too much time? And that's a difficult balance. Scripe typically, along with the Echo team, erring on the side of more loot is better even if it takes more time. We can always catch up by yoinking strats and blasting through the same bosses that NA blasted through. And once having caught up, extra loot, extra item level may be determinative of the race.
Yeah, but there is always the risk that Liquid come back on tomorrow and are strong enough to clear a couple of bosses. And then you're looking at, well, we haven't done a single Mythic. Wake up in the morning, they're at 6 of 8. What are we going to do from here? Obviously, Silken Court and Ansarek looking like the big walls of the tier, but it does start to play in your mind a little bit when you are falling behind and you're seeing another team, although they do have 12 hours of extra progress on you, just starting to extend that lead.
Yes, that's true. That can certainly prey on the mind, particularly of chat, right? Who typically looks at 6 of 8 down or 7 of 8 down and thinks that means that the raid is 6/8 done or 7/8 done.
We're halfway there, guys.
Which is certainly not the case. Typically, on a well-tuned tier, the final boss is 50% or more, or even a significant majority of the time spent on the raid. These players in Echo are pros. They've played from behind for a very, very long time. They won't allow their mental to be diminished or impacted by being 4, 5, 6, 7 bosses behind. They know that if the tier is long enough and difficult enough, then they will have the opportunity to catch up, and that item level gain might be determinative. Scrap has proven time and time again at this juncture that regardless of how many bosses die in North America on day 1 or day 2, he's going to get the item level and then go in, and he will be excoriated for that by chat, who will be certain that it is irretrievable, it is over, GG, raid done, 6 bosses down, 7 bosses down, you can't possibly catch up. But it's happened in the past that they have caught up. There have been several tiers where every single boss dies day 1. It happened in Antorus. It happened in Battle for Dazara Lore. And then the last boss takes an entire additional week or longer because that's just how that power curve was tuned. And then that item level becomes very, very important.
It does.
It can also, though, you're right, there is a risk. There is a risk, as has happened in previous tiers, where the splits are done too inefficiently, too much time wasted between runs, too much time wasted in runs with wipes, and you lose so much time in Mythic progression that you fall behind, never catch up, and do lose. That happens as well. So a difficult strategic balancing act that we will be sure to consult chat's opinion on before advising Scrappers what he should do.
What should he do?
What should Scrap do?
What should Scrap do?
Chat knows. We have the most sophisticated, intelligent, and game-intensive chat on the planet.
Oh, do we?
We do.
I thought that was in League of Legends streams.
No.
It's
our chat here in Echo is the most
first?
sophisticated, intelligent, and brilliant gamers on the planet.
All of them with 3,000 rating day 1.
Pat yourselves on the back, chat. And also pat yourself on the back for the phenomenal $3,273 raised for Games for Love. You guys have done a wonderful job of raising money for that charity, which does some great work.
Yeah, it's been incredible so far. I'm looking forward to listening to the low-wave music beats that we are going to get, the meme song.
I can't wait.
That we hit 3,000. At 4,000, we have you having a makeup makeover.
It's about time.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but that beard's got to go.
That's not happening.
It's got to go.
Not happening.
Just cut it off.
No,
it's
can't do
too
that.
magnificent. It eclipses the rest of us.
It eclipses my face.
Preach doesn't even have a beard because he's so scared of yours.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, I mean,
not having a beard in 2024.
I can't at all. And then obviously we have many more incentives throughout the course of the race, including race cars around the studio, including whose cast is it anyway, including cosplays, painting, tattoos, depending on how far we get up that.
I would love nothing more than for the two of us to be getting tattoos live on set because we reached $40,000
We're getting them live on set?
I'm not saying we are. I'm saying I'd love nothing more.
Oh, sure.
I think it'd be fun.
Yeah, but is a tattoo artist going to come in here? Can we make it a sterile environment?
Probably not, but it'd be cool.
It would be very cool. I'll happily get the tattoo. I don't really want to do it in here. There have been too many beans in this room for me to be comfortable with getting a tattoo.
You're part of the problem.
But I didn't expect us to need to sterilize the area, you know?
The area. Do you sterilize air?
I mean, you do.
Is it bean-infested air?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's just bean particles all over the place.
I didn't know tattoo studios were so...
I don't think the whole thing is sterile, but you still want the...
Of course, you're injecting things into your body. I've never had a tattoo. Maybe you can tell.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would be funny, though, if my first tattoo was Sam's artwork of a spider or a crab somewhere.
Well, I'm getting the crab. So
you're getting the crab?
Yes.
Does that mean that I can't get the crab?
No, you can get the crab as well.
I'm willing to get the spider. I don't mind.
I think it's a personal choice. It's one of those things where I'm doing it because it's a fun thing to do for the charity, but also you are putting something on your body permanently, and that's an important choice to make, right?
I agree.
So, yeah.
That's why I'll be placing mine somewhere invisible.
On your butt.
On my butt.
On the butt.
Right above, in the small of the back. That's a traditional tattoo location.
Yeah, I hear that's a great spot.
That's a traditional tattoo location that I could indulge in. Imagine a little spider peeking out as I bend over.
Have I caught you in my web?
Yeah, so I think you were saying you were going to do a nautical themed sleeve.
Yeah, my hope is to slowly build up a sleeve on this arm, and I think a little
Thank you, production.
I think a little crab would be a good start to that. So
yeah, that sounds cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll get the spider. I'm not sure where to put it. Maybe on my shoulder blade or.
Yeah, I think so. Anything with bone hurts quite a lot. So this part of this tattoo hurt a lot, and then it goes onto my spine as well. That hurt quite a lot. Their spaces, you don't want too much loose like skin, but you also want a little bit of comfort. Butts are hard to tattoo because of how much space there is, like how much movement there is. Forearms tend to be good, but that is very obvious. Deltoid, you could get a delt. That you can hide that quite easily, but also it's not that painful because there's a bit of muscle there. So quite a lot of muscle in your case. So.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I do think we are getting through quite a few of these splits. Did you hear anything back from production about whether they need the shaman?
Yes. Okay, I think perhaps what we could do, because this is difficult to coordinate through production, let's do a listen in with Wave, and I'll go talk directly with Just Wait, who is coordinating assembly of these splits, and find out when I need to sign up to get my shaman in so that we can
because I don't want to miss that opportunity.
I don't want to miss that either.
So
let's send it over to comms, listen in with Wave, take a little break, and get my shaman into one of these runs.
Oh. And now we watch our feet again. You can use some defensives here if you still have them. And then only the blue marker is gonna break an egg. Coming up very soon. The other ones, make sure to not break an egg, so just don't stand close to them. Blue, you will be breaking next to the boss. Good guess, yeah, you can go next to the boss. Everyone else, don't break one. Perfect. Amazing. And we can get a boss.
Oh, bro, I muted. I was calling the rest of the healers. The rest is the random healer. Like,
yeah, we should have, I guess.
I'm the only one who's spelling on it. I just spelled 3.
We checked the dispels after this fight. I think I have quite many dispels.
Yeah, but there was 3 dispels in one wave, is not.
Checking dispels.
I did not dispel in that fight, man. Dispel healing.
Yeah, you could use a master spell on some guy because he was melee and sending
Make sure the rest help us as well. I don't know if someone is doing it.
Delos is doing it. Go.
Yeah, Swag, I know, but that's only if people know what's up. You know? I mean, I think I disagree with this. I think it's bad, yeah.
I definitely keep the X clear. I don't know if that's on him.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Good already.
I mean, just don't do everything, yeah. No one is here.
Yeah, just wait.
The first
you can wait at the first pack and then pull both together.
I don't know what the fear game from last time, but I'm gonna stop it. I never got fear before on this stretch.
It's the Whisperer, I think.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, after this.
For the channel.
Okay, I'm back now.
Huh?
Quick RL gank.
After the mirrors, usually I prefer a little bit more hearty breakfast. Like light breakfast is kind of okay, I guess, you know, keep the stomach.
But you don't like the light breakfast?
Yeah, I think usually my breakfast is a little bit bigger when I'm at home.
I really enjoy
Like it?
Yeah.
Would like to eat more. A little bit hungry always for lunch.
I mean, no, we're getting. No, that is fine to be hungry, but we are getting a snack before lunch, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Oh, that's what we decided yesterday, so.
I mean, if there's some snack between.
Yeah, there should be.
Yeah, me too.
Just get a snack. I don't know, you can also get a... I have a happy hippo here if you want, yeah?
Take it.
Okay, hyper fence on this boss, that's very important. There's two different things you need to watch out for. They're both private auras, so you need to either look with your eyes or with the private aura, Vigor frame, whatever you have. The first one is a circle around you that you need to bring to one of the world markers. Just very important, if you go to a world marker and someone is there already, just go to the next one. That's about it. Out of this portal there will be a image spawning that will fixate certain people. If you are fixated, the arrow that they're pointing at you will be turning red, meaning this will be your ad and it's easy to see. This arrow you just need to turn away from the raid, anywhere outside in the room, because we're going to be playing in the inside of the room. After both playing the portal and the line, you're going to get an 8-second debuff outside that you need to wait outside with, and then you explode with it, shoot out some balls, and then you can join the team again. This is very important. If you explode inside the raid, we most likely wipe. In the intermission, you have some pizza slices to dodge. There you just go left and right and you just dodge some slices. And you have Farak blazes. With those, you just make sure to not move around last second, and especially just don't move around too much. Pulling.
If you have the debuff on the outside, just try not to aim it in the middle, and then we can actually heal you without being worried about getting sniped.
True. You will see like arrows coming out of you where you're shooting. And then we have the circus coming up first here. Find yourself a nice world marker. Beautiful. And then you explode outside. Watch out, the rift is quite close. Don't touch the rift, guys, you will die. And then we have the lines coming up here. Look for the red one and aim it out if you have the debuff. Beautiful. Just like that. Now you stay outside and explode outside. One is inside the melee, make sure to move out. Good. Then we're gonna get sucked a little bit to our back. And then we have lines coming up here again. Make sure to aim them out. One hit the melee camp a little bit. Make sure to press a personal and go out, guys. Do not explode a melee. Very important. Okay, there's a portal in melee as well. You need to watch out. Don't get sucked into it. Walk against it. Okay, extra spicy. Intermission coming up. Yeah, if you're scared, just use a defensive or health stone, health tonic, and don't move around too much with these places if you can avoid it. Yeah. Now we have the circus coming up. Make sure to find yourself a nice word marker. Very nice. Now you stay outside and explode outside. Beautiful.
Dodged the ball, good.
And then with the lines coming up, make sure to aim the line outside. If it's red, it's yours.
Out.
Ah, good, good, perfect. And then you explode outside, guys. We're gonna get sucked a little bit towards our back here. Not too much though. And then we have the lines coming up again. Make sure to aim the red one outside. Yeah, looking good. And you explode outside, guys. Again getting... no, it's fine. And then we have the second intermission coming up. This is the same as the first one. Just stay alive. Actually use defensive if you're dying. And then we're getting ready.
Yes, first one.
Yeah, I think I will get to one of your world markers. I think I will rest Murphy.
It's a mage.
Yeah. Then you stay outside and you explode outside. Should have used defensive as well. Don't explode inside the team here. Okay. And then we have the lines. Red lines going out. Make sure to go out if you have a debuff. And the line, look at it. One is in melee, going through melee. Ooh.
Okay, you're popping
all using
right
everyone using all defensives, and then you explode outside, guys. Not explode inside the raid. Okay, we live. There will be a heavy suck to the left. Do not get sucked into it. And then bring out the lines, please. Okay, this is looking better. Make sure to stay outside here. Don't explode inside the camp. Don't explode.
That's not good.
I mean, I think it's just AFF, guys, yeah.
Yep.
Just run. No, there's no portal anymore. Just stack up in the intermission.
We go again.
And, 2 lines in a row. Go to the red.
Yeah.
Hey guys, please make sure if you have a red line, if you see a red line anywhere in the room, it's yours. It's only red if it's on you.
You just get a little sound and stuff that you get getting targeted, and then you look around for a red line. And...
Don't release, by the way.
Yeah, masters.
We can master us.
Touching.
Using white flask.
Nice.
Let's get it.
Who knows? Oh, good one.
Mastery about?
And then we go out with the circus coming up here. And then you explode outside. Getting sucked a little bit towards our back. Not too bad though. And aiming our lines out. If it's red, it's your own. Make sure to bring it out. Very good. Then you explode outside, guys. And then with the lines coming up again. If it's red, it's yours. Make sure to aim it out. Yeah, looking good. And then you explode outside. And then we're going into the mission. If you're scared here or they're dropping low, just use a defensive. Very nice. And then we're getting ready. Circles will be carried out to the world markers. And then you explode outside, guys. Very nice. And then with the lines coming up, if it's red, it's yours, and you will carry it out. One is still going through the raid, watch out. Yeah, everyone who got hit, make sure to run out, press a defensive. Press a defensive, don't explode in melee. And then we have a heavy suck towards the front. Run, guys, run against it, run against it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go there.
Slow stun on release. No one release.
Because if you have, if you're hit by a charge or whatever, if you have Greenspan, the dot that shoots out the orbs, you are in danger. So consider a personal. Okay, Cookie, we get replacement done.
Yep, that's fine. Thank you very much. Sir.
We replace other people at the same time, just in case. Example, Murphy and Pinfine seem to struggle a bit, also with DPS.
I mean, they died on Polar then.
Yeah.
The previous attempt and other bosses as well.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think the first portal is so.
Yeah, then should they just with your two DPS maybe.
I just run at the same time during extra time, I think. Maybe.
Hello and welcome back to the Race to World First here from the SK Gaming Magenta facility in Cologne, Germany. I've been joined by a rat.
Rats!
Oh god.
Little rat, yeah.
He's got too much energy for
That's
this
right. You're feeling a little sleepy,
yeah,
Medic.
a little sleepy, maybe.
No, I don't think so. We're powering up, baby.
Okay. I'm ready. Let's do it. Jesse is setting up, getting ready to join a split on his Resto Shaman. You Resto Shamaning?
I am, sir, yes.
Yeah? Okay.
You're not going to troll this time, right?
I'm going to do my very best not to die within the next 30 seconds of the fight like I did in my first unfortunate attempt at Heroic the other day, entirely through my own poor gameplay.
Yeah.
What is it like being washed up?
It feels
You would know.
Well, I'm clean at this point. I
you're
was
so
washed up
clean.
and now I'm fresh.
Okay.
Yeah, but Jesse is, of course, devolving
Mhm.
in a sad way.
It's true. It's unfortunate to see, and it feels worse to live.
That is a dark mirror you look into every single morning.
Yeah. I avoid the mirror. It's too depressing.
Staring back at myself.
But now that I'm not blindfolded, I expect I'll be able to make my way through the raid relatively hazard-free.
That's good. So why are Echo considerably worse than Liquid? Talk to me, Goose.
Yeah, I mean, the big problem for Echo is that they know they're not good enough to kill Mythic bosses yet. I think Scribe hasn't actually looked up the research to see what the Mythic phases do. And overall, my question for Echo has to be, how far ahead can Liquid get? Because they're already 50% of the way through the raid, which, as we know, mathematically means they're 50% of the way towards completion.
That does mean, so approximately halfway done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to be a 2-day raid.
I do like we've already had some strategy changes day one of what is happening here. And did Liquid see something? Because they've said a little cheeky pull of what was there. Did they see something? And now their weak aura team can be like, okay, now go to your splits while we do all our business. Did Blizzard change something?
I mean, maybe. There's also the option of they saw the thing they expected to see, but just want some more eye level, right? They were also running 3 Devastation Evokers in those pools, which is something I don't think any of us expected to see.
No. I mean, they're probably preparing for those Evokers to switch over to different specs or whatever, but we want to make sure they get their loots from there. But an interesting play. I like it, because if they did see some changes that Blizzard's made since the PTR, now they're aware of it and can start working on strategies while the team goes.
So you're saying you don't like what Scribe's doing?
It's pros and cons to both.
Well, you explicitly said that you liked what Liquid were doing, which, as we know on the internet, means you hate every other option.
Well, yeah.
Cool.
Pretty much, yeah.
Screw you, Scribe.
I know the players hate it. Like, there's always pros and cons to both. The other side of it is you go Mythic, and then you have to come out of Mythic mode. Even though it's one-shots, right? But you are in Mythic. You're there. You're set up and ready to go. And then you've got to stop and then restart back into Mythic.
I think that it was probably very tempting to potentially go straight into Mythic this morning, and maybe they would have if it weren't for the fact that the way this expansion released, they had leveled more characters than ever before. Heroic Week gave them opportunity to gear more characters than ever before, and I think a significant portion of the players in Echo just don't have a main yet, and it would of course be ludicrous to go and kill 4 Mythic bosses on characters that might not actually be your main. That would have forced them to choose mains, where in fact we saw them opening the Great Vaults, not even looting the Great Vaults because they're still picking through. If I get a split on this character, then I can take this ring instead of this tier, and then suddenly I've got a new potential main that I didn't otherwise have because it's the Ansarek ring. I think coming out of these splits, they'll have mains picked, and then they'll go Mythic. But before then, they just weren't ready.
Is there ever a risk of analysis paralysis because you have so many characters where it's like, well, this could be my main, but this could have 1 extra item level. However, it doesn't have BIS stats in all of the positions, right? There's the joy of having lots of options, but there's also the negative of we have so many options that actually it takes us an extra hour, 2 hours to fully do the analysis of what would be the best in slot.
Oh, yeah, 100%. I mean,
I'm just so smart.
Yeah, they are used to it.
Yeah.
So at some point, like, they know that's probably going to be it. At this point, there's likely 1 or 2, right? Like we said yesterday, we did see, I mean, it was friendly, but Perfecto and Kush were, like, arguing over who was definitely going to be a rogue.
Did you see them with their Great Vaults this morning?
No.
Kush's Great Vaults, I think, were much better. Perfecto's. Because Perfecto was looking over at Kush and just like, hey.
Yeah. Kush is screwed. This was the argument. So, the last couple of races, Perfecto has been benched because Kush just got so much luckier on his character, and there was only space for 1 rogue. And so, Perfecto would sit there like, dude, and Kush just got like full BIS all the way through, and just that whoever had they're both so incredibly good.
Yeah.
Who has the better gear, right? That's what Scribe's looking at. It's like, you got better gear, you're going, and Perfecto this time has way better gear than Kush. So that's why Perfecto was grinning from ear to ear. And also, we need the Greek representation. With Roger being outside, if we don't have 1 Greek, we're not going to win. And it should also be pointed out, Perfecto is probably, if they get the race to world first this time, Perfecto has the most world first kills in the world, because I think he'd overtake Roger at that point.
Oh, really?
It was Roger, but Roger's washed up now.
What's Roger at, like 14?
I think Roger's about, 14 for him and 13 for Perfecto, or 14. I think they were even.
Okay.
Well, surely it's the Super Bowl, right? It still counts if you're the coach.
No.
Did we give them a ring?
Yes, doesn't the coach get a ring?
I don't think Roger's getting a ring. Roger's getting a laundry list, and that's what he's dealing with there all day, every day.
He's getting a ring from the laundryman saying, why on earth does this say just wait on it again?
I am writing so much weird stuff on my laundry now because I know the guy hates it. I'm going to write so many weird instructions just to annoy Roger more than anything else.
I can
understand that.
But yeah, he doesn't have anything else on his plate this week, right, to do.
Well, he did say to us that once Mythic Week started, that was it. The mothering of Roger Brown would come to an end. But I was in the gym this morning. He come sprinting in to check the laundry situation.
Oh, really?
I was like, I thought you were done, Roger. He went,
who else is going to pick it up? You have to bench someone first, and then it becomes either Cush's or Perfecto's job.
I can see Potter doing it.
Yeah,
yeah, Cush is now in charge of laundry. We are screwed. We are absolutely screwed if Cush takes over. But yeah, if Perfecto also has a better vault, that's likely Perfecto locked in on that rogue.
Yeah.
But we might see 2 rogues. Rogues are kind of disgusting.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And it is like we were just pontificating on their facial reactions to the vault opening. So it's very possible there's something else going on, and maybe you have good loot drop from these heroic splits as well, which would push you over the edge. We are trying to get Jeeth into one of these heroic splits. I don't know how the party organization is going over there.
I am in a split. It doesn't have Echo players yet. The goal here, of course, is to get the splits running, filled with helpers, and trash cleared before the Echo group that's going to be coming in is done with the previous split, so they can slide straight from one group collecting loot to the next group collecting loot with minimal time wasted in between, because any time in Heroic or wasting time in between is very wasted time with Mythic available to walk into at any point. So we're currently clearing trash. Interestingly, we're in a lockout with the first 2 bosses dead. We are starting directly from Sikran, so omitting the first 2 that don't drop the tier and don't have that very rare necklace drop.
Because we have been doing all the bosses so far on splits with all of the Echo players, so getting a little bit further into the raid does mean the splits will be quicker, and perhaps just means that we don't really want anything to drop from those first 2 anymore. There's nothing valuable enough for our raiders to pick up. We do also have our overlay working now.
It's beautiful.
It is very pretty. Do you want to walk us through it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is something we've wanted as casters for ages, because World of Warcraft, notorious for everybody having a different interface. So even though it's better for you guys, it's honestly something we've requested, because they'll swap to a different POV. It's the best POV to see what's going on, but they have combat res up somewhere else. If they're like a rogue, they don't even have raid frames on because they couldn't care less if somebody dies. They just have a damage meter taking over. And we're looking for crucial information. So now this is built. It is absolutely clean. That means no matter who we swap to, you will be able to instantly gauge what's going on. So you can see this one at the bottom of the screen. It shows the health, and it's live. It's updating as the boss's HP is going down. We've got the energy bar down at the bottom as well. Most of the things here in this raid can be done without add-ons, which I know some people are not really getting, but for sure you can, because it's a lot of it is based on energy bars and things that are happening in this raid, so you can see that energy bar. But not only that, we can see where the Bloodlust has been used. We can see combat res timers. Have they got one available? Right now, no. How long combat's been going on, so we know when they're going to get their next one. And the best percentage, which is obviously what they've done and with how many wipes they've had, things like that. So you'll be able to look in at a glance. So if you're like, I don't know this guy's, I don't know Hopeful's UI, where does he keep this information? In fact, I'm looking now. His combat res time is just above his damage meter, and it just CR0, but that's something we're used to now after years of like scan the screen, where is that information, so we can get it done. And now it's all just live updating, regardless of who we cut to, you'll get that information.
Yeah, and that's very helpful for me as well, because I'm not used to it.
Yeah.
I'm used to things being in very specific spots on the screen. Hopeful very happy his new Great Vault slots have opened up. If we do go to the second reset, of course, we will be going back through this process next Wednesday morning. I kind of want us to go to a second reset. I think it's always nice to have that extra layer of difficulty, that layer of complexity, but also World starts in 7 days, so perhaps it'll be like a few people I hear.
I mean, 1 or 2 people are going to watch, whatever. But if you do it, you do you. But yeah, you're right though. Echo wants a second reset. They generally want that second reset. About day 10 is ideal for Echo. If it's too short, it's very difficult for them to overcome any sort of lag due to the earlier start. Although it wasn't that bad this time, because obviously the US had extended maintenance, so it's not that different. The differential isn't as big as we've seen in the past, and it won't be considered that for the next few polls. Are you in this one, Jeeth? Because they are at Rashodon.
No. I am sitting in front of the Sikran room, clearing trash. I believe you'd be able to tell because my name would be on the screen.
I'm not reading every unit frame,
Yeah,
dude.
it's
Like,
very difficult to
even
read the unit
blues.
frames. That's what we've learned
That's
recently.
the story that we're sticking to with show pair.
Well, if they give us a big TV, then we wouldn't have this problem, would
Yeah,
we?
exactly,
Like,
right.
we're working with amateur equipment all the time, right?
Some of the raiders also have UIs that are a little bit hard to read. Fonts that are not
especially the
super
fonts. Yeah, they kind of blend into each other. You need that black outline around them to make sure you know exactly what the fonts are. But yeah, Rationale not too complicated on heroic. You're just making sure that you're spreading out.
Clever fight, though. This is clever. For the average, we're doing heroic pugs, right? So there's a wide array of skill levels in there. This fight is designed in a really clever way. Not going to see a problem for Echo, likely. But the way it punishes you is just if people die. You can push all the way to the end of the fight, but the dragon that is based on the amount of people in the raid, even though you can keep going, you can keep DPSing, at a certain point you just cannot survive it whatsoever just because somebody died earlier on. It punishes you in a not particularly damage way, it punishes you in a mistakes way and presents lots. This surprisingly, what they're not going to do it now, they're going to spawn the ads. When he runs, it's an enormous amount of damage on the raid, which we weren't prepared for when we did this last week, like say, viewer pug. Just moving between here and wherever he lands is crazy amounts of damage onto the raid if you don't prep it properly. It's a surprising... You consider with all the chaos that's happening on the screen that would be the most dangerous, but it's not. It's this. Right, okay. Right.
Oh, that was amazing. Thank you.
This is the attitude that I to deal with. Did you deal with this?
No, they love me.
No, okay. All right. Well, let's just pour drinks all over this stream deck.
The thing about the damage on the raid is obviously you have the puddles down on the ground and they do a huge amount of tick damage, as you say. You can just walk around them, though. And I don't know if perhaps you hadn't noticed that strategy when you were playing
No,
the raid.
explain it to me,
yeah,
Ned.
you just walk around the puddles and you don't actually get hit with any of the damage.
Oh, that's not what gets you. There's a lot of other damage that's going on in that phase. The puddles aren't even that bad. You can skip through them. I think they're more of they're almost like bait. Like they will hurt, but nowhere near as bad as
there's going to be so many people standing in those puddles now that you've told them that.
That's what I said,
It's going to wipe the raids.
Yeah, I legitimately said, look, go and stand in them.
Just stand in the
slash
puddles.
dance,
They're just
emote.
bait, you know? Actually, you get healed.
Yeah,
That's why it's green, because
they're a
it
damage
tops
buff.
your health up.
Yeah, messing around with them isn't too... You can run straight through them and be kind of okay.
Yeah.
As long as you're not a flimsy loser class, you're going to be okay. And there's a lot of fun to be had here. Honestly, the best part about this fight, though, from a player standpoint, is people trying to figure out the lines.
Yes.
Even though it's in the dungeon, and Blizzard are clever, they've put it in the dungeon. You have practice with it. It's on the Dawnbreaker dungeon, but you still see people cross over, and you have to stand still. And I was raid leading, and I'm like, no. And then they separate out. Again, you're like, okay, thank God.
Thank you.
But if someone gets confused and they keep running to the side, you're like, oh, no.
I actually think that mechanic is easier on Mythic, because it targets 3 people, but all of the lines are in different directions. So you don't just have these 2 vertical lines. Instead, you have 2 that are on a diagonal and 1 that's going vertically down, horizontally down. It makes it a lot easier to not overlap and then be wondering which side your wave is going to come out from. Obviously, the rest of the fight a bit more difficult on Mythic. But
nothing the guys are going to contend with. This
is a one-puller.
It's a one-banger. Yeah. This is where we see the silly wipe happen, because we have seen in the past... The early bosses, Echo almost doesn't read the Mythic mechanic, and they don't even know what the boss does. They're in a little bit of an awkward spot here because of where the pools have landed. There is some RNG elements.
I was told those were bait.
Not when you ring over, and it will land randomly. It's kind of like sludge fist bait, is that some will target players and then others will just randomly dot around. They usually do it in a radius of the boss, so there'll be this invisible radius, summon players, and then extras to fill it out.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it can land a little randomly. So they're in a little spot of bother here on the next drag. With 30 man, this amount of people can be a bit of a questionable play as to what you want to do. The way I got around this, because this was very familiar to our first kill, I just sent the healers in and we saluted them as they worthily sacrificed their souls so the DPS could stay alive and kill it. But the energy bar is still a ways off. 7%? We might have the takeoff. Is this boss still bugged? Do we know if they fixed it?
It is a bug. I don't know what the bug was.
Oh, you don't know the bug. So it happened to us. Is if Rashanan takes off and he dies in the air, he lives infinitely. You can't kill him.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's really frustrating. He'll just land on 0.1% HP and he'll just laugh at you. And
they did fix that.
Oh, thank God, because it was really annoying.
Yeah, I can see how that would be slightly frustrating. Just pounding down on this unkillable bug. I do think they'll survive this. It's Acidic Eruption. There's the Interrupt from Nice Memes.
Yeah, here's the next one. They're going to just sack some people. They're going to send randos into this, I think. We'll see. I don't think they're going to do a group soak. I wonder what they'll do. They'll know the math on it. I don't know the exact math of what's needed to survive this, because you can cheese it by being a little bit at the furthest part. They are sending everyone in. Yeah. Back of the pool.
Does it die before the soak comes out?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that's why, because there's a bare minimum of people need to be in it, so it doesn't insta-wipe you. Yeah, send the healers. Walk the green mile, boys.
Goodbye.
Oh, look at Perfecto. Kush, I just got 2 more items, Kush. It was the best day ever. You won't believe it, Kush. Look how good my character is. Have you seen it? Let me send me my armory. Watch, I'm going to screenshot it for you now, dude.
And Kush is just like, oh, please shut up.
Yeah, that's really great news, that Perfecto.
It's really good. I'm so glad the raid is going to do really well.
And this Perfecto, Nice Memes, he keeps fucking coming to me with his fucking character. I don't give a shit, right? Oh, I've got a nice dagger. Ooh, I'm Perfecto.
I'm glad that we have that listening wave function just live on the cast.
That's
right
how
here,
Kush sounds all the time.
Yeah.
It's just attitude. And but fun news, Kush did not know there was caffeine in Coca-Cola.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So when he said he was off caffeine.
Kush came to me and Nagura while we were in the kitchen. He said, "No, I'm not having caffeine. I'm being pure, so I'm just going to grab a Coke." We're like, I said, "It's got caffeine." They went, "No, it hasn't." I'm like, yeah, it does. And then he read the bottle and he looks at it and he goes, "It's like 10 milligrams. It's whatever.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's fine."
What is 10 milligrams really when you think about it?
I'm not going down that road. I don't know what you've been up to in Berlin, but you can leave that alone. In the UK, we don't have any of those issues.
Oh, yeah, you don't?
No. Pure as driven snow. Every single day of the week. But this is the fight on Mythic we're all looking forward to.
Yes, this is going to be the real challenge. It's so many extra mechanics, including those marks that you have to pick up at the start of the fight, meaning both the red and the blue players have to dance around each other. If you get hit, you then have these motes spawning. That means the enemy has to pick up those motes and make it... the opposing mark has to pick up those motes. Also, things like the debuffs being high. Instead of 3 debuffs, you get 5 that you have to put off onto Takaj. The webs that you have to lay in front of a Nerub-ar being more, so you have to put 3 across. Mechanics that just increase the amount of movement in the fight, where if you touch a person of the opposing mark, you blow up.
We've all been there. Well, any of the longer raiders will have been there. You will have experienced this mechanic before, and you will know what that screen is going to look like when they're progging this. It will just be everybody alive, everybody dead. Everybody alive, everybody dead. And I'm sure Chris is looking forward to putting together a beautiful montage of the exploding raid.
Yeah.
Oh, nightmares. But having said that, these guys have had a wealth of experience with that exact mechanic in different fights. But now it's in a new and interesting way. So we'll see how they play out with it, but it is the fight that I think all the guilds are expecting to. This is going to be side by side with Tindral. Tindral was nightmare fuel. T-Swift was not a pretty sight. Whether they've toned it down a little bit from what they did with Tindral, we'll see.
I hope not.
Kind of not. Although it did frustrate the hell out of Echo, they definitely felt they should have killed that about 7 hours before they did. I remember Roger confidently coming to me and saying, "Yeah, we're going to kill T-Swift in a couple of hours, and then we'll get some time on Farak. Yeah, it'd be pretty good." And then it was 7 hours later, and Roger looked like
2 a.m.
Full despair. Yeah, in fact, it was one of the most infamous moments of the last race. Mirez had his coat on to go home. He said he wasn't pulling anymore. He called an audible and was like, "I'm done." And Scripe convinced him to do one more pull. The players were done. And they killed it. Do you remember that, Chief?
That was the pull.
I do remember that.
That's tension in the room that night.
The famous last pull buff. It happens fairly frequently. The same thing happened with Sylvanas. It was the last pull before the food break, and they killed the boss. So, last pull buff is very good. And then you have the infinite chains last pull, and then it's a wipe in 5 seconds. Okay. The real last pull, that one didn't count.
Yeah, can't end on a loss. It's the general gaming rule that you have.
You can. The official last pull is when you wipe in the phase 1, and that's when you call it. But if you're having consistent 2 1%ers, one more, we've definitely got to kill it, right? For sure. Even though everyone's exhausted, dead, actually filled to the brim with caffeine.
I will say, Silken Court not really giving the Raiders much trouble today. We've seen it a couple of times, haven't seen a wipe on it as of yet. Kiveza seems to be more difficult today than Silken Court, and there haven't been any changes to Heroic overnight as far as we know. So maybe just a coordination issue. Maybe everyone is really locked in for Silken Court because they know it is one of the harder bosses in the raid, but it seems like a relatively easy clear for Mirrors and Co.
Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense if you think about the webs could be completely controlled by all Echo players. They don't need to have any of the pugs deal with that whatsoever. And from normal all the way through to heroic, how the debuff is dealt with on the caster is the same.
Yeah.
So if you've done it in normal, you've done it a couple of times now maybe, then you know exactly what you need to do. You've got to watch for that stinging swarm, and then you've got to run into the wall and die as the boss dies. GG's.
I mean, that was quite close. A lot of people dying to the final charge in by a Nerub-ar, but in the end, it's another clear for Meres' group. Do you know when people are joining you, by the way, Chief?
I'll be able to see when it starts. It hasn't started yet. I think this is Meres' group coming into this group now, but I could be wrong.
This is the fight that caught us unaware in our viewer raid. We did not kill this. Just a lack of damage. Like, we had the technique down. Everything was marked. Everything was good. But this if your damage is low, this fight is spicy, to say the least. Very spicy. We included all sorts of extra things because you get extra marks to break extra eggs. So we had people clearing phase 3 while we were still in phase 2 to reduce that phase 3. But easy enough for these guys. Obviously, certainly a fight that is demolished by an extra reset's worth of gear. Was expecting them to struggle a bit more after our attempts on it. Then they came in and they just smashed it up, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, they're very comfortable on it right now. They know exactly how to position. The only thing I've seen a couple of times is if a helper gets one of the circles on them, they're not cracking the eggs, or they're cracking the wrong eggs. You see 2 people on the same egg, which we have seen a couple of mutated minions throughout this fight, but it still doesn't seem to be causing too much despair for Echo. What do you play usually, by the way? We've never really talked about your...
I change every expansion, pretty much. I change every expansion to have a bit of new look, new fresh. So DK this time.
Nice.
Liked it on the alpha. I usually play Warrior. Played Warrior for like 10 years. But I did not like the hero talents. I wasn't interested in them. Although they've now changed them and are a lot more fun.
And they're topping all the DPS meters.
I don't care about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, genuinely, I don't care about that. That's not what I'm super interested anymore. I've got to let that life go. You've got to, at some point, you've got to let it go.
I mean, what was that, like 15, 20 years ago for you?
Yeah. No, genuinely. Legit. The last time I was so super invested in that was Kata, I think. No. Yeah, Shadowlands. No, pre-Shadowlands, so BFA.
Okay.
Yeah, BFA. That was the last time I was deep down the rabbit hole of the Mega Min maxing and the Benthic farming and doing PvP for the... Oh, God, getting all those things that we had to get the blood of the enemy things. Yeah, that was the last. And I was done. That burnt me so hard.
Understandable.
Yeah, I'm out. One thing I do like about this boss, again, a little clever twist. So you get the... if someone screws up early, you can fix it.
Yeah.
It's annoying, but you can fix it, and it does mess up your thing. But on the last markers, you cannot rescue it if someone messes up.
Yeah.
This so it's the they've cleared it now, but on the last markers of the phase, that's the one you really can't fix in some way. So we had a few people miss theirs as well, or not see the marker. In fact, this was the first boss we actually had an add-on issue. Is that there are 4 markers you can put down, and it will give 4 people a marker above their head with a specific color. So obviously, to make things easier, you go, okay, blue and green will always be like the worms, and we'll assign interrupters to the worms. So you've got to make sure the eggs are blue and green, and then blue and green will come up, and they just couldn't find it and then miss it and things like that. Really, really one of those things that is kind of nice on Heroic. It's forgiving, except for just 1 or the 3rd wave of the markers that you can get around.
Which I think that having a challenge on Heroic is important. Like having something being a little bit forgiving, but it not just being you need more DPS to kill this boss. And rather being you need more DPS, but also you need to do mechanics relatively cleanly, otherwise you are just going to wipe, or you're going to have to deal with all of these mutations, which are dealable with as well. The difficulty becomes when you have a lot of blood parasites that are infesting and multiplying and becoming trickier.
That's what's happening now. In fact, their lack of control on these parasites, Medic, is a little disturbing. These should be gripped, stunned, and eradicated from existence before they have a chance to do anything. That is not what's happening, and we can see it's not...
That top side, there's a lot of parasites. Was that a mutated egg as well coming out that spawned all of those, or was that just someone who was infested?
No, this is people infested.
Wow.
It is straight. Yeah, they're going to wipe this because now they've got the dots on them as well.
Yeah.
So that is going to be GG's, I think. Oh look, the healers are pumping. Actually, they're going to try and save this.
On Heroic, you can deal with 1 or 2 dots from the eggs popping if you have cooldowns available.
I will say, Echo can. Pugs cannot. That thing is awful.
Is doomed. Absolutely doomed.
Yeah, the worms are running rampant here. I wasn't paying too close attention, but I do find it a little frustrating. I felt some toxicity rising back. And I've been with FF14 a lot. It's very nice, calm, peaceful, a lot of fluffy clouds, and we're all holding hands and running across the meadows. I came back to WoW for like a week, excited for the expansion, and I felt something in my brain. Like the lightning started, the neurons started reconnecting, and toxicity rose because they even cast Infest. They don't just run up and get hit. Yeah. They start casting Infest. So you like, clearly you know this is going to hit you. Please get away, do something. And people just don't.
Yeah, it's the league mentality I have. When you're good enough at a game to see where other people are making mistakes, that's where the frustration comes in. Because I can play WoW and I have none of that. Because I just don't know where other people are making mistakes. I'll see a wipe and be like, I must have done something wrong. Like I must have messed up something.
Oh no, that's the worst.
Yeah, I always assume it's me. Yeah, I see myself like 5th on the healer charts when we only have 4 healers in the raid. I was like, well, I'm definitely doing something wrong here. But yeah, when you actually know enough to see the mistakes other people are making, it can be frustrating.
It can be, and it is the worst place to be in WoW because there's a lot of social anxiety in WoW. If you're not sure if you screwed up and you're also too afraid to say anything, certainly if you're pugging and you think you're going to get kicked.
Oh, yeah.
So you just sit there quietly like, I don't know. I don't know. And then I don't know what I did wrong. So how do I fix it? Did I even do anything wrong? Or should I keep doing what I'm going to do? And you do rely on your raid leader and seasoned players there who are watching like, no.
That's why you need someone like you to come in and be like, what are you doing, Evoker? You absolute troglodyte. What is going on
I'm not like
here?
that yet. What I can tell you is those thoughts are there.
Yeah, it's not being verbalized yet. You managed to keep them behind that tongue.
You got to lock it away. It's just like, dude, what are you doing? Stop it. Yeah, the thoughts are there, but no, not expressed. You've got to take a scribe approach to this where it's like, oh.
Interesting.
Narcoles. Bye. Bye. What's Narco playing? Are we seeing Narco DK or Narco Pally? Are we gonna? Because I don't. Are we? Oh, there he is. He's Retleys. Yes.
Wait, Retleys? Where are we looking?
Retleys, second on the damage meter, pumping. He's blasting. Do you think, Jesse, we're gonna finally see a full raid of the Narco?
No.
Oh, its time must come again.
What a shame. Why is that? Why are we not going to see Narco?
Scribe hates him.
Okay, well that makes sense.
Yeah, there's a legitimate hatred there. And you know where it stems from? Way back in the early years. During Gahoon.
With the dinosaurs.
Yes, during BFA and Gahoon, they lacked a healer. And so the bat signal went up and Holy Narcoles came in. And I believe put out the worst healing log in existence.
Yeah, so this is kind of a famous story. Narco's very good at the game. We shouldn't flame him too hard, but this is a funny story, and it's all jokes, no flame. But a little bit of flame, because one of the on Mythic Gahoon, which was a tight race between Limit and Method back at the time, one of their healers, Nerub-ar, had a car break down and couldn't get to the raid. So they said, all right, Narco, go holy. You're a good holy paladin. And he did. He went holy. He popped wings. He was playing Avenging Crusader. Everything's good. Forgot to put beacons up.
I mean, it's a terrible spell.
Which turns out to be pretty important if you're a holy paladin. You can't do any healing without a beacon of light. And so they killed the boss with a holy paladin. A little bit embarrassing for me, right? I was healing that raid for Limit at the time, and we lost to Narco playing a holy paladin without a beacon of light. So that's great.
But what makes it so much worse, Medic, is every now and again, near enough every raid, I think there's a moment we can point to where they have once again put the bat signal up, and he's walked in, topped the DPS meter, and just walked away on the boss. The most infamous one with Lords of Dread. I'm not even sure why they had to put the Narco signal up, but he hadn't played the entire raid. They called him in because they needed another Death Knight.
We wanted a Death Knight.
They wanted that Death Knight because the cleave was on point. They were perfect. He hadn't played that spec. Literally, Noggy, who's now an analyst for Method, I believe.
Yes.
Had him in a separate Discord channel, telling him what buttons to press and when, because he'd done the progress. And Narco did one pull, by far and away the #1 damage dealer on the whole fight, walked away and came and sat on the couch and did an interview. And he was like, I haven't even played the spec. I don't know what's going on.
That is... yeah, that's a pretty Chad behavior right there.
Oh, yeah. And that's what annoys Scripe even more.
My job here is done. Thank you very much.
Yep.
The Death Knight tech on that fight was interesting because the entire strategy was to survive the enrage. It wasn't a hard everyone dies enrage. It was a slow trickle enrage. And you had Necrolord style talents in the Soulbinds that allowed you to essentially cheat death and live longer and have more people stay alive. So dots ticked and you eventually killed the boss in the enrage timer because you couldn't kill him before the enrage timer. So it was all about extending life in that enrage timer.
Do you think we could see something like that with Kiveza if we get into that endless night? Just people trying to survive through that enrage as well?
Yes, if it's tightly tuned and we have a good enrage DPS check and we're killing the boss with, the last little bit as the enrage closes in, you could have someone live with an AMS, cheat deaths, Cloak of Shadows, and extend duration inside that enrage window in order to try to get the clutch kill.
Another Spymaster's Web dropping as well from the Silken Court, or the Queen's Court, as I know you like to say.
It is the Queen's Court.
Yeah.
I just want to say, it's not completely incorrect. I'm not sure where I'm getting Queen's Court from. I kind of think it was the Ashara raid, Jesse?
Yep, that was an Ashara's raid.
It was Ashara's raid, yeah.
Similarly, a multi-boss situation going on in Queen's Court.
Yeah.
I mean, it does make sense. If a Queen's Court is just one person, it's not really a court, is it?
No,
it's
that's
just
a courtier, I imagine.
Yeah.
Some sort of vassal. I've been playing Crusader Kings 3.
Yeah, I can tell.
Probably part of a duchy.
Interestingly, the degree to which they sabotage one another is built into the lore, right?
Yeah,
you couldn't deal with either of their mechanics without the other one providing the means by which you do so, but they actually wrote that into the lore of the raid. Those two advisors, are contesting with one another for influence with the queen, so...
I would love to see Ornstein and Smaug turn up one day.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Wouldn't it be fun if they turned into that? Even if they got some sort of FromSoft crossover and they could do an Ornstein and Smaug raid. Oh.
Or Godskin. Have you played Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Godskin Duo. Just to make it harder.
If we can get a fat boy rolling around the room and people have to... I mean, we did it with Orgorger, so the tech is there. We've had a raid boss that did roly-poly around the room. If we could do it as a Godskin Duo, that would be really fun. But the last boss should be the Beast, which is just boring and dead.
Yeah,
the easiest boss in the game.
True.
I would love Horaloo. That would be hilarious.
Horaloo would be amazing.
Yeah, 20-man Horaloo, like on full rampage mode. That would be great.
There's a boss in Sekiro that I can't remember the name of, and all you do is you climb up into the top of the building and then jump down and stab it once and it automatically dies.
I can't remember on the Sekiro. They did have one in Souls 3 that was like that. It was another gimmicky boss.
Oh, yeah.
You had to run around the platform and you drop on the dragon and just stab it in the head and it dies.
Oh, yes, I remember that one as well.
I'm not into it. I mean, maybe we can go with something that uses, like the Storm Ruler or something. So there's a pure gimmick boss where one player just has to spam.
Yeah.
Everybody else is
Everyone else is just dodging around, trying to get away from all the damage.
It's visually beautiful,
yeah,
but it's full scam. Oh, they're getting into a tight little corridor here.
Yeah.
This is okay, though.
Yeah, they deliberately pull the boss as far away from the final container as possible, so they pull him up into pull her up into this position. I assume Brute Twister Overnex is a woman, because she's giving birth to all the eggs. Yeah, I assume so. Pull it up into this corner, and then it has to run all the way across. Gives you all of this extra damage window.
Oh, she's pretty.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that thrust. Hot damn.
Tail kind of looks like a tongue if you look at it in a weird way.
I kind of like how she...
See a doctor.
I am one.
That's how I know. No, I'm thinking... I mean, we've obviously had the debate last night as to which one is going to be the wall. If this is like an extreme DPS check, that would be kind of funky.
Yeah.
As to try and min-max this. I don't think it's going to be. I think this is going to be more strategy, planning of cooldowns, who stuns when, who does whatever.
Yeah.
No Gripperoonies. They're just letting them walk in. Okay, this is not looking good, geez.
There's not many people alive either, so might be a struggle.
No, this is not good.
Only helpers dead thus far.
Okay.
So it's not inconceivable that they can make it happen, but of course that's a lot of dead DPS even if they're all helpers, and you do have things run out of control if you can't kill the ads in time.
Obviously, I couldn't be asked casting Heroics Week. Have they not been hard controlling these parasites on spawn, like grips?
The goal is to do so, but it isn't super coordinated.
Oh, okay. They're just kind of YOLOing it.
Essentially, yeah.
Well, like you just said, it's all the Echo players who are up.
But they might be out of their kicks and their CC.
No.
They haven't used all of it.
Nah, this is just sending. This is full Kush mode. That's what this is. Kush is demonstrating the coordination of this raid right now. Oh, this is bad. This is bad. This is giving me flashbacks to Gahoonies in Mythic Plus. Oh, no. Nom 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 nom. It's just getting nommed, dude.
It's just the random sound of
Look at them go. You remember these Goonies, don't you, Jesse?
Oh, I remember the Goonies real well, yeah. This is looking grim now that they lost one of the two major healers. Yep.
Oof, it's a long fight to wipe on as well.
Oh, 100%. As soon as they lost Bad Dragon, I think they were doomed in that battle.
You still don't appear to be playing the game, Jeeth. So, Jeeth, when you said you were jumping in a split...
I was told it was within 10 minutes or so.
I did get up off the couch, which was nice. My split is filling up with Echo Raiders as we speak. Narco and Clicks and Thanner have joined, as has Andy. We're standing in front of Sikran, summoning Echo Raiders. So.
So are they doing trios?
Yeah,
they're doing triples core.
Tricore.
Yeah. But some of the splits, or maybe all of them from this juncture on, are skipping the first two bosses.
I've been told we've been blessed by production. I haven't been told what we've been blessed with.
I see a plate.
No, I see...
Oh, we've got beans on toast! Let's go! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
It smells so bad!
Beans on toast. Let's go. Would you like a bean?
I want you to feed me beans.
Okay.
No, I don't.
He was willing.
You can't offer something that's sexual.
You've got full German toast. It's not hard.
There we go. Let me just... Excellent. Yeah.
It's the way they squish. Oh, they're so bad. They just taste like sugary nightmares. Was this a charity goal? Oh, wow. You guys hit the other goal.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, well played, team. Jeeth makeup makeover.
Yeah. Jordan has an entire palette of makeup and is going to paint me up.
I don't want to describe the context, but I have been made up by Jordan in the past with her makeup kit. It is a worthwhile experience and possibly one of the most relaxing sessions you can have.
I can't wait. We're going to do it on stream, assuming we hit this at a propitious moment, which would ideally be today or tomorrow during heroic splits.
I'm always nervous of any donations we get, is that the rat contingent tends to use it as an opportunity to troll me. So why don't I say this? If you would like to contribute to our charity here and get Jesse to look beautiful, more beautiful than he already is.
Beautiful for once.
Why don't you mock Mythic and his beans instead of mocking me? Why don't you do that? That way, Mythic can understand the kindness and generosity of our audience and how nice and well wishes that we're sending out to Echo as this Mythic race gets underway, as he sits next to me, making me spell beans, which should be enough for you guys to be happy without being offensive. Right?
Beans.
Why do you have beans on toast? Explain to me what's going on. What did you? Are we putting in orders?
Yeah. Well, Mitch requested them for himself, and I said, if there's beans on toast going, I'd love some beans on toast.
Hold on. Are those from my room? Are you stealing my beans?
I possibly stole your beans.
You're voluntarily eating beans on bread.
They have stolen my beans.
Is that a distinction with the difference?
Yes, because bread is soft. Beans on bread, you just get soggy bread. Beans on toast, crunchy, succulent, delicious.
You know my entire backdrop now is a farce. Empty cans. I will point out, Mythic, if you didn't see on Twitter, Mythic has brought me a case of beans.
Yeah, 24 cans, I think.
And every day you were smuggling an extra can of beans onto the table.
Did you find the one in the NordVPN box?
I haven't opened it.
There's one in there as well.
I haven't opened it yet. It's a lovely gift box, but I was like, I don't need it yet. That'll be like when the laundry does go missing, is we'll break in and get the NordVPN stuff. So there's more beans in there.
Yeah.
Which is annoying because we were looking for one can of beans yesterday to complete the pyramid of justice. So we wanted all the beans to be precise and good, and then the beans fell over and exploded in the room.
Which does happen, yeah.
There was a bean instant of splash damage, and now the beans are being stolen. You've achieved greatness.
I have, thank you.
Distributing beans to so many people.
And this is the most important thing in my life, I'm going to be honest. It's the greatest accomplishment
I provided Greg's a kilo.
The Greg's were delicious. I was so thankful for that. I can't appreciate you enough. I'll make sure to deliver more beans as recompense.
They were so mad that I ordered them sausage rolls.
Really?
Oh yeah, because there was only 13 left. And there was a queue out of the shop because it was lunchtime before I got on the flight. And I ordered 12 of the remaining 13. Oh, no. And I could hear children, like young children going, I just want a sausage roll, mummy. I just want a sausage roll. And I was like, I need 12 of these sausage rolls, and I'm not even sure they're going to be eaten.
Did you tell them that you weren't sure it was going to be?
No, but in my brain, that's what I was
hilarious.
thinking. Yeah, but I said, if you've got any of the packs in the back, I wasn't trying to be a douche. I was like, if you've got any of the packs in the back, they'll do. And she walked around and came out with packs of them that they'd had saved to go out on the shop floor. Yeah. And everyone behind me went,
the nasty sausage roll man isn't going to steal them. It's like the
nasty man.
It's like the child catcher from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Just you going around and be like, where can I get my sausage rolls?
Steals all the sausage rolls. I think there's a kid's story in that. I could get a. Yeah. But the point I was saying is that SK, because they've just opened this Magenta facility, they were doing a tour to film their marketing stuff, and they wanted to use the room that I'm in. And they came out, and it's our top producer here from SK who's helped provide all this. He comes out, so you sponsored by beans, or have you got deliverables to do with these beans? And I'm like, no, nothing. It's like, you've got an awful lot of beans. What is that? I was like, he did it.
You need a fartometer on you, like just a decibel counter attached to
I am
chair.
not eating the beans.
I think you should eat some beans.
No, I just did. That's it.
We've had the preach beans moment of the stream.
No more
one
beans.
every base to world first.
I already regret it now because there'll be a GIF and an emote.
Yep.
And then there'll be spam.
I mean, it's just content, though. You know, it's all content.
We
for your
can
stream.
do content that doesn't involve putting things in my mouth.
That is the best content.
I mean, with you it is.
Indeed.
They are so fast on this sectional button.
I think it's the only button on the soundboard, and everything else has to be like picked up off a browser source.
Next time I do the Elgato room tour, I'm going to go into production. It's like, so this is where they have all the sexy sounds. This is where they make Zalitos appear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is where all this happens. And without the Stream Deck, they can't make it happen rapid fire.
Most important parts of the Echo production. It's just how many sound effects can we get?
Still not controlled. Curious. I guess they just don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
And they think, because they do have to cast the fixate before they will start charging. They're just kind of mobs, and you can stun them, knock them up, whatever, before they even cast fixate. So they're not that deadly to start with, but interesting. I would have thought even for AoE purposes, we would have been locking these down as fast as humanly possible.
It's also good practice for Mythic, right? Like, if you are going to need to CC them on Mythic, I know we have a bunch of helpers in as well, but doing the mechanic the way that you would want to do it on Mythic just gets that muscle memory in as well.
I thought they just don't think this boss is going to be a challenge, and they just don't care. They just want it out the way.
Well, if they don't think it's going to be a challenge, can they just do it on Mythic already? It's like 5.5 hours into the day, and we haven't had a single Mythic boss form.
Okay.
My group is ready checking on Heroic Sikran.
Excellent. This Sikran is really hard. We'll definitely come back to you after you've killed Sikran. And we'll watch off an axe until then, if that's okay with you, Jesse.
You can do whatever you would like.
Yeah, considering you still successfully beat that fight blindfolded.
That's true, actually. I forgot that was the fight that you managed to do.
Yeah.
But I think it would be nice to watch Jesse. Like, we've seen some other Nexus. I know you've only just...
They keep wiping. I love it when they fail.
Well, yeah, obviously, if they're going to wipe, if
fail.
they don't clear this...
fail. Yes, here we go. It's gonna look really good. The point, truthfully though, they can't be wiping now. Mythic's out. No. Heroic Week relaxation days are over. Where there's no hope of going Mythic, so if they make some mistakes, it's fine. They've got to get out of here and get out of here fast.
Yep.
So it's on them. I assume we're not doing that many splits either, because like I said, there'll be a couple of people who are still unsure on main. Plenty of people will be locked in now. They don't need a split. They'll need the one split to flesh out their gear, but they won't need multiple splits for those characters.
Production, are we able to clip caster audio?
It's recorded.
Yeah, because what I would love is, I assume we're not going to do too many splits.
It'll be today.
So we could. Oh, so
it'll be today.
A whole day of splits is not too many in your mind.
Echo, yeah. That's for me. That's heaven.
Okay.
What we've been through in the past, yeah, that's heaven. Because I imagine they might even send M+ or something later on.
Yeah.
Purely so they don't get into that Mythic mindset. What we might see, not ruling this out, and it's very potentially likely, is we'll see splits. First 4. So they can see the same information Liquid's had for the overnight team to be working on things. And then we might see them go to M+. Echo does not like getting in progression mindset midway through the day or late into the day.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier as well. Like keeping yourself in the heroic splits mindset of just, we need to grind this out, and not going into Mythic and being like, oh, actually, there's fun to be had as we do these raids. Can be quite nice because you never get into that let's full send, let's full go mindset. Whereas Liquid kind of went into that, but were already ready to go straight back into heroic splits after they cleared the first 4. At least according to Max, that was their plan all along.
That's exactly what the plan is. Yep. Yeah, it absolutely makes sense to see, because there's a fear now, given the way the last 2 raid tiers have been designed, that something lurking towards the back end of this raid is horrible.
Yep.
So finding out what that is as quickly as possible, and preparing for what the horror nightmare might be, is clever. So I don't think Echo won't do that. They'll just do it later on. Knowing that they can smash the first 4 very quickly. We know Liquid one-shot them all. Pop-Tart Corn Dogs, so that's Dratnos' guild. If they can kill it, then there's a good chance that Echo can too. Yeah, because Dratnos, awful player.
Yeah, that's what I've
one
heard.
of the worst.
That's why we got rid of him, right?
Yeah, really
just
was.
kicked him
Honestly, most of the casting now is based on logs. So once we've got Dratnos' logs.
Good thing I hadn't logged anything before I came.
Yeah, I mean,
my 8% passes. You know,
big brain is dodging
Yep.
to make that work. But that is exactly the way it goes. This is going to be clean. They had all the DPS alive. Again, one of these fights that's demolished by extra gear. You're not going to run into the snowball effect if you can just wipe everything out. So now we can maybe go see Mr. G.
Yeah, let's do it.
He's full locked in, by the way. Oh, I mean, you are. You want to be on that healing meter. You know that still lives inside you.
I'm DPSing.
Yeah.
You're DPSing?
We'll see.
Of course.
We'll see. You want to send that Prez
I don't see you anywhere on the damage done meters for DPS.
Are you playing Clicks Dog? Is that you, Jeeth? Are you Clicks Dog?
Of course, you know that. The dog.
What's happened to your room, Jeeth? It's not clean. This is an untidy room.
He's so focused. He can't talk. I'm glad you joined me actually, because I thought Jesse would be able to focus on 2 things at once, but it's a
as soon as you said that,
heroic.
He's not.
Yeah.
It's the brain when you're gaming. You've got to lock in a little bit, even on sick run.
Struggle so much with multitasking when I'm gaming. Sometimes I duo queue with a guy called Brox, a very good League of Legends player, and he'll ask me a question. I'll be silent for 30 seconds. He'll be like, "Were you fighting in bot lane?" I was like, "Yes, I was. Now I can talk to you again." Okay. I was focused.
There's a great clip of Echo. I don't know if we have it on standby, of Scripe pointing out how ridiculous his players are. They meme constantly. It's the way Echo plays. They're always talking, always bouncing, unless it's Bloodlust. In which case, every single player, it's weird. And we had Scripe, he's like, watch. I'm going to say press Bloodlust. And they're all memeing. He says, right, Bloodlust. And they just all go silent. And he says, right, watch. In 10 seconds, 9, 8, 7, Bloodlust runs out. And then they immediately all start talking again. It's just hilarious. He's like, this is what I deal with.
Full focus so you can pad the damage meters. That's what we love to see.
It looks like Mirrors is playing with a hand in his pocket at this point.
Yeah,
that bloody cape out to mouse.
He's done it enough. You know, we saw Mini trying to press buttons yesterday, right-click buttons or left-click buttons. It didn't work out too well for him, but...
You've done the normal road, right?
Yeah.
The trash is horrible in this road.
Oh, it's so annoying, man.
Whoever made that journey on the bats...
Yeah.
Blizzard, no. I know you don't want them skipping trash, but dude, it's so frustrating.
Yeah. It's actually the trash coming into this room as well, because if you group it up in the middle of the room, they just put those 2 puddles down, and then you can't kill anything, because you're just dead. So you have to pull it back into the corridor.
Yeah.
Very frustrating.
I know they like their trash for immersion value, but I have to say, I'll be less immersed.
Yeah,
we can have less trash. I'll be less. I'll make that sacrifice to be less immersed in order to not deal with really frustrating trash.
And the 100% meter before you have to kill Rashanan.
Oh, fill the bar in a raid.
Fill the bar, please. Please kill some trash.
Why are they doing this? Well, I know why they're doing it. They're sick and tired of these guilds on the Race of the World First especially, popping AoE stealth or something.
Yeah, just running past it all.
Yeah, and just running through everything. And I know they put beautiful work into it, and they make the environments look phenomenal. They do. But it's just a grind to get through it. And there's a reason everyone skips as much as humanly possible to get there. Oh, well, back to Brutus there. So, which one do you do first? Nexus Prince, Jeeth?
We still have to do Rashanan.
Yeah, this is the Jeeth's raid.
Yeah.
Oh,
here we go. Let's play it.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Like, look at this circus. The moment I unmute, you just hear 7 people talking, and like during Bloodlust, they won't be talking. I'm muting now. You see, there's nothing because they're all bursting. They're all focusing now. And now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Burst is over. They should be memeing right now.
I guess he doesn't want to play with us.
It's crazy, man. I'm telling you. It's in their blood. They can't stop memeing unless it's during their burst.
Good job, guys. Good bloodlust.
That is the true
How about
DPS
another?
mindset.
Yep.
Yeah, that is the DPS. This bit's really important, especially with all the multiplicative buffs that exist in WoW. It's like, this bit's the most important. I can AFK after this, and my damage won't really change. So this bit's the important bit. This is how I get into the raids, and Scripe doesn't bench me. I think it's great. We've got the heart rate monitor with us. We'll try and strap it to Gingy if he'll allow it. But you should see his heart rate go up during Bloodlust. It's like erotic.
It's like 20.
Like, you should play. We should have a sound effect. It goes down. When that Bloodlust is going and the names on the meters, oh my. I like it very much. Slappy hands trying to grab him back in. There's the grip. One outside. Ooh, almost targeted it. No. Yeah, but that's a bit more control. See, Mirez likes control. That's why I like him. Yeah, Mirez wants it ordered, precise. The rest of the team are just YOLO sending it. Oh, it didn't work there. There they go.
I mean, it's still going to be fine, right? Like, there's only 4 parasites in the middle of the raid. Spider's about to fall as well. We're still early doors here on Ovanex. And Mirez has actually done a really good job raid leading throughout the course of these splits. He's very clear, very concise in what he wants. Tells you your lose conditions as a helper, which I think is super important. Like, knowing exactly how you kill everyone so that you can not do that in the raid.
Well, he's the Echo Farm raid leader, so we're likely to see this before you abandon us and piss off to play little silly men soldiers.
Oh, silly men soldiers.
Silly men soldiers.
Oh, you have big spiders. Cool. You got one that lays eggs. Yeah.
Optional.
It's true. I love an optional crab.
Optional
crabs.
We
get 2 of them in every game.
Yes, a little bit of optional crabs, but what we'll see during probably Ansarek progress, or we might see it on the Silken Court, depending on which is the harder one, is at some point Scripe will stop raid leading them for the early phases and work on other things, and Mirez will take over. And that puts them in the mindset of farm raiding, because they're used to that environment while farm raiding and being more relaxed. And then Scripe will come in at a certain point and take over for Mirez, so Mirez can focus up more. It's a really cool thing they do for a mental side of things. They try and make progress feel as much like they've already killed it as possible.
Yeah. It also gives Scripe the opportunity to go to the end of the current progression fight and practice calls during the hard part that the raid hasn't learned as well, and then come in when they're at that part. They use it to great effect on Jailer.
Yeah, I think a lot of people forget just outside raid calling isn't just saying, oh, look, volatile concussion in 8, swirls 4 seconds. Swag XDD tree, you've got a concoction on you 4 seconds away. There's so much more to it than that. You're thinking about positioning, you're thinking about cooldowns. You have Omni CD, you can see all the CDs at the top as well for Mirez right here. So there's so many different things that you need to think about in these moments. It's not just saying what the next ability is and then hoping that your raid can deal with it properly.
Absolutely. It's much more about adapting to problems and making, certainly when things get out of the ordinary, and spotting where they're going. Like, that's the real talent. And Scripe will sit and just watch the VOD of the other pulls and what should I have seen, where should I be looking for that information, what should I have called better, and let them know. Because sometimes one of the hardest parts about being raid leader and caller is getting lazy on the fact that, okay, we're 60 or 70 or 100 pulls deep. You guys should know this by now. But the Raiders are also used to that reminder, so they've not really thought about it. Not like they can't think for themselves, but there's a train track, you know.
It's almost a metronome.
It's regular stops.
Right?
Yeah.
It's like it's keeping the beat for you. It's reminding you of what's happening next, and you can, even if you get a sense for it, having that metronome there, you can be the best musician in the world. But having that beat there in your ears allows you that little bit of extra impetus. Like, I have to cast League of Legends games with sound, and I have co-casters that don't cast it with sound at all, but for me the sound is the reminder of, oh, this thing's happening, this thing's gonna go through, etc. Right? So
that's cool.
Oh, thanks.
No, I like the idea that I wasn't mocking you.
I just assumed.
What is the?
I've watched like 2 of your streams and I've been mocked in both of them. There was one where you were very kind, but I didn't see that one apparently.
Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. Yeah, but no, I mean, now I've met you. Yeah. Obviously, I understand how much of a horrible person you are.
Obviously.
So I've had to adapt my approach at the same stage to make things work, and God bless.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fun week. When are you going?
Sometime. I might stay around just to piss you off, I'm going to be honest. Dearest Riot, I must annoy
you would write a love letter to Riot with a bit of perfume sprayed on it and a little rose.
There's a meme in the League community, and we're going to see Overnext fall here, so it's like it should fall at least. There's a meme where you used to be able to ping your allies' cooldowns. So if someone had an ultimate up, you could ping it. But it was seen as toxic if you pinged it too much, because it's like, oh, why didn't you use this?
Yeah, stop playing the game for me, kind of.
Yeah, exactly, right? So then they reduced the amount of times you could ping it, even reducing the fact you could ping it at all. And there's a champion called Karthus who has an ultimate that's big lasers from the sky, hits all the opponents, executes them, or like kills them if they're low. So the meme was, you have this copy pasta that you put into a chat, which is, Dearest Karthus, at your earliest possible convenience, if you could please press your R key, also known as Requiem. It would be great for us in the bottom lane, as it would kill our opponents.
Is this to avoid being banned and blacklisted? But then that became toxic, so you can't do it. What do you feel about the toxicity in the community? Because obviously, I'd say 5 years ago, everybody memed League of Legends for being the most toxic game on the planet. But they did a lot to try and curb that behavior. Did it work? I've been out of League for a long time.
It's still a bit of a struggle. I think the general atmosphere can be quite toxic. I think if you play with friends and just mute the opponents, it's an incredible experience still. Like, I think League is an amazing game. But I think generally you have this struggle of a lot of the larger voices in the community are actively toxic in their games. And so if you're watching people who have 5,000, 10,000 viewers who are being toxic, that always is going to trickle down. So until you have like IP bans and such for that, or until you have some sort of hard-hitting punishments for that, and they are trying to make it harder for people to get new accounts. You can't just buy bot accounts. Vanguard coming in has helped with that as well, where if you're toxic in the game, then you are much more likely to be banned. They've reduced the ban time from like 40 games to 10 games on average. I think overall it is improving, but it's always going to be really slow.
I mean, in any competitive online environment, that is absolutely going to exist. That's why it exists with balls. Big call out, guys. Warlocks. Echo needs some Warlocks. So if you are a purpley boy and you're looking to get some achieves and get them done, so that next week when someone's asking you for link achieve and you want all that kind of stuff, if you search Echo, or if you just want to help Echo out because you are a good person.
Yeah.
A good person. You want Team EU to win again. Just check in the LFG for Echo. They're hunting down some sweet Warlock action.
For those summons. Yes. That's all they want.
They need a Healthstone. But yeah, they're looking for Warlocks to up their chances of getting some stuff.
Are you fighting anything, Jesse? Or?
Yeah, we're killing Rashanan right now.
Oh, let's have a look.
And he's dead.
Let's not have a look.
All right, that's great.
Well done.
Good job.
I'm glad we're going through this together like we had talked about.
Oh, wait, I didn't realize you were in the next pull. You know?
Well, I did tell you we were looking at Rashanan.
Yeah, but I think like if you could... It's on us for not listening intently, but if you could be more clear on saying, hey, we're about to pull the boss, and then we can jump in as well, right?
That is a seasoned caster maneuver right there. I'm not going to call you out for being a dick and not telling us you're at the boss. I'm going to say it's partly our fault, Chief, even though it wasn't, because how could we have possibly known he was at the boss?
You know?
But we'll
Other than that, he said so.
He did say he was at the boss. So it was your fault.
He said he was on his way.
It's true.
Check the VODs.
Check the VODs. Replay of Jeeth.
Odd review for Jesse.
Yeah, we will stick. I think we're going to stick with Jesse for a little bit here, killing this trash.
Yeah, well, he just died. What was that? Was that? Were you trying to proc some trinkets or?
What death?
Oh, I see.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, it didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Do you often stand in front of giant monsters?
Yes.
Okay.
On a daily basis.
Look them eye to eye.
Isn't that what casting with you is?
Staring deep into my soul, making it happen.
Speaking of soul food. I'm going to finish this.
Are you eating cold beans on toast?
Round
it's not cold.
2
Production. This is unacceptable.
Didn't you say that the defining attribute of the toast that made it different from bread was that it was crunchy and not soggy? How is that an hour later?
Only the edge is soggy. The majority of the toast still maintains that structural integrity.
Would you say this is something you're going to bring to Worlds now? Like...
Just imagine me.
When you sit in your suit and you're in front of all those people, it's like you just put a plate of beans on
T1
toast.
versus BLG, time for beans.
Just crunching away. I swear, I will absolutely pay.
I'm going to mute while I chew so people with misophonia don't get annoyed.
So, Jesse, once again, how many trinkets are you trying to proc with these sacrifices you're making here?
You know, I don't have anything to say in my defense. It's entirely my fault that the entire raid is dead.
Are you used to coming into the splits with the trash already doomed? This is like peasant work that you're having to deal with here. Is that what's going on?
Finding myself part of the trash instead of killing the trash.
It's okay. I mean, it looks like it's full wipe anyway that's going on.
Doesn't look good.
No, it's nice to see Andy in.
Yeah, he's helping out with the splits fairly periodically and also usually doing some raid leading while he does so.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's really nice, actually.
That several times.
Yeah, obviously he's had some issues coming into this race. Made it known. Obviously, Robin stepping in. But it's still available. I think he offered to come in when Robin was unavailable.
On holiday. Involuntarily imposed.
Nope.
Make that work.
The old men and technology.
Put your beads down.
Oh, did you press the donations button?
Yes.
Nah, Chrome.
Oh.
There you are.
Yeah. Big brain. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You would think it would be the other one, but that's a lie.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't invited to Heroic Week production.
Were you not?
Why are you mocking? No, I was not.
They invited me and not you?
Yeah. What does that tell you?
I think here's my thought, right? Firstly, obviously, incredibly valued member of the team already, having only been here for 8 days. Secondly, they were really nervous that I wouldn't know anything and I'd be shit. So they were like, we can get rid of him at the end of Heroic if he's bad.
No, of course we weren't using Heroic Week as a way of testing and preparing you for Mythic.
Yeah,
of course it
you
wasn't
weren't.
school so that you could learn some more about the mechanics. What are you saying? We had full trust and faith in you.
100%.
What kind of research did you do? I'm curious.
I did lots.
But where did you go?
I went through the entirety of the Dungeon Journal, and then I looked up basically every class on the Max Roll guides after Echo released theirs. Before that, I was using Wowhead. And then I talked to OK Mage a lot about compositions, and she gave me a great spreadsheet of buffs, who has battle reses, raid buffs, all of that jazz. And then I watched the highlights of every previous raid tier that I could find on the Echo website. And I listened to the Pod EC. I think I've listened to like 16 episodes of the Pod EC and a couple of other podcasts about WoW. And then I watched the kill, like the full pull of all the previous tier kills that I can remember. So it was very fun because I'd be at season finals. We went to Munich for the LEC season finals, and between casts, or like while we'd done rehearsals before the casts, I'd just be there with my headphones on, watching like echo pools and such, trying to get prepped. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a lot to enjoy about those
There's a
things.
huge amount of information.
That's a concern.
No, it's not.
No, we're good? Okay, we're prepared for this.
If you've been here for Heroic Week.
I feel like this is going to happen all the way to the kill. Well, if you've been here for Heroic Week, you would be aware that the TV can randomly turn off.
Yeah, we've tried to get rid of the TV randomly turning off, but apparently it's a baked-in function for some reason, which I find odd. I can understand having a sleep timer on a TV. I get it, power saving, etc., especially one this small. But the important thing is that you can turn that sleep timer off. Because if I want the TV on, I don't want to have to press a button to keep the TV on, you know?
You don't want it to
that's always in a setting.
You don't want it to go grayscale in the middle of your show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That would never happen.
Is this like a JML TV? It's big, but...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it works perfectly.
I mean, it has worked perfectly. It's just making sure that we can keep it on, so we have to keep the remote nearby.
I feel like a gamba's coming.
Yeah?
I'll gamba you 1 tin of beans.
Okay.
Eaten or given?
You're not involved in this.
Okay, no, yeah, eaten tin of beans on broadcast.
No. That's insane.
Are you not willing to make bets when things are actually on the line?
It's a bet against you. So
100 mils of beans eaten on broadcast.
We're going to start measuring beans.
I'm no longer.
Okay, you eat the beans. You can choose something from.
Well, it depends which side of the bet you want. Does Jeeth die here?
I'm going to say yes.
Other than on a raid wipe, or does that also?
No.
Raid wipe. I'm going to say yes.
No. I think you're about to be infested.
Okay, so you think he's going to die?
See, this is why I didn't want to put too many stakes on it, because I think we both expect him to die.
Well, no, but if you say yes, I'll say no, just so it's a fun bet.
I mean, I still don't understand. Are you saying that I'm going to fail, or
I believe you will be dead at some point before the boss is dead.
Okay, and if you are not dead, Preach eats 100 mil of beans.
A spoon of beans.
On broadcast.
Yes.
And then what do I have to eat if he... I'm taking the other side.
Because you like beans.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving you the option of picking something
production.
else.
I need something we can put in his mouth.
Cinnamon. A spoon of cinnamon.
No, because you'll spray it. You'll spray it.
Okay.
There's got to be something in the snacky area that's kind of weird.
I like snacks. That's the problem.
All right, I think it's got to put your feet in a tray of beans.
Okay, sure. Feet in a tray of beans if Jesse dies.
I don't like it. I shouldn't have said it.
Jesse, please. Please don't die. Please don't die.
Okay, so who?
My
has to put their
toe
feet
is really messed up right now.
I'm not
You don't
saying
wanna
I
see
would
that.
You have 2
throw
feet.
this
Yeah, I have
bed.
to put both of them in. You said
No,
feet.
1 foot.
Oh, 1 foot. Okay, my
one
left
foot.
foot in a toe.
I'm not a maniac.
Well, okay, sure. I didn't realize. I
It's a
thought we were
foot
going...
in beans, Jeeth, if you die.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who? I'm not saying
I
I'll throw
have
the
to.
bed.
I have
medic.
to put my...
Based on whose feet I want to see.
Yes.
Medic's
Well,
not
no,
mine.
but Preach has to eat beans.
Yeah, and I
They're
really
two
don't want to
different
do that.
bets.
Yeah.
Oh.
They're two
That's as
different
bad
bets.
enough for
So
me.
it's see feet or eat beans.
Yep.
Well, I know what chat wants.
No.
What does chat want? Feet and beans.
Feet and beans.
Eat foot, see beans, right? That's what we're going for.
I can't imagine how repugnant it is to have a foot in beans. It's awful.
I see no problem with having a foot in beans. I can see how it's going to be a little bit gross, but it's just beans.
Wait, I don't know who's betting for what. Are you betting on him being alive?
Yeah, you said he was going to die,
Oh.
so we gave you that side of the bet, and I'm taking the
Okay.
other side.
They've already lost one player.
Yeah, they lost him quite a while ago.
Uh-huh.
Do they have a BR? I don't know where your Oh, yeah, they have one battle bet.
They're not going to send it on him,
They
though.
decided Brew is not worth the trouble.
No, sorry, Brew.
Yeah.
That's unlucky. Although, yes, we're still looking for Warlocks, by the way. Any of you purpley boys out there, check that LFG, type in Echo. They're still hunting down some sweet, sweet Warlock action. Get your demons out and show them off. That's what we want to see. So far, a little clean, but it's early game here. I've actually got higher stakes invested in this now.
like 1 spoon of beans
It's
is
awful.
not the
They're
same.
They're sugary nightmares.
Are they hot or cold, by the way?
They're always cold. They always feed me cold beans.
Well, but
It's starting to sound like some sort of torture ring at this point, but
They always feed me cold beans before they try and interrogate me.
They always spoon feed
cold
me the
beans
cold
and water on my
beans.
face.
Yeah. They're always feeding me the cold beans.
I really want you to do it from a shot glass. I feel that makes it worse than a spoon.
Yeah, because it's then got the drool.
And then
down
you have
the
to,
side.
yeah, shot glass I think is the best way to play it. 60% on off in
Look how invested you are now.
I'm so, let's go, come on Jesse!
Cooldowns, they've got 3 darknesses available. Should it all go wrong, they should be fine. We've got some rewinds ready to go. Spirit Link.
What, you want me to Spirit Link nothing?
No, we're saying you've got it available.
Okay.
Should things go wrong, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping
for
for. Yeah. This is pumping that healing out. You can see Jeeth kind of trolling on the healing meter, getting out healed by Clicks, who I think is actually healing as Enhance. I got to explain this lack of...
Yeah, I just suck. Not the extra 20 item level in 4 set.
Oh,
Force
it's
set's
gear
fire,
issue.
yes, gear.
Yeah.
It's never my fault. It's
Bad
always
work
lag.
from Flames' tools.
Not enough donations to Games for Love. I'm demotivated.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I'm lagging.
What is so your makeup? Are we grooming your beard, or is the beard remaining
I
untouched?
think it's whatever Jordan wants, except cutting the beard. That will not be allowed.
Shaping is allowed, but no actual slicing of the beard.
Shaping. I've never had a beard, so I'm.
Yeah, I can tell.
Having a beard massage and like a shape after you've had a haircut it's an incredible experience.
What the hell is a beard massage? It's hair.
No, but they massage massage
you
it in
massaging
all
the
the
skin.
oils, and then they put a nice. Well, obviously, no. They take the individual. Here, come here. I'll give you a hair massage. Come here.
Oh wow! Yeah, I thought if you had to stick your beard through the massage table hole, but you dangle it in.
Yes, please massage me. I've seen videos like that, but it was very different.
Yeah, I mean that wasn't a beard, but you get it. You've opened the door. I'm just going to walk through. You did. You opened the door.
I very much opened that door.
That's on you. Focus on the beans situation here. 50%.
Yes. 40%, in fact.
Yes. Oh, you see, the boss thing's out of place. It's not working. You know, the worst thing is when they have some healers have the UI where they're like pitch black.
Yeah.
That's terrorism.
Why?
Because it's so hard to read. Look at Jesse's got crisp ones. We can see the colors.
I do like seeing the colors because it helps me identify what classes are in the raid.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And what specs.
Yeah, what they're doing and where they're up to, the melee groups and all that kind of stuff. The healers that don't do that, and it's always the healers.
Yeah.
In fact, does Perfecto do it? Have we got a Perfecto pav right now? I think Perfecto has them like that. I feel like production has abandoned their post to find something horrible.
No, they have tried to switch it, but it hasn't switched because you can see there we are.
Look, awful.
Is that bad?
Yeah.
Why?
It's unplayable.
I mean, Perfecto doesn't care about those meters.
No,
anyway,
that's the point. If he could make them invisible, he would.
The side, yeah.
Yeah, it's in case Scribe needs to check his POV.
Ooh, Jesse still hasn't died, by the way, and we're down to 30%-ish on the boss.
This is actually a good thing. I do not want a shot with me on the couch with somebody with feet beans. Bean feet is...
You know, we could do it on one of the blankets.
I would love that.
Yeah?
Yeah, and if
Just
you could just
pouring
stamp all over it,
yeah.
that would be great.
I could make bean wine. Just say slowly tread it through the blanket for you. Bean wine. Yeah.
Foot bean wine.
Yeah.
Naturally squished.
Yeah, automatically fermented because of my feet anyway, right? So.
Oh no, you're a clean gentleman.
I am relatively clean.
I assume you had a nice shower. We had a nice little night out last night. Little Caster dinner. We ate pork knuckle.
That we did.
That was really good.
Hexer.
No. No.
Please, Jesse.
No.
Please,
No.
Jesse. Put the rain down. Do some healing.
Yes. All the healing cooldowns are gone. This is it.
Oh, God.
This is full send. 26 seconds till you can ascend on the back of it.
And then we need mana.
This is... Okay.
This
is getting out of... No, the parasites are getting out of control.
Nah, we've stabilized. This is 100% fine.
Yeah, you say that in 2 seconds when more of them are going to pop out and go... we are looking for
the sound of
splooge.
my feet in the beans as well.
Oh, no. Parasite toes.
4 seconds on Ascendance. Okay, Ascendance back up. Ancestral Guidance is up as well.
Yeah.
Healing Tide Totem.
Did they control these? I think they did.
Yeah.
I think they managed to kite them away.
That was clean. That was clean. Now just get rid of these eggs. 14% on the boss.
Yo, that actually worked out really well. That was great play by the fixated players to get the hell away. But now here come more parasites. Control these. Yes. No, they're running away. The binding shot is trying to work. Restore of Fear, Chaos Nova. Over what I suggest. Yeah. I would rather
The decision has
eat.
been made that beans are better than feet beans.
Just the thought of it. I can feel the texture already. I'm like, it's like
But you don't
creasing me
even
up.
have to put your foot in it.
But
It's
I know
me.
it happened.
Yeah, okay. And it was at your impetus as well.
And also, where's the line, medic? When does it stop? Now it's like bath of beans, right? And then we get some really bad things happening.
Is that 50k bath of beans? Is that what I just heard from Preach?
You didn't bring enough beans for a bath of
We
beans.
could get some more.
That's a kid's paddling pool of beans. That's no good.
Alright, it's clean. Last 5% of the boss here.
Yeah, they can't wipe now.
Oh, now you've cursed it as well.
I mean, they might get a mutated egg. They're not breaking the other eggs, but they should be fine.
Yeah,
they've left quite enough gap.
The Black Blood isn't going to get there in time. 2% left, huge gap, tons of space to work with. There we go.
Right, next boss.
Yeah?
Let's throw down. Let's reverse it.
Okay, so you put your foot in the beans.
No!
That's the next...
Jesse, I'm not even supposed to be here. This is my day off.
Okay.
I think production should have to put their feet in beans. Mitch!
I agree. And
just for fun? What is it even
no,
about?
we're going to gamble on the next boss.
Yeah, say nothing if you agree. Cool.
Splits is way better if you're gambling.
Yeah.
That's true.
100%. Splits is way more fun if you're gambling.
Okay, so what are we gambling on for the next boss? It's Kaveza, right? You're doing Kaveza next?
I think someone's been sending gamble suggestions. You could do that via donations. If you want to send some gamble donations for each boss on Splits all day, I am totally down. As long as it doesn't get ridiculous.
Yes, you aren't gambling when you send in the donation. We're not going to give you a return. You're just giving a donation, and then we're suggestions for the gamble. 100%.
Exactly.
What have we got?
I don't know. I'm refreshing.
Okay.
It's from someone called Turtle and a Fish.
Good name. You don't like turtles?
I don't like fish.
Okay, just generally.
Turtles are very cute.
Are there specific types of fish you don't like, or is it just generally fish?
The swimming ones.
Okay.
Yeah, not into that.
So you like dead fish then, I guess?
Yeah, fish and chips. Very good.
Nice.
Yeah, classic British. Always love donating for a good cause. Here's to giving all the children receiving this the best therapy. Much love. P.S. Preach, if you watch this, remember forever 10k for an office rat.
There's 10k for an office rat?
Yeah, 10k. Well, no, there's not.
Oh, here you are.
Why are you so fast on these things?
There you go. Was it one spoonful we agreed?
Oh, it's going to look disgusting. It's going to. You're going to put it down the side. I don't know what you think.
One spoonful, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's going to drip.
Just.
That was actually better than I thought you were going to do. No, not extra juice. Come on, man. Oh!
I get some rim juice on there as well.
Did you say rim juice? Did you just say rim juice?
I did, and I didn't realise what I was
Shall I
saying.
drink my rim juice?
Thank you for the beans. Yeah, I can give you. Thank you as well.
For charity, and a bit of gamba and some splits on this fine day, I will drink my beanie rim juice.
We like to drink with Preach, because Preach is our mate. And when we drink with Preach, he sees it down in 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A single bean. It's just, oh, the drips. There we go. Amazing. Well done, mate.
Next boss. Let's go.
Next boss.
Next boss. What are we gambling?
Okay. What do you want to...
Your idea. What have you got? I came up with the beans and the feet beans.
The beans and the feet beans.
I was double the beans.
It's true. It's true. You have to wear... We'll get a white t-shirt. We'll order one in. And you have to wear a white t-shirt with a drawn-on design from the opposing better.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, you can draw whatever you want on the t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm totally... I think we get... all right. Yeah.
We may have had a donation as well. Maybe they have a better...
I think we could do this one. Let's not do too many we can't do right now.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, let's see if there's a different one that we can do right now. Yeah.
There's another one been set.
Chrome is...
You find it, for fuck's sake.
It's literally this button here.
There's a button on here that says, like, charity.
Yeah, don't
and
do
that's
that
not the button.
Okay.
That is the worst.
What else could we do right now?
Anonymous, a shot of hot sauce.
I mean, yeah.
Down?
If you want to just do more food-based ones, there'll be some downstairs. We have a kitchen down there.
All right,
yeah,
production's on it. All right, shot of hot
Shot of
sauce.
Tabasco.
Right, what are your odds?
I bet that Jesse will die this time.
Oh, this is no good. Have we got a fresh boss? I mean, they're only like halfway
it's
through.
Keveza.
We're on Keveza. Yep, we're in front of it right now.
Okay, Keveza then. Ooh. Have we just done naturally reverse then?
Oh, wait, that's the easiest way to do it, right?
Okay.
Like, so I'm on Jesse will die, and you say Jesse won't die.
All right, I'm predicting the non-Jesse death. Don't you? Look at his face!
I'm just saying, Tabasco goes really well with beans.
If I had decided, like, just eating all afternoon, that's like, nom, 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 nom,
nom, nom, nom, nom.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious bean Tabasco goodness.
No, I don't want that.
We could put some, actually, milk afterwards. Just follow it up with a whole pint of milk at once.
No. Okay, we're going to vomit all over this. Like, walk in, it'll just look like the worst porno ever. There's a jar of beans, hot sauce, and milk everywhere. What happened to feet beans? This yours?
Yeah, I think you took it away from me.
I took it away to enhance the bean glass.
Yeah, for proper beanage.
Yeah, I wanted the beans to be good and make it work. Oh, okay, Keveza's pull.
Here we go.
What am I on?
You're on not death.
Oh, Christ.
Yeah.
And they've wiped every pull you said?
Yeah, pretty much every pull. I may have planned this one out slightly here. It's fine though.
This is strategically. What have they been wiping to? Just people not controlling the charges, I guess?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
And then you get to the Eternal Night and it's just too much, right? You can see.
Okay.
This is okay. Just stand in the middle.
Yeah, this is fine.
Equal pulls.
The suck is really not that bad on Heroic. Like, only if you'd have to like double stack them to get a bad suck.
Yeah,
which is classic.
Yeah. We're debating if the suck will be heavier on Mythic. We don't really know because there's no numbers in the Dungeon Journal, right? You think it's going to be a real...
That's why we don't know if this boss is going to be a wall or not. And now Liquid does know. They've checked. Whether or not it's going to be a case of if they're not really positioned super well, is you're screwed. Like, if there's 2 in a quadrant, we could be looking at some bad scenarios.
Yeah, Liquid wiped on both of their pulls at 1 minute 30 to, we assume, it was 23 million damage, and we assume it was one of the death-masked simulacrums just blowing up,
Absolutely.
right? So... here's the first intermission, Starless Night, just dodge
so
pieces.
Pretty.
It is very pretty.
Yeah, it is so pretty.
Yeah.
I like this phase a lot. I think it's very nice.
I would have liked a little bit of cosmicness in the pizzas. Like just a few stars or something, if that's what it's meant to represent. It's the void, I guess. I don't know if there are stars in the void, but a little bit more like...
just a bit of sparkle.
Swirly whirlies, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, you want to be a little careful not to over... But,
yeah, 100%.
F's for Sway.
Oh, I saw Jessica dead. And I thought it was Jeeths for a second.
We salute you, Jessica.
Yeah.
Your fine service to the cause.
Oh, it's Jessica. Yeah, I mean, no, that makes sense. I read it and I was like, Jessie Carr. But no, obviously it's just Jessica.
No, G's still alive.
Yeah.
They did send the battle res on the healer that died, which I think is wise.
Yes.
Yeah. It's going to get real nasty. I mean, this is a fight that ramps up. I mean, this is what we're saying. We could be looking at a horrendous final phase in Mythic on this fight, which is quite okay.
Yeah. Very well placed nether portals here. Oh, thank you.
Oh, what is it?
It's Tabasco, I believe.
And there's the water to go along with it.
So I'll put this one down here.
I feel like the production is now really coming up with some.
Yeah, actually,
thoughts.
Sam and Mitch, if you have any suggestions for future bets,
I wasn't here for Heroic Week. See, I don't know what resources we have access.
We have whipped cream.
And?
A mouthful of whipped cream.
Okay.
Dictated by the opposition. They get to squirt it in.
I knew that was coming. I was like, the only twist you can have on that is that the other person gets to squirt it in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's a fun one. We'll do that for Silken Court.
Why do we have whipped cream and no hot chocolate?
We do have hot chocolate, but we only have sachets, and I can only buy 4 of them because, it's not. We don't have a hot chocolate machine, as we usually would, you know.
Usually, we've had it once in like 10 years.
I'm sorry, I'm used to LEC level production.
Hot chocolate pouring out of my nipples over in the LEC.
Just squirt it out. Peasants, would you like some hot chocolate? Let me just.
I dread what Alex would do if we had access to such technology. Alex would be the lost cause, I tell you.
Just be over there, like, grabbing it.
What do you think our odds are so far, Keith? Are we looking good?
Oh, yeah, this is easy.
Can you die, please?
Sure.
In game?
No, Jesse! No, man. Suicide doesn't count.
Of course it does.
No,
If a wipe counts.
Suicide doesn't
production
count.
is confirmed. Yeah,
but
trolling does not count.
Perhaps you accidentally closed your eyes for 10 extra
Perhaps
seconds,
I just.
you know?
How do you tell the difference between suicide and messing up?
That's true.
When I'm this old.
If you die to standing in something, you're trolling. And I have that confidence,
Tabasco
Jesse.
is wafting over here. I'm slightly concerned.
That's your feet, bro. Like, don't pretend like
No,
you
but
don't
I haven't
know.
had the beans yet.
Stop trying to gaslight us into what's going on. We know.
A
bit of Tabasco.
Yeah.
Thankfully, not that hot. It's not like...
No, it's not like a super spicy thing.
No.
I do struggle when things are just dumb spicy.
Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, it's just not enjoyable. You're just putting yourself through a lot of pain for what? For the audience?
Yeah.
They don't deserve that.
Well, it used to get views.
Oh, that's true.
Look at his positioning here. Very nice.
I mean, that is very good position. You have Queensbane on you now, though, which probably means that you should just stand in one of those pizzas to get rid of that debuff.
Someone's trolling you, Jeeth.
Yep. Walk into an orb.
There's nothing worse than when you have max set. Oh, they're all on one side.
Yeah,
this is
but it'll
good.
be
Wind rush is down. Jeeth is already prepared for this.
As you said, the suck isn't too hard. However, we have lost 4 players so far.
Yeah, when you start, including Flex, hard trolling.
Yeah, you let us down, Flex.
He was on top of the damage meter. That arcane dream, but dead for half an hour. 10%. This looks bad for you.
It does. It does. But that's okay.
Oh, no. Oh, look at they're trying to get Jesse. You always got to be watching.
Inform them now, and Andy's like, hey, guys, if you could just let Jesse eat a tank buster. I'm sure it'll be okay.
It's like driving a motorcycle. I'm not concerned about your skills. I'm concerned about everybody else on the road. Actually, cause Spirit Link for extra safety coming out from Jesse there as it's coming over the finish line at 4%, and it's going to die.
Yeah, it's going to die. There's no way that Jesse dies before it goes down.
Jesse.
Oh!
It doesn't count, remember.
Yeah, but that was mispositioning. He was just too central on the pizza.
He was just...
You can never anticipate another pizza would come up, you know?
2 pizzas?
Really? What a surprise. There we are. I will Tabasco it up.
Yeah,
I have water here. Okay.
Oh, you're having water?
No, I have the Tabasco first, but it's...
You
want me to schloss it around in my mouth a little bit first? You want a little, like...
I mean, you asked me that twice so far this week.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I thought last night was our private time.
Well, hey, you brought it up. Oh. Oh, no. Abandon. Abandon ship.
Give me a sec.
Okay. Oh. Anyway, we're going to go for a little listening with Wave.
The sounds of regret.
We got more bosses to come, so stick around.
Andy can multi-box, I think, or something.
That's sick.
So maybe we should just go trade, yeah. I don't know exactly what's going on.
Let's go trade then.
Let's go trade, guys. Fuck it. Wait, what is the character? So
getting
crap.
so happy.
We're trading, yeah? We're trading everyone.
Yeah, I need to...
It is Bold Attack, Canex 1, Hopeful Rose, Varus Grim, Mini Aug, Mini DK, and Swagfest.
Hello. This is Team Crab.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'm I'm coming. Are you waiting for me?
Yeah, we're trading right now. So
Dude, I'm like 5 out of 6 on alt getting Spy Masters.
Wait, wait for a trade? No loot for me.
Oh, no loot for you.
It's gonna be on
loot log of this
Boomer.
guy.
I'm logging in right now.
Is that a good DK for that?
The Mini O, you're on both DKs, yeah. I think your bad one's getting the tier, so I don't think no one else could soak it, and then... Alright, I'm just going in the instance. Oh,
Yeah. Who is looting it?
Me, got a Jumper. If you don't need some of these cloth pieces, I guess you can give.
I shouldn't need almost any, except boots. No, BOE boots, I don't even need boots. Is it okay?
Oh, the boots
got mastery.
The stats don't matter.
Does you need all this loot? And you just got another card?
This was second best more. But do we have another lever user? This split?
I don't think so.
I don't know, any other good leather users?
Well, Canex is in this split.
Was it a good druid or something, Canex?
Canex 1?
Just trigger back what I don't need.
Second split.
What another BOE boots?
16.
My loading screen is like stuck.
Or then Mythic, of course. Later on. 639.
But no, it wasn't a main.
Just asking if it was like any decent because I got like...
You can take any loot from me on any characters that I've run.
I need boots in the Mystic.
Hey, this is not the correct trinket, yeah.
Yeah, that's for me. I don't need.
Oh, no.
I think the UBs are gonna be 629 now.
I don't need boots either.
Oh, I mean, just give it to me for the
what's wrong
split then.
No, Mini gave me. I thought you traded me, but Mini gave me.
Do you need a spell lord to my character too?
No, we got 3, I think, in the run.
You got 4, right?
No, we have enough.
Bold attack.
Yeah, they told him he got junked to a different split, so he's coming back.
Just want to make sure that that's one of them.
I would hold your loot, so I don't know, they might tell you.
Yeah, I'm not...
I always hold loot no matter what now. They scared me straight.
This might be the heal radar for 3 priests. I think another Evoker is better than 4 priests.
Mini or Revis, could one of you guys tank? I would rather not.
I'm tanking.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It's right, he just doesn't consider you good enough.
I've tanked every split so far, I feel like.
Yeah,
no, he's in the groove. He's just like...
I'm in the tank this time, in the tank despair.
Okay, it's not that bad.
Only you can push, dude.
Oh, we have a guy that's still offline.
I don't know how I got that. Oh, Vexos is offline, dude.
Yeah, that's fine.
Vexos, are you in Discord? Let's see.
I mean, he can't type, so we need to check our stuff.
Yeah. But checking. I don't see it. There's no guy with me.
Surely he will come back in T minus 20 seconds. Oh, Connex is... What?
Am I not in the split? You said Connex 3 in this.
No, you are, yeah.
Or maybe we are...
No, we're one more and maybe just... No, maybe not.
We are one more than last split.
No, we lost the side of
it. Or do you just invite one more player?
They lost Salted for the game mid, so it should be the same.
Is everyone of us in here right now? That's my question, yeah?
I mean, yeah, seems like it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, you did.
Only 29. Only 29 in the Discord. And Mitch is in here, so
I mean, definitely it could be missing, but I mean, the raid I was more concerned about, yeah. One Discord. One. Join. In Discord. Okay. Now I'm putting feast down. Yeah, feast. Make sure to eat this feast on the left, you guys. That will stay through your death. Don't eat the bad feast.
Why does it not say anything different?
Welcome back. Mr. Medic has recovered. Production is guilty.
Yep. 3 beans in the bottom of Tabasco.
They snuck in some beans.
I'm more on your side now, I think. I hate beans. I've decided.
See?
Yeah. All it took was me almost throwing up due to the 3 beans.
It's them. It's production. They twist and manipulate it. Ordinarily, I wouldn't care. All of these beans on a plate, like an English breakfast or whatever. But they've now made it a horrendous experience, and they are guilty as Jeeth is coming to the end of his split. He is, of course, at the Silken Court and making things happen.
Yes.
Yeah, he's doing quite well. Still out healed by like a pug, but you know.
I mean, that happens. You know, you can't expect to be better than everyone.
Which Echo Raider are you calling?
Yeah,
a pug?
there's none of those are pugs. I did.
Who's Kiss?
Kiss is below him.
Now you weren't when I said it. You literally just overtook with a burst heal and then smugly declared.
He's 20k up. Like,
yeah,
I don't think that's just a single burst heal.
It is.
You know?
Trust. He knew exactly when to burst that heal. He's smiling. He knew exactly what he did. He knows exactly what went on. This whole fight though is very cool.
Yep.
I think this is the fight I'm looking forward to the most on Mythic by far. More than Ansarek, but that's because we don't really know what happens at Ansarek.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? You can read the dungeon journal, but you can't really tell what's going to go on with the Queen. Here, though, we will have those marks of paranoia and marks of rage, meaning that you're not going to see groups like this where everyone's kind of running in between each other. Instead, it's going to have to be much more orchestrated as to how things go down.
I'm praying there is not some obnoxious weak aura that they've designed to deal with this, but I feel like there might be.
Yeah.
Because we saw that Echo did that with Anduin. They came up with this ridiculously over-the-top weak aura to deal with a phase 1 mechanic that just happened once, and you could YOLO it and send it. And they spent weeks and weeks creating this. You saw the code? It was like they had rewritten Apple to deal with it, and then Scribe said, "Oh, I looked over at like what Liquid was doing, and they had nothing and were just sending it, and it was fine. It was totally a waste of time. They trained all their players to be in these specific positions, doing all this kind of stuff, totally unnecessary. To see what's going on, and we know they've taken some stuff off private auras because they could foresee that once again." People were just resorting to macros to make the weak aura work, which is not fun. It was one of the most biggest complaints about Farak, and the whole raid, in fact, was the private aura business. We're still going to use a weak aura, like, because it's just way more efficient to do it. So now you're just having us press a button.
Yep.
And we're now wiping because someone pressed the wrong button. Not fun.
Yeah, what's the point, right?
Yeah, what's the point? You just made it more of a hassle.
Yeah.
The weak aura is going to be around, and Blizzard has come up with more and more ways, which is why we've included the energy bar on the old kill view that we will have, where you can track all those things. We're not using it for every split, as you can imagine, because that would be really annoying. But on Mythic, we will have that functionality.
Yeah, and obviously it's a lot easier when you have the 20 people in the raid that you expect to be in the raid to make sure that everyone's got the data tracking on, so it become a lot easier for us to track all of that. A new rush down to 30% though, alongside Takaj. Shouldn't be too much longer for Jeeth and his motley crew to complete this split.
Hey, look, that pug's out healing you again, Jeeth. Something you want to do about that, or what?
No, I'm going to lightning bolt.
I'm going to lightning bolt and just...
Yeah,
there's nothing to heal right now.
If we looked at the DPS, Jeeth would be miles ahead of Kiss.
Maybe.
You know?
Maybe.
Well, the thing is, I can say that because we can't prove it's false.
Scroll down on that DPS meter if you would, Jeeth. Here comes the bit of bursty healing that Jeeth was ready for.
I also... You're asking him to scroll down in the middle of a heroic Silken Court. Yeah, just scroll down, man.
If Jeeth can't...
It'll be fine.
You need to scroll further than that.
I'm super dead.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Grip! What grip?
Oh?
What did you had rally up. What else did you have there?
Nothing.
You had bop.
Earthen wall.
You had bop up.
He survives.
Saved.
Jeeth's just such a gamer.
He is such a gamer. Although they're not so lucky for the other members of the raid.
I mean, only 4 of them have died. Come on.
Well, the last one,
20%.
nobody bothers with the webs in the last one because the dot damage. In fact, that's one thing I'm really interested in. I know it's in the dungeon journal, but until you see it in practicality, the dot damage you take from holding that web is horrendous. Something we weren't prepared for when we even did it on normal. Is people were telling. I was like, yeah, because I assigned people to it, and I was like, yeah, you guys go in, you get the web, and then you stretch it over. And the people came back to me after 2 balls like, dude, I cannot survive this.
Yeah,
I'm out of defensives. It's horrendous. And the healers had to switch over. I think some people like sat an ice block with it and stuff. It was that bad.
Yeah.
In heroic, it's even worse. And in mythic, I imagine it's
it can be even worse.
Yep, even worse.
That's kind of the way it works on these things. The damage tends to triple or even quadruple sometimes between heroic and mythic, but it's still a while away before we see the Silken Court.
We saw it Nexus Princess, right? They upped it from 2.6 million damage on the execute to 10.
Yeah.
Like, you're not surviving this. There's no way you're cheesing your way through this. It's not going to happen. They're blitzing them down. They shouldn't have much issue. They're going to break all these. Yeah, they're not even going to bother with the charge. The boss should be dead before pre-charge, ideally. We got Dispel debuffs coming up.
Use Lightning Strike. Hit him. Come on, Jeeth. Get that damage down.
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
Bang! And that's fine.
That's
like
fine.
all
Yeah,
the
no one
defenses
cares.
in the world used. We're good.
Nice.
And another split done for Mr. Jeeth.
Round of applause for Jeeth. Good job. Good job.
How do you feel it went, Jeeth? Post-content review?
Can't help but notice I didn't get any loot. It's kinda weird.
It's a shame.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Do you feel used and abused?
But...
Oh, you were below on the DPS charts as well.
Did get that heroic vault filled up a little bit. That's nice.
Oh, it certainly is.
You can just go do one of Orgrax or Bloodborne Hell to get the 6 out of all of them.
Yeah, very easily puggable.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice, simple heroic bosses. I assume they are in the pug menu because they're pretty simple to get those done. Up to Rashinon, everything kind of just falls over. A little, although the blood spinner.
Bloodbound Horror?
Yeah,
with the lasers, yeah.
I've known so many WoW bosses now, they're just descriptions of what they do.
It's a blood spinner with the
blood spinny guy.
With the mouth. Well, blood mouth spinner guy.
Blood spinny guy. Oh, God, back to here. Not nice. Not nice at all. But yeah, up to Rashinon, yeah, pretty easily puggable. You can see exactly what you're supposed to do, and I hope a lot of you are getting your heroic pugs done and dusted, as I believe our boy Mr. Jeeth is now prepared to return to the couch. A nice full break. So I'm going to love you and leave you. I'm back with you in a few hours.
Thanks very much for the Tabasco.
No problem. Hey, enjoy your beans.
Yeah, it was great.
Bye.
Bye. Hello. I don't know why I've been silent this whole time. I could have just talked. The whole time. Good to have you back.
It's a mesmerizing sight of me making my way to the couch. Yeah.
Truly a special moment.
Much like when I was watching you down that Tabasco.
Oh, God, man. Don't remind me.
I enjoyed that.
My stomach's still doing flips.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, maybe while it's doing some flips, we could take a look at the phenomenal Corsair K70 Max. We have a box behind us, and I think we have a short video to show chat to illustrate the virtues of this keyboard.
I fell in the club.
That is the Corsair K70 Max. We have one in the studio with us now that I thought perhaps we would do a little bit of unboxings of, so we can actually take a look at this wonderful keyboard, which you were talking earlier about using the Scimitar yourself. I myself have been using the K70 Max.
Oh, really?
Yes.
How have you been finding it?
Really, really enjoyed. Well, it's usually right in front of me on the desk, so it's not terribly hard to locate. I've been waiting all day for that. Mr. Puns. But the glorious thing about the K70 Max, is, in my opinion, is certainly the customizable actuation. I learned the first time I got it that it's actually unbelievably sensitive. So sensitive that even though I was unaware, I had apparently been resting my thumb on my old keyboard spacebar all the time. Which I learned because when I unboxed the K70 and started using the keyboard, I was jumping and interrupting my cast.
Oh, okay.
Not a problem, because you can simply adjust the actuation point so that you stop having that to whatever sensitivity you want. And it's good that it has that extreme scale of sensitivity in case you want the instant actuation from the least possible pressure. Very tactile keys, really enjoyable. Also lights up, as all keyboards must.
Yes.
Shiny
RGB
lights,
is most
more
important.
DPS. Has a nice heft to it. I'll let you take a look at it and show it off the chat.
Oh, that is a very good weight, actually. Isn't it? Yeah.
It's nice and solid.
Good clicky keys. Enough click that you feel like solid about it, but not too much click. Too much click can be very annoying. I like the 10 key. I'm not a massive fan of 10 keyless. I'd like to be able to do this. And then obviously your media center controls as well on the side, which is a big bonus.
I use the 10 keys. I use those for keybinds like placing world markers or marking mobs.
Oh, really?
So,
I use them for typing numbers.
That's what they're for.
Yeah, when I'm invoicing, it's like a easy thing.
You're actually using a keyboard for work. I'm only playing video games.
Well, that is the main problem that we have between us. But yeah, very comfortable keyboard overall. I think I'm a big fan of the magnetic switches. You talked about the different actuation points. The fact that you can set dual activation on keys as well, very cool. I've never used it, but I feel it's like one of those things that I would probably think of using. Like maybe a half press is level up the skill in League of Legends, and then a full press is use the skill. You know, that could be
good. There are some channeled abilities in WoW as well that could work that way.
Oh, like Evoker abilities and such. Yeah.
Yeah.
You half press for. Oh, what would you have your differences? If you full press it, it goes all the way to 3 on Dream Breath, and then if you only half press it, it automatically stops at 1.
Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, it's a very cool keyboard.
It's a great keyboard.
I like it quite a lot.
Really, really good. I enjoy it very much. It's the only keyboard I'm currently using. So check that out. !Corsair. Get yourself your own Corsair keyboard. And we will also potentially be giving some of these away. We have several Corsair products going out from Rogers Dell, provided by the phenomenal sponsor over at Corsair. So check this keyboard out. You will not regret it. It's well worth a look.
Yeah.
You know what else is well worth a look?
I don't.
Heroic Splits.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I would rather watch you down Tabasco shots.
It's repeating on me now. There's that little bit of pain at the top of my diaphragm.
How many times can you enjoy the same shot?
Oh, God, don't even mention it, man. But this is one of those trash pool positions that we talked about earlier. Trash can be a little bit annoying.
Oh, yeah, we wiped here.
Yeah,
in my split.
Very easily wipe. But by pulling them into this corner, it becomes a bit easier because they're not laying down those puddles underneath you. So you just have to try and AoE everything down.
Yep, send all the healing cooldowns and hope that they die before you do. Because it's a lot of incoming damage. Very easy to become deceased.
Yeah, that it is.
Still running. So for those of you who are new to the show, haven't been watching since, what did I say, 5 a.m., even though it was 6?
It was 6.
It's still 5 a.m. in my head. For those of you who are just joining us, this is day 1 of the Mythic week of the Race the World First here in Nerub-ar Palace for Echo. Liquid is in bed by now, I believe.
I think so,
They killed 4 Mythic bosses, one-shot each of them, did a couple of testing little pulls on the next 2, and then started their heroic splits. Echo, in the position of many of their players not knowing what their main is, having 2, 3, or even 4 potential mains after the last heroic week, they're doing heroic splits first before doing Mythic in order to get all the gear they can possibly get, stack that item level as high as it can, and finally nail down exactly which character each player is playing. They're running 3 splits at a time, filling them with helpers, 10 Echo players, 20 helpers, so that they can funnel 30 pieces of loot, 30 people's worth of loot. Yeah, into just 4 or 5 Echo mains per run. So make sure you stay tuned to find out who gets the best loot. They're killing Sikran for the very rare necklace. They are also going to be saving their Queen Ansarex for min-maxing those splits in case they want to put rings on particular characters, or particularly important, curios, that Omni token tier piece. Very, very important for filling out the last tier pieces of any potential mains. Likely going to be doing heroic splits all day today.
the joys.
Yes.
You know, I was promised action, and I'm getting a lot of it.
Yes.
It might not be Mythic level, but there is always that extra incentive to get into Mythic as soon as possible during Mythic Week, because it's a race, right? You are fighting up against Liquid, who have already got the 4 of 8. We can see that they pulled Brood Twister once. They pulled Kivezo a couple of times just to make sure that everything was the way they expected it to be, but they went into those splits. Now, Echo likely, as you say, to spend the whole day going through splits, and then tomorrow, hopefully, we'll start to see some of those Mythic pulls. Could see them tonight. It's a possibility.
It's possible, but I doubt it. I think we'll do full heroic splits, take a break in spreadsheet, maybe do some Mythic Plus while we've min-maxed the last remaining splits, nailed down the last remaining mains, and then send Queen Ansarok splits, and then finally go into Mythic. Most likely sometime tomorrow afternoon. That's what I anticipate.
What shift do you want tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I'm going to quickly, because
maybe tomorrow afternoon.
We could very quickly shift with people who haven't worked out that tomorrow afternoon is the end of, the
I think
schedule.
Everyone knows.
No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I'm on the
gonna work
morning
out.
again.
Queen Ansarok splits.
Apparently, I did that to myself, and I did because I have a meeting for other stuff this afternoon. So.
Other stuff, so cryptic.
Other things, yeah. World's meeting. The problem is I'm so used to being able to to just not saying it. You know, you're not meant to say it before the announcement goes out, and now that it has, it's just in my head automatically. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, so heroic splits today, heroic Ansarok's perhaps today and perhaps tomorrow morning, Mythic most likely tomorrow afternoon, and then we will see what we see as this race continues. As you said, Mythic bosses are available. Every moment you spend doing splits is a moment you're not doing Mythic bosses, and it's conceivable that you'll run out of time to clear the last boss, but it's also conceivable that if you go too soon, you don't optimize your splits, you're missing out on that last crucial 0.3 item level that would have made the boss killable week 1. So Echo and Scripe, well known for, in fact notorious for, min-maxing their splits, getting every single iota of power that they think they possibly can. We'll have to see tomorrow, after Liquid starts doing pulls following their splits, what their item level actually is after fully finishing their characters, using all of their curios, crafting all of the gear, using the sparks, versus Echoes, which we won't see until both guilds are doing progression on Mythic bosses. It's going to be very interesting to see if either guild has managed to accrue an item level advantage through their varying split strategy.
It's going to be hard to get really high item level, obviously, because you need Mythic level loot to get the highest item level you can. 626, I think, is the highest you can get from Hero Track if you upgrade things with the Valor Stones, but also Valor Stones are limited resources. Yes, you're going to be getting some from dungeons, but you have to remember, or from raids, but you have to remember this are multiple raids over multiple characters, not this many raids on one character, right? So you're not getting all of those Valor Stones on your main. Likely we won't be seeing as many of those upgrades as perhaps you can do just playing a single character and doing M0s and M+s and all of that extra jazz.
Good to remember, Mythic Plus also available now with a large and largely bottomless source of major upgrades for anyone who isn't doing Mythic progression. For now, basically everyone doing heroic splits. We're doing 3 runs, so that's 8, 9, 10 Echo players per run. No one has any Mythic Plus run starting now, but once Mythic progression starts, you'll see 8, 9 Echo Raiders on the bench, and they will start farming those Mythic Plus dungeons to acquire even more item level, even more trinkets and weapons and other good loot. And of course, the Catalyst is available to fill out any tier slots that you folks might be missing as necessary, or to craft any other items that you might want.
You should have 2 Catalysts now, right? Because it's been 2 weeks, so you can fill out your tier if that is what you desire.
I think it's, for an average player, you or I, for example, a good time to send the Catalyst is if you can finalize a 4-piece from it, right? It would be really unfortunate to send a Catalyst on tier gloves that only gave you, 3-piece and then get tier gloves in your vault, for example, next week, right? You could wait, get those gloves, and then craft your 4-piece. So that's a good time to send it. Or if you're currently progressing and you don't have 2-piece, maybe you want to try to grab that. Especially if you're a Mythic Plus raider and aren't enjoying raid, Catalyst is a great way to get that tier regardless. Also, you can get tier from your Delve vault slots,
that you can.
Is worth filling out if you're not interested in doing the raid as an additional source of potential tier pieces.
Yeah, I heard the Greater Vault was meant to be good, and both of my Greater Vaults were diabolically bad. Made me very sad. I didn't have a tier in either of them.
The Great Vault is good for those who are good.
Good enough for who it's for, I guess.
It is indeed. I did get tier. I got a nice tier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I didn't. I did get Abyss Cloak, I think, which is It's a cloak,
it's Biss.
you know, yeah, but
Biss
it's
is
a cloak.
good,
It's
but-
not that exciting.
No, it's not.
No.
No.
And that was on my ult as well. On my main, I got a trinket that was just a bit of an upgrade, I think.
You're playing the Evoker as a main and
Yep.
the Monk as an ult,
Yeah,
correct?
exactly. But I have to play the Monk every time I play with you. 'Cause
Correct,
I don't
because-
want to play Dev Evoker, so...
Although Dev Evoker making an appearance in Liquid's raids.
Yes.
Unsure if that's because they consider Dev Evoker to be particularly good, or if they consider it particularly good on Ansark and they want to get it ready, if they think Augmentation isn't good, or if they just aren't interested in playing Augmentation on early one-shot bosses.
Yeah.
Unsure as yet. The views on Augmentation Evokers are amorphous and difficult to ascertain because it's hard to tell how much damage they actually contribute to the raid if they're Augmentation. Devastation does mediocre damage right now, but has the potential to be particularly good on Queen Ansarek. There's some potential there given the way that their kit works. Augmentation, while the issue there is we just don't know how much damage it does, right?
Yeah.
There's some attempt to attribute the damage it contributes to its allies to the Augmentation Evoker in logs, but it's not super accurate. The most common method for finding out if Augmentation Evokers are good is to go on a test realm or a beta or a live realm now, go to a garrison or somewhere else where only your guild has access to some target dummies, and do a 5-minute DPS check with and without Evokers and compare the raid DPS. And of course, Echo has done that.
And what did they work out? I wonder.
Stay tuned. But of course, Liquid will have done it as well. I don't think it's a secret, right?
But we're also not going to reveal it, right?
Exactly.
Like, there's no point in giving information that is probably known by Liquid or by any other raid guild. But also, I don't know. So I can just make it up. Echo found out that 1 Org plus a Devastation is actually superior to 2 Orgs. It's odd. Something to do with the interactions. Echo found out that if you have 3 Fire Mages, you don't do much damage. Yeah, we did find that out, didn't we?
That's true. That's true. That's true. So yeah, I think that both guilds are all obviously going to be in the position where they prepare for any comp they could conceivably want, and so of course they did prep for the classic last expansion double AUG, because if 1 AUG is good, 2 AUGs is better. That lets you cover all of the raid. 3 AUGs is not better than 2 because then you run into DRs. You can't actually get double buffs, and all the DPS are covered by 2. So it's kind of a 0 or 2 AUG situation. Echo in the position where one of their DPS evokers will likely be the 5th healer if they 5 heal fights, which seems likely, especially for easy fights. Why not take that extra safety margin and not have to worry about a healer dying or someone dying to lack of healing? So likely to see either Maestein or Frago, and word around the street is Frago. Healing on a Preservation Evoker instead of playing Devastation or Augmentation, while Maestein specializes in either Augmentation or Devastation. We'll have to see what Echo does once they actually get in there tomorrow.
Yeah. Man, those spiders are actually really creepy. The colossal spiders.
Oh, they're terrible. You should try Arachnophobia mode.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
What do they look like?
I have no idea. I haven't played with it on. I turned Arachnophobia mode out in the open world to see what happened with some spiders, and they turned into the crabs that to me reminded me of Serpentine Cavern. Those crabs around that lake of the Burning Crusade. But the problem for me is crabs are basically as creepy as spiders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can understand that. It's a very similar shape anyway, right?
Yeah.
So
I think they are in fact arachnids.
Crabs are arachnids?
Are they?
I don't think so.
I think maybe they are. I could be making it up.
Gonna have to.
Let's head to Google.
This is like I'm just not sure, but I don't think crabs are arachnids.
The spiders of the sea.
Yeah, you can call things that. Like you can
That
call
means it's
pigeons the rats of the air. That doesn't make them mammals.
Doesn't it?
Are crabs arachnids? Here we go.
All right, science coming in.
Oh, they are.
Arachnids, score 1 for the lawyer over the doctor. Didn't you study biology?
Yeah, I studied human.
Yeah.
Wait, but this says crabs belong to the subphylum Crustacean, which is marine arthropods. Does that make them arachnids?
I don't know. You lost me at crustacean.
So crustaceans and arachnids both belong to the phylum Arthropoda.
So they're both arthropods.
They're both arthropods,
separate
but yeah, crustaceans aren't arachnids.
Interesting. Unfortunately, we just watched Canix die, which is more interesting than Medic desperately trying to prove me wrong.
I mean, I'm correct here. I think production is wrong.
You think production's wrong? That's fair. I'm not that invested in it.
I'm very invested now.
I'm willing to be wrong.
They made me eat beans earlier in Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, that was That was diabolical.
Yeah, it was really
okay,
bad.
Production claiming they made him do nothing, but the bet was for Tabasco sauce.
Yeah, and it was the
sneakily adding beans to
I'm
that
pretty sure it's the beans that are burning in my stomach right now.
Well, okay. To be fair, you were complaining about the Tabasco sauce more than the beans.
No, I'm pretty sure it's the beans that are causing the burn. 100% sure on that.
I can understand a little bit of. I understand the choke you did right when you encounter a chunk in your shot.
That was a surprise. Yeah,
that's the bad surprise. Yeah.
That was fun.
Yeah.
And
gambling is fun.
Yeah.
In moderation.
Do it at home. Yep.
Without, risking money you can't afford to lose or risking taking shots you can't handle swallowing. Yeah.
Oh, the joys.
Yeah. Currently 3 separate splits going.
Yep.
One team on the Brood Twister, one team on Rashanan, and one team on...
Is that a second Brood
The Brood
Twister?
Twister. Yeah, it looks like
double
we have
broods,
2
I think.
broods. Yeah, I think
oh, no,
right.
one team's going into Kaveza.
Oh, you are correct.
Kush's
only a couple of POVs from that, it looks like. Yeah.
Gingy, Nice Memes, and Kush. And Ryson.
Yep. Ryson, a little bit of an enigma this tier. He the last raid tier he healed. He got world first on Jailer, and then Potter quit, and Potter had been the healing officer. Ryson was forced kind of into that healing officer role. Sat out Dragonflight, though desperately not wanting to play. Sat out Dragonflight in order to guide the raid through all of the healing cooldowns necessary to get world first 2 out of 3 Dragonflight raids. Excellent work for him.
Yeah.
They were able to pick Potter up. Coming into this tier, he's going to be doing the healing coordination. He's going to be doing the healer cooldown callouts, allowing Ryson to return to the raid. A little bit bamboozling us and flabbergasting everybody with a large number of mirrored druids and a relatively small number of mirrored priests, causing people to wonder if Resto Druid is going to make a play. I still think that is
Guardian, right?
Very unlikely.
Yeah.
It makes sense to have it available as a contingency plan because you need a Mark of the Wild and you want to use whatever the least bad Druid spec is for that. Sometimes that's a Boomkin doing really good damage. Sometimes that's a Feral doing really good damage. This tier, both Boomkin and Feral suffering a little bit on the damage meter. And the least bad option, in my opinion, is Guardian. If you hate the idea of playing a Guardian Druid, having a Resto Druid option makes sense.
It does. It does.
And they have that option available, but I will still be shocked beyond belief if Ryson plays a Druid rather than a Priest. Priest does everything a Druid does, except better, except Mark of the Wild.
Yeah, that's the only thing, right? It's the raid buff that you're looking for.
But the thing is if you don't have a Healer Priest, if you substitute the Healer Priest for a Resto Druid to get the Mark of the Wild, that means you need to bring in a Shadow Priest to bring the Power of Fortitude. Both of them bringing that mandatory buff.
Or you could just bring in another Healer Priest.
That's true, but then you're dropping, in this case, the other 2 Healer Priest options you have are Velo, swapping for Preservation to Healer Priest, which is a bit of a downgrade. This is kind of Preservation's tier. Or Zotzi swapping from Shaman to a Healer Priest, which is fine, but then you lose the Sky Fury buff. Although Enhance is really good, you can bring that in. But you guys can see how you start playing a lot of in and out.
Like
and
dominoes that fall depending on the first decision you make.
Puzzle pieces kind of fitting together. I still think that the correct play is to play the Guardian Druid, provide that Mark of the Wild. The Guardian Druids are just fine. And then you bring the Windwalker in for the Mystic Touch. Mystic Touch, obviously mandatory, but Windwalker providing it in a way that provides 200 DPS more than if you had a Brewmaster plus a DPS Druid. Windwalker just flat out superior to DPS Druids by a large margin. But you could drop the rest of Shaman and bring in Enhanced Shaman if you wanted. Enhanced Shamans are blasting. They're very, very good.
Yeah, they're very strong right
now. In fact, right now, Jenkob topping the meter with that that Enhanced Shaman.
I mean, you could also drop the Windwalker and bring in a Brewmaster and go Guardian Brewmaster double tank.
You absolutely could do that, 100%. And in fact, I think that's what Liquid did.
Yeah.
Classic combination, right? You use those tank slots to bring in mandatory buffs or debuffs because all of the tanks can handle the mechanics. But given that Windwalker is very good, maybe you want additional flexibility, saying, okay, we'll commit to using Windwalker, reducing our flexibility a little bit there, but then we can, instead of having the Brewmaster tank, we could try out a Prop Paladin for additional utility, off-healing bops, magic bop, really, really valuable, or potentially a Blood Death Knight for AoE Grip. Now, it's kind of contentious right now how valuable AoE Grip is. There's a huge number of mobs to be gripped in this raid. Brood Twister, in fact, only 2 of the bosses are single target.
Yeah.
Right. Sakran and the
Kaveza,
Princess.
Right?
Exactly. And on the last boss, you have huge numbers of spiders that spawn, and AoE grip is at least useful for that. But is it mandatory? Probably not.
Yeah.
A little bit of anything up in the air. For the most part, it looks from the splits like Echo was preparing primarily a Brewmaster and a Blood DK. But they have all of the tanks ready, and they did get a Bear Druid very, very well geared. So I think conversations are ongoing right now as to who's going to be forced to play the Druid to bring in the Mark of the Wild. Is it going to be Ryson forced onto the rest of the Druid, which I think would be a inting. I'm going to be blunt. I think that's inting. Or will Robin or Mirrors bring in the Guardian instead? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we will. We'll find out as the days go on, as we finally get into Mythic progression over the next couple of days or so. Right now, still in heroic splits. I think this is about the 6th split of the day, 7th split of the day.
I'm going to be honest. I have no interest in counting.
Yeah. I think this is 6.
Yeah, that's what production says, and they're probably better informed than we are. You and I have casted the entirety of Heroic Week, which has now bled into our 8th day straight.
It's the 40th split we've cast together, or something like that.
Indeed, sir, indeed. And we didn't cast together that much.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
I've lost count of splits. We're going to be doing them all day, and that's fine because Echo needs to acquire the gear. That would make killing the Queen Ansurek this week plausible. Historically, Week 1 clears require the utmost in item level, otherwise the DPS check is just out of reach, as happened with Gahoon, or barely achievable, as happened with Sylvanas.
Yeah.
If it's, trivially easy and dies on Friday without needing to do all of these splits, well, then Echo loses anyway,
waste of time,
right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. So just play to win instead. Don't play for a fast tier that you're doomed to lose anyway. So Echo's going to get all the gear they can. And much to our dismay here in chat and as casters and viewers, that means no Mythic for a while. I fully expect, in fact, that tomorrow it's likely that we'll see 6 of 8 dead before Echo even sets foot into the raid.
Yeah, that's very possible. It also depends if Liquid decide to do 2 days of splits, right? Because they could just do an afternoon of splits into a whole day of splits tomorrow and then go into Friday. Friday's the day after that, right?
It is.
Like fully geared and then really try and push it.
They could, although rumor is from the Liquid Leaders stream, Max, that their intention is to do Mythic all day tomorrow.
Oh, really?
And that would be in accordance with Liquid's typical approach. They are, in general, faster than Echo at doing splits, getting through those splits and getting into Mythic. Almost every tier, that is the case. And given that that's the announced plan, likely to see them back in Mythic.
Yeah, 100%. I didn't know that was the announced plan.
Yeah, I had heard that he said. In fact, I saw it on Radar.io, so a reputable site.
Yeah.
That he said that they wanted to. Jinji go down. Wanted to be in Mythic all day tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So they are hoping to do all of the splits today. Echo
Chip baited Mythic Plus.
Very nice.
Never expected that.
Echo, on the other hand, is pretty much committed to doing at least half a day of splits tomorrow. So they'll do more splits, and it's kind of a separate strategy, right? It's will we be rewarded with an extra half item level over Liquid, or will it have been kind of a half day in vain wasted?
Yeah.
However,
if you want to join the splits, you can! ! Splits in the chat. We are looking for everything for these final splits before the lunch break here at the SK headquarters, or not headquarters.
Magenta facility.
That's the one.
Yes, the lovely purplish pink color.
Yeah.
We need you for the last heroic splits before they are free to go down to their lunch. So head into the group finder, raid and group section, search for Echo, join the group of your choice, contribute your loot to the Echo attempt to get world first in this raid.
Yeah, and you get your Greater Vault filled up, and you get the right to say, I was ahead of the curve.
That's right.
While I helped out Echo on these raids. You can see the Regicide dropping that. Out of the loot, we're on Kiveza, which means you have Silken Court left to do for both these raids, but we'll get those splits started in the group finder, meaning the Echo raiders can jump straight into it as soon as possible.
Look at that. Is that our Andy blasting the top of the DPS meter with Revis instead of tanking?
Yeah, I think so.
Wild. Very, very good. Demon Hunter, represent. Where Demon Hunters have been solid DPS this tier. Not standout, but very, very good. Obviously, you have to have one for the Chaos brand debuff on the boss. But the DPS Demon Hunter is in sufficiently good shape that you're happy to take a DPS Demon Hunter and not have to take the Vengeance Demon Hunter to make up for it.
Who is tanking?
We have
mirrors
and I suspect
Pug tank.
I suspect he's solo tanking.
You think he's just by himself against the might of Kiveza?
No, I made it up. Swag is tanking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
There's two, like, he was covered on the raid frames and he's not on the healing.
Yeah,
meter.
yeah.
So, but yeah, Swag taking the tank spot while Andy blasts on the Havoc Demon Hunter.
Going to the Starless Night. Still one phase here before you go into that endless darkness at the end. So with Kiveza at 30%, you're about the right position in terms of how much damage you want to have done. I think you probably want to have about 25 going into that final phase if you can on Heroic. But
also, you know, we've been talking a lot of trash about Druids. They did get buffed coming into this reset, and can't help but notice DPS Druids showing up on the meter. On a pure single target fight, they're doing fine. So maybe all of this was for naught. Maybe you can abandon the Wrestler Druid and abandon the Guardian Druid and just bring Canex in.
Do we have Canex's point of view? I think we do. Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's take a look at Canex
right
here.
in the middle there, feruling it up. Okay, that's fine. As long as it's not a Boomkin, I'm okay. I'm fine with Feral doing damage. Anything but Boomkins.
Year of the Spear. Yeah. I imagine that now that buffs have come in for both specs of Druid, Canex is probably trying out both Feral and Boomkin, possibly in a desperate attempt to really focus up, show up on the meter, and convince Scripe that it is worth bringing in the DPS Druid. This is going to be a wipe. Can't help but notice that the split I participated in did not wipe
thanks
on
for that.
any bosses. You are welcome.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you had to suck down a
just
shot.
Suck some Tabasco down my gullet.
That's what happens when you bet against me sometimes.
But I didn't want to bet against you. I wanted to bet for you both times, but we had to switch it.
Right,
Otherwise, it's unfair, right?
Because like
I knew you'd be really good. I knew you would never die.
I almost did, though.
Yeah, but you didn't.
I didn't. True.
And that's the one I wanted you to die on.
Yeah, it's true.
Darn you!
Curse you.
But yeah, the Silken Court hit for Gingy and Co. What percent are we at? We're at like 80%. So you're going through the first intermission where Anubarash leaves, takes a break. Takaj jumps into the middle. You have to deal with the webs and then with the debuffs later on.
I really like that structure. I think it's almost Shakespearean, if you'll forgive me the conceit. I think that you have phase one as like an introduction to the fight, and then the spider jumps into the middle and empowers herself. And now you're dealing with that phase two, and that's your introduction to her mechanics, just like phase one was an introduction to his. And then he jumps into the middle and empowers as you head into the final finale. That sounded dumb. The final finale, the conclusion of the fight with both of them empowered, dealing with their final little fight against each other, where they're doing the most damage to the raid and, you know, the most difficult mechanics, but also sabotaging each other so viciously. I think it's very, very well structured in a nice poetic kind of way for the fight. That's also enjoyable to play. And I think on Mythic, this fight has a huge amount of potential to be extraordinarily difficult, because not only are you dealing with all of the things that have caused several wipes on Heroic already, they're adding that wild Star Augur or almost Tindril-esque mechanic of every single raid member being marked with a color, either red or purple, or I think it is, the marks of rage and paranoia, being unable to come in contact with each other. I think that's going to be very difficult to solve.
Yeah, I very much agree. I think that coordinated dance is going to be the key sticking point for this fight. And as much as, you know, Alex said he thinks they're just going to work out a way to position to make it a little bit less difficult for them, I'm not 100% sure. I feel like you're going to get to a point where it's a just play the game, and the players are going to have enough experience with the boss to be able to understand their positioning throughout the battle. It's possible that weak auras will make the fight a facsimile of itself, you know, maybe make it a little bit more simpler for them. But overall, I expect this boss to be a big wall.
I agree. They do like to attempt to simulate and practice the difficult mechanics of Mythic progression prior to the bosses being available. Go into a garrison, use a weak aura to mark everyone with different colors or what have you, and then kind of, you know, role play through it in order to come up with proposed and potential movement strategies, positioning strategies that might make things easier. And that can be useful, but I think this is the kind of mechanic especially as it overlaps with other mechanics that are going to compel certain movements.
Yeah.
That is very difficult to simulate, and it's very much going to be a boss where you have to just get in reps, a la Tindral, in order to work up the muscle memory and practice and awareness and decision making to correctly solve those mechanics. And I think it's going to be a great boss. I am Team Hopium for this being a relatively difficult, maybe day-long or even 2-day-long boss that presents a significant wall before you advance on to Queen Ansarek, which would be wonderful to see.
It definitely would. It definitely would. We'll see if they can get through this one. It's looking pretty clean so far. Have lost one of their DPS, but down below 49% already. Have a battle res available. Not going to res a helper.
Correct. We have good damage coming in from Jangclone, again on the Enhanced Shaman. Warrior showing up, Rogue showing up. I believe that is Perfecto's Rogue. Or actually, I don't think that. I think that's a Helper Rogue.
What, the Dommy?
The Dommy could be anything.
Dommy Amp.
Dommy Moose.
Dommy Moose? Is that the plan? Yeah.
That's
it's Kush.
Okay, okay,
well,
that's
yeah.
Kush. Okay. All right, then it's Dommy Mommy.
Good job, Kush.
Yeah, it's definitely Dommy Mommy then.
Okay.
So we have an Enhanced Shaman, a Rogue, and a Warrior kind of blasting at the top. The Enhanced Shaman ahead by a pretty considerable amount.
That's a sizable chunk.
Doesn't necessarily mean, by the way, folks, that Enhanced Shaman's blasting, the Enhanced Shaman's going to be in for sure, although it is, and it will be.
Yeah.
This is, of course, a split with 3 to 5 Echo mains, and then another 5 to 7 Echo alts, and it's hard to say whether Jangclone is really, really good or really, really geared, right?
Or both.
Or both. Could be conceivably true. Likely, even. Also a run where we have double Preservation Evoker showing off. Same thing goes. You can't say, oh, Preservation Evoker is amazing, it could be Velo's main. In fact, I anticipate Velo maining Preservation Evoker this tier.
Yeah, it is just really strong, especially with things like Stasis and Rewind. You have so many tools at your disposal. The fact that you even have Updraft if you want to get away from some of those poison circles or any sort of circles, that are going to do damage as you walk over them becomes very... Oh, sorry, Zephyr is the name of the ability, not Updraft, yeah. I think Updraft is a jet ability from Valorant, so I don't know where that's come from, but it, it does what it says.
It does what it says.
Ups you up. Whereas Zephyr, what's that mean? It's just a tornado.
Zephyr is a little wind, isn't it? Yeah. Evoker, I think, is a very fun class with a lot of movement-related abilities and utility that make it fairly high skill curved in terms of positioning in a raid, where positioning is kind of a low-key, under-regarded component of skill in raiding. Yeah. And you can see some excellent gameplay coming out from a really, really good Evoker as they use all of their various movement tools to maintain uptime and evade mechanics and even save their friends with rescues. So very, very good. And currently Preservation Evokers are arguably the strongest, or certainly one of the strongest healers in raids in terms of pure, raw HPS and utility. So I think it's very likely you're going to see at least one Preservation Evoker in the form of Velo, and sometimes two if we have an Augmentation Evoker, or DPS Evoker, I should say. They might play Devastation. Flex to that 5th healing spot. So we've seen Maystine and Frago practicing their healing for 8 days now in every single split, doing a really, really good job. Both Frago and Maystine enjoying that Engulf build that does really good bursty AoE healing with the introduction of hero talents.
Yeah, having watched how much they've done it, I'm tempted to switch over to Engulf myself, because Chrono Warding is really nice, but it is a little bit slower. It's much more about like manipulating time and getting the dots out and using your echo effectively. Whereas Engulf, obviously you still need to use all of your abilities effectively, but I really like the idea of that instant spot healing, especially when there are so many mechanics in this where spot healing can be really helpful, right?
Speaking of spot healing, we did have Velo go down, which is not good. That's one of your 2 main echo player healers in this run. We still have Mason and Ryson, so not necessarily the end of the world, and the res coming up, so I expect we're going to pick Velo up. Going into the last phase, you want all of your healers up, because they don't deal with the mechanic at all in the last phase. The boss is going to charge, you're supposed to use a couple of lines to stop him, and they simply ignore that and cool down through the 3 damage events that happen as he does an unmitigated, unstopped charge. So they do in fact bring Velo up, which is going to make that much, much safer, because the boss in 10 seconds is going to burrow, which does a lot of damage, and then charge unstopped, which requires large mitigation and raid cooldowns in order to mitigate. So you can keep an eye on the Cooldowns at the top of the screen. Several of them rolling now to keep everyone up. They're calling those out and rolling them through.
Here's the charge.
Here it comes. Personals, everybody. Top, everybody. And
no one goes
fine.
down. Yeah, easy clear.
Yep.
Easy for Echo, as they say. 2% on the boss, but this will be Gingy's group completing their final split, maybe before lunch. They've got half an hour, maybe they can sneak one more in.
They might sneak one more in, yeah, and those groups are being made right now, so check out the group finder. However, given that we have just watched one final Queen Court kill, and we're heading into lunch break, that is going to do it for our first shift of the day. Medic and I stepping aside, he to work on Worlds,
yes,
and I to take a nap, because I'm coming back again later tonight.
I'm going to have a nap first as well.
Shall we nap together?
No, because I worry that, like, my stomach, you know, what if
I just meant at the same time.
Oh,
at
the same time,
I don't know why
sure.
you're taking this weirdly.
Well, those
don't go
arms.
anywhere. We will be right back with some more casters. Enjoy the rest of the broadcast, everybody.
Good afternoon. We are in the reset. Mythic is available, and we are in heroic splits.
Split.
Yes.
Splits. I'm really excited for this, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've been here for a week looking at them, and there are other casters who may not have seen the splits yet for some reason.
Yeah. This is new to me, so I'm excited. I mean, I haven't even watched that many splits at home either, because, I mean, why would I watch splits, right? So,
so you have not suffered.
Yeah, I'm like, this is all new
hours.
to me. Like, what is going on? Like, I'm gonna have to take a look at like all of these bosses and how they
All right, well, we can talk you through it. Although you played through the raid already, I'm sure.
Yeah, I cleared heroic and normal mode on my druid and my warlock actually as well. Nagani.
Oh no.
Nagoni as they call them.
Oh. How's the warlock?
The warlock actually was doing more damage than my druid, even though it had less item level, so...
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
But they buffed Moonkin now, and it's not doing that bad anymore, I heard. I'm not sure if it was just rumors, so... We'll see. Maybe Moonkin is back. Maybe we're so back.
Yeah, perhaps. Well, if you are only just tuning in for the afternoon and wondering, hang on a minute, 4 out of 8 bosses have died on Mythic. Mythic is open. What are you doing, Echo? Well, they are still preparing their characters. It's not necessarily a one-to-one, right? If there was 10 bosses in the raid, each boss is not 10% of the raid. It largely comes down to the end couple of bosses, let's say. The final boss, that's usually around 80% of the raid, with the previous bosses maybe taking up barely 10%. So it's not unusual for the first few bosses or first half of the raid to be cleared quite quickly, as we've seen. Liquid went in yesterday before or after the split, so I'm not quite sure of the timeline, and they took the first 4 down. We also see Pop-Tart Corn Dog on there, 3 out of 8, which is Dratnos' guild, so it's always fun to see them on the leaderboard, making everyone want a Pop-Tart and a corn dog, which you can't actually get over here, really. Quite rare.
Yeah. I love their name. It's amazing. Yeah. I have their like they actually have a really cool logo, and I have a sticker that they gave to me at BlizzCon, and it's on my like memory wall at my home.
Cute.
It's very cute. I love it a lot. But yeah, I mean, as you said, obviously going into Mythic straight away, not necessarily something that they have to do or want to do. It just makes a lot more sense to get their splits out of the way as early as possible, because they're going to be doing them anyway at some point, because they will need the gear for Ansurek at least. Maybe even on previous bosses as well. There could be a wall earlier. We've talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. And it looks like maybe Liquid has that information already, as of course they are 4 out of 8, and had the opportunity to go and pull and check out the HP of the 2 next bosses, which would be Broodkeeper or Princess. So they'll see they'll see some numbers on the HPs, or how much damage you need to do to kill the bosses, in case it was unknown to them before. And then they also get to see the HP of the ads that are spawning on Broodkeeper as well, right? And then they'll know, okay, which boss is the wall and what do we need to gear, because they're very different bosses in what kind of damage you need and what kind of probably lineup you're running. So if Broodkeeper is the wall, then they do want to maybe focus on some different lineup compared to Princess, because of course Princess is a single target boss.
That's really interesting. There's actually so many different types of bosses in here, all requiring different damage profiles, right? You have ads, you've got priority to target ads as well, so it's not necessarily just AoE cleave. There is some AoE cleave, but you're going to have to take down those spider ads pretty quickly, because they will start shredding the tank, for example. But you also have vulnerable damage windows on Silken Court, so you're going to need some burst damage profiles for those moments, which are on a little bit of awkward timings. We'll have to wait and see when we get into Mythic, because sometimes the run of the fight, sometimes the timings can be slightly different going from the various difficulties. But you are right, there's lots of different damage profiles, and Broodkeeper and Kaiveza are extremely different fights. One essentially being kind of almost a, well, it's not really patchwork. There's a lot of movement, as you can see in this, split right here. There's a lot going on in this phase 2. But yeah, Brood Twister having priority targets, AoE, and a little bit of everything. And also, depending on tuning, the boss damage might be really high, the requirement, just because of the boss health. So it'd be interesting to see which one. I don't know which one they went to first, because they got one pull in on either Kaiveza or Brood Twister, because you can choose.
Oh, it's Brood Twister, right? Ugh.
You keep saying
Brood Twister.
I've been just using both.
Yeah, honestly, I think people know what we're talking about.
We also
it's kind of similar to Broodkeeper anyway, right?
Like, yeah, exactly. We've had Queen's Court for Silken Court thrown in, so we're just confusing everyone.
I feel like they do this on purpose as well, because the Broodkeeper is very similar to Brood Twister. Like, the boss fight itself is similar as well, and Queen's Court is also similar to Silken Court, right? So they're doing this on purpose to confuse the casters. I see what you're doing. I'm on to you.
We are paying attention. Yeah, because you got Breaking Eggs, which was a large part of the Broodkeeper fight in Vault of the Incarnates. And then you have Queen's Court was the 2 separate bosses as well. And the dot class is doing really well on that fight. And I also wonder if that's going to be the case with Silken Court, because it's not just single target, because the bosses aren't always separated, but it's not also cleave the whole time either, because the bosses do jump around as well. So it's kind of a mixture. So I'm wondering, like, are those dot classes going to be quite good on that fight?
I wonder, like, I do think that the power of dot classes has been nerfed heavily. Like, most classes that are dot classes, their dots are not like their main damage anymore, at least for most of them, right? Because of that reason, because they had to kind of stop making these council fights, because there were some classes who were just like infinitely better than other classes, right? So instead of stopping making those bosses, they just said, you know what, we should probably just nerf the amount of damage these dot classes can do on spread out cleave to even it out a little bit, to not have them to be so powerful in those scenarios. But I mean, they're still, dot classes are going to be just still better, but just maybe not by such a big margin compared to how it was before. Affliction Warlock, for example, I think is going to be super strong on that fight. Affliction already a really good spec for Warlock, of course, the best Warlock spec right now. A lot of people are playing mostly Affliction on all of the bosses. And then Affliction 2 targets, of course, being very strong too. I personally don't think that Moonkin is necessarily going to be very strong on that fight, even though, of course, Moonkin does have dots. The dots are not really the major damage point that a Moonkin does, so I don't necessarily think that Moonkin is going to be super strong there. And other than that, Shadow Priest also not doing that hot right now.
No.
So maybe they're not going to be super crazy on that fight either.
Yeah, it's interesting just seeing, well, thinking about, hey, these are the damage profiles required for the various fights. What are we going to see in? I can't remember what your predictions were yesterday. Did you think that Brood Twister was going to be a bit tougher than Kaiveza, or Kaiveza tougher than Brood Twister?
I said Kaiveza, even though I do logically like understand why the likelihood of Brood Twister being more difficult is higher. But I just don't want that to be true. You know, like I want Kaiveza to be harder because it's, in my opinion, just like a more like interesting boss. It's nice to watch, the mechanics are really cool, and I just like playing that boss too, right? And Brood Twister, in my mind, is just like, ugh, you know, it's like annoying. There's eggs spawning everywhere. There's these eggs, and you have to break them, and it's like, oh. But but I do think the chaos on that fight has a bigger potential to be a wall compared to Kaiveza, in my opinion, unfortunately.
Yeah,
What do you think?
I hope that it's not a case of there's kind of just, it gets mapped out, right? There's going to be one way that's the most optimal way, and that's it. That's just what you're going to see everybody doing. I hope if there is any progression on that fight, I think it's going to be juggling the damage depending on how it's tuned, because you don't want to take too many resources off of the boss because the ads need to die. So if you need to allocate more cooldowns on the ads, but also the boss needs to die because the boss HP is really, really high. So if they have to really think about, right, we need to really optimize everybody's cooldowns here. What are we popping in what place? Where are we allocating damage? Which again can be solved just through, you know, mapping it out and the spreadsheets of like, okay, the ad HP is here. This is what cooldown we've got available at this point. This is how much damage it will deal. So that can also be mapped out. But I hope that there is a little bit of push-pull with that. Or perhaps there's going to be working out with the eggs in the room what way they're going depending on what they've got as well, because you'll have certain egg clusters that have fixate mobs, which is just a bit more AoE. Then you have the spider mobs, which is just a real priority target. So maybe it won't just be one route fits all. Maybe there will be some figuring out. So that's just me. I'm just talking it through. There's just like so many dimensions that I hope is difficult.
Yeah, so I tested Brood Twister on beta when it was testable on Mythic, and the one thing that I thought was weird, because you can't choose which side you start on, because you of course have the 3 different sides, right? But once you decide on a side, you have to like break the eggs in a very it's a set order. Like you're not allowed to say, okay, we're gonna break this worm and this spider here. Like you actually have to break them in a certain order, because the blood comes out of the canister and it fills the room, right? And if you don't break the ones that are closer to the blood, then they will be they get touched by the blood and they obviously like enrage and you wipe. So you need to break them in that certain order, and that to me was a bit, I'm not sure if they changed it by now, because that's possible, right? Sometimes they change stuff after the testing, But I felt like, wow, like I wish they would have given you some sort of freedom in what you do to give the guilds an opportunity to change up their strategy and be give them a little bit of a variety. Because if you actually tell the guilds to do, okay, you have to break this, you have to break this, you have to break this, then I feel like it gets a bit more boring, right? But you still have the choice on which canister you go to first, which is of course still going to change the fight by quite a lot.
Yeah, because on Mythic, those ads, so each part of the room will have more of a certain type of ad. So if you break the canister in that room, it will empower that type of ad for the rest of the fight. So you can empower the tanky spider mobs first, or the fixate maggots, or the casting worms. So as you're going through, you have to bear in mind, if we're tackling, let's say, the caster worms first, they're going to be permanently empowered throughout the rest of the fight. So there will be some thinking about it, but I can imagine it will just be, there'll be an optimal breakage. They'll just be like, okay, well, the tank spiders have way too much HP, take way too many resources off the boss with, I think it's a 20% HP gain, and we can't really afford that much damage taken off of the boss, so we'll do that last. Or there'll be some kind of optimization that they'll figure out, and then it will kind of be solved. Because you are right, the eggs that are broken will basically be solved with the blood crossing the room. You can't let it touch it. So I suppose there won't be too much wriggle room with that. Kaivezo, I really hope is tuned, just because at the very, very end, I think it's the Endless Night or the Starry Night, she's just pulsing continuously throughout the raid, and it will be really epic if we get that sludge fist moment where it's in the end raid, people are dying, the boss is a really low HP percentage, and they are absolutely trying everything they can to get her down, and it will just be one of those moments which is always epic in the race. So I do hope she's tuned in a way that does provide, let's say, a tight damage check. But we'll see. Who knows? Or maybe they'll fall quite easily and they'll go into Silken Court, and then that's where the wall is for sure.
Maybe it's just like one shot every single boss up until Silken Court, and then it's like 500 pulls.
I honestly, so I my guess is up just because I was feeling dramatic yesterday. You're like, oh yeah, 400 pulls that boss, 200 pulls that boss, why not? But I do genuinely think the Silken Court, which is the fight we're seeing right now, is going to be very difficult on Mythic. There's so much personal play, right? That's the parts that really catch the guilds off guard. Because if it can be kind of mapped out and planned.
Do you think it's personal play though? Because I think it's very scripted.
Well, with the orbs and the positioning.
Yeah, but okay, so well,
I suppose if
the
you have
orbs
everyone in
always
set
spawn,
positions.
yeah, because you can spawn the orbs in set spots, and then you can like, it would be a choreography, right? Like each person's assigned to soak that other person's orb, for example, right? So I'm not sure what the RNG point is in this fight to make it more personal play. But I've also, when I tested this boss, we wiped like after like 30 seconds every time. Like this boss was very difficult on Mythic testing, so I didn't get too far into it to really see like the point where there might be more personal play, because as you said, the modes of course that are spawning, like the mythic mechanic on this fight is absolutely crazy, and if it spawns on like certain people only that is RNG, then there could be personal play. But the first couple of minutes or so of the fight seem pretty scripted to me.
Yeah, it could definitely be that. It's more just because of all the abilities that are going out, let's say, and you're constantly being pushed around the room.
Yeah.
Like, how much can you script it that you're always in the same place? I mean, I'm sure you can, but yeah, I suppose it's everything that's going out. It's kind of pushing you all in different directions, and you'd have to make sure that you are doing the same thing every single pull, right? You're dodging the same way every time, let's say, just keeping your movement consistent, which they can definitely do, but maybe that's then where the progress is.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very interesting to see. And in case you guys don't know what we're talking about, because I'm sure there's a lot of people. Actually, I think that everyone in Twitch chat has done their research and looked up all of the mythic mechanics.
They know more than us.
They know everything because, of course.
All-knowing.
It's so funny. I saw like a tweet. I forgot who tweeted it, but I think it was Relo, actually. I think he was saying, it's funny to me how all of these players are grinding like a 0.1% damage increase item that is going to be completely irrelevant in 2 weeks for like days on end. Before the raid came out, everyone did these like degenerate things to get the renown and to do this and to delves and blah blah blah, right? And he's like, it's crazy to him how they they'll spend so much time getting these super marginal damage increases, and not a single soul takes 10 minutes to go and watch a boss guide before they pull a boss with their guild.
That's very true. Hang on a minute.
And I was like, wait a second, that's me.
That would have been me if I wasn't casting. I would have just been running around, flying, head empty, no thoughts, just dragging around. Or sky riding, is it called now? Just flying around, hollow full, taking in the sights. Ooh, pretty gem. That would have been my brain. And then farming all the gear, would have had the most stacked character ever. Going into the raid, like, I don't know why we're in here. I don't know what this is. Actually, I have been paying a little bit more attention to story, so I may have had more of an idea than normal. It's just, okay, the bugs in the raid are bad. Bugs bad.
Figured.
Not all bugs, but these bugs.
Man, I'm also a little bit like, we're watching Kenix right now, and earlier when I just took a look at the damage meter, I didn't realize that Kenix was playing Feral, and I was like, oh wow, Moonkin is actually doing that bad.
No.
And then I looked, it's like, oh.
Oh wait,
I
hold
guess
up.
he's Feral.
There is another DPS druid in the raid that's not on the meters. Oh no.
No, don't worry, they're
Poor
all just
chickens.
sandbagging, guys. Like,
I know.
I'm coping. Like, they're actually just like, they're just hiding it. Kenix knows that Moonkin is just too OP and it will get nerfed if he's playing it, so he's just playing Feral instead to not give the numbers to Blizzard, you know?
That is the Boomkin play. Like, oh, we're so bad.
Hey,
Poor
no, that's a
me.
Warlock play, okay?
To be fair,
Warlocks.
it is way more Warlocks. We were talking about this in Heroic Week. I was like, yeah, Boomkins do this every time. They pretend they're really, really bad, hope they go unnoticed, and they get buffed. But I was like, hang on a minute. I think Warlocks are way more guilty for that behavior than Boomkin.
Because, I mean, we said we're bad, but we are bad. Like, we're allowed to say that.
Boomkins are always complaining. Warlocks are just hiding. They're playing like the ultimate hide and seek game. Like, oh no, I think we're bad. I'm sick. Like, oh no.
So I feel like Warlocks is also just like fly under the radar a lot.
Yeah.
And they stir up drama that they want to like put attention to like other classes. They're like, oh my god, Moonkin's bad, you know? They like to point a finger when in fact they're the ones that should be getting all of the attention because they are hidden OP.
The power of misdirection.
Yeah. And it works really well because the Moonkins also just like take the bait every time. Yeah. Like, what are you saying?
And then mages are just there, just being hated on by everyone.
Yeah, they're
no
used
matter
to
what.
it,
Yeah.
you know. It's okay.
It's like no matter, mages also don't say anything, but just get hated on nonetheless. So Warlocks say nothing and go under the radar. Mages say nothing, but just hated on anyway.
Oh, we have a bunch of people dead here, looks like, because they didn't interrupt the charge, maybe? Or I'm not sure. Was it interrupted at the very end? Either way, they do have a lot of people dead here. They should be able to finish the boss after all, because they did manage to get the stun through on Sky Spinner here, where they have to dispel those magic debuffs close to the boss to get the stun up. Otherwise, you basically wipe. I mean, on Heroic you can survive the damage, but it would be very difficult to do so. And that's it. They're going to be finishing off Silken Court. I said Queen's Court first. Almost. That's Queen's Court, but Silken Court it is. And then we're going to Ansurek. Ansurek? No Ansurex. Oh, wow, man. I was so excited to see Ansurek.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing their splits in very efficient fashion. I mean, they're always very efficient with their splits, but they were doing boss 4 to Silken Court, so 4 to 7. And then they were going back doing bosses 1 to 3, and then they were then spamming Queen Ansurek, which was a really nice way of doing it because they were seeing what dropped from the later bosses, the important items, for example, the trinket that drops from Silken Court, I think web spinner trinket. It is really, really good for casters, just to see which characters were getting what loot and what's dropping in the various runs. And then they were going back and filling out the gear for the characters that then looted so let's say trinket or whatever items they're chasing. There's also a really strong neck that drops from Sikran as well. Yeah, it gives the healer's mana when they heal someone with the trinket or with the necklace, and then if it's a DPS wearer with the necklace, they'll gain versatility.
Yeah, I saw that neck drop.
Yeah, there's actually quite a few jewelry items that have an extra effect, which I think is really nice because usually they're just stat sticks. You don't really think about them.
I completely disagree.
Oh, tell me. I like it.
It's funny because a lot of people have told me that they like these effects. So
it's interesting.
Here's my point of view is like I just really hate having these random effects on items because I really like playing the game, but I don't necessarily enjoy like the figuring out the best gear to wear and like doing all of these simcraft things and like doing all of the theory crafting behind it. Like it's fun sometimes, but I don't want to spend an insane amount of time doing so. So I actually would rather have all of my items be a stat stick. Like even trinkets I'm not a big fan of. I wish they would be just like Kano crystals.
I mean, that was really strong. That was the most absurd trinket from Legion. And people were still chasing that trinket like the next expansion because it was so good.
It was
and then wasn't it came back in Time Walking and people were still going after the Arcano crystal in Time Walking because it was so good. That was crazy. See, although because they do have the, let's say, passive effects, does that not lock in your gear more? Like, you know at least that you're going to have that ring.
Yeah.
Whereas when you're theory crafting and simming, it always depends on what stats. Well, at least this works for Mage. I can't speak for any other class because I play the best one, so why would I need to know? But at least for us, our stat weights can change depending on what item I have. I'll change one item in one slot and it will completely redistribute my stat weights. I mean, nobody checks stat weights anymore anyway, but a different neck piece could be better because I've equipped these legs that now have more crit on it. So what neck piece is going to be better out for the ones I've got might be different. So if you have like set pieces, you're not necessarily running as many sims and changing gear all the time until you get to that point we are getting the best items, right?
Yeah, it's just like the set pieces are not actually like the ones with an effect on it are not necessarily like always your best, right? Because the one thing that I also think happens with these items that have effects on them, it like invalidates the item level of it. Because like if there's a neck piece that has 2 stats on it and it's item level 610 and the other neck is also 610, has the same amount of stats on it plus an effect, then to me that's not 610 anymore, right? Like that extra effect has value too, which should increase its item level technically, because the item level should be showing the power of the item, right?
Yeah.
And I feel like it doesn't do that anymore as soon as you have these effects. And it's same with embellishments as well. Like if you have embellished crafted items, of course an embellished crafted item is more valuable than a non-embellished crafted item. So the item level on it, again, is kind of like useless. It doesn't tell you anything, right? Because I like to open up my my gear and be like, oh, I'm 605 item level, 604 like Kush was on his rogue here, and that tells me how good this character is, but it doesn't. If you have a 604 character, or 2 of them, one is like full stat, full embellished, full best in slot trinkets or whatever, and the other character has no stat, no embellishments, nothing, then the damage that they'll do is going to be vastly different, right?
That's a really good point.
That's something that I personally, I'm not the biggest fan of when we like stray away from item level mattering too much, right? I understand it gets super boring if everything is just a stat stick, right? But I feel like sometimes we're going a bit too far with our effects that we have on items.
Yeah, it's almost like how Borrowed Power got to that point as well, right?
Yeah.
Where we had like, what was it, the Heart of Azeroth in BFA, and then we had Essences. I'm just going to give everybody major despair here, so bear with. Yep, we had the Essences, and then we had Corruption. We just had so many different things. That was a fun time. It was kind of one of those things where I agree with you, but that was at the end of BFA. It was just kind of the gloves are off, just have fun, we'll go next soon. It's not really a sustainable thing to have, but I see what you're saying. I think it's cool to chase certain items. I think them being very rare is kind of annoying. It reminds me of in Vault of the Incarnates, the Primal Council boss, where you had the Whispering Icon, which was a very rare trinket.
Everyone wanted.
That everybody wanted, but it was very rare, and it was the most infuriating thing because it was so bis, and not many of them dropped. So Sometimes chasing that Abyss item can be frustrating, whereas, you know, if it didn't have that extra effect on the ring, you could just get a ring from Mythic Plus, or there's so many different ways of getting gear now, so you could just go to do a different piece of content and still have your character just as good, because you are right, the item level doesn't necessarily reflect the true power output of your character because of all the effects that we have.
There's also a trinket apparently that drops in Delphs that is really good. I'm not sure if it's a meme or if it's actually true.
Oh, I don't know.
It's just a weird item. Ugh, I'm sure someone in chat knows. But some people have been getting it from their map, so it's on Hero Track or from their vault. And apparently it's good. I don't know. I'm going to have to do some more investigating here, or maybe see if Jeeth has heard something about that.
Yeah, excellent split, lads. Time for some delves. Oh, do you think we're going to see much Mythic Plus today? If any.
I think so.
Yeah?
Well, depending on if they... Like, I think we're going to see Mythic Plus after splits. Just depends on if they're going to be finishing all their splits today or not. If they are, then we'll probably see some Plus still at the end of the day. Of course, they're still going to be doing those 4 Mythic bosses too at some point, right? But I think Mythic Plus is going to be important for them for trinkets. I think there's going to be certain trinkets that really are going to be a super big damage increase for them. So farming those trinkets is going to be pretty important. But they'll have to know which characters they're playing first, because it will be a big waste of time to do Mythic Plus on like multiple different characters, right? To try and get their trinkets on multiple different ones. So it has to be like a locked-in character for sure.
Yes, that'll probably be one of the last things they do. I feel like when I was watching this morning, I was watching Medic do a shot of Tabasco. The shenanigans on the couch. I think Preach was drinking beans out of a wine glass, as you do. Nice breakfast. I was seeing people asking in the chat, like, oh, Mythic's open. Why they're not going in? Are they not worried or anything like that? But they do need to make sure that their characters are as geared as they possibly can. They want to make sure they are getting every single available gain, no matter how small. So they're going to be farming as much gear as possible before going into Mythics. That's what we're doing. We're finishing off the splits. The reset came in. Everybody's reset and lockout reset. Therefore, we can go in and we can loot the bosses again, because you can only loot them once per week. So we're going to be finishing off the gear for quite a while. And it's not going to necessarily impact them either, because this gear is really going to come into fruition later on in the raid, right? When we get to those harder bosses, when we get to those damage checks, that's when the time that they put in now to prepare their characters is really going to shine.
Yeah, definitely will. We do see, of course, Kivesa here being fought by one of the splits, Koshan, his Demon Hunter. And this boss, I don't know, I like this boss.
Yeah, do you think this... So...
Sikran, sorry. I keep mixing up Princess and Sikran just because
they look
both,
very similar.
No, just because they're both single target bosses, and I like single target bosses. But yeah, Sikran, of course.
And the mechanics are a little bit similar as well, with kind of the ads positioning a little bit. Do you think this is an example of a boss that you kind of wish was placed a little bit later in the raid because the mechanics or the fight style's cool, and if it was tuned for a later boss, it might be a really interesting encounter?
I mean,
or is it just because it's a single target boss and you can AFK and DPS? Because
yeah, I mean,
I like that as well.
I think I generally like bosses that are a little bit more simpler in the mechanics. Like, I don't. If I have to open up a dungeon journal and I'm like just like opening like different kinds of tabs, and then I already see, oh my god, there's like 50 million different mechanics, and I'm like, oh. It doesn't mean that those bosses can't be interesting. They're just a little bit overwhelming initially to understand. So sometimes I like these like more simple bosses like Sikran, where even if you don't read the dungeon journal, if you play this boss fight, you'll understand it pretty fast. Oh wow.
My goodness. Apparently we've had some huge donations. We are raising money for Games for Love, an absolutely wonderful charity providing distraction therapy to children in hospitals. And they also have some amazing sponsorship and...
we reached a makeup makeover. That's amazing.
I'm scared to press
Who's
refresh
allowed
again.
to do that? Who's doing the makeup?
We could do it. Do you think, okay, so we had a few suggestions. Do you think Jeeth should be like Kiss, you know, like the star.
Yeah.
We've got emo suggestion as well, like full like emo.
I like it.
Goth. I said Zalajeeth. I've got purple. I've got purple eyeshadow that's sparkly. we could create Zalajeeth, and chat kindly posed clown. So thanks, chat, for that.
Thank you. That sounds good. I mean, I just really want to braid his beard. Like, I don't care what else we do.
We need to do that as well. Okay, so I'll do the makeup.
I want like 2 braids, and I mean, like, yeah, Zalajeeth does sound good to me because we can do braids and Xel'Tath at the same time, right? Like, why not?
We could.
Yeah.
Do everything.
I like it.
Yeah, we set an additional goal, which was Jeeth Makeup Makeover. Thank you so much for the $25 donation from Anonymous. Love for games. Can we get the touchdown song today? Oh, that may have... Oh, I don't know if that one was read. It wasn't ticked, but I think we did have it earlier today. But we may be able to get it again for charity production. I know you love that song. Yay! I don't have music. I need to unmute the music for myself. We had a $25 donation from Turtle and Fish. Always love donating for a good cause. Here's to giving all of the children receiving this the best therapy. Much love. P.S. If Preach is watching this, remember the forever goal. 10k for Office Rat. I think, did we read I remember listening to this one. These are not ticked.
Can't believe they're not taking the...
Well, thank you again, Turtle and Fish. I think I remember that one. Well, again, Office Rat. There you go. There's only one more, so just in case this one hasn't been read, there was another $10 donation from Anonymous. Thank you very much. Shot of hot sauce for the loser. I think we did that. Poor Mythic came running out. All right, and then we had an absolutely huge donation for $700 from Ninja Jack. Thank you so much for your generosity. I think I read on the website that $1 helps one child. So that is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for your generosity. Such a beautiful cause. Let's go. Hashtag for the kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That's amazing. Wow.
Yeah, $700 donation.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's incredible. Thank you so much. That is so generous of you. And generous to us as well, because we're going to be able to give Jeeth a makeover. And honestly, what else could you ask for?
Yeah, exactly. So what should we... So definitely braiding the beard.
Braiding. Zalajeeth.
I think
I can bring my makeup as well. I do have some like oh man, if I knew this I would have brought so much more makeup. I have like everything.
What, like in your hotel room or just at home?
Unfortunately at home.
Yeah. I just had this feeling of like I bought this witchy palette that I've never worn, but I was like, in case I just want to be a witch for a day. It's got really good purples and greens. It's so pretty.
God. Okay, that's amazing. That's good.
I haven't used it yet, but Jeeth will be the first.
But I mean, okay, you actually made a mistake. You should have not brought it, and then you should have been like, well, I guess we need to buy some makeup. And then once we're done, it's like, well, who's gonna take this now? Like,
oh no!
Oh my God! I guess. Well,
I might
if no one else is gonna take this, then guess I'm. Yeah, I mean, if you insist, I'll take it.
I suppose I can fit it in. You know, I'll be burdened with this makeup. It's fine. I'll take one for the team and take it home. This is not a scam production.
No.
But yes, thank you so much for your generosity. As I was saying, we are raising money for Games for Love. I have internships and sponsorship programs set up for the children to get back into the world after spending so much of their time in hospital, and providing the distraction therapy for them while in hospital as well. So absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for those donating. I think we had, through splits, we had $5 donation to showcase your pets.
Oh,
yes,
I love that. That's cute.
And we had so many cute pets, and we could do that. We're still in splits.
Cute,
we could make splits better with cute floofers.
But so I'm not a person that collects pets, but I saw this one pet. I don't know which one it is, that you can like pick up, and it's like a sloth.
Oh,
that like follows you, and then you can like pick it up or something. I'm not sure if it was the sloth, but it was the cutest thing. It's like, oh my god, I need this.
Could have been. Like
there's so many
really
cute pets.
slow. With,
I
like,
think
little
so,
claws.
yeah.
Oh, we had a snake, we had a gecko, we had some budgies shown off, we had a horse as well.
Wow, okay.
It was very pretty.
No spiders?
Very majestic. No spiders yet.
Wow,
Who has a
guys.
spider pet? Who has a pet tarantula? We want to see it. You can outfloof all of the cats
Or
and dogs
crab,
that we
I
had.
mean,
Or
crab
crab,
works.
yeah. Ooh,
I'm
pet
of course
crab.
team spider.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Lovely merch.
There you go.
Ta-da! I've just got the world first T-shirt
That
on.
one
Very
is
professional.
Very nice. I
Yeah,
like it.
it's very cool. It's the first time I felt cool in my life. Thank you, merch.
Yeah, definitely go check out the merch, by the way. It's amazing. I've also, I mean, I actually got so much merch this time. I'm spoiled.
Yeah, I'm spoiled for choice. I always pack so much because I never know what to wear. And then we always get this amazing merch that we just end up wearing anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah. Like I got the spider rules. I got it the hoodie version as well, which is a very, very nice hoodie. Super, super cozy. Now that we're soon in winter time, it feels already very kind of wintry or autumny here. So the hoodies are very nice. I ordered it in like a bigger version as well, so I can wear it as a hoodie dress. It's very nice and cozy.
Yeah, it looks
So-
really nice as well because
Yeah.
I was afraid to order it larger because sometimes they can kind of gather at the bottom and look a bit awkward, but
Yeah.
it doesn't. It looks really nice on you.
Yeah.
the
So
line
if
of
you
it.
guys want to order a hoodie in a larger size to wear it as a hoodie dress, go for it.
It's very cute.
It is cute.
I have the crab hoodie, which is also
Oh yeah,
very cool.
it is very pretty. I love the colors on that one.
Yeah, the colours are nice.
Mm.
We're back to Rationale. I was just saying we did lose a healer, I think, but I mean, with the boss being this kind of early in the raid, I can't imagine it would be too detrimental
Yeah, I
unless
don't
the
think
waves
so.
go across the raid. But then again, the healers are probably sitting there going, "Yes, I want to heal." Definitely not. They want a DPS.
And people definitely got used to the waves as well, because the wave mechanic on this boss and in the dungeon as well, which you know is the same boss, is kind of like a new way of displaying a mechanic, right? They've never done this before, where your whole character, once the abilities on you, has this like line. You can see it right here.
Ooh,
and
all the
I
way.
think
There we go.
people initially didn't know. Okay, is the line going to the colored side of my character, or is that where it's coming from, where it's spawning and going on the other side, right? So people were very confused about that initially, but I think now people have figured it out.
So where were you lying with the animation? How did you interpret it when you saw it?
I actually didn't interpret it at all. I was like, well, it could be either way, because it
Yeah.
could be either way, right?
Yeah.
And then I just immediately, as I saw what had happened, I was like, okay, so the colored side is where it's going. Like, I just immediately like made sure I remember this, because I saw how confusing it was as it was on me. What was your thought?
So I interpreted it going the way that it does go. But
Okay.
Jeeth interpreted it the other way.
Yeah, which
So
would also make sense, right?
it's very common, yeah. Especially when you've seen them going through the splits and the various people get it. You can see the way that people kind of see that mechanic going across the room being different per
Yeah.
person. So it was very surprising because I didn't know that, because when I saw it kind of the little mist being an indication of where the wave is going to. So
Yeah.
I never saw it the other way.
Okay,
So when
yeah.
when I was told about that, I was like, oh, that's really interesting. But I can now see why it can be the other way potentially, or why people see it that way as well.
Yeah, I guess it could be just like it spawns where, like, it could just indicate, oh, it's spawning to that side, but then goes the other side, right? Like, because it does stun you as well. It does spawn on one side, but yeah. Either way, this is like the whole black and blue dress thing again. Like,
Oh no, that's very true. Wasn't there another one of those recently? Oh, I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna
yeah.
go discover it. There was another one I saw. I was like,
Really?
oh no, yeah. I'm gonna go find it and we can
oh my
investigate.
god, yeah, we're gonna have to show that. I wanna play that game.
Yeah. Oh no, this is what splits reduces us to. All right, so these bosses fell very quickly on Mythic for Liquid. I think it was one-shots for all of them. You're not surprised, you were saying, because you did a prediction in your stream. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, I did actually. I did do a prediction on my stream where I said that a lot of bosses, I think 3 out of the 4 were one-shots. And after I was done saying that, my whole tribe was like, "What? You think this is gonna be done in like 2 days or whatnot?" And I think a lot of people just. I think people keep forgetting, because these races first, they don't happen very often, right? And it's very different to what we usually see from everything else in World of Warcraft. So whenever the races come around, I think a lot of the people forget that the difficulty is almost always on the last 2 bosses, and like very heavily so, right? Like you can literally one-shot every boss up until the last 2, and it could still last, like the whole race could still last 10 days, right? It doesn't have to be, like, we don't need difficult bosses to be early on for the race to take long. So the difficulty of the first couple of bosses actually is completely irrelevant for the rest of the race.
So how would you feel if, let's say, the difficulty was a bit more spread out across the whole raid, so that the bosses were all kind of equally difficult? You didn't have necessarily, not filler, I don't think that's fair to say that a boss is filler, but have bosses that are significantly easier, or take one pull, for example, and then other bosses can take in the hundreds, and have a bit more of an equal distribution throughout the raid. I was talking about this with Medic. Medic was like, you could have an additional, I don't know how he phrased it, was it not Mythic Plus, but Mythic, like an ultimate Mythic or something.
Yeah,
he said something,
that's
and he
my
was
thought
like,
too.
okay, all the bosses again, but they're all tuned like an end boss, and you just get like a cosmetic at the end, like no gear.
Yeah, okay, that's very interesting. I like his thought here, because I have a very similar opinion, because I think it would be much more interesting to have a very to have a better like difficulty curve throughout the raid, so that the first boss maybe is a one-shot, and then the next boss is maybe like, I don't know, 10 pulls, the next boss 20, and then 40, 50, you know, like it would be like such a difficult curve that it got harder and harder the further you're in the raid. That is something that I think most people would want. But the problem is, of course, the main issue is that Blizzard can't actually do that, at least not for the raceable first, right? Because Blizzard can't go ahead and say, hey, the second boss is going to be such a difficult boss that no other Mythic guild can kill it until like week 3, where they also have the same gear as the raceable first raiders. Because one thing to note, of course, is the raceable first raiders, the amount of gear they farm, like in the heroic week and this week, is far and beyond anything any other guild can realistically farm. Of course, they're doing split raids all day, so of course they're multiple item level ahead, and not just item level, but also tier pieces, tier sets, certain trinkets. They've all of the things that they need, right? So any normal Mythic guild will not be able to do nearly as much damage as them. So of course, whenever they tune the first couple of bosses, they tune them around like a normal guild, and then a guild like Echo comes in and they just steamroll through them, right? So the problem is that. So the suggestion that Medic had is something that I have suggested too multiple times, where I was saying, hey, well, if you guys have a difficulty tuning bosses around the raceable first guilds and around normal guilds, then why don't we have this like ultimate kind of difficulty where you can tune the bosses as difficult as you want, but not have the item level increase? So you basically have these cosmetics or titles or whatever that would be the most difficult version of the raid, and then they can really just do whatever they want with tuning. And then Mythic would be for normal guilds, and you tune it around like normal players, quote unquote, where the last couple of bosses wouldn't be as hard as they are now, but then the earlier bosses maybe would be slightly more difficult as well.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting to think about, because they've done it a little bit with Mythic Plus, right? I always feel like you don't I don't think it's necessarily like push keys and farm keys. I think it's gearing keys and then push keys.
Yeah.
Well, people are targeting, let's say, certain dungeons just because they're gearing their character, you're doing your weeklies, you're filling your vault, and then that difficulty of then choosing to go higher just because you're choosing to challenge yourself rather than farming gear, you then push higher, right? So tuning those in that same bracket, I always felt was unnecessary. I did feel like they were completely different types of content, even though they were within the same area of content, right? So it's all Mythic Plus, but I didn't think that a cast should one-shot you in a 5, or would be a 10 now, I guess, or perhaps a 5. What would have been a 15? Although max gear is at a 10, so let's just say 10.
Yeah.
So like when you're doing your weekly key, you've got 20 minutes, you've had a long day at work, and you're just trying to gear your character. I don't think missing that kick should outright kill somebody or be that punishing at that point. But if you are pushing for the sake of challenge and pushing those keys higher and higher and going for title and things like that, it should absolutely one-shot you at that point. Yeah, you should be punished that severely for mistakes. So I think where they've made these changes, because they've completely revamped Mythic Plus this expansion, they've kind of taken Mythic Plus in those two different ways of, right, you have the people who are pushing for title, and then you also have most people who are farming gear and playing for vault filling, as I was saying. So having that approach kind of in the raid as well, where you have this, if you want to challenge yourself, you're not going to get any gear for it, just going to get some cool cosmetics or a title or whatever it is, then you can engage in that, and it's tuned for the challenge. And then you also have, let's say, gearing, where most people are trying mythics. I don't think the earlier bosses should be as difficult as the end bosses, right? That kind of just gatekeeps people out of the content a little bit more.
Yeah, but I like the way you're like just explaining it with like splitting the player base into like two kind of players that have like a different goal, right?
Yeah.
One type of player has the goal of the challenge, and the other type of player just wants to get the gear. They want to increase their character's power for the sake of, you know, grinding something out or getting better item level. And I do think that that is a very different goal to have, and those two type of players are definitely looking for different content. So designing the game differently around those two would make sense in my opinion as well, right? But I understand that will be like a big change of like another difficulty or whatnot.
Yeah, we don't have enough difficulties, you know. We need more. We've got LFR, normal, heroic, mythic.
And story mode now too,
yeah.
right?
Oh, we do have story mode.
Yeah.
I think that is a really nice feature that's come into the War Within. You also have follower dungeons as well. And I think these are really cool because there's a follower dungeon style when I play FF14. There's you can go in with the characters, and I think it's really nice. And when I first saw it, I was like, this is solo content in an MMO, so it's a new feeling, but it's also not isolating. It doesn't separate the player base, because it means that you can do your chores in the comfort of your own time. You know, you're not with loads of other people feel this crushing amount of, let's say, anxiety with applying to groups or not dying and have that pressure. You can literally just play, relax, take it in your own pace, but then still enjoy all the aspects of the MMO as well. So I don't think it really, even though it is just solo content, I think it's something really nice, because even when you're farming mounts, you're by yourself, right? You're running an old raid, you're farming a mount. That doesn't take anything away from the world or the MMO.
Yeah, I agree.
It's nice.
Yeah, definitely. I do like the follower dungeons, and I think the story mode is also like one thing that I was thinking about when they introduced the story mode is like, okay, because LFR kind of was supposed to be like the story mode, not the story mode necessarily, but it was supposed to be a mode where it's so easy that you really don't have to understand the bosses. Like you are not supposed to wipe there. Basically, it was meant for players that want to know the bosses and the story of the raid without actually needing to play the bosses properly, right? But now that we have story mode, I feel like LFR is kind of like redundant at this point.
Yeah,
to an extent. But I guess people would still like the items from a raid. So I guess a lot of people that are more story focused, they will do the story mode for the story and then do LFR for the items maybe. And I guess that's fine. And I mean, yeah, whatever. Like some people have said, okay, there's so many difficulties, but then, are we wiping here?
Perhaps. It seemed like we're running into the blood.
We are wiping.
So the extra heroic mechanic from normal on this fight is this ring that goes around 3 players, and it needs to be dispelled. So it lasts forever until dispelled. But if it's dispelled with anybody inside of it, they get rooted. So it seemed like there was a little bit of not space issues, but it seemed that they were struggling to find their position in the raid with a limited space with the blood that had gone across the room, and caught lots of people up in that dispel. Because you do have to get rid of it, but Yeah, I also have to dodge the whole raid at the same time. It's quite chaotic playing in limited player space type fights with 30 raiders. It's like 30 people. You're trying to cram in this small area and then also trying to spread. So we go again angle. So we have they're doing 2 at a time, I believe, dual coring right now. We have Meriz championing, I think Team Crab we were saying, and then the other team I think is Scribe raid leading, if he's still raid leading. Oh, okay. I think we're triple coring. All right. See, that's very efficient, just running these side by side. And there's probably a lot of people wondering what splits are. Everyone keeps talking about splits. What are splits? Tuning in for Mythic. Why are we not in Mythic yet? Splits are essentially where you split your main raiders into different groups and you fill the rest of the group up with people or characters who don't need the gear, so that you can funnel the loot that drops onto the characters that you want it to go on. If you had 2 mages that both needed gear in the same raid and one trinket drops, well, both of those mages are going to be competing with that trinket. So you'll put those 2 mages in 2 separate groups so that if the trinket drops, you're putting that trinket on the mage that's in the group, and if another trinket drops, maybe, then it goes on the other mage in the other group. So that's essentially what is happening here.
Yeah, and some people, because I've actually been asked about the splits many times, because obviously a lot of people are not understanding what is going on here. They've never done splits before. But one thing to also mention here is the way the loot works, because a lot of people only remember personal loot, but this is not personal loot anymore. We actually do have group loot. So the reason why you can funnel the items to certain players is because the more unsaved characters you have in your group, the more loot you're actually getting. So all of the characters that you see in this group, they don't have an ID, they have not killed this boss before, so they're eligible for loot, which means that the boss overall will drop more loot, and that's how group loot works. So basically, if you have 30 people, you'll get the maximum amount of loot per boss, and those items that are dropping, you can distribute them to whoever you want. It's not personal loot where a person just gets assigned a certain item. So the boss, you loot the boss and there's certain items in the boss, and in this case with the group loot, they can just assign everything to those main characters that OK Mage explained just now, where you have like 2, 3, 4 characters that are your mains, and they just get all of the items that they want.
Yeah, so they will be getting as much as they possibly can, because you can kind of see the item level difference even on the leaderboard here. You see Liquid's average item level across the raid 614.4, and then you'll see the other guilds who may or may not run splits. I'm not too sure, but usually they kind of just go in. Melee Mechanics went in last night and actually got the world first on the first and second boss, I think. Pretty quickly, so they would have just jumped straight into Mythic. So I don't necessarily know if they do splits, but you can see the item level difference. I mean, that is very significant across the entire raid, which is then when you're going to see that really pay off in the later ends of the fight, which is what they're playing for. They are playing for that end. The race is won by the team that kills the final boss that clears the entire raid. So as soon as that final boss falls, that's what makes it, right? So that's what they're playing for.
Yeah, one more thing to note about the gear as well is that this time around we have, obviously we have war bands. There we go. I keep on saying war bound, but
I've been saying war bound. I think it makes sense,
yeah,
right?
because the items are called war bound, right? But the thing itself is called war bands, right? So it's very confusing. But yeah, so you can have an item that is not soul bound but war bound, right? And that item can be traded to other characters on your account, on your Battle.net account. So that's actually something that does affect the Raceable Force as well. And it's really nice just for like normal players as well, that you can send items back and forth. But these warbound items, they're really nice because for these splits, if you're in with a character that is not your main, and the person that is looting in that group does not need that certain item, then they can give it to another player and they then can send it to their main, right? So it's actually making gearing their main characters a little bit easier, having those warbound items.
Yeah, it's almost like, no, it's not necessarily like bonus rolls, but it's personal loot that your character will loot. It doesn't affect the loot table for anyone else. So if you loot the item, if you get very lucky and it drops for you, it doesn't affect how many pieces are going to loot for everyone else. It is your own character's personal drop table. So every single raid boss will have a chance to drop an additional item for you across the boss's entire loot table. So you could loot an agility item as a mage, for example. But they have a chance to drop in delves at the last boss in a dungeon as well. So if you didn't loot the trinket from, let's say, the first boss, if you're in Mists and you want the changeling from the first boss and you didn't drop it, and you didn't get it, you can try and stay and kill the final boss, and there's a chance, very slim chance, mind you, because it's the entire dungeon's drop table, but it could still drop when you kill the final boss as a warbound item as well. I think the tooltip is warbind on equip.
Oh, it's not warbound? Oh,
No.
once it is
Or-
bound, does it then say warbound?
Maybe. I got warbound. I just comfort.
It just
comfort.
we're just gonna say warbound.
Yeah, it's just easier.
No matter what it
Warbind
actually is
on
called.
equip is just too wordy. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I like those like warbinds in general, or warbands. They are very cool. Like I think it's a very good addition to the game, because it makes it so much easier to have multiple characters. And I mean, obviously for the race well first, it's gonna be nice for them too. But even just like as a normal player, I've always dreaded playing alts because the amount of chores you have to do on your main, I already felt like is too much. And then if I have to do those chores on a second character as well, I was like, ugh. And a lot of people always thought I just don't like playing other classes. And it's like, oh, you're just a druid main, right? And it is true. I mean, I like playing druid, but I honestly wouldn't mind playing another class. I'm not like super like set on druid. I wouldn't mind playing something else. I've played warlock before whenever druid wasn't doing too hot, and I've actually made paladin before as well. So it's not like I'm super set on my druid. It's just that I don't really like playing alts, so I'd never have other characters ready to play, so I'm just sticking to my druid unless it's really bad.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. I don't necessarily enjoy alts either. There's so much investment that has to go into them. You have to level them up. I mean, I always boost my characters, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I've never leveled a character, which is why I'm the worst person to play GeoGuessr, because I started in Legion. I have not been to most of the old zones, and that is terrible to admit. But I've not been the biggest mount farmer. I just used to spend 16 hours a day in Mythic plus keys, okay?
I boosted a Demon Hunter in Legion. Because Demon Hunters in Legion started with level like 55, I think? No, 65. And 70 is like max level, right? And then I boosted a Demon Hunter from 65 to 70. Or
that was worth it.
Yeah, or like the 3 levels or whatever. And my chat was like, no, don't boost your Demon Hunter. You can just level. It's only 5 levels. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I know.
That's the problem.
Like, that's a waste of your boost. Don't do it. And I'm like, but I'm not going to play any other characters, so I'm boosting my Demon Hunter.
Yeah.
People got really mad at me. And then I deleted an Arcano Crystal, which made them even angrier.
Oh, no.
Because I had a second one, so I was like, I'm deleting this.
You just like make eye contact with the camera as well as you delete it.
Staring into the camera.
Yeah, that Arcano Crystal, it was just a massive stat stick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It just was an absurd amount of stats. It was a very good trinket.
It's really strange too, because usually the trinkets that are overpowered are the ones that have an effect, because of course for Blizzard it's hard to gauge how powerful this effect would be, because obviously they have to put an item level on something, and they have to they have to tune the trinket according to its item level. And sometimes they do it wrong, and then they have to nerf and buff trinkets, right? But with the Arcano Crystal, it has stats on it. Like, I honestly do not understand how they managed to like mess it up so badly that that trinket was so much better than what its item level showed, right? Because there was stats on it. Like, I was like messing up an effect, but messing up stats. And then they just like refuse to fix it as well. Like, they're just like, nah, we don't care. Go and farm Wither Gym forever.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure it was when Time Walking came back, but that also couldn't have made sense. It definitely made an additional appearance. I don't know if it was Dragonfly or
It came back at some point,
It did come back, and I was like, no way.
It was a good meme though, so maybe that's why they kept it.
Yeah. Because it was better than, I think, up to Heroic at the time when it made a comeback. I think Mythic gear kind of, or, you know, Max Vault gear did better, but it was better than a lot of the gear. So
yeah, it was best slot for. I think Shadow Priests were wearing it forever, and it really sucked to wear it because it was so low item level because it was from a world boss, right? So
oh yes, you probably couldn't even get into groups. Just
no,
no,
your item level was super low because that trinket. Yeah.
Oh,
true. Yeah, I remember people had other trinkets that they would equip to like queue up to stuff, and then they would switch their Critter Crystal again. Yeah.
Item level is a sensitive subject for me because I sat in Group Finder last week and got rejected from a world quest for 20 minutes. I was like, Mythic Plus hasn't even launched yet. Why is this happening?
That's amazing. I love that.
I have reached a rock bottom. Well, there was no Mythic Plus. There's no one to... nothing to be elitist about, so we're going to be elitist about World Quest now. It was the World Quest in the B area, and those mobs were elites and were quite hard to kill. So apparently there was a reason, because as soon as I mentioned this, people were like, "Oh, I know which quest that is." But it was very punishing because people were genuinely getting annihilated.
Oh, really?
So
Okay.
it was like, no, we need item level. Because I didn't understand that. I whispered after getting declined for 20 minutes. I whispered the group leader saying, "Please," and they replied like, "No, your item level was too low." And I was like, "No." That was the problem.
That is so good.
So then I had to make my own group, which is fine. Because it's just a world quest, right? But usually, when you get rejected from Mythic Plus groups for ages, everyone's like, "Well, just do your own key then." But we all know what happens. You do your own key, somebody dies in the first pull, then they leave, and now you're stuck with the key lower level than what it was.
Yep. Yeah, this whole just do your own key format. It's like a solution to everything apparently.
Yeah. Oh, you got rejected from a world quest. Well, have you tried your own key?
Yeah.
You know what? No, I didn't think of that.
Oh man,
my bad.
I'm actually really interested in Plus because I have not logged into WoW today yet, and of course we have the reset now, and I haven't really seen what Nate did yesterday with M Plus either. So I actually don't know the difficulty of M Plus right now, and I would actually like to I'm interested. Is it super hard, or are people already doing +10s? No problem. I'm sure chat knows. And I'm sure.
Do you like the iPad?
Yeah, I would like to
All right, scatter
get
chat.
some insight.
Nagura can see you.
I'm gonna
scatter.
Oh no, you gave me the iPad.
Uh-oh.
We all know I don't know.
Oh, so we have
all know
another
that I don't know
iPad
how to use
breaker.
an iPad. No, it's not about breaking it. I just don't know how to use it.
Oh.
Okay, wait.
Do you want me to unlock it? Got to
That'd be
swipe
great.
up front. Oh, it's.
I will never be able to remember this. Whew.
Yeah, that was really cool.
It's 1337, guys. 1337 420. Alright, guys. I am now able to read what you guys are saying. Can somebody tell me how easy or difficult Mythic Plus is?
I can
Only honest opinions.
What? Unbelievable. So rude. Just because we've been carrying everyone in groups, okay, it made you do loads of damage. Although I've been playing Frost, so I am not doing any damage. No, you know what? Frost is really good. It's just Arcane is shiny, very shiny. But Frost is also pumping. It's not that far behind.
Wow, no one's telling me anything other than some people say we're already doing +20s, so.
Oh, okay. Well, we can't all be as good as you. Sorry. Oh, we're doing +20s already.
Okay, I'm actually checking Radar. So let's see. All run leaderboards.
Yeah, we need to look for, everybody else who's playing, not just in Twitch chat. Otherwise, it'll be +30s. They're just really insane in the game.
All right, I see a 2-chested +11.
Oh.
By a group.
I can imagine, yeah, if you're, for example, if you do a lot of Mythic Plus, your title holders, I can't imagine it would prove too much difficulty.
Yeah, but there aren't that many. So there's only 4 11s timed overall. And 2 of them were 2-chested, 1 were 2 1-chested. There's a lot of 2-chested +10s though. So it definitely looks like it's doable. But of course the people that are 2-chesting these +10s, they're gonna be good players, right? They have a good group and
they'll be experienced.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, there have been so many Mythic Plus changes going into the War Within. It's basically been completely revamped, right? Because we had the level squish, let's say, with the Mythic Plus. Previously, a +20 where you'd get the portal is now equivalent to a +10. They've kind of squished the levels down a little bit, made the lower levels much harder. So it's the equivalent of maybe 10 lower than what you would have been doing before.
Yeah. And we have the new affixes, right?
Yeah, so I think they've separated. Now you always get Fortified and Tyrannical if you're doing it above a 12. I think you get both. But you'll have Fortified Tyrannical rotating, and that will be from I think it's a 4.
Yeah.
Or yeah, is it a 4 or a 2 where you get Xalatas?
2 is the new affixes, and 4 is Tyrannical or Fortified.
And then that will rotate on a weekly basis. And then at a +7, you get Challenger's Peril, which is 15 seconds deducted from the timer if
I
you
don't like
die.
that at
That
all.
is. I love how they moved away from things being really punishing in that gear acquisition content where it's supposed to be, you know, a little bit less punishing, but we're going to stick a 15-second death penalty because, you know, people are going to miss kicks. People may not be playing perfectly, but you're not in the content where that will matter. Like, people will die. It'll be much less coordinated. You're being punished even harder for a death that may not even be your fault because a kick could have gone through, right? And that cast could have killed you. So it's not always your fault. You could have been DPS that wasn't in that, right? And as early.
I also don't like it for hierarchies either. Like, I think this is not good for anyone, really, because one thing that I think is true on like the higher the key is that you do, the more a death punishes you, not from like the death penalty, but from like you losing the time, right? Like having a player be dead on a really, really high key matters so much more because the time that you need is going to be much more important, right? Because of course, at some point, the mobs have so much health that you need every single second and you need to be so efficient to be able to get to the end before the timer runs out. So the higher the key is, the more a death punishes you. Sometimes on really high keys, if you do a big pull with like cooldowns and bloodlust and a person dies, even if you have Battle Rush available, you're just gonna like, okay, we're not gonna have the time to do this anymore because we lost so much time on this one. Right?
Absolutely. You already lose so much when the person dies because they would have popped cooldowns and died. So you're lacking all of that damage. So the mobs are gonna live longer because you're lacking everything that person would have had before they died. But also that person has to run back, and depending on where the respawn is, depending on where the person died, you're also losing time to running back. Yeah, maybe you can battle res to save a little bit more time, but you are already losing so much when somebody dies, and then you're also adding the 15 seconds.
Yeah,
so
I feel like it's unnecessary.
It is unnecessary because in the higher keys, it's just going to be more punishing. It'll be more of a case where you can't make any mistakes, and arguably, if you're pushing the very best keys, you shouldn't be making a mistake anyway. But with how chaotic dungeons are, mistakes do happen. And it's all about how groups kind of rectify a mistake that makes Mythic Plus really interesting for me. It's not about just playing absolutely perfectly the entire time, because things will happen. You know, you might overlap one thing or another, or let's say a kick goes off, it shouldn't go off, but these things happen and you can recover it. But this doesn't allow for any recovery time. That's just, oh, okay, this small mistake was made, now the key's over, and that's not fun.
Yeah, I agree. I think I do like the new affixes though, that they have that like this kiss curse kind of thing, because people have been asking for it and I think it's kind of cool. The only thing that I dislike about it is their names and the icons are so similar and I don't know what any of them like. Like I know the affixes when I see it, right? And when I read the tooltip, but this week, for example, we have Xalatas Bargain Ascendant and I see the icon here, but I just don't know which one it is. Like,
is it the orbs? Is it the
is it the Absor? It could be anything.
Yeah.
You know? I think, if I'm not mistaken, it might be the that spawns that you have to focus to. That
has 1% HP with a shield, right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to DPS through the shield, and the mobs have a damage reduction while it's up.
Which is really interesting, because you'll have what's the monk ability that they can use once a mob drops below a certain amount of HP. Death touch.
Touch of death.
Touch of death. And you got executes. that was something I didn't really think about until I saw the affix, because you do have ads like that on Queen Ansarek, where you have the ads that really need to die that are on 1 HP with a shield. And then when I read the affix, because I love Mythic Plus, that's one of my favorite parts, one of my favorite pieces of content. I read that and I was like, hang on a second. So I was in my brain, I was thinking, oh yeah, okay, that would be really good for executes and da da da. And then I was like, wait, there are these ads on Queen Ansarek. Hang on a minute.
Yeah, that is actually
going to be really interesting.
That is a very good point. And they have to die really fast as well, right?
Yeah.
You have to really nuke them down. So that will be very good. Like, I doubt it's going to make them stack execute classes, because obviously there's just one part of many things to the fight that they're going to be focusing on, not to mention all of the class buffs that they need anyway. But it's going to be for sure interesting. Like, people are going to be holding their executes and stuff, or maybe like even selecting more certain execute talents if they need damage on those ads. That is a really good point to make. Yeah.
We'll find out which. Yeah, because there are a few. I think there's 6. So there's 6 of what Xal'atath could put in the dungeon. So on a +2, you get Xal'atath's offerings. Is that the phrasing? The Xal'atath's bargain and Xal'atath's... I can't remember the exact wording, but you essentially get an affix that changes week to week.
Yeah.
Out of all of Xal'atath's blessings, let's say. That'll come in at a +2. And then you'll get either Fortified or Tyrannical on a +4 that will rotate week by week. You'll get Challenger's Peril on a +7. And then on a +10, you will gain the either Tyrannical or Fortified, whichever one wasn't active on the 4. You'll then gain the other one at the 10. So you'll have both to deal with. And then once you get above a 12, you won't get any of the, let's say, the new affix, which is Xal'atath's bargain. You won't. That will get removed, and the mobs will just have, I think it's an increasing amount of health. I was going to say 20%
more health and
20%
more damage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was, but I feel like there's a running theme of 20% more health throughout the raid, so I thought I was just misquoting from a raid mechanic.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, the ads will have 20% more health from Brute
When in
Twister,
doubt,
for example.
just make it up. Like,
yeah. You know
just
what?
make it up, honestly. Like, if you say it very confidently, then no one will question
know.
you.
And nobody in chat will ever question me on it either. They just blindly believe. Oh, yeah, you know, it's 22.2% health.
We do have a new donation by Anonymous coming in, by the way. $10. And they say, please can we have Scribe raid lead a split or 2 from Kush's POV? Pretty please. Good work to all the team for this amazing event and raising money for a great cause. Unfortunately, we can't really like it's the race for world first, and we can't really go and tell Scribe, hey, can you please look at a different... Like, it's, you know, I don't think we can do that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think so. He's watching Gingy, and they've set up the UI so that he can see everything. Oh, is he watching Mirrors at the moment? Oh, he's watching Mirrors at the moment. Oh, okay. I think they are deep in Loot Talk production saying, so might not even be watching. They'll, you know, I think they're pretty fine.
Thank you very much for the donation. Just unfortunately really can't tell Scribe to like watch someone else, because he watches like POVs for a certain reason, right? And
I feel like out of all the POVs, Kush would be one of the worst ones to watch as a raid leader as well.
Yeah.
Because just DPS brain of like, oh, I don't care about raid frames. They're just gonna go like up in the corner. I don't need to track anything else. Oh, who cares about healer stuff?
But what you can do, I mean, if you really want to follow Kush's POV and still listen to Scribe, you can, you know, open up Scribe's stream on one side and then Kush stream on the other, and then you mute Kush stream and listen to Scribe, right? Like, that will work.
Yeah, there you go. That's a workaround. Is Kush very horizontal today? No. Oh, see, I don't know.
He's so awake right now.
Well, usually when people sit upright, it means, okay, this is focus mode, it's go time. But I feel like it's the opposite with Kush, where the more horizontal he is, the more focused he is.
Yes, I actually agree.
Oh, they're still fighting. Okay, Kush and Perfecto still fighting for that rogue spot. So they are super tryharding at the moment.
I love that. They should do that with like all players. They should tell everyone that there's only one spot per class. Even though that might not be true, just so they like really try hard in the heroic splits, so they clear everything much quicker. Because they'll just do extra damage then.
Yeah, try extra hard.
All right, so we are doing Queen's Court, Silken Court.
Oh no, it's one of those things where it's said that first time, and then every time you go to say it, your brain goes, don't say that, and then or is it the other one? Is it this one or that one? Your brain just totally interferes.
Yeah.
And then you question and doubt yourself, and then you say the wrong one anyway.
I have that many times.
Happens to me all the time.
Where like every time you choose the wrong one, and then at some point like you have the correct one that comes to your mind, and you're like, no, that must be wrong because it was the first thing that came to my mind. It must be the other one.
Yeah, and then you just don't know. Yeah. It's a court. That's crazy. About it.
Yeah, I love that. But yeah, this boss is gonna be one of the most difficult bosses on Mythic. Just honestly, it can be a really pretty difficult boss on Heroic as well, because it's so complicated. Like I feel like there's so much stuff going on at the same time. It can be super, super confusing. One of these, like, you get pulled in, and then all of a sudden you're slow, then you have to run out, and then there's
there's a frontal,
and the frontals, and then the boss charges from one side to the next, and oh my god, like what is happening? And at the same time, you know why this boss, in my opinion, is so confusing as well? Because there's 2 targets, and if I need to do my 2 target rotation, that requires all of my brain power, yeah? So if I have to do other things in addition, it just seems like the most complicated fight ever.
Oh yeah, is that big boom gonna go off? Ooh, it did, but we've seen these go off before, because that's when you put the dispels out. I might be wrong with the cast. Maybe that was just an AoE onto the group anyway, because they're not taking too much damage. Might be getting it mixed up. I think it's Cataclysmic, the cast that the other boss does in phase 2. It's called something else, I think, that you interrupt with the dispel. Perhaps, mayhaps.
I love that word, mayhaps.
It's one of those things. It's like, is it a word or is it just something that we say? Like, do I need to look in the dictionary?
I think it must be like a correct word. There's no way.
Yeah. It's just my brain again, like, but is it? Maybe not. Yeah, there have been a few bosses that have given them a little bit of grief in the splits. Kaiveza, Silken Core. I mean, also a few of the other bosses. You still have to pay attention, even though it's heroic and let's say it's not mythic. It's still difficult. It's still challenging. I think most of the player base aim to clear heroic, and that's about the level that most people play at. And it's no joke. It's still fairly challenging.
Ansarak though is very difficult on heroic. At least it seemed. Honestly, it's not as difficult as some of the previous heroic bosses we've had. Like I do think that Rasagath, for example, was like much harder in comparison, and Jailer as well. I mean, there's a lot of previous bosses that were just harder than Ansarak. But Ansarak seemed to be super difficult when we tried it, because I think phase 1 is just really hard. Because the first time we actually managed to get into the last phase with everyone alive, we almost killed the boss. And the intermission is also not very difficult. So I really think that phase 1 on that boss is very hard, and heroic at least. And I do hope that is not also going to be true for Mythic. Like I hope that it's not like phase 1 difficulty heavy.
Yeah, because that would be so anticlimactic, right?
I don't like that when that happens.
As you get further into the fight, you kind of want it to get more and more challenging, not easier and easier.
Exactly, yeah.
And then you're just like, oh, if we just make it out of this early part of the fight, then it's gonna die. I was seeing that as well. There is a running theme. So usually if a boss has multiple phases, they will get harder and harder. It's kind of like the raid in general, right? You have the earlier bosses that are tuned a little bit easier, and then you go into towards the end of the raid and everything is just so much more mechanically challenging, tuned way higher, things hit harder, more damage requirement. And that's how you usually see it in a boss that has multiple layered phases, right? And Queen Ansarak has 3 phases and an intermission. But there have been some bosses in recent times where the phase 1, the very start of the fight, has been one of the most challenging parts of the fight, and really challenging. Rasagath phase 1 was really difficult. Yeah. And was it also, I don't know, Sarkarath? Was Sarkarath really challenging as well on
I
phase
think
1?
So, yeah. And Jaina, for example.
Jaina
in BFA. That one was also like a very phase 1 heavy boss. And I don't know, like, I also don't like progressing it because it feels like you're not getting anywhere, right? When you keep wiping in phase 1. Not only that, but sometimes, like Rasagath, for example. Yes, phase 1 was one of the most difficult phases, but the other phases weren't like so easy that you would just like breeze through them. It was still some difficulty to it. And the problem then, what happened is that even though you were done with phase 1, like you got through it once or a couple of times, you still had wipes in phase 1, even like at the very end, right? Because phase 1 was so difficult. And that was so frustrating in my opinion when you're progressing it and you want to practice the last phase, but you keep wiping in phase 1 because it's so difficult. So it's, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan.
Yeah, and those bosses, this is why pull count isn't necessarily the best metric to look at. Because if a boss has a really challenging phase 1, it's going to just rack up the pull count, as opposed to spending more time into the fight, getting to the later points and then wiping. If you're wiping very quickly into the fight, you can really amp up how many pulls you can get in. As we're seeing the Silken Court going down here for
I was wondering if they can kill the boss because so many people had died after like a charge went through as well. But they did it anyway. So you can see Mike being super happy there that they managed to finish off. I'm not sure if he was happy about killing the boss or that he got a certain item or that a certain item dropped actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think he's probably happy that it's over because
maybe
his mage got geared very quickly. Got Bis gear, I think, after his first heroic split. So he was very happy. All right, I think that is lunch for the team after that split. So we will be taking a little lunch break, but fear not, we will be back after. I would like to thank our amazing sponsors without whom this whole entire event would not be possible. So thank you very much to NordVPN, Starforge, Games for Gamers, Maxroll, Red Bull, Corsair, Elgato. We have Secret Lab. I was like wondering if I said Secret Lab already. And Displate. We have very cute displays up. We'll probably get those out and show you as well with the little stands if you can't put them on the wall. So thank you very much. It is lunch. So we will see you after our little break.
Gaming is all about senses. How it looks. How it feels. How much it really takes to win. And how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle. A system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, Starforge Systems. When we founded Starforge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games, I just react to TikToks, but wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... Well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
No, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah. No, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for you time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. in between us. Still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the route, yeah, baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Baby, I got you. I got you. I got you. And the world is going wild when they come for you. And the river's running dry when it all falls through. Don't you worry about a thing, baby, I got you. Yeah, baby, I got you.
Here for the gossip, blah blah. Here for the gossip, blah blah. on deck. Back on deck. Back on deck.
Yeah, no, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yeah, no, I'm straight like I'm touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. Yo, like I'm touchdown.
I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown. I can do my dance like a touchdown.
Hello, welcome back. We have had a wonderful lunch and we are ready to be back straight into splits. Woohoo!
Yay! Splits.
It's Blanky time here on the couch.
Yeah.
I'm OK Mage. I'm joined by the wonderful Nagura. Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah, I'm gonna actually use the Blanky now as well. Like initially in the morning, I was like, no, I'm kind of, I'm good. But now I walked out of it. Like this room here has very good AC, so it's actually nice and cool. But now that I walked outside and I, felt the warmth of all of the PCs in the player area, I was like, this is kind of cozy.
It's warm. It's warm outside as well because
it is actually.
Yeah, we all went out for a cute little Caster production dinner last night. A little pre-show dinner. We went and had traditional German food, didn't we?
Cologne food, yeah.
Oh, Cologne food. Okay. I tried. Is it Met?
Yeah.
Which is the raw meat. Is it pork? I can imagine it can't be pork. It must be beef, right? With the chopped
I think it's
onions.
beef. Yeah, it should be beef. Pretty sure it's beef.
Yeah, because I've had steak tartare before. I had tuna tartare before, but I hadn't had the essentially raw mincemeat on bread with chopped onions. And I'm usually not squeamish at all, but it was kind of nice. My brain was like, this is... I don't know how I feel about this, but I thought it was okay.
Yeah, it was the first time that I had it as well. I did have beef tartare before, which is different, right? So it was the first... but I did have raw beef before, so it's not that I was concerned about that, but I tasted it for the first time. And, I liked it. But I do prefer beef tartare over Met, unfortunately. Which, to be fair, I think beef tartare is also a more fancier thing.
Yeah, more flavorful.
Met is something you eat just like that, Like you wake up and it's like, I'm gonna have a Met-brötchen, let's go. It's just more like salami or ham or whatever that you just put on a bread.
Love salami. But yeah, when we was walking to the restaurant yesterday, I was just in a t-shirt and it was the evening as well. And we walked home. And it was fine. So it was fairly nice weather. See, I'm used to rain.
It did.
Grey,
it's
doom
nice.
and gloom.
Yeah. I think it even goes 26 degrees or something, 28 degrees next few days. So it's actually, I think the summer or the end of the summer is going to return a little bit, which I think is good because the summer ended so abruptly all of a sudden.
If you
Europe.
had a summer.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, hold on. Had a day of summer. But if you are tuning in, we are in heroic splits. Mythic is open, but Echo are still preparing their characters. Well, we think we've got a little bit of a way to go before they have all of their splits done for today, because with the reset means everyone is available to loot gear once again from the raid, so they'll be trying to get every gain they possibly can, no matter how small. We'll be farming as much as possible before stepping into Mythic. We may see some Mythic buffs here and there as well. There are some really nice trinkets, but they still need to prepare their characters. And if you're seeing 4 out of 8, oh no, quick, it's a race. They're already halfway. Don't worry. The first few bosses tend to be very easy in comparison to the end bosses, and it's the end bosses that we're really playing for. That's the important one, because whoever clears the entire raid, takes home the Race to World First title. So that's what we're looking for, that's what we're preparing for, and they are significantly harder towards the end of the raid. They're quite easy for these guilds, the earlier bosses on Mythic.
Yeah, it is a little bit weird, or doesn't happen that often that the first 4 bosses are full one-shots, but they are very easy usually as well. Like in the previous races, the first 4 maybe some of them took 2 or 3 pulls or something. 5 maybe max, right? Like it's not that one of the first 4 bosses ever had 20, 30, 40 pulls or anything. So this is definitely still within the ordinary. There's nothing weird going on here, and one of the walls might be the next bosses. Like either Princess or Root Twister might be difficult for the guilds coming up after those first 4, which is something that Echo is also going to see once they're going to Mythic as well, which they will for sure today at some point. Then they will finish up those 4 bosses, get the information on the next 2 to see what they really have to prepare for tomorrow, where presumably they're going to be getting some of those next bosses done as well after the first 4.
Yeah, after boss 4, there's a choice of Brood Twister or Nexus Princess Kaiveza. So it'll be interesting to see which one the guilds opt into. It'd be good to kind of have that Lords of Dread Ragalon situation from Sepulchre, where you see the teams kind of choosing different bosses to go to, deciding that for them the other boss is better to go to first, and having those little bit of decision making. I wouldn't want it to be that one is just way easier and just get it out of the way, and the other one maybe is a little bit harder, but it goes down quite quickly. And I don't, well, it probably most likely will just come down to Silken Court especially, and then Queen Ansarek. But I am hoping that a couple of the other bosses have some bite as well.
Yeah, I hope so too. It would be fun if both of them have a decent amount of pulls, like similar to Lords of Dread and Ragalon, where both of them actually were pretty big wall boss. Well, Lords of Dread maybe not as much, but still needed a couple of pulls to get through as well. So yeah, that'd be cool. We'll see if that is the case once the guilds are deciding to pull those that 5th and that 6th boss eventually. But first we have to finish off those split raids. We're currently in the split runs. I think we're doing 3 runs at the same time, where we do boss, was it 3 to 7, 4 to 7?
Yeah, I think, they're starting on Rashnan and then going to Silken Court, and at least this is how they were doing it on Heroic, and then they were going back and killing the first 3 and then saving Queen Ansarek for last. It looked like they did start on Rashnan. Actually, they're doing the same today. I think they are going the same route today as well.
Yeah, I did get a little bit of insight during lunch. I was sitting next to the players, talked to Gingy a bit. And even though the players are not always fully informed on all of their future steps, because there are certain people that are responsible for figuring out, okay, how many splits they're doing, when their splits are happening, which characters you're playing, and this information is not really as important to the players in that moment. So a lot of the info is not getting shared to the players, or I mean, if they would be asking, it probably would be shared, but just that they don't care, right? They just do whatever they're told. They have other things to worry about. But yeah, so he said that they're probably gonna finish off those splits here, the 3 to 7 boss splits that they're in right now. Then they still have to do some Ansareks, and they have to do the early bosses as well. They have to do the first few, which should be faster than the last couple, of course, but then Ansarek has to be done as well. And then at some point they will go and kill those 4 mythic bosses. He didn't tell me if this happens before or after Ansarek, before the first bosses or not, but at some point it will happen today. And then they're gonna do some cooks, he said. They're gonna cook something up, which is probably gonna be some little secret session happening at the very, very end of the day, probably before they go to sleep. And that's it.
Yeah.
My plan.
Yeah. So I can imagine maybe then Mythic tomorrow. There's a little bit of
well, the first 4 bosses, I think they will do today.
Yeah.
But
we can sink our teeth into the later bosses as we go forth.
Yeah, and then I asked if they need to do M+ as well, and he couldn't tell me if they need to do it today, but he did say there's some trinkets, but not that much apparently.
Oh, okay.
Apparently there is not that much they need from Mythic+.
Yeah, because I know that one of the best trinkets, or some of the best trinkets, are in the raid, and then it's usually the second trinket that they can fill out from Mythic+, but there are so many good trinkets from the raid as well. So it could just be if they've looted a trinket that's similar damage to one in a dungeon, well, it kind of saves time to just equip the one they've already got, right, rather than playing that same dungeon over and over again and maybe getting it, maybe not, and then that adds up, that time adds up. But then also what you got to consider as well, if this goes into the second Mythic week, if we go into reset, if it lasts long enough, they will need to fill up their vaults as well. If it's looking that this is going to last to the reset, they'll also need to have their 10 Mythic Plus dungeons done so that they get that great vault loot as well in the reset.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Obviously, that's not something necessarily that we need to worry about right now, because that's something that happens more later. And usually it's not a problem for flex characters either, right? if you are a player that is not in on every single boss, you of course will spend your time playing Mythic Plus whenever you're not in a raid, and then you're probably gonna have your vault filled anyway. But there's some players who are just always in, like Gingy, for example. He's probably just gonna be in every boss, and then there's not much time where he would get off to do Mythic Plus. So they do have to consider at some point getting those pluses done. We've seen in the past even some players getting flexed out at some point. Just to get their vault and pluses done and then come back in, right?
Yeah.
To not disrupt progression, which I thought was a cool idea. But then at the same time, if you like replace one player, depending on how difficult the boss is that they're currently progressing, it might have a huge impact and you just can't do that, right? Like sometimes, not because the other player, of course, is like they're probably good players, right? But if you have not had practice on it yourself, if you've only watched, then of course that's going to be much more difficult. As otherwise, we would all just go in and one-shot bosses after watching a guide, right?
I was just laughing at Wolf Disco's transmog as well. This little mushroom. Oh,
Wait,
that's better.
So good.
What is happening?
Oh my god, that is actually the best story I've ever seen.
Little mechanome.
It is so good. I love it.
The mushroom hat, I think, is very new. I think that came out. Is it on the trading post? I'm not sure, but I think it's relatively new.
This is incredible. I'm so impressed.
I had a point to lead on from what you were saying, but I got distracted from what abomination is on the screen right now.
It's just so good.
And if you think that you have transmog that can best this, which is very difficult because look at it.
Oh, yeah.
We are having a look at your transmogs for, I think, $10 donations because we are raising money for Games for Love. If you have a really cute pet or a pet in general, they're all cute, that you want to show off, also $5 donations. We've had that running since Heroic. So you can be contributing towards a wonderful cause, providing distraction therapy to children in hospitals. And we can either laugh at your transmog or say, wow, this is amazing. It can go really either way.
I don't think there's any transmog that can be better than this one, honestly. Like,
No.
I'm sorry, but
This is
the
hard to
10 out
beat.
of 10 is reserved for Wolf Disco, and there will be no one else that can get 10 out of 10.
It's just a little mechanome as well, the little mecha legs and feet.
It's just so beautiful.
Yeah.
The production is asking if they should increase the temperature because we're sitting here with like the blankets. Like, but honestly, I like when it's a bit like I like being cozy. Right?
I want to be in the blanket. So
Yeah,
I don't mind.
Yeah, I actually don't mind at all.
Yeah. It's actually
we're not
cold.
freezing.
We're just
It's not
being
that cold. Yeah,
I'm just being dramatic.
Actually, we should just said they're forcing us to be here. It's cold. It's minus
still
20 degrees in
Yeah.
here.
It's still t-shirt temp. I'm freezing.
My hair is freezing.
No, I just want to be in the blanket.
Yeah,
It's
the blanket
time.
nice.
Yeah. I just want to be in the blankie. So
yeah, the blanket's comfy.
shoes are not on the couch yet. Everyone, I'm sure,
We
is
talked
very
about
disappointed.
the blanket being like one of those blankets that your grandmother would own one of these, and it would be on the couch, right?
Yeah.
It is a nice color though. Like I think I have a cardigan that pretty much has that same like structure and color. Unfortunately, I did not bring it.
Aw,
Once I saw the blanket,
there
like,
you
oh
go.
no, I should have brought the cardigan. Like
You could have just been literally one.
The
The
it would have been there's a camouflage, like you can see me.
Where did she go? I'm solo casting. Oh, we can see Perfecto here. Perfecto and Kush both battling it out for that rogue spot.
Oh,
They've been eyeing each other because they're sitting next to each other.
Have you heard at lunch how Kush was complaining how Perfecto just has all of the loot?
Yeah.
And Nice Memes was like, did you see the spreadsheet? Like, he's got all of the things. Like, it's all just green. Apparently it turns green when you get the item, right? He's got all of the things. And then Kush is like, I don't want to see. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah. And then Perfecto apparently was saying, yeah, but your rogue got really lucky in the last couple of tiers, so it's my turn to get lucky. It's funny because I was speaking to Grim this morning, and Grim's been very much a dad, and he's like, I'm going around, they're all just my children at this point.
I love that. Roger is also just the mom.
Yeah.
He's great.
We got Mama Roger.
No, speaking of Roger and mom, I forgot to bring my laundry.
Oh no!
Man, see, this is why he's a mom, and he keeps like pinging us on Discord all the time about the laundry, and I forgot.
I don't know when we're getting that back. I handed it in a couple of days ago. I think it's due back today. I think they do it on a rotation every few days.
It was. Yeah, I think at noon. So like I missed it now, so it should be back for you.
Perfect. You can get my spider tea back. We do have a few of these. We have some merch to show everybody. Do you want this one?
Yes.
Because you have the other one.
It is mine.
Oh, sorry. No, there's only like 2 bits of merch to show off. If anything, there was nothing else here for sure. Yeah, we got little presents. So, did you order 2 of the spider?
Yeah, I have a spider shirt.
This is the
and
one
a
that
spider
you're
hoodie.
wearing.
Yes, yes.
The beautiful.
It is pretty.
Spiders are all very cute, designed by our lovely Sam in production. Look at these little designs. We have Team Crab, Team Spider. You can get yours. Do ! Merch in the chat to find out more. Sorry, I love how I'm talking just like, hello.
Oh, actually, crabs rule. Just kidding.
Wait, traitor. Oh no. But there are also some highly coveted Get Ducked hoodies from, I think, the last race, was it?
Yeah, I have one of those.
Yggdrasil.
It's so nice.
It is so cute. Look.
It's so cute. Also, the color is amazing.
It is really
It's
nice.
a very,
very
very
nice
nice color.
green. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like emeraldy green.
Yeah, it's because it's hard to see on camera sometimes because your screen, like depending on what screen you're seeing it in, you might not see the color properly. But it's very like emeraldy.
Very soft.
It's a very, very nice screen.
Meraz has been wearing his he loves it.
Yeah,
I got the t-shirt version, so
you
I've
don't
got a
have the
hoodie
hoodie?
now as well. Woohoo! Thanks. But yeah, we do have some of these available, so have a look! Merch in the chat. And there you go, got the new Echo jerseys. Oh, I'm actually wearing the t-shirt as well, so see, I'm helping.
Oh, you have the new one?
Yeah, the new t-shirts. They're very slick. They're very.
Oh yeah, I have that one too. Yeah, they're very, very
professional.
nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, it is nice.
I love when there's not like. Sometimes I like them just having like very, as you said, sleek and not too much going on. Especially when I wear them like going outside or like doing whatever. I don't always want to be like
Get
gamer.
Everyone's like, huh? But yeah, you can get yours as well. Very cute. You can maybe have your IRL transmog look better than Wolf Disco's in game. Hard to beat, but maybe.
Very difficult. I'm not sure about that one.
Oh my, okay. Right, let's have a look at Kush's characters here. There could never be any sus names. Surely not. This is all reasonable, typical rogue names,
Yeah,
to be honest.
typical rogue names indeed. The Sniffer is my favorite. It's the favorite.
Oh no. Mine are all just mages, surprisingly.
Oh, yeah, I'm not very creative with my names either. Well, to be fair, my warlock's called Nagany, which I think is very cute.
That is very good.
But
on brand.
I can't take credit for that one. It's just somebody in chat came up with this. Yeah, I shouldn't have said it. Should have just said it was my
Oh yeah, no, that was all me. I wonder what they're looking at here. Very invested.
They are very invested. It must be Wolf Disco's transmog. Like they're looking at a picture of it right now.
Yeah, but like, where do you get the shroom hat from, though?
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah. Or they're looking at Perfecto's loot. Kush is just like, look at that. Like, he's got
this
everything.
Is the cursed spreadsheet. How?
So yeah, how did he do that? He's cheating. Yeah, so it looks like they're having a little bit of a break. So that probably means that they're done with their splits, like the later boss split minus Ansurak. So now they're probably going to figure out, okay, what are we doing? Are we doing Ansuraks now? Ansurak splits, I mean, obviously. Or are they doing the first few bosses? Are we doing the Mythic?
Oh, no. It's the inflatable ring as well.
It's so good. Oh my god, I can't. It's just beautiful.
That's what you expect from. It's really funny when like a tank has that transmog. There's no reason for it to be role based, but it always just amuses me that you've got this tank that's gonna have these massive bosses, being able to get meleeed by the bosses, take these tank buster mechanics. It's just this cute little gnome.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah. I think we've also got we had some PvP going as well. I think Canix was doing some PvP.
Oh, yeah, PvP.
Maybe
Actually pretty valuable again this time around.
Doing some delves, I think.
People were never too happy about PvP being relevant for PvE.
Yeah, because there was the badge trinket, right? That was really good for burst damage profile classes. You'd have to do PvP to get the trinket on use. Gave you, I think, main stat. I want to say intellect, but it could have just been main stat. I think everyone could have used it. Very good trinket if you're a burst damage profile, because you want to amp as much damage into your burst window as possible, which given you main stat, that did. So it was a very strong trinket.
Yeah, there was also, I think it was season 1 of Shadowlands, where the PvP players, if you got 2.4k rating, which is like the highest achievements, right? Like it's gladiator rating. Actually, it's higher than gladiator even. I think. Yeah, it was like the highest rating you can get for the rewards. You would get the chance, or not even a chance, I think you could just buy an item level weapon from the vendor that would be the same item level as the weapon from the last boss of the raid. So only the last boss would drop that high item level of the weapon. So no other weapon would be in PvE is as high as last boss to Nathris. Yeah, it was the Nathris, yeah. And the PvP weapon. So that was actually incredibly valuable, and a lot of PvE players were like, oh my god, I need to play PvP now, I guess. But they stopped doing that, which, I think that it is good that there's no best in slot items in PvP.
Yes, absolutely.
Anymore. The fact that you get a little bit of advantage of doing PvP at the start of a season, I think that is fine, right? Because you don't have to do it. There's going to be better items later on that are better than any of the PvP items can be. It's only like if you want a head start initially at the start of the season, if you are bored and you're done farming delves, so you can go into some PvP.
Wait, Gingy, no. How is it? How are there more?
What is happening? As well. Oh, it's so pretty. I love that.
This is the glasses.
We do see a lot of mechanomes though.
Yeah.
And mechanomes, like there has been something weird about their racial, like a lot of, like they're saying it's really strong. But I don't actually know the mechanome DPS ratio from the top of my head. I'm gonna have to look that up.
To look that one up. Yeah,
because I do know that it's really strong. A lot of people are playing Mechanome.
Yeah, because I think it might be one of the passives. Maybe it grants you, might be extra stats or critical the damage of your crits amplified. There's definitely something, because Mechanome was always up there, especially for Mage. As one of, the races are all very close to each other. You can most of the time just play, whatever you want to look like, right? But there are small gains, let's say.
Well, apparently this one is like a little bit of a bigger gain for some specs.
Okay.
That's what I heard, but I don't know if this is true. I might make things up. Yeah, just keep that.
Everyone just wants to be cute and small. No, but you could be right, because we are seeing a lot of mechanomes. So we can have a look.
Oh, there it is.
There we go. Racial passives. Combat analysis. You gather and analyze combat data every 5 seconds, increasing your primary stat by 4. Stacking up to 8 times. The status decays while out of combat. Oh, okay. So main stat boost. That's pretty big.
That's really big. Especially at the start of an expansion, main stat is very valuable, right? At some point later on, you get diminishing returns. Oh, what was there? There was one more. Can we get that back up? Sorry, production.
It was a boost to professions.
Unless when you fall below 20% heal for 15 times your maximum health, this can occur more.
Oh,
that's pretty good
Wait,
as well.
That's actually very good, especially for Kaiveza, where you drop below 10%, you're going to take loads and loads of damage. It's going to be quite useful.
Yeah, this is also pretty good. Is there the active? Can we look at that one as well? Because I think wasn't there something with like roots? Preventing roots or something, or if I'm not completely mistaken, I think there was something like that.
Yeah, there's usually, these passives, and then you'll have an active with every racial. So I can't remember what the active is for the mechanomes.
Yeah, like humans have that, basically the PvP trinket, breaking it out of a stun and stuff like that. But I do remember gnomes having something with like slows or roots or something.
Yeah, dwarves have quite a strong racial, clears.
True, yeah,
it's like
dwarf
a dispel.
is really strong.
Alright, summon 2 organic light duplicates to distract your foes. 3-minute cooldown. So it sounds a little bit like mage mirror image.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I guess there is a possibility that there's...
A little taunt.
I wonder if there's like some mechanic where you can cheese something with this one.
Usually that is the way, because I mean, sometimes you get racials that are quite impactful, right? There was the tier where there was a lot of bleeds. It might have been Castanatria, so dwarves were looking really strong just because the fights gave out a ton of bleeds. So yeah, it was very strong for everyone to be able to remove a bleed during the fight. But they nerfed that. They don't really like you having to be a certain race in the, let's say, in the raid and in the race. They don't really want it to come down to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, there could be some kind of shenanigans with the Mechanome clones, perhaps. Or just that there's a lot of ads that spawn on the fights, especially like little fixate bugs. So it could just be that...
Kenix, oh no! We're doing some PvP here because Kenix is trying to get his PvP items, as we talked about before. He's playing a Rastadroid, actually, with a warrior.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, did almost go down there. But
the horror fight.
it.
Yes.
Oh, unfortunate.
Do you play PvP? I don't.
So here's the thing. I actually kind of like PvP every time I do play it. But I only play it if I'm forced to play it for a certain item level, right? And then when I do, initially I'm like, oh my god, what is going on? My interface doesn't work. I have to fix this, I have to fix that. And it's really annoying initially. And then once I get the hang of it a little bit, I'm like, wow, this is actually kind of cool. But then, yeah, the problem for me is just that I would have to invest quite a lot of time into PvP for me to actually become good at it.
Yeah.
And I'm just not willing to do that when because I'm like, do I play in Plus or do I play PvP is basically the question.
There's only so much time in the day, right?
Yeah, and it's like I don't want to do both because then I don't sleep anymore, I guess.
Yeah, no sleep. PvP. It's really a nightmare.
What do you think about PvP?
I'm kind of in the same boat as you, where if I put time into it, I probably would enjoy it, because I really enjoy it. Reminds me a little bit of League, where you're kind of anticipating your lane opponent, you know what that character will do and how they're going to use it, what they have available, and you're tracking in the similar way. So I love all those aspects of League, so I think I would really enjoy PvP, but it is just that I haven't put any time into it. Yeah. So it's very overwhelming, and there's so much stuff that all of the classes and specs have that it takes so much knowledge to be able to anticipate. And
it feels so frustrating, that particular thing, because like we play WoW a lot, and we're good at WoW. We've been playing this game forever. We know so much about the game. I mean, we're casters. We know so much, right? And then you play PvP and you feel like you know nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, I know nothing about this game. What is this? Like,
exactly. Especially with like PvP talents that can be quite impactful as well. Yeah, there's so much. And so I did play when I was getting the badge in BFA and a little bit in Shadowlands as well. But I was doing trios, so I'd have a healer and would have 2 DPS, and my job was to just be permanently rooted and stunned and try and get a polymorph out every so often if I could, but I usually couldn't because I was interrupted. And then the other DPS, who was a warlock, would just sit and damage and kill everyone. So I was kind of just the stun dummy, I guess. Just like the melee just going ham, this massive demon hunter who's messering in my face, and I'm just like, cool, can't play the game.
Are we doing Illidan?
Yeah, okay, so this is really interesting.
Okay.
So every week, you're going to get a weekly quest that will reward you with, I think, so if it's a pet battle week, it will reward you with a big pet battle item. But this week is time walking. So time walking's up, and if you complete 5 time walking raid bosses or dungeons, you're gonna get I think it's a champion track piece of loot.
Okay, and it could be tier maybe as well, right?
It could be, But I think if you do it through the raid will give you a 610 item. I think I was talking about it with Ali today. It's on Hero Track.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So
the item is also from Nerub-ar Palace that you're getting, or is it like a random open world item that you're getting?
Ooh.
Hero Track.
I am not sure. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I was talking to Ali about it briefly, and he said, "Oh, make sure you do the raid because you need to kill the last boss to give you a 610 item Hero Track, and it also counts towards the weekly quest, which is the defeat 5 bosses or dungeons, and you get a normal or champion track piece of loot as well. And this anyone can do, right? Anyone can queue up and do this raid. It's not necessarily the most difficult thing. It's a little bit LFR style."
Wow, I cannot believe Wolf Disco would not contribute to the killing of this boss with this group. He's AFK. Can somebody report AFK Wolf Disco? Oh, wow. Now he's back with the boss's back. Okay, actually not. Okay, there we go.
It was his sheer presence with his mushroom hat that was very intimidating, that was dealing damage. Oh, so I looted the Blades of Azzinoth on my mage though. Okay. And I couldn't bear to part with it because I knew that it was such an amazing piece of transmog. Yeah. And I couldn't bear to vendor the blades. And now with the warband,
nice.
I can actually add them to my collection.
That's so cool.
And I kept them all these years. I say all these years, it was Legion. Wait, that was a long time ago actually.
That is a long time ago, yeah. Wow, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, I just couldn't bear part with them.
So it's actually good to be a hoarder.
Yeah,
Thank you
go.
so much. Okay,
pays off in the end. That's like when they first...
I'll need that newspaper at some point.
Yeah. Just swat a fly. Yeah, so there is a 610 item if you clear the time walking raid or you kill Illidan. And then you're also filling out your weekly quest as well, which is the 5 bosses or time walking dungeons, which gives you a normal piece of loot. So that's probably why they are in here. I mean, they're trying to get as much as they possibly can, as we keep saying. This is still about preparation, that reset coming in. There's still items to get. And if there's still gains out there waiting, they're going to be doing it, absolutely. So they can take it with them as far into Mythic as they can possibly go. This is such a legendary fight.
It is.
I'm gutted that I didn't play back then to have experienced.
I did play, but it's so long ago. Like, it is very difficult for me to remember. Like, I definitely remember like bits and pieces of it, but yeah, I mean, I definitely don't remember the whole fight. This is forever ago. I was probably like 5. Okay, it wasn't that young, but
I was
Let's pretend I was 5.
Did you start with a druid as well? Was that like your first character?
No, I played paladin on this fight. Actually.
Did you?
Yeah. Holy paladin, yeah.
Ah, I was always drawn to a mage, but I was introduced to the game by like my cousins and some family friends, and one of them was a mage. So we formed our own little like guild, and I thought, well, I can't be a mage because we already have one of those. So I asked them the important question that everyone always asks. Yeah. What's the best DPS?
Yeah.
And they were like, you can play what you want. I was like, no.
Just tell me.
What's the best DPS? Another time they said, I want to be a range. I knew I wanted to be a range character because I always gravitate to range. And they said, oh, well, Hunter's really powerful right now. And I looked at Hunter like,
yeah.
Okay, I guess. I really wanted to play the mage, but because we already had one, I was like, okay, I guess I'll try Hunter then. I leveled like 2 levels. I was like, oh, I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do this. And they said to me at the time, this was like early WoD, I think. There was a thing where if you leveled to 60, then boost, it would boost your professions or something.
Oh.
And they made it sound like that was so important. I haven't touched professions since.
Yeah.
Because in Dragonflight, they got so complicated. And I'm just like, if I ignore them, they don't exist.
Complicated, yeah.
But it didn't pay. And I was like, I can't do it. I'm sorry. I leveled to at least like level 5. I was like, I can't do this. It's such hard work. And then I got to max level and everyone quit. So.
Oh, yeah. It's like, oh, time to play mage now.
I did. That's when I re-rolled mage and I didn't go back. my little hunter called Eronus. Because I always just use an elf name, random generator, because I'm not creative whatsoever.
I mean, it's funny because when I started playing, I was actually really young, and I had my first character was called Caro, which is my real life nickname, right? And then I transferred my character to another account because, I mean, why would you call a character your real life name? Like, you have no creativity at all, right? And then I transferred my character, and I'm like, it said, oh, you have to rename your character. And I'm like, Caro, enter. This character's name already exists. And I'm like,
no.
I'm like, oh no. Like, my whole world just shatters. Like, what? But I'm Caro. Like,
there can't be another one.
Yeah, and how? What else would my character be called other than my name? Like, I was like completely lost. Like, oh god, what did I do?
So then, what did you end up naming it?
I think I ended up naming it Lisabel.
Aww.
Because a friend of mine was called Lisabel, and I thought her name is so weird and strange because it's always Isabel, right? And not Lisabel.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, there's no way anyone in this game is called Lisabel, right? So I'm gonna call my character Lisabel, just because I thought, okay, that's the strangest name I ever heard.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, it does look like we are getting into Queen Anseret, though. It looks like the end of the splits, maybe maybe, but I'm sure Scripe will always find another character like, but what if we had another mage? Okay, time for more splits. The Echo never want to be in the position where they need something and they don't have it. They are really, really adamant on their preparation. They over-prepare. They never, ever want to be in that position. So they have everything ready. If we need to send 10 boomies, they'll be able to, maybe not in this case.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note about this as well is like a lot of people are very frustrated to not see Mythic already, right? Like, a lot of people are watching this, I want to see Mythic, I want to see the race. Like, I get 100% like get you. And some people are like, because they want to see Mythic so badly, they are arguing in their head as if like they're wasting their time. Like, they must be wrong. Like, you have this like battle in your head. It's like, they're world first, right? They don't know any better. Like, they must be in the wrong here. It certainly is better to just do Mythic, right? But trust me, it's not. It is just not. Because the problem is, if you do Mythic first, then you need to know the characters that you want to gear. Because, of course, the 4 bosses that they're very likely going to one-shot, they drop loot. They drop myth track loot, which is incredibly valuable. And they need to make sure that the characters that are doing those bosses are the main characters, right? And if they're not 100% sure about that yet, then there's also like there will be a huge waste of item level. And on top of that, even if that is not true, like even if they wouldn't be wasting any of the items, you don't want to waste any kind of time fighting a boss that is a little bit more difficult without you actually having the best things from the split race that you can have. Because then you're like, you could have killed the boss maybe like, let's say half an hour earlier or an hour earlier if you had done that one split that you're going to do anyway later on in the week, right? So might as well just like get it out of the way immediately, have your characters be maximum geared as you can from those split raids, and then just blast through the raid and not waste any time with under-geared characters.
Absolutely, because you'll see somebody like Gingy, for example, who has multiple mages, or Hopeful, who also has multiple mages, and it depends in that split and on that character what's going to drop. You've still got the RNG element. The boss has a loot table, and it can drop any of those items from the loot table. So Gingy 1 may have got the Biss Trinket, but Gingy 2 may have got nothing. Nothing may have dropped. Yeah. So they have to know what characters they got items for to be able to take forward and to keep gearing those characters as well. So that is really important. And those 4 bosses are going to go down at some point, right? So you may as well take it down when you have what you need and make it as easy as possible, as you were saying. So this is very normal. This always tends to happen. They front load all of their prep and then they jump into Mythic. I feel like sometimes they've kind of jumped in, hit a wall, and then had to go and get additional gear. Mm-hmm. But I would say in the last few races especially, it's more, let's get all of our preparation done and then go in. And then they really want as much as they possibly can, just so that it is a very smooth way into Mythic. I do hope that we have a couple of challenging bosses, maybe boss 5 and 6. But 7 and 8 are definitely going to pose quite a pushback. I think that is going to be very challenging. Silken Court, sorry. Yeah, Silken Court. Oh my gosh, my brain did that thing of like, wait, that's not right. It's Queen's Court. No, it's not Queen's Court. It's Silken Court. Silken Court. Perfect. Yeah, so that looks really difficult. I mean, I think it rivals Tindril, honestly, from Amirdasil. I don't know how you feel about it.
Yeah. It can be incredibly difficult if it is the way it was during the last testing. Which we think it is. Like, I don't think we've seen any kind of like major changes being applied to that boss. So I do think that boss is going to be super, super hard. Unless the only way I think that the boss might be a bit easier is if because they tested it on PTR, right? Or in beta, and they know the mechanics. So if they somehow manage to like fully like write up a whole strategy for the whole boss, like that is like kind of scripted. If you manage to beat the boss in like a scripted way, and they manage to like already figure it all out beforehand, and did like practicing, like kind of like dry practicing, I guess, where you just like in a raid and you know, okay, we're gonna be here, and in the next 10 seconds we're gonna rotate over there, and we pick up the modes and blah blah blah, right? Then I think it could be a little bit easier for them, but I doubt it. Like, I very much doubt that they managed to figure out the whole kind of strategy already. There certainly is gonna be some RNG in the phase.
I think the controls down there.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, we may need the TV to see the screen. Idle display. Uh-oh. We are still here. Yes, Netflix, I'm still watching. Yeah, well, we can talk a little bit about this boss, because it might be some time before anybody's seen Queen Ansarak. Since yesterday when we were doing those Queen Ansarak runs. But we can definitely go through. So the last boss of the raid is usually not on the PTR, not available to be tested. So all you have to indicate what's going to be going on is the dungeon journal. But the dungeon journal isn't always clear. What's frothy foam? How's that going to look? And it turns out, it's a big wave across the platform, and you need to use this other bomb to jump over it. But it's not always clear. So when I was looking at the mythic changes in this fight, I was kind of looking through like more foam. Okay, there just seems to be just more stuff, so we're just gonna have to see it play out. I remember when we went into Sepulchre, it was actually the final 3 bosses that weren't on the PTR. We had Rygalon, Lord's Dread, and the Jailer. None of them were available for testing, so nobody had seen them. I remember doing my Race to World first prep, very nervous because that was my first Race to World first cast.
Yeah.
like a little rookie. I mean, I still am, like little learning, like it's an exam, studying. But I remember seeing Rygalon in the dungeon journal, and I could not get my head around it, because you had the 2 different phases, and the 2 different phases had mechanics going off at all times. So it was hard to picture, okay, so how's that gonna look, or what are they gonna... Okay, no, this is a little bit of insight for Queen Ansarak on Mythic. Phase 2, Queen's big time. Who even knows? Ooh, maybe a Mythic only phase. What do you think about a Mythic only phase?
I mean, I can see there being maybe like Mythic only mechanics. They're like special or some special thing. But I don't think we'll ever get a fully fleshed out Mythic only phase. I don't think we'll ever see that again, because of the reasons that I mentioned yesterday, where I think that they got too much like negative backlash from the community. If they're missing parts of like important lore or important things that they cannot experience themselves because they're not Mythic raiders, which I do understand partially, for sure. If there's a player that doesn't do Mythic at all, and then you have this like really cool thing happening in Mythic, then it is, it's annoying. Like, I can see how it's frustrating. But yeah, I don't know. At the same time, I also think that the Race of First is so public now, and you can view it, right? And I think a lot of people don't see a lot of this stuff on Mythic, right? Like, you don't see any of the Mythic mechanics on the other bosses either. So I would say, I mean, does it really matter? Like, can't you just watch
it? And maybe just don't tie it to lore, perhaps?
Yeah, as long as you don't tie it to lore, I guess.
Yeah, just have the Mythic only phase be additional secret mechanics so we didn't know was happening. For example, in the Jailer, Jailer dropped to a certain % HP, healed back up, had a shield, and that's not necessarily anyone's going to be missing out on that lore-wise. That's just kind of cool.
That also
extra.
was also not really like super interesting, I guess.
No. Well, with the Zoth, we had a whole nother chamber. I don't know if that's lore,
that is cool, I think, with the chamber. Except that the face was just kind of meh. Like, I think like, it was not interesting enough, but I think the fact that it came to a different room was cool. A good example would be Archimond, I think. Like, on Archimond, if you remember, was Legion? No.
It was Warlords of Draenor in Heimel.
Yeah,
no,
on Mythic you would just get through
Hellfire Citadel.
Where you like fall through the floor and now you're in a different area. Like, I think that's a cool Mythic phase, and it's not necessarily like lore related, right? So I think if they would do something like that, and that really was like a completely extra like special phase.
Yeah, because we've had Team Crab versus Team Spider, I think if there is a Mythic only phase, she's definitely going to turn into a crab and then drop web bombs on the floor that the players will have to juggle.
And there's this whole bit apparently that Preach told us about, where she's in the cutscenes, she's like fully ascended or something, and in normal mode and heroic she's not fully ascending. So it's possible that she does it only on Mythic.
That would be very cool as a Mythic only phase.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, fully ascending.
Well, I think it's part of the ascension ritual of the Nerubians, where they drink the black blood and from Xal'atath, but Xal'atath can control them because they are infused with it, but they gain extra powers. So it could be that she is also gaining this power for herself, perhaps. This is me. I know nothing about lore whatsoever.
As soon as I hear words about the lore,
as soon as I hear the word lore,
my brain just like it stops functioning. Like, my listening comprehension just like goes down immediately.
I'm usually the same. Honestly, this is the first time I've ever paid attention to anything that's not a Mythic Plus or a raid. It's kind of nice because I feel like my eyes are open and I can appreciate all of the great things that WoW has to offer as well. You know, I love raids, I love Mythic Plus, but it's nice to appreciate the music, and I always appreciate the music in zones anyway, but
apparently they have really good music in this expansion. I personally never have music on.
Yeah,
and I won't
neither
change
had I.
It, but apparently they have really good music in this expansion.
Yeah.
Do you agree?
I think so, yeah. I've been having the music on, so small changes like that. All right, so if you are tuning in and have not seen Queen Ansarak, there are 3 phases. We just had the intermission, coming out of the intermission. Now we're going into phase 2, which is killing the ads and ascending through to the platforms. As they will kill the ad off, it will do a big knockback, which knocks them onto the platform, and you'll have to split the raid into 2 because there will be 2 different platforms with ads on them. So you'll be splitting your raid in half, having half go one way, half go the other, while taking out the platform of ads. And the additional heroic mechanic in this phase, you'll have a dispel. Usually you would dispel, but on heroic it deals additional damage to the raid, so that's something to think about. You'll also have orbs pulsing across the platform as well, which you saw just before they went up into this platform, as they will ascend the webbing. I think it was Merez. Merez had this down in terms of, it was almost like MDI style ad stacking, you know, where you get all the trash together, make it very efficient. The additional heroic mechanic on this fight as well, as you'll see, every time they're gripped in, they'll get a little ring around them. If you're standing in somebody else's, you will take additional damage. So you have to make sure that you are spreading out as well as not getting dragged back in.
And thankfully these bridges, they don't have holes in them either, which would be cruel. But no holes in those bridges, you can just walk up blindly as long as you don't fall off to the left and the right. So yeah.
Yeah, it's not like the Sylvanas platforms in phase or the intermission phase 2.
Yeah,
it was so
yeah.
mean.
Horrible.
Especially, you know what caught me off guard on the Sylvanas? I would blink, but somebody would roar, so I would launch myself. Arguably, I shouldn't have blinked, but at the same time, you know, use the roar in good time. Not panic halfway across the platform. You should know. All right, as we are going into phase 3.
Yeah, I think this last phase is actually going to be super interesting on Mythic, I think, because it's already really interesting and heroic. It feels almost like a combination of Cymox from
Oh, no.
Kush. I guess he's sleeping.
He was sleeping.
Don't rest
like,
him.
It's fine.
Taking a power nap. An Ansrek phase 3 power nap. But yeah, there we go. We are spawning those spiders now. These spiders, of course, are trying to reach the boss. And bad things happen if they do. So that's why they're nuking them down, making sure they're using their CC as well that works. So sometimes you have ads on a boss where you can't CC them, but they can be CC'd with basically everything, with slows, with stuns, with knockbacks. So that's what they're using here. And now the whole raid gets shackled, and the shackles are actually being placed by players initially. So you have to finish off those shackles. And now we have the cool mechanic, in my opinion, I love this a lot, where you have those 2 portals that you can place. And this is the Cymox mechanics. This is like you enter one portal and you exit it on the other side, and you use it to dodge this circle that is coming closer and closer. But in Heroic, you also get a circle around you afterwards that you can see right now, and the portals are exploding after the player with this essence goes through. Like, there's just so much stuff going on. I can't even explain it as fast as it's happening.
It's so funny because Medic was like play-by-play casting this fight the other day on Heroic, and it just kept going. And I was like, you know what? I knew this fight was really far-paced, but you really realize it, 1, when you're playing, and 2, when you're calling out every single mechanic.
Yeah.
It's just so, like, it's just instant. There's so many things going on. You don't get any respite. And Mythic is going to make everything so much harder and add additional mechanics as well. So, yeah the pacing of this fight is intense. This is... Oh, and you can also see another one of the additional heroic mechanics. You'll have these spiders in the middle of the room. You will need to break the shield because you need to interrupt them. Can't let those interrupts go off.
Yeah.
And every time that void wave crosses across the platform, they'll have to make sure that not only the ads are dead, but that their souls are soaked as well. So that if that void wave goes across one of the ads or the souls, the boss gains additional damage. So you really don't want that to happen. But when a player who has absorbed a soul, I think you can only absorb 1 soul per fight. So you have to make sure that everybody is taking those. And when a player with the soul crosses through the teleport, it will explode the portals. So I don't know, everyone kind of goes in at the same time, but when I initially read that in the dungeon journal, I was thinking, are they going to play around this? Are they going to have to send certain people through at different times if the portal's going to explode? You want to make sure that player goes in last?
Yeah, the theory is that the person goes in last, but because there's a delay, so basically the player that goes through with the essence does close the portal, but it's not instant. Like, there's a delay. That's why on Heroic you can kind of just wing it, because everyone kind of goes through at the same time anyway. And if there's a delay with closing the portal, then it doesn't really matter. But I have a feeling that on Mythic this is not true. I have a feeling on Mythic you actually need to be like the last people that go through with the essence. And then I wonder if there's also more essences on Mythic, and you probably have to place portals differently. Maybe you have to use the portals multiple times, going back and forth, something like that. But either way, I'm really excited about this portal mechanic, because I thought when I saw it for the first time, I was like, oh my god, this is so cool. But then it wasn't on a boss, there was like a later boss. And I was like, oh, you know, this would be cool on like a last boss. And now we have it. So that is very, very nice.
Yeah, because we always say, you know, there are some mechanics on early bosses that have really, really cool concepts, really cool ideas. But because they are early bosses and they're tuned to be much easier, you don't necessarily appreciate the mechanic or see the mechanic too much or cheese the mechanic because you can just kill the bosses.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, if this would have been on a later boss and we would really have to respect this mechanic and execute it properly, that would be really cool. So yeah, the portal is a good example of that.
And not to mention, we're going to see some cool plays probably, like mages blinking around back and forth, doing some crazy stuff with essences or seeds as we saw on Cymox. So yeah, I'm excited to see those crazy mage plays, or warlocks as well can do some really cool stuff with mechanics like these because of the circle that they have, the demonic circle.
Yeah, because I feel like mage is such a flashy class when you're watching somebody play it, just because you can get some really instant blink plays, you have alter time, you can do some cool stuff with alter time. Yeah, they have so many tools where they can just look really flashy, and then this is a fight that does cater towards those flashy plays. Yeah, because you got the warlock personal portal gates that they can place and then teleport back to. Demonic circle, is it?
Yeah.
So they can use that. So that can be really cool. Instead of using the portal to cross through the voidy wave going across the platform, they can just use their demonic circle.
Yeah, and we do see with Ansurek that they're going to be joining a different split now. Jinji's going on a different character. Ooh, unfortunately, Canix's friend died, but he's only playing against his one mage, so maybe Canix can actually win.
Quite low in the bear form.
Oh no!
The meteor.
Oh, tree form.
Ooh, the healing going out.
I think he's gonna win. Yeah,
he probably will because mage doesn't really have any self healing unless
ice block.
There's Pyro freeze, which it doesn't look like there is. Sometimes you can have when you ice block, you gain.
Okay, nice. I thought
just the
got
barrier.
Polymorph through, but didn't.
Yeah,
there's no more cooldowns left either, so I think Kenning's gonna be fine here.
Yeah, we've got the Ring of Fire, which is a PvP talent. And I know that because I've never seen it in PvE, so I assume. Yeah, unfortunately, the mage is not going to have any way to heal themselves. It doesn't seem like they have the talent which makes you heal in an ice block, so...
We should get some PvP casters in here, just like that would be so funny. Yeah. Just having like a super tease or someone here that never casts unless there's like a super quick PvP session and he just jumps in. I just like play casting.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much happening that it can be so difficult. I mean, I struggle with PvP anyway because I don't necessarily know the ins and outs of every class. Ooh, Canix dropping really low.
Oh, no.
The bear form comes out.
Oh my god.
Back into tree form.
Okay, Icy Vince is gone now.
All right.
Yeah, Canix has a hard time doing damage to his mage. Like, this mage seems unkillable.
I know.
Tree form up.
Oh, taking so much damage. Can he out heal it?
Canix, no! The problem is that dampening goes up as well. What's the dampening at right now? Seems like it's high, so the heal's going to do less and less the longer this takes, right?
Yeah, so Canix needs to find some damage, really, because even though the mage has low HP, Canix can only heal so much. Get reduced as they go on.
The shields, he just can't get through the shields. I think this might not be.
No, mages have so many things, so many defenses, barriers, shifting power to reduce the cooldown. Yeah. That is a little bit rough. I remember, so Echo has the AWC team, and they were helping various members with PvP, and we saw was it Raikou who was playing mage, and his partner died. I can't remember who his partner was, but he just soloed. He just 1v2'd.
Oh yeah, that's
the other team. It was absolutely wild to watch. It was fantastic.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I feel like PvP is one of those things where when you see
when
a good
magic
PvPer,
moments happen,
you really respect it because it's very flashy and it takes a lot of skill.
Yeah, for sure. I remember watching Peekaboo, and I understand that's like his like he does this a lot apparently, but I wasn't aware of that because I've seen it for the first time. So sometimes he'll use the selfie camera in an arena game.
What, to just BM and just be like, take a selfie with the enemy?
He will do like 1v2s where he queues up by himself in a 2v2, and he probably like plays against like lower, like he's not gonna win a 1v2 against like really good players, but maybe in like a lower rating he can win, right? So he queues 1 versus 2, and then he kills one player, right? And then he'll take a selfie with like with the dead body of the player while the other person is still like trying to win, and then he'll continue. And I thought that's hilarious.
It's like the ultimate BM.
So BM.
And then you're like the old school, like, now I'm just gonna teabag your friend. Like the old school FPS player.
Yeah. It's horrible but so good at the same time. Like the selfie cam BM.
Yeah.
It's so good.
See, PvP is toxic. That's all I'm hearing. Gonna take a selfie with the bosses when we kill them in this raid in Nerub-ar Palace.
Oh man.
All right, seems like we are preparing for the next split, the never ending. Although at the end may be in sight. No copium. Perhaps.
Splits. They would be so sad when the splits are over.
I know. Oh no, what a shame.
Yeah, we've had them for so long. What are we going to do without them?
Yeah. Comfort. When the bosses are much easier, we don't have all the spooky mythic mechanics. But we'll be saying that on Silken Court when we have all these chaotic orbs on top of everything else, the moats, and we'll be like, oh, bring back heroic.
Yeah.
Oh. What do you think about the trash in this raid? Do you think it's too much? Is it okay?
It's like hard to tell for me because I am so not paying attention when we do trash. Like
it's just never ending. You're just killing trash forever. You're just like, I swear it's been an hour. Hold on.
Like I have this I'm gonna call it a talent. I have a talent of playing the game but not really playing the game. Like I do press the buttons, but I'm like not paying attention to what I'm doing at all.
Is it like when you drive somewhere and
yeah,
you
exactly.
have no idea how you go?
Like, 100%. Like 100%. I do this sometimes when I'm questing, when I do lower dungeon keys, when I'm doing normal mode, heroic, whatever. I do this a lot where I'm just talking to chat about whatever, you know, about the weather, and we'll do a whole dungeon in the meantime. And then when I think, like, what did I do in this dungeon? I was like, I don't remember. Like, I have no clue. And I feel like that's always what happens when I do trash in a raid. So, no idea if there's a lot of trash, little trash. Who knows?
It's just so distressing that you just block it out of your memory. Yeah, because, you know, players will always try and optimize, right? And try and clear as least trash as possible just to speed up their clears. And Blizzard have been forcing you to take trash by adding anti-stealth mobs, for example, because you'd have players, you know, shrouding through, skipping trash, invis skipping. So they'd add, you know, stealth detection. And it seems in this raid, they've added a percentage bar of, nope, you need to kill 100% of the forces before Rashanan.
No shot, really?
Yeah, there's a 100% bar, and you have to get it to 0 before the boss will spawn. So you have to clear out the entire platform. And arguably, you'd have to do that anyway because it's the boss arena.
Yeah, okay.
But it's an extra, like, no, you will do trash. You will kill this.
It is so funny to me because... like, I feel like there's not a single person in the world. I don't feel like I know this for a fact, actually. Like, I've asked every single WoW player, and they all told me that they hate trash in the raid. Yeah, they all. I can confirm this 100%. I swear. I asked every single player, and none of them said that they like trash in the raid.
Nobody.
So Blizzard, please. Stop.
So if you're a 3-day raiding guild or even a 2-day raiding guild, you have precious time.
Yeah.
But I was a 2-day raiding guild.
I agree, actually.
And the trash took so much time out of our raid that it really impacted progression. You have precious time anyway, right? 2 days is not that much time. Yeah, trash can negatively impact people. I think a little bit of trash is fine. I think it just gives you a bit of respite. It's thematic. No. I think you're correct.
I'm gonna have to confess.
Wait, you
I
didn't
did
speak
not
to
ask every single WoW player.
What? Who is the one person that you didn't speak to? Wait, you didn't ask me.
So it was
I hate trash.
I asked all of you. Oh well, there we go. Now I know.
Now every single person has said that they hate trash. But sometimes trash drops BOEs. But the interesting change, I think, going into the War Within, I mean, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mythic BOEs are not bind on equip.
Yeah.
They've changed it so that they are bind on pickup for the first week or so of the tier, and then they will be able to be traded. So it's just, you can't buy a BOE during, let's say, the race to World first.
Yeah.
You can't be buying gear off the auction house. But they will convert back to being a BOE after, I think. That was a change that was coming into War Within. That could be a tidbit of information that I picked up ages ago on PTR that got changed, but I'm sure that's the case.
Know if this is true. But I'm just gonna nod along, and as I said, you have to be confident
Smile and wave, boys.
Yeah,
yeah, sure. I'm sure I've seen some people say that, a BOE dropped for me, but it's not BOE, it's final pickups. So what's this about? But I'm pretty sure that's the case. I will double check. Everyone's just gonna call me wrong anyway, even if I'm right. No, but wrong.
There's one thing I was wondering as well about the trash taking up a lot of time. One thing that I'm actually like leaning towards now is like maybe having raids with like less bosses. Because whenever I see a raid with like 8 to 10 bosses, I know that the first bosses are just gonna be kind of like these filler fights. And I understand they are more difficult for a mythic guild that is not a raceful first guild, but still, once you've killed them, like it's not gonna take you that long. And once you killed them, re-clearing them just becomes this chore that takes a really long time. And a lot of the guilds, my guild included, we're a 3-day raiding guild, and we extend our ID once we're on the last 2 bosses, right? Like, not because we can't re-kill the bosses anymore, or not because we don't need any items anymore. It's because of time, because we need to get progression time into the last 2 bosses, right? And if we're gonna keep re-clearing every week, then we're reducing our time on the last boss to 2 days, basically, because it's gonna, at the start, it's certainly gonna take you a whole raid day to re-clear, right? When you only raid like 3-4 hours per night. So you can't afford that anymore. If you want to kill those bosses, you have to extend. And that's frustrating, right? It's really frustrating if you have to extend your ID for multiple weeks in a row, and you know, I'm just going to be spending 3 days a week, 4 hours in each day on basically gaining nothing, because you're not going to kill a boss, you're not going to get loot, you're not going to get a vault. So it's just so demotivating to do that. So whenever I think of that, I wish there would be smaller raid sizes, because then the value of extending is going to be much lower, because of course if you only have to kill 3 bosses to get the last boss, for example, that'd be a lot less time than if you have to kill 7. So
yeah, because the later boss is taking a considerable amount more time usually than previous bosses. So you need to allocate time for that, and then also having to clear all the bosses previously as well. You have to fit killing 7 bosses, and then if you do have bosses like Tindril, for example, that's going to take some time to re-kill because they are very challenging. So you kind of have to reprog that a little bit, so you have to add that in. So yeah, and extending your lockout, for anyone who may not know, is essentially you don't get the reset upon reset. So you carry forward what you was locked to the previous week to the next week. So if you killed 7 out of 8 bosses, instead of the reset completely resetting your lockout, you would lock it and have it stay at 7 out of 8. So the next week you can go straight back in to, let's say, continue progressing Queen Ansarek. And that usually is not really worth it for most people. It is a time save, as you're saying. You know, you still need the loot, so it's not about that. It's not like, oh, we got everything, we don't need to kill those bosses anymore. It is just because you run out of time.
Yeah, and that is frustrating. So, I mean, and with the smaller raid size or boss, like less bosses, you would also get like less loot in theory, right? But we've had these like mid raids as well, where, for example, one season would last, let's say, like 5-6 months, and you will get like a smaller raid at the start, and then 2 months later you would get like another smaller raid, right? And I think that was actually kind of cool. Like
it's like a Crucible Storm in BFA, like a short
or like Trial of Valor, if you remember that at the start of Legion. Yeah, it was Emerald Nightmare, Trial of Valor, and then Nighthold. And it can be a little bit stressful that you have like a lot of it releasing.
That just fizzed.
Oh,
is it spicy water?
It is fizzy water.
I just had like PTSD.
Who brought us fizzy water?
I heard the fizz and I was like, hold on. I can't let you do this. Although
I'm gonna do it.
You like sparkling water, don't you?
I do prefer non-sparkling water.
Oh, none.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather have none.
Nobody. You know what? I've asked every single person in the world, and every single person in the world hates spicy water. So that's another thing. I mean, I noticed because I was trying to tell which one was just still water and which one was spicy, and one of the bottle caps said medium. So, I mean, obviously that one's the spicy one, but I took that one just to confirm, and it was indeed sparkling water.
I do think the Germans are trolling people a little bit, because they put like really strange names on it that would indicate that it's
it
non-spicy.
Says natural.
Yeah, it says natural water.
Yes, that's like why I picked it up.
Yeah, right? And it says classic as well. Like,
yes.
What would the most natural classic water be? Non-carbonated one.
Every time I come to the race pod first, I'm like, there's always a sparkling water incident because it's so hard to tell. It really is.
I think there's like, it was a friend of mine that flew through or landed in Germany and then drove to my place, and he bought water in Munich, and he also hates sparkling water, and he is like, to make sure that he's not buying sparkling one, he bought water where I think it said extra still, on it. And then it was sparkling.
No, how?
They just had like less carbonation in it.
Oh, right, okay.
And they're like, what?
See, this is it. And then also,
he was so angry about
it. It's the worst thing that can happen. You're ready. You're so parched. You're thirsty. Take a big gulp of water finally, and it's fizzy. It's the worst feeling ever. And everyone can agree. Wait, have we been muted? Oh no, you moved your mic. I thought I got muted, but production would never. Thank you. Spicy water is banned. It's also, I think in the UK especially, the blue tends to be the flat and then the green tends to be the sparkling water.
Oh, really?
But they reverse it in several other countries.
Yeah, so where I live, I think we have pink for natural and blue for sparkling.
Yes, I would take the blue, assuming that would be natural.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
In the UK.
Yeah.
So I just feel like whenever you go to another country, I need the cultural norms. I need the description of what water is which.
It's funny because like other people, when they go to another country for a holiday or whatever, they would learn the language a little bit, and they're like, what does hello mean? What does this mean? And you're just gonna be like, what does carbonated water mean? It's still
Which
water.
one? I think that's really important.
Like the only words you know, carbonated still water.
Well, it's like whenever I go abroad and ask for chips, I get crisps.
Oh,
because
yeah,
the UK,
yeah.
well, what everyone else would call fries, the UK
yeah.
would call chips. And then what we would call crisps, everyone else would call chips.
Yeah.
So
it is very confusing. Very.
I remember asking for chips, and I just got this little packet of crisps from this cafe. I was like, okay, thanks.
Yeah, and then you can't
On the
say anything.
seaside, no.
Yeah, it's like you have to just accept it.
I mean, laser good, so. As we do have another Queen and Sarek kill down, they are continuing on with their heroic splits. Don't worry, you are not missing anything with our riveting conversation about water. What is this? All right, recycling waste materials. We've got light bulbs, paper, plastic, organic, glass, batteries, clothes, wow trash.
Yes.
E-waste. So would sparkling water go in the wow trash? No, that would go in clothes, obviously.
No, but the trash can go into that one, yeah. I'm not sure if I would be so kind to the trash mobs that I would be recycling them, but I'll think about it.
Yeah, but just put them in somebody else's raid. Imagine. The one person who says, I like trash. Okay, you can have all of mine then. You take it. Be my guest.
That'd be so funny. Wasn't there a game mode? Oh my god, am I imagining this right now? I think I might have dreamed of this at one point. But like there was like this idea or mode. Or, I don't know. There was something.
This?
I have no idea.
Jump scared by like a plank of wood.
Productions jump scaring us. This is now a horror show.
Ceiling. Ooh. It's really zoomed in.
But yeah, there was this mode. I'm not sure. Again, I don't know if I dreamed of this, if I had thought about it one day, or if it actually happened. But there was this mode I was thinking of where if you kill mobs, they would appear for like another team, like in a dungeon, like as a like MDI mode or whatever.
Oh.
Where you play against another team, you finish off a certain trash mob or traffic, and it like shows up on the other, like in the other dungeon. You know.
That is that does happen. I maybe we had the same fever dream.
Maybe.
There is definitely
right. There is something like this.
Yeah, where it adds it to the other person. Oh no, chat might be able to save us.
But that would be cool for like raid trash. So you just clear it really quickly, and then it just shows up for the other team, like while you're fighting a boss or something, and just like all of this trash is running in.
Especially guilds that have more than one team.
Yeah.
They can just distribute the trash between them.
Tetris does that. That's
Tetris?
true. Tetris, you can send stuff over. Yeah.
I'm sure that there's something
Destiny
else though, where you can
Aeon.
You kill something and it goes over to the other side, and the other side has to deal with it, and it's a back and forth. I'm sure. Oh, that's gonna really bother me.
Destiny 2.
I haven't played Destiny 2.
Then I don't know.
I saw when Echo went in for the weekend, they went in and did some of the Destiny 2 raids blind. That was fantastic. I loved watching along. Destiny looks amazing. I don't know why I hadn't ever played it, because I was a big Halo enjoyer when I was a kid. And it was very, well, obviously it had Halo-y vibes. But it was very nostalgic for me. I was like, how have I not played this? But the thing is, like, when you're a WoW player, especially if you're like a key pusher or something, you just play WoW. That's it.
That's, the amount of, like, the little knowledge I have about other games as a WoW player is absolutely crazy. And I feel like I'm an extra special case because I really never play other games. At least I never did in the past. So it's like, I feel like sometimes people think I make it up when I say that I game for a living. Like, I'm a gamer for a living, and then there's people that literally think I'm joking, because then they ask me questions about other games, and sometimes I don't even know the game.
Yeah.
They'll ask me about a really famous game. It's like, oh, so do you play game name? And I'm
Fortnite.
like, what is that? And they're like,
oh yeah, hang on a minute.
Wait a second. Oh, Perfecta also taking a nap real quick.
Oh, is he? Oh, yeah. So I think Perfecto's decided that if he is also horizontal, it might increase his chances to take the rogue spot. All right, so we're having Battle of the Rogues in-game and IRL right now.
Oh, I love this. You can see them.
Nice Memes has just turned his back, like, oh, okay, just rogue things, like, whatever.
It's like, I don't know these people. Don't associate me with them. Okay. Nice Memes is huge, by the way. I didn't realize that he's so tall.
He's like... It's like he's taking him on a school trip. He's like the cool, I don't know, teacher. It's like, come on.
Come on
now.
Go exploring.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to do splits. I know it's not gonna be money more. Like, whenever you go hiking or walking or whatever, and the kids are like, "How much longer?
Are we there yet?"
Just one more, and then it's not just one more.
You know for a fact there are several raiders that are going, "Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Is the end of splits in sight?" Oh, they look so cute. It's actually so nice to have so many of them on site, and quite a few of them, it's their first time. So this is Nice Memes' first in-person race, and it's after playing with each other for so long. It's just so cool to see them at lunch or dinner, all sitting together and laughing, and
it's very
going
sweet.
between the different PCs, having a great time.
Yeah,
it is very cool.
I'm also personally really jealous that they can still perform 100% while being in this different environment, because I feel like I would not be able to do this. Because I can perform or I can do what I do for a living. I can stream and cast, of course, in different environments. But if I have to play really well on if there's people around me and people that are behind me and whatever, I feel like I wouldn't be able to play 100%.
Yeah, it must be quite distracting.
So the fact that they can do that is pretty crazy to me.
Yeah, just the roll out of bed angle, sit at the desk,
yeah, or even being able to not be so stressed out, because I feel like whenever I did Race to World first, whenever we had any kind of breaks, because you obviously play all day, right? And whenever you have breaks, I would just take that time to be to just sit down and just do nothing, basically.
Decompress.
Yeah, decompressing, just me time, right?
Yeah.
Because you have no me time throughout the whole day up until these short breaks. And whenever you're here at the venue, whenever you take a food break or whatever, you're still around these people, and people they're talking to you, talking to them still about the game, right? You don't really get a full kind of break where you just don't speak to anyone, and you're just you. But not everyone needs this, right? But I'm a person that I wouldn't maybe not be able to completely relax when I go for dinner or lunch with the other people, because there's so just people constantly around you, right?
Yeah.
And that is something sometimes I just need a break.
Yeah. And I'm that annoying person as well. I'm going around going, hello, good morning. And everyone's like, oh. oh, she's back. I'm like, how are you doing? Or someone's just trying to get a coffee, just doesn't want to talk to anyone, and I'm like, hi. Hi.
I remember like when we were in Sweden for last race. I was like, it's nothing to do with people, obviously. I just sometimes need time where there's no people around you, right?
We all need to recharge our batteries.
Yeah.
Right?
And then I remember like once or twice I walked down into this like one room in the warehouse where there was just like, it was really cold there. It was like under the stairs, and there was just like stuff there, like boxes and like equipment or whatever. Yeah. And no one would walk in there, because why would you walk in there? So I would go in there because knowing that there would be no one in there, and I just sat down on one of these like boxes that was filled with stuff and like setup stuff, and I just sit there and like it's like no people here.
I did that a couple of times.
Really?
Well. Yeah, I actually did. I went down into there. It was like a nice little like respite where you could just hear your thoughts. I don't know what's worse. Alone zoning. That's pretty much insane. No, I totally understand what you mean. There are some people like they all play absolutely amazingly, of course, but there are some of them who do prefer to play in the comfort of their familiar environment, and then also not necessarily have people constantly walking around. Or sometimes we may go, oh, do you want to sit down with Secret Lab and have a chat and a little interview? So there's other things that's going on as well. So yeah, I mean, most of the players, you can see Kush and Perfecto seem as if they are in the comfort of their own home.
They certainly are. They're doing great.
Yeah. Getting used. Oh, they look so cute.
They really do. Yeah, it looks like we are just,
Perfecto having the best time.
They're just figuring out the answer X splits and making sure fighting all the helpers.
Nice Memes joined them? No, who was that? Oh,
I think
maybe
it was just like a different angle. It was
wait, it was a different angle. I think Nice Beams is actually a lot more horizontal than I thought.
Oh, maybe.
If we go back to Perfecto. Was it in Perfecto's cam? No. Oh, yeah, Mirrors. Yeah. Mirrors loves a blankie, because people are trying to work out, how warm or cold the venue is, because everyone's dressed so different. And we were joking, but we're sitting here in t-shirts, so we're fine. We'll have the blankie no matter what. But Mirrors is like full snuggly, hoodie, coat. And at the last race, he had his blankie.
Yeah.
It's because he hasn't stolen the caster's blankies yet, which is usually what happens. Mirrors will usually end up with it. Getting very cozy.
He's collecting them at home, probably. It's like a wall of Racewell First blankets.
Yeah. Mirrors' raid leading is very therapeutic. I was listening to him.
I agree. Very calm.
Yeah. Very mindful. Sorry. I'm not saying it. I'm not doing it. I'm trying really hard.
Okay, tell me about it.
Well, it's just stupid TikTok thing. I very rarely go on TikTok, but it would just be these.
Sure, rarely.
Yeah, it would just be these
10
things
times
that
a day.
I try not to,
because
as soon as I open the app, I blink and 4 hours have gone by. It's just, it's a time sucker. That's what it is.
Yeah.
So I go for long periods where I'm not on it, and then I'll just have this day where I just open it and then have all of these trends coming through.
Okay, yeah.
And it's funny because I was doing the don't be suspicious all the time, because that was such a big TikTok trend. And I never thought that was from something. I just thought it was some stupid TikTok thing.
Okay,
It's from a show I was learning from Mythic. And another one is this demure. I was very late to the whole, it's very demure. And now I can't stop doing it. It's one of those things, where you just you refuse to engage in like the latest slang or trend because you think, it's stupid, and then you start doing it ironically.
For me, it's not that I refuse. For me, it's like I don't get it the first time I hear it, because I don't look at TikTok, and then I don't get it the first time. I'm never just like haha, like a live along. It's like. And then it happens so many times, and at some point it's like I'm too afraid to ask what it is about.
I do that all the time.
Yeah, it's like, at this point it will be awkward if I ask, because I've laughed along so many times before. So now I'm like,
Or it's like when you don't hear somebody and you're like, oh, what did you say? And then it gets that fourth time and you're like,
sure,
I can't ask again, but I have no idea.
And then I said, what do you think? He's like,
So many people just think like head empty. It's like just like smiling like, yes.
Nah, but TikTok, yeah, I don't know. Like I kind of stopped. Like I hate the fact that there's like memes that I'm like not up to speed with. You know, like I just don't get it. But then at the same time, I really don't want to I don't want to do TikTok.
I don't know if they're worth it either.
I think I just really don't want to do it. Like I feel like such a boomer whenever I don't know TikTok memes. But then at the same time, I'm like, guys, and the one decision that I made to stop, the one time where I was looking at TikTok again, I was looking at it like I remember it was like a Sunday. I had a free day. I was like hanging out, like chilling. I was like, oh my god, this is so nice. And at some point, I looked at the clock and it was like 8 p.m. and I was like, what?
It is.
How's it this late?
And
then I remember I looked at I was thinking, oh my god, what did I do for the last like 3 hours? And then I actively tried to remember what kind of TikToks I looked at, and I could remember maybe like 2 or 3. And that was like the thing where I was like, okay, this is actually
it's bad,
so bad because it's like it steals your time and there's nothing you're getting out of it. I mean, obviously you're getting entertainment, right? But I feel like it's not even like it's the worst kind of entertainment because you don't remember it. Like, it's
I totally agree with you.
Like even watching a show would be better because then at least you like remember the show afterwards, right? Like I don't know. So I was like, I made the decision, okay, I'm not gonna do TikTok anymore. But now every time I'm out of the loop on like a meme or whatever, I'm like, oh man.
You're not missing out, honestly. Even if it's honestly mostly just stupid anyway. So like the word demure, like who cares? I'm annoyed by that word now. Thanks. I didn't even know it was a word. Who even says that? It's stupid. Like sometimes I like the dancing and stuff, or singing.
Yes. I mean, there's some really good like artists on there. Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And if anyone's like, why are you not talking about the boss? We have killed this 100 times on normal and heroic, but why are we not talking about the boss? Okay, webs, kill ads, done. Now what do we talk about?
So
Instagram. Wakey. Got too excited.
I love that.
All right.
So when did you go clothes shopping the last time? Did you? Oh, did you get all of your like winter, like autumn clothes out of the like back of your closet already?
Yeah, it's like when you do the changeover. And you put the summer stuff away, put the autumn stuff away. But I also moved. And I hadn't unpacked.
Oh, okay.
But I moved in February, so everything was just piled in a corner of like it's fine. I kind of built around it at this point. So I was streaming in the room, with just surrounded by boxes. But I cleared space so no one could see it.
When you think about it, it's like, why would you like take the stuff out of the boxes to put it into another like enclosure when you don't like use it in a moment? You can just do it over time because then you save the time, right? Because you're like, so when I need the sweater, the winter sweater, I'll just take it out of the box, put it on, then wash it, and then afterwards put it in the closet, right? If you would have removed it from the box first and then put it in the cupboard, then you wasted one movement, right? So
I like this level of min-max.
Yeah.
Okay, forget Queen Anthrax.
Exactly.
This is the tips that we need.
It's the same with like suitcases. You just take the stuff out of the suitcase as soon as you need it. Don't need to unpack the suitcase like immediately as you come back. Just take it as you need it, and then once it's empty, you take the suitcase away. You know?
Yeah, so
or you need it again at that point.
I pack the day before, but I unpack a month later.
Yeah, I do day before. Yeah, and unpacking. And it's funny. I'm a bit sad that I don't live with my mom anymore because my mom would get. It's like, you need to unpack your suitcase still, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do that. And at some point she's like, you know, your suitcase is still not unpacked, and I'm like, yeah, no. And then she would like angry every day. She's like, suitcase unpacking now, and I'm just like.
Okay, I
will. And then someone else come home and it will be unpacked. Because she gets so angry about it. Like, it bothers her that it's not unpacked. And she knows that when she does it once, I'll just, like, abuse it.
Oh, yeah. Well,
But,
If I leave it there long enough, it's just going to annoy you. Where you going to help me out with it? So.
And then at some point, I'm just like, Mom, you might as well just unpack my suitcase like right now. Like we all know it's not gonna happen anytime soon.
I've got Mythic Plus to do.
You know you'll do it eventually. You might as well do it now.
Ooh, I was gonna say these queen. Okay, I am not cursing this.
Wait, are you about to say that they're wiping? Or?
No.
Okay.
I was gonna say these Queen Anthrax on Heroic have been going down quite breezy.
Yeah. It's very breezy, actually.
We saw quite a lot of wipes yesterday on this fight when they were doing their splits, and it seems like they're kind of speeding through them today, and that could be the reset of gear. Everyone has so much more gear from last week. We also have the player base getting their first vault and second wind of loot as well. So it could be that, maybe some more practice. But yeah, they were struggling a little bit, but today it seems easy breezy. I'm not cursing it. To spend more time in splits than we need to, but I'm just commenting that they're breezing through.
Yeah, I mean, if you just say that it's not a curse, you can curse them all you want afterwards.
Yeah,
you know, it's like when someone says, "No offense, but."
That's what I was thinking. No offense, but this has been really easy so far. Does that work?
Perfect.
That doesn't count now, right?
Perfect.
As soon as they wipe, I'm going to be called for the floor. No, I'm putting shoes on the couch. I'm choosing violence today.
Wow. Oh my God, Jordan.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
I don't know why I've just suddenly got very...
Wow, I can't believe the reason happens. Mythic comes out and Jordan is just like... Wow.
Mythic Plus was released.
Losing it.
Now I'm toxic. I got rejected
This
from
is
a
the
world
real
quest.
you, I see. She's pretending to be nice this whole time.
It was all a lie. No, I'm just making sure that, everyone's paying attention.
No, yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is true. Like, the Anthrax have been pretty clean so far.
Yeah.
So, there's certainly a lot of Anthrax left to do whenever people are asking. That's actually something we should start doing as well. You know how people in chat always ask, so how many more splits are they going to be? And we obviously don't know the answer to that, and I'm not sure that anyone really knows the answer to that.
Yeah, because
not even the people that do the splits probably know.
No, because even when you ask them, they lie to us anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe just like 5, and then we're here 10 later.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying we should just make up a number like every time, but like very confidently. So when it's like, hey, how many splits? And there's like 3.
Well, that's very soon.
Oh,
yeah, we can see
Ryzen
some
playing with
PvP.
Chan.
All right.
All right, Chan, AWC player, by the way. So Ryzen has to play really well to keep up with Chan's gameplay here.
Yeah.
Or he can play really shitty because Chan is just going to carry him after all. Who knows?
We have a BM Hunter and a Resto Druid versus the Disc Priest and... Is it Destro Warlock?
Chan is playing. Let's see it. Yeah, he's Destro. He's got Infernal. So, oh, that's interesting. So,
I think we've got the tree form here from the healer. Ooh. No, they're fine. They're kind of chilling so far, right? Just chasing everyone around the pillar, getting all those the frozen. Ooh, it's
yeah,
it's done. This is the thing about PvP, where I'm just permanently stunned, permanently interrupted, and then I rage. But it's fine, because that's my job apparently as the mage, just get stunned and kite and polymorph. I was like, okay, fine. Ooh, getting a lot of damage out on the BM Hunter though. As the Resto Druid is dropping pretty low, so's the BM Hunter.
He's just killing them both. He's AoEing them.
Wait, was that? Oh my goodness!
That.
Okay, that is so much damage. Look how much damage
actually.
he did.
Yeah, that was insane.
46 mil.
Shen is actually just like PvEing them down.
There was
That's
like
crazy.
a ramp. They were just chilling, and then just all of them just bam, just hit him with a truck. We kind of saw that from Frago when Frago was doing some PvP with his. He wasn't. What's the DPS evoker spec? Devastation.
Yeah.
He was annihilating the enemy, and he was doing around 46 mil. That was crazy damage. There we go. These AWC players built diff, obviously.
It's crazy to me. Like, sometimes I really don't understand how the how they can play casters in like 2v2. Like if I would have to play a caster while there's people hitting me constantly interrupting me, constantly like using their CC
infuriating.
Right? It makes me so mad. And then when you play a Dastro Warlock, you have to cast Chaos Bolts, or you have to, but you want to cast Chaos Bolts, right? And Chaos Bolts are such a long cast, and it must be like the worst thing, especially playing against a hunter, and these pets are hitting you, and like, oh, like, it's so frustrating.
There's so much happening, honestly.
Especially as a PvE player, right? And you press your cooldowns, and you're like, now I'm gonna do damage, but then they like CC you and they stun you, and you're just like, no, it like makes you so angry that you can't get your damage out.
Oh, what
well,
happened
that
here? Did the other team left?
Yeah.
Okay, I was wondering if the disc priest behind the pillar just somehow got absolutely annihilated.
Oh no, yeah. Sometimes when there's only one person in the group, the other person like didn't load in or did DC or something, then the other person will just leave.
Okay.
Because they won't be able to win the 1v2.
No,
or sometimes they even do this on purpose to lower their MMR.
Oh.
Yeah, because they want to get their MMR lower to have an easier time climbing. Because sometimes, I mean, for boosting, they do that sometimes for boosting if they want to boost like a friend or something else. And then they want to lower their MMR to make sure they're able to boost them, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult.
I'm sure that there was an item that you could maybe buy off of the time walking vendor that was also pretty good item level. I'm going to double check. I know I said this before, but I always forget in the break. But to be fair, the last break was lunch, so I was distracted.
Yeah.
Had a very nice lunch.
Yeah, it was good.
It may be that there's an item on the vendor that's a relevant item level, but I will double check, because I know that time walking is this week. You can get a 410 item from clearing the raid or from the vendor. So keep a little eye on that. Know exactly how to get it, but it is the champion track for killing 5 bosses in the time walking raid or clearing 5 time walking dungeons. So if you're playing along at home and wondering where you can get some gear from, that's a nice way to pick up some gear this week.
It's such a pretty looking arena, so I love Bastion in general. I think it was such nice skyboxes and stuff. It was very nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that was
okay. I thought production was just having fun with us there. Okay. I was like, oh, stuff's happening.
Oh yeah, there's
things
Chan.
are happening.
We're gonna see Chan now. Nice. That's really cool.
Chan perspective. Okay.
Cool.
On the AWC team.
Yeah, his interface probably set up a little bit better to see PvP stuff compared to
maybe, but I also don't know what I'm looking at. So, oh yeah, there's a trinket.
It is very noticeable though that when PvE players do PvP, that their interface is just not made for that. Like, it's just so you don't see anything.
Did you see the little gateway macro there? Already planning to run away, automatically put down. All right, so we've got a Feral Druid. Is it Feral Druid?
Yeah, it looks like it's
a disc
Feral
priest.
Disc.
Yeah. Okay. There's damage coming out. All right, Cyclone.
Oh, it's Cyclone the Pain sub, because I already have the Pain sub running on Chan here, so getting that Cyclone in is actually a very good play by the Druid. Making sure you counteract the damage reduction, because you're not going to kill anyone through Pain sub anyway.
Yeah, it's a lot of trading back and forth. So you'll often notice if you have 2 healers in the group, you're kind of watching mana bars, seeing which healer's running out of mana first. And it's kind of watching the CC as well. So, for example, if you're against a mage, you want to make sure you're popping the ice block. It's all about the damage conditions.
Oh, we see the Chaos Bolts coming through.
Yeah, is that the Infernal as well? There you go, just casting the Chaos bolts in the back. As they are trying to take Ryzen out.
Pain sub being used on Ryzen. It's the second Pain sub. Afterwards, he's going to be out of dose for a while.
Yeah, getting rooted really far away. Oh, the Warlock Gate and the Life Grip at the same time. That's a little bit unfortunate. They're going to be trying to finish off the Disc Priest at the back. Trying to line the sight as much as possible. Oh, that little penance, little sidestep behind the pillar.
And that's a nice Cataclysm, making sure he hits both of them around the...
Yeah, it's kind of pushing them into it a little bit.
Yeah. Ryzen looking very healthy again. Again, having cooldown on Pain sub still. But look at the damage coming through.
Oh, that was really nice. They had a fear out on the Disc Priest. The Disc Priest was running. And they managed to just get the additional stun while they took down the Feral Druid.
That was very well done.
Very well played.
Incredible gamers.
There is so much coordination. I'm sure people look at a Mythic Plus and think, oh my goodness, what on earth is happening? Watching MDI, watching these massive pools and how controlled all the mobs are. But because I do Mythic Plus, I can kind of dissect it and I know what it's like. And I've also done those pools as well, as I played in the MDI. But when I look at PvP, I'm like, I don't know. This is way
It's funny because I played with 2 AWC player in 3v3 once, and they were like calling stuff on voice chat, and I wasn't like, at some point I was like, are they talking about WoW? Because they were calling out these ability names that I've never heard, and then all of these abbreviations, and they say them in like short sentences. Like even when they say like switch or like interrupt this or whatever, like they say them in much shorter words to get the information across faster. It's like, what are they saying? Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, can you like speak English? Like, what?
Are we playing the same game?
Am I the wrong channel? Like,
oh. Okay, hold up. Right, what are you saying? Tell me.
Yeah, at some point they just like, because it was the time where you had Convoke as a Munkin and it was really strong.
Oh yeah.
So at some point they would just say send it, like send the
What am I
Convoke, like send the
sending?
cooldowns. You know, they're just like send it now, send it. It's like, okay, I'm sending.
Go. Yeah, because it's all about those vulnerable moments. You know, if certain CC's on cooldown or your healer is CC'd and excuse me. It waited for you to look away, Sam. Play that. Alright, so while the raiders who are not currently in doing splits, they are absolutely optimizing their time as much as possible. If they're not in on splits, they are trying to get as much gain as they possibly can through other means. So you have some of the raiders doing some PvP, but it's all about efficiency. It's all about time saving. It's all about being as key as you possibly can be. So all going for Queen Ansarek or Mythic. That's what everybody's preparing for. Doesn't necessarily matter that the first 4 bosses have fallen. Pretty much one-shots as well. I think it was one-shots across the board. Liquid killing them in one pull. It doesn't necessarily matter because it is always played for the final bosses that take up about 80% of the raid. I mean, in different tiers, it could take 90. You could see the first 6 bosses fall so quickly and then spend days and days and days upon the last 2. So that is really what they're going to be going for. That's what they're going to be prepping for. And finishing off their Queen Ansarek splits. Maybe some Mythic Plus. Maybe for some trinkets perhaps, but that's just going to be a case-by-case basis on what trinkets are good for various specs, and if a raid trinket is kind of similar to in damage, they may run that instead. But I think there's the egg sack or the brood sack from City of Echoes, maybe?
It's Arakara, I think.
Arakara.
That is really good, yeah. Yeah.
So there are some excellent trinkets. I don't know if the spyglass from Siege of Borealis is really good for melee. I know at the time in BFA that was a highly sought after trinket.
I don't know actually if it's good for any of the classes.
I'll have to have a little look.
We do have some the Fury Warriors going ham here in phase 1 of Ansarek. Ansarek, of course, phase 1 is not something we've talked about very much, but phase 1 actually very difficult in Heroic. There's a lot of coordination that has to go on here, but then at the same time there's also just so much damage coming out. So this ability you can see here just roots people in place very, like it's a Tindril mechanic basically. After a couple of seconds you get rooted and you have to finish off the roots, break the player, so you can immune the root as well if you want. But you still spawn the paddle, so once the root either gets broken by DPSing it or by either immuning it or using freedom or whatever, then you spawn this paddle that first spawns in a small circle underneath you, but then it grows a little bit bigger, so you need to make sure that you're putting it to the side. And then the main mechanic that we saw here is that 2 players will get targeted, and after a couple of seconds they will put down a paddle basically, and you have to use this paddle. You have to explode it by walking into the middle of it to make sure that the players get knocked in the air, and you have to use this to avoid the AoE that comes out of Ansurek. And there's 2 different ones. You have to split up your rate evenly to reduce the damage you take from that afterwards. And the players that are popping it, they also have to rotate, because you do get an increased damage taken from that ability, so you can't be the same players popping it every time. And one more thing to note is, I think a lot of people don't know this, because usually when you have a circle and you get knocked from the circle, then you determine your knock direction by standing in like a certain spot within the circle, right? Like if I stand to the north, I get knocked into the north. If I stand on the south, I just get knocked from the players. So you can actually stand wherever you want, and it will always be knocked correctly if the player does it correctly. So that is actually something that a lot of people don't know.
Oh, you're aiming those venom bombs in phase 1.
Yeah, like if you walk into the circle to get knocked, you don't aim it. Like, so you don't have to care where you're standing basically, because a lot of people don't, like, a lot of people position themselves where they think, I have to stand here, because otherwise I get knocked.
You need to knock everyone
over
into that direction.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just knocking everyone in the air.
No, you do get knocked into a direction, but you're not, like, the people that are not the ones triggering, they're not determining the direction. That is how it works, as far as I'm aware. Like, I know that you are, like, your position doesn't matter. That's what I know for sure.
Okay, well, that is good to know. So it's basically all on the person who is activating the bomb at that point.
Yeah.
I'd say phase 1 has got so much going on, but the bread and butter of that phase is essentially the venom wave that's going out across the platform and using those bombs to jump over it, which is very important. I think I want to see how punishing that's going to be on Mythic, because even when they were losing people in Heroic, if you don't have enough people stacked in both, everybody's going to take a large amount of damage. So when you start losing people, you're going to have less people to soak, which is then going to put a huge amount of damage onto the raid. So on Mythic, that's going to be even more punishing. So essentially, if you don't have enough players alive, or you lose one person here and there, that's going to have a big knock-on effect. And that's why phase 1 is quite difficult, because that's very punishing, right? That you can't deal with a major mechanic unless you have everybody alive, essentially.
Yeah, I think on Mythic, I mean, most mechanics are more punishing on Mythic, so I assume it's going to be more punishing on Mythic too. Which, honestly, I'm not, like, the biggest fan of, like, if you have one player dead, you just can't go anymore. Like, whenever a boss does that kind of thing, where it's like, oh, one player dead, you might as well wipe. I don't like that, because I personally like to be able to see the rest of the fight, or at least see further into the fight by, like, limping through it. Because then, like, I feel like it always has an advantage to just go further, and it's also, like, as a viewer, I think it's exciting to see. It's like, oh, maybe I know half the raid is that, but, you know, maybe they can push through this, and then we can see one more mechanic, you know, and it would be really cool. But then the players know, okay, we're just gonna wipe because we can't get through the next mechanic, because that's just how the mechanic works, right? That's just a bit frustrating to me personally. So I hope it's not the case, but I kind of have a feeling it might be.
Yeah, because I think on Mythic it's changed slightly, is that if you soak one of the venom bombs, you cannot soak another one.
Yeah.
Which makes sense, but when they were losing people on Heroic, you'd see the mages all the time in one bomb, blink into the other, soak that group, and then ulti time back and soak the other group as well. That's something they won't be able to do, because they will get a debuff. So because they got hit by that first one, they wouldn't be able to soak the second one, potentially. I mean, unless immunes work, maybe immune soaking, or I mean, that's stuff that you have to figure out when you get there. But yeah, you can kind of rectify it, right? There is a little bit of counterplay on Heroic. If you do lose somebody, it might not be over, because there's things that you can do to struggle through the fight.
And obviously, I mean, the Dungeon Journal doesn't say much about the Mythic mechanics here in Ansurek, but even the mechanics that are listed for, like, Heroic or whatever, they're never, like, fully detailed. Like, you see the main tooltip of it, but it doesn't say you can immune it, or you cannot immune it, or you can break the root by shapeshifting, you know? Like, stuff like this is something that you always have to figure out as you go. as you're going, especially on Mythic, because of course Ansarek has not been tested on any difficulty actually on beta. They started doing that a while ago because all of the other bosses are being tested. And to note something else about testings, because some people think that people can just test Mythic whenever they want and all of the time, and that like kind of invalidates like the strategies or whatever. But that is not how it works either. Like the Mythic bosses, they're being tested for a certain amount of time. Usually it's an hour at a certain day. So Blizzard will announce, hey, next week on Friday at 8 p.m. we're testing this boss until 9 p.m. So the Racewell First guilds and any other guild for that matter can test the boss during that time. And just because you can test it for an hour doesn't mean that it's going to stay this way either, right? They can change certain mechanics and even like change it in secret, where like they wouldn't change the tooltip or something completely different because then they would announce it. But if they see, oh, this mechanic, they just immune it, and that sucks, then they can just say, okay, you know what, we're going to make this ability so you can't immune it anymore. And the players wouldn't know until they see it on live servers, right? So that's there's definitely changes still happening. But yeah, Ansarek not being tested at all on beta.
Yes, it can be really difficult to know. Even when you do have bosses that are tested, they can always change when they go live. So something that might be able to be immune on PCR might not be able to be, or beta, or it might not be able to be immune once it goes live. So things do change. But yeah, these are always things that you have to work out as you go. I know whenever I've gone into progress, I try and get those early pulls of kind of feeling the fight out of like, right, can I immune this? What can I do with this? And you kind of feel it out in very early progression. So that can be something they test. As we do see Gingy and Chan now in the 2v2 arenas going for double DPS, seeing if they can take one of them down. We have a sub-rogue and a Prez Evoker.
Yeah, look at
there's
Chan,
so much damage
like,
on the rogue while the Evoker was polymorphed. Very nice.
Yeah, Chan just playing with a disc priest and now switching to Gingy with a mage. Like,
yeah,
Chan just has to do some work here to get these Racewell first players through these 2v2 wins. Doing an amazing job, of course.
Yeah. Usually with a double DPS comp, it's kind of like, okay, we kill quick or we die quick. It's one of those things like, we just need to farm the conquest or the honor. We're just gonna do that real quickly. But they're surviving quite a long. Oh, the rogue dropping super low. Also, Chan dropping low as well, though. Oh, the rogue vanishes, runs away.
Yeah, that's something that I've seen, that I've noted though in Dragonflight, that like damage dealers have gotten so much more defensives and defensive talents, self-healing, that I feel like sometimes 2v2, like with 2 damage dealers, they can survive for so long. Because as you said, like usually you would think if there's no healer that they would just eventually go down. Chan does die here to the rogue, but yeah, sometimes I can see them healing up so many times. I'm like, how are they doing this? Who is healing them?
Yeah. Especially when there was, I think it was Canex versus the mage, right?
Oh, yeah.
And the mage was
the mage was healing so much and like healing somehow. You would think that's not possible, but apparently it is.
Yeah, I think there's a talent that means that you heal for a certain amount of damage that you take with your barrier, or how much you're taking damage from your barrier will heal you a certain amount. Refresh my memory on that. So a lot of those talents I don't necessarily think about too much in PvE.
Yeah.
But like, in PvE it would just be a passive thing, like, oh, it's a healer thing, I don't know. I'm just going to deal with damage.
Yeah, I have this thing where like I didn't select PvP talents on my Warlock, because I've never played PvP on my Warlock and I don't intend to. So I haven't selected any of them. But then I get a warning at the bottom that says, you have unspent PvP points. And it's just there. Like I leave it there. I don't click it away. And it makes my chat so angry. No, it doesn't annoy me at all. It doesn't exist for me. Like I don't see it anymore. But it's just like, you have unspent talent points.
Does your chat just write that to you?
Yeah, they're like,
after
hey,
that?
Megara, you have unspent talent points.
I don't know if you're aware. Well, you aren't aware because you're just blocking it out.
Yeah.
All right, I think we are preparing for the next split. We have Gingy. Is that Gingy in here? Perhaps.
Yeah, that's Gingy 7.
Ah.
17.
Yeah, we got Narcoles, Clicks. See what Echo Raiders are in here. I think it's 10 Echo Raiders in the heroic splits so far. They are running 3 groups at a time, I believe. They are tricoring it. We have Frago, Canex, Reves, Dota. Oh, okay. They are just running one at a time with the Queen and Serex. That's probably why it's so smooth, actually.
Yeah, probably why it's so smooth, and also like that's why we see some people just do PvP, right? So I guess maybe they decided we do single Anserax while also getting some other chores done that we have to do anyway at some point, like the PvP and whatever else. They have to do, like maybe some crafting here and there.
Yeah, because crafting is such a huge part of every tier now as well. But the profession update in Dragonflight made it very in-depth. Very overwhelming, but you can, once you get your head around it, either just to understand what you need from crafting or understand it so that you can partake in your professions in the crafting. It has a lot of depth now, and you can craft gear that is very relevant. I think previously you would have your best embellishments would only be on crafted gear. There were embellishments that existed that you could add to non-crafted gear, but they weren't ever very good. But I think this season, or at least going into the War Within, the embellishments don't necessarily have to be on a crafted piece.
I think it's not like they're still crafted items, but they're non-spark items, right?
Ah,
that
could be. It could be.
Yeah, so it's basically embellished items don't require a spark anymore. You can still craft them on non-spark item, which means it's lower item level, but you still get the embellishment, which is going to make it so some people are just going to say, you know, I'm just going to use my spark for whatever and put my embellishments on non-spark items. But yeah, turns out my shift's going to be over and I'm going to be leaving you. But there's 2 other casters that are joining you because, of course, I need 2 people to replace me, right?
Yeah,
so.
Obviously. So there's some big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
And yeah, Nagura's carrying. We need 2 to replace her on the couch. What's all that knowledge?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been watching YouTube videos to learn. Regurgitating everything you're saying.
But yeah, anyway, we're gonna listen in to some comms. We're gonna do a wave listening, and then we're gonna join you with 3 people while I'm gone, but 2 other people are gonna replace me, so
I wonder who. Find out.
studio. This is madness. This is... is madness.
Welcome back. We unfortunately had to say goodbye to Nagura, but we did find Preach and Alex Fatboss. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning.
Shoeless and balling.
Dude,
Alright,
check
hang
your
on a
socks out.
second.
Check though. I see my socks are amateur hour.
These are good socks.
These are, yeah, look at those.
Cutting away from my socks, Sam.
I feel like there should be a Pikachu on them or
Bring
something.
them back.
Did they get a Oh, they got
they got a ring.
They got a ring. Very
got
happy.
a ringy ring.
You can see Maris. This is the only time I've seen him smile today.
Well, what did Maris tell us earlier? He's not had a single item.
He's
today.
had no loot today. But I don't know if this is going to be his main character by any means.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be orange or red. It's going to be one of those that he's going to be in on, so we'll see. And now
death. Wow.
We were just talking about edgy guild names from back in the day.
We were.
What was the edgiest one?
Oh, I think yours sounded.
Oh, Berserkers with a Z.
Yeah.
Berserkers.
Oh my goodness.
But I've got
Ultimate Zug.
at the time it was great. I thought we were in a cool name guild.
Of course, yeah. Back in Classic, that was Snake Eyes on Asjol.
Snake Eyes.
Yeah. That was good. Awesome name. Back on Asjol Nerub. Back in the day.
Does it feel bad? Like somebody will be in a guild right now called Snake Eyes watching. They're like, dude, what?
Snake Eyes isn't too bad. But yeah.
Yeah, maybe it's got a gambling thing to it or something along those lines. But welcome back.
Yes.
We were in the middle of a conversation. You guys are kind of rude for tuning in at the wrong time. We were chit-chatting away merrily, but we kind of... Rumor has it, we kind of heard mumblings that this is all done by dinner time. They're going to have a dinner time, and then we might see some Mythic bosses.
Yes.
There's no way they're going to bed without 4 Dead. That's happening today.
Do you think so?
Yep.
What's so important about 4 Dead?
Power on the leaderboard, Alex.
Yeah, not that. But
Rankings.
Definitely the same rationale Liquid's had is the gut feeling is they've done something to one of the two. So we're talking Ovanax and the Princess that's going to make them just crazy.
You think they're going to be nuts?
I think they might do. Like there's a the theory is they might do, and in which case they need to check if all the preparation they've done based on the PTR testing is accurate in any way.
I can understand that, but another way that they will be getting that information is when Liquid pop into it in a few hours. So wouldn't it be best just spending their time just continue to slam all their characters if there is gear to be gotten? That's all is what I'm saying. Of course, we haven't had a Heroic Week in quite some time. So the actual structure of the early Mythic Week after having a full Heroic Week is not like completely foreign to us, but it is certainly different than what it once was, right? So maybe we can get our characters in that sort of as strong as they're going to get sort of position within a day.
I think it's...
If they can, then awesome.
Yeah, the things they'll be holding back on, I think, are some crafts. So we'll have to do some M+ so they can get the Mythic Crests. Which they're trying to weave in a little bit, some of the players who are not in Heroics. So they'll want to get that done at some point. They're probably holding a lot of crests for upgrades, just for now, because they don't do full send until they absolutely have to. But I think the concern is if there's a boss like we might see on Nexus Princess, which might... or Brood Twister, which is actually heavily weak or reliant, and their stuff they've prepared is not useful. They have all night to work on it while the guys are sleeping.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, so I've no doubt this is what's going to happen. Dinner, Mythic at some point, and then they're going to go dark on us and not show us what the hell is going on. So I have no doubt that's what's going to happen.
Going dark.
I wonder how important going dark will be if, as I say,
it's not. Liquid's already seen it.
If Liquid, well, the thing is, if Liquid have already made their way into it, because of course around our dinner time is when Liquid also wake up, so there'll be both teams working on the bosses at the same time potentially. So if Liquid are already making their way through and chunking through the bosses nice and fast, then who knows? Of course, my main apprehension about them going into Mythic difficulty is that there's nothing wrong with killing the early Mythic bosses, but you just want to make sure that you're bringing in characters that you know are going to be mains and they're going to be used later in the tier.
Do you though?
Well, ideally, because those first 4 bosses are dropping free loot.
Yeah, right, but you could take... they have 14 characters that are all pretty good. They could go in on a totally reasonable comp without using any of the characters they think they'll use in the actual Mythic race.
So that's usually the case, but it's just that on the third boss, Sikran, it drops a neck that is quite useful that I think is going to be quite significant on Mythic as well. You can see them chasing it on Heroic. So usually, you know, you kind of feel it out, not necessarily care too much about the earlier bosses because the loot is a lower item level or it doesn't drop necessarily anything important apart from the odd boss that will drop like Biss Trinket on very rare. Tribal Council, not over it. Brought it up 3 times today. But because of this neck, I think they will have to have a better idea of who's going to be in for the later bosses. I think it gives the healers mana and it gives the DPS versatility. So that is so useful.
Yeah, no, you are right, and yeah, so I get what you're saying. As long as you have sufficient characters in that, you know, like if half of the raid here, if something really good drops, at least it's not going to be going to one of the iffy classes that we're thinking of bringing. We're not entirely too sure. It's like 50-50 whether or not we're going to be bringing the second Frost DK or something along those lines, right? As long as you have the main DK in there. Or
delve into my trove and see what secrets we can uncover.
Oh my!
Just don't take all my loot, please.
I don't know what this is.
You don't know what this is?
I haven't done this. What is this?
So this, and I'm not sure what's going on behind this. Apparently everything's on fire.
I can see Twitch chat. What's happening?
But what we are doing right now is that we are, you know, pulling in your channel points right now on the stream. Yes, we're going to be doing 1 prize for 2 million because Blizzard did buff Delves, then they nerfed them, then they buffed them again. We're not entirely too sure what's going on with Delves, but we need 2 million channel points. And if we get those 2 million channel points, then out of these wonderful envelopes, we will be selecting something from either the Team Spider or Team Crab.
How do we know who won?
Well, the chat will get to choose. There will be a poll, either Team Spider or Team Crab, and from there, we will be giving out one of these many lovely prizes.
I suppose I'm happy there's no Team Rat going in there. Fill it up! I want to see what this is.
Yes, there's no point otherwise.
It's free.
Yes,
it's free.
Absolutely. You earn channel points just through watching the stream.
Yep.
So contribute them. There isn't really anywhere else you can use them.
We don't actually allow any gambit or anything else on the stream, so channel points are only for this. And you can see all of these wonderful prizes, from Corsair peripherals to some awesome displays, some Elgato bits and pieces, as well as some merch, some NordVPN vouchers,
Mogs.
and of course some World of Warcraft stuff. Yeah,
and there's Stream Deck XLs on there. Even I haven't got one of them. God damn it.
Well, we will have to get you one.
Yeah, Elgato.
Yeah, Mike, you can also join in if we get enough channel points in, so do put them in. We need 2 million channel points to raid Roger's treasure trove. Damn, that was hard to say.
Roger's treasure trove.
Roger's
Sadly,
treasure trove.
Roger cannot be one.
Roger's treasure trove analysis desk.
Don't know, my God, flashbacks.
There's a little bit of lore to the different things that you can contribute with your channel points. So 500 channel points will be a dusty pebble. You finished the delve, but at what cost? All you found was this tiny rock. How sad.
But you can also, you know, maybe get some lost treasure with 25,000 channel points. Wow, this one might actually be worth something. You found it. A shame it's for Khadgar. Rip, that is not actually true anymore. I've been told, spoilers, he might be okay.
What?
Our good boy.
Hot Wheels?
Yes.
Yeah, old Ironsides.
I don't want to spoil it for those who haven't completed the campaign.
I mean, ripping off Arenveld. Sad.
It is what it is. His gimmick. But yes, do get in your channel points. And we've already raised over 1 million, so excellent. Keep them coming in.
Done. I want to open an envelope.
Yes, you get to choose. What do you think? Crabs or spiders?
Anybody going crab mode is failing.
What?
The crabs are genuinely way more disturbing than the spiders. Have you actually tried it?
That's what I like about
it.
Yeah, it's so much weirder and so much freakier with the crabs. It's terrifying.
I like, who is it? The Severed Threads, like, main spider that's kind of hanging down.
The Weaver, will you stop skipping cutscenes?
I have no idea who any of these people are, but they do look hilarious when they're in crab form, because it's just like some weird, like, very sad-looking lobster, like, I don't know why I'm here.
Dangling off of a web.
Yeah, it's very cool. confused.
You know what I didn't check? I should have done. But if you have arachnophobia mode, well, you should clarify what this is, because I saw people in the chat who have no idea. Obviously, this raid is spider-themed, and a lot of people really, really do not like spiders. So they added arachnophobia mode, which will change all the spider models into crabs, and they're way worse.
And they work in the open world as well?
Yep.
So it's just a toggle within the setting. Yeah, it also works.
It works on mounts.
Oh, I have not seen that.
Do you know that Ansarek, even, not a crab or a spider, because it doesn't affect her in any way. So there you go.
She doesn't really look like a spider.
She is a Nerubian, which we have confirmed by Blizzard, not a spider. So otherwise, she would
ridiculous.
Change. Well, there has to be a reason, Mike, that they didn't make a spider form and a crab form for her.
Well, actually,
how do they
I have got my
balance that?
hold on, no, actually, Mike, she's a Nerubian.
It's not technically a spider. It's like, dude,
I don't know.
Well,
it's all made up, isn't it, mate?
To be fair, she only walks on 4 legs, and she's got the 4 in the air.
It's a confusing time.
Yeah.
Yep, it is a confusing
She's
time
a spider.
for all of us.
She's the queen of the spider people.
I think she's more crab.
150,000 channels points is all that remain. Do get them in. You guys have been slamming through this delve like no tomorrow.
How do they
Definitely
vote?
being nerfed. Well, after this, there will be a poll. Do not in chat type exclamation mark crab or spider just yet. That's for when we do the giveaway. If you type it in early, you may very well be disqualified by the bot. So do watch yourselves. No exclamation mark crab or spiders just yet. We will let you know as we go through this process. But it looks like hold. Yay! That was a speed run. I don't think we've ever had it done.
In the chat. Exclam rat in the chat.
There is a poll. There is a poll at the very top of chat right now. You can choose Team Crab or Team Spider. If you want to be with Mike, who for some reason loves spiders and not crabs, then feel free to vote that way.
I love spiders.
Spiders
They
good.
are kind of cute.
But crabs are the
also
spiders
kinda
of the sea. That's what we've decided. It is true.
Spiders protect you from little creepy crawlies.
They do.
They chill out. They don't want anything to do. We've got UK spiders. They're entirely harmless. They do nothing whatsoever.
Strangely enough, I was doom scrolling at 2 o'clock in the morning last night for YouTube Shorts, and one of them was a guy who had a Black Widow spider just crawling across his hand, and it was terrifying.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I love spiders so much that if I turned around and there was one on my face or something like that, I would freak out.
In all fairness, I would do that for a crab as well.
Yeah.
Surprise animals are the worst ones.
I legit have a fear of crabs.
Do you?
It's not like a phobia, but I don't like them because you can't predict their movement properly. Like
they do move in abnormal ways.
My wife,
Sideways is very scary.
Emma, has tipped a bucket of crabs over to chase me at the edge of a pier. We went crab fishing, and you get your crabs and whoever wins, and then you put the crabs back because you don't want to hurt the crabs or anything, but she just tipped them all out at me, and they came at me like 16 crabs. I did not like it. I was out of there.
Oh man,
she was trying to mess me up.
Well, I think chat's largely with you. 68% going for Team Spider right now. Obviously, good things in both, although I did see them getting packaged up. Crab does have some amazing stuff, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Do you know one of the rewards...
Are these biased?
No, I did them, so obviously not.
Did you put stuff in them?
Yeah.
Okay, you stuffed these.
Yeah.
You're the stuffer.
Yeah.
And they're even.
Yes. They are. Me and Medic did it, and we're very wholesome.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Just say, Mike, one of them might be full of beans. Yeah. we will find out soon. But in one of these, actually, and this is one that I don't know as much as I love to meme about it, we are going to be giving away a full Mythic boost with a mount drop as well. Very nice indeed.
Oh, sick.
But we've been told that Team Spider has won. Once again, no exclamation marks in chat just yet, because we have to choose your prize out of one of these wonderful... envelopes here.
We have loads.
We have
Yeah,
so
we have a lot.
many
May I? Can I do my
prizes.
first one?
I was about to say, feel free to pick.
I'm not going mid-gang. I'll go here.
Okay.
Okay.
So Mike has chosen.
Tell me you didn't lick all these.
I
Jordan.
did, yeah.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Yeah.
That's like really toxic, I think, in mass
Oh, is it?
quantities.
Is
Yeah,
that
it's
why
really
I've been
bad.
running around?
Let's find out. We have got
free open TTS on the live stream.
That is not true. We have... We've been told by production that we have no power
guys.
here. Instead, we have indeed got a Stream Deck.
No way
There
did he
we
manage.
go. A Stream Deck Plus.
I cannot believe that happened.
That's one of these bad boys with the twisties.
Very cool. Very useful. Awesome thing to get. If I assume we're doing the same command as we always do for spiders. Yep, give us 1 second.
Hold, chat.
Hold. We'll be told when you can do it, but it will be ! Spider. Do get that in. Type it in once, so you can do that from now. Type it in
go.
once and once only. If you type it in several times, you could be disqualified, or even worse, timed out by the bot, who gets a little funny about these things.
Where's
if you want
my
to get
phone?
a
I
stream
wanna get in there. I
deck
don't have one.
plus, well, the idea is, Mike, is that we steal them at the end of the event. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Don't tell production. I'm sure.
Hey, wake up.
Senses, how it looks, how it feels, how much it really takes to win, and how fun it is. Bring them all to life with metal posters from Displate. Shop now at displate.com.
Shopping, working, and relaxing online can attract various digital threats. To improve your protection against them, just turn on NordVPN. This cybersecurity app will block web trackers and malware-infected sites. It will also encrypt your internet traffic without losing a smooth connection. Choose NordVPN and get the exclusive Echo deal now. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Welcome to the studio.
I actually have some really exciting news. Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream.
We covered a lot today.
Do you ever find yourself at the PC thinking about your health? You're ready to make a change, but you either tried and failed before, or you simply feel confused about where to start.
At Games for Gamers, we've developed the Inner Circle. A system designed exclusively for gamers who want to shed fat, gain muscle, and become overall healthier without having to grind it out on the treadmill or skip those snack breaks during gaming.
We've already helped over 1,000 gamers. Gamers like Casper, who dropped an amazing 80 kilograms in just 40 weeks, allowing him to fit his favorite clothes once again.
And let's not forget about KP. He's been adding on some solid lean muscle mass while also reducing his body fat percentage. And those two are just the tip of the iceberg.
So if you're ready to get in shape without having to compromise your life or gaming, then visit gamesforgamers.com and use the code ECHO for 30% off.
Hey everyone, my name's Asmongold, and I'm excited to tell you about my company, Starforge Systems. When we founded Starforge Systems, we had one goal in mind: make the best computers possible for playing video games. Now, I don't personally play video games; I just react to TikToks. But wait, this is not true. Like, I do play games. Who wrote this? I play games all the time. I play Diablo, New World, and... Well, I don't just watch other people play those games. I also play them too. I play them all the time. You know what? I own this company. I don't have to take this shit. I'm leaving, and the logo is a hammer.
You dare challenge the might of my empire? We will wipe out the invaders from above, no matter what it takes! Ascension, reserved only for the most loyal, the purest form of our evolution.
I will crush these insurgents in the name of Queen Ansarek.
Through the fire, through the smoke, through the rain, through the storm.
I will have your scars.
See it coming for me. A dark is rising up over me. Oh, I will be ready. Oh, they will fall. 'Cause I've been through hell and back. I died and then came back, and it made me a fighter.
None of you shall leave this place.
I see him coming, the demons running. Oh, I will be unstoppable. I see him coming, the demons running. Oh, I will be unstoppable. I see him coming, the demons running. Oh, I will be impossible. Oh, I will be unstoppable.
Stop playing with your food and finish them!
Your people will be restored, reborn, improved, and they will laud you as their savior.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are right now. I'm wondering how long it will take Nagura to realize her microphone arm is up by the side of her head instead of by her mouth. I'm Medic, I'm joined by Nagura this morning. Welcome to the Race to World First, where we are already seeing Mythic Plus this morning.
I am so excited for Mythic Plus. Actually, yeah, I'm actually excited for Mythic though, because even though we are doing Mythic Plus right now, we know that it's very likely gonna be Mythic rating later, because we know what Liquid is doing. They've been pulling Overnex throughout our night and their day. Have not killed that boss yet. So we're definitely going to see some Overdeck, some Brute Twister later today once they're done with their... Oh, actually in the Mythic.
That's actually a Mythic. Yeah, I was looking at Frago's screen, and that looks very Mythic Plus-y to me, but they are small screens. That is...
No Mythic Plus out there. We lied to you.
We did? Entirely.
Usually we lie to you by saying we do Mythic and then it's actually not.
Yeah, 6 hours later
it was
we
like
get into
the
Mythic.
opposite. Right, reverse psychology.
Yeah, it looks like we might actually have a few polls on Brood Twister this morning. Overnight, as you say, we saw Liquid get down to about sub 30%, 29.4%, with 61 polls on Brood Twister. Definitely feels like she is going to be the first wall-ish of this tier. One of the things I realized overnight that I didn't realize before is it's not just the first container that she eats that empowers the minions in that zone. In fact, it's every time she eats a container, she empowers that style of minions. So there's a bit more to it than just the first zone that you ingest.
Yeah, so in case some of you don't know anything about Mythic Brood Twister, which is unlikely because we've seen some progression already, but maybe you're just waking up, maybe you're EU and you haven't seen anything about this boss. So on Mythic, depending on which container you start in, there's going to be a certain type of spider or a certain type of at that will be empowered. You can see it listed down here. So the spiders are going to get the necrotic wound, which means that the tanks usually, or whatever aggro target is going to get hit by the spiders, gets that necrotic wound infect, which we've seen cause issues actually for Liquid, because the necrotic wounds, of course, being a healing reduction, and the way the tank mechanic works from the boss is that the lower HP you have, or the more missing health you have, the more damage the explosion does. So you basically explode for rate damage depending on missing health, and this necrotic wound will make that more difficult for the tanks to be healed up, which causes some issues, or caused some issues for Liquid. Especially when everything is getting super chaotic, when you get to a point where you're progressing and there's so much damage in a raid, then the healers, of course, focusing on healing up the raid. And with the changes as well that were coming in, with the tanks having a little bit more less sustain, being more reliant on the healers, that makes it more difficult for sure.
Yeah, it definitely does. And then obviously with depending on which mutation you decide to pick up first, you then have the Worms mutation, which increases their cast time. Those all have to be interrupted. There's about 8 of those adds per section, or if it's the empowered section, it's 8, and then I think it's about 3 to 4 in the other sections. If you have 8, you only have 3 explosions to deal with that. So is that 3, 3, 2, and then having 3 interrupts at the same time all going off to make sure that you get rid of those worms? It is very difficult, and you still have to kill them. They can still recast later on. If you empower the parasites, whether you do it first, second, or last, they get increased movement speed, and if they catch up with you, they'll infest you, and then they'll multiply as they jump out of you, also doing damage. So it's a very tricky fight. It's not as plain and simple as, oh, just choose the one you want to empower at the start and then deal with it for the rest of the raid. You have to then deal with the other empowered adds as you go along. But I am surprised. Everyone I talked to this morning was like, going to do M+ for a little bit. You can see Liquid's eye level about 3 ahead of where Echo were yesterday when they killed off Sikran. So I even spent the last half an hour writing notes in my notebook, thank you Scripe, about some of the Mythic Plus dungeons, so I knew the mechanics a little bit better. But apparently we're just going straight into Brood Twister.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. It is possible. So one thing that I've noticed, or one thing that I thought about, is if a boss like this is difficult, like if a heavy ed boss is difficult, then the comp all of a sudden becomes pretty complicated. Because it's not just one type of damage you're looking for. You're not just looking for AoE, you're not just looking for a single target. You need enough damage to deal with the ads, while also maximizing the boss damage, because the boss's health also has been an issue, I think, for Liquid as well, where they were thinking, okay, we need to allocate as much damage as we need on the ads, but everything else should be boss damage to make sure that we can actually kill the boss at the end once the room is filled with the black blood, because then obviously that's the end rage or soft end rage for this fight. So yeah, having a very balanced comp to make sure you have enough damage on all of those types of ads is important. And we already see a pretty, like, okay, I don't want to completely lie, but I don't think Liquid had hunters.
Yeah, 2 hunters in this, which is, as you say, a little bit surprising. I wasn't able to watch all of the liquid pulls, but I'm sure maybe you could get them up. I don't think people will mind us looking at our phones at 7 in the morning. Like, just grab the iPad, have a mosey, see what you can do. The password is 123456.
I can't believe you forgot to
set
mute.
it on the. Oh no, my mistake. Oh no, if you're able to sneak into the SK Magenta facility, grab the iPad, you can now access.
Even we can get in.
Yes. Yeah, so what do we have? Oh, there was one hunter on Liquid, apparently. We have 2 hunters, we have 2 shamans. It looks like it is a guardian druid and a brewmaster for our tanks. Alongside that, double warrior, single paladin, double mage. I think like warriors are absolutely topping some of those damage charts.
Oh yeah, warriors are crazy. One thing I've thought about as well is that maybe we see possibly a blood decay here because of all of these ads that would be really nice to grip. And I think Liquid is running 2 frost decays, so 2 DPS decays, still sticking to that guardian druid and the brewmaster. And we also see for Echo here, but there we go. We do see that Blue Twister pull coming in straight away. There was not even a lot of talking or anything, just like straight away pulling that boss.
No, we have prog. A lot of the players only got in within the last 20 minutes or so, so I think it might just be a let's get some reps in on this boss. Let's see what it feels like. Let's start to orchestrate the fight. This is ingesting the black blood. I believe this is in the spider area. I'm trying to count the eggs. Might be the worms, actually. I see a lot of those medium-sized eggs, so it could be a worm zone. Now, of course, we have to Venn diagram here with these debuffs to actually crack those eggs out. Parasites coming out early. There's a spider there as well. I think we may have missed one, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So because you have to double X sometimes, like there's 2 next to each other, then you have to overlap them both. And what happened here is that they overlapped one, but not the other one. And they also missed the blue one in the corner as well.
Yeah.
We do see the markers come down. I assume they're going to move them for each wave. Somebody's like marking down. And then we have this really cool weaker that we saw in the middle of the screen. So basically it's an overlaid image that shows where the markers are going to be and which one you have to break. So that's something that I already have figured out beforehand, apparently.
I've managed to count, and I think this is the parasite section we're starting in. I saw a lot of parasite eggs.
So it basically depends on... So the more eggs of a type there are in this area, that's that type that gets empowered? Okay.
Yeah, in the empowered zone, there'll be 8 of that type of egg, and then in the other zones, there'll be 8 of the colossal spiders or 8 of the worms, depending on which area we're in. You need to reload UI. Frago, get on it. Get ready. He's got his Fanta ready for prog today. We actually had a really nice breakfast. I was slightly worried that we weren't going to get breakfast this morning, so I had a banana earlier, but we got some chia seeds, some little chocolate chips, like very, just a little bit of extra long-term energy for the day. Hasn't kicked in yet, I'm going to be honest.
I have my coffee right here.
It's excellent. Okay, you're gonna vibe for us, are you?
Yeah, of course.
Doesn't look like we're using orcs. It's double Pres Evoker with a priest. Oh, maybe we are using orcs, actually. I thought we only had 2 evokers in.
Yeah, let me see. We do have double press. Oh, triple?
Triple Pres? Is Zatsi on Pres as well? Because there's definitely double Pres on the HPS meters, but I don't see Zatsi's healing there yet.
I think that's the Press Evoker, right?
Oh no, Frag's in...
I think it's triple Press Evoker and Frago just got swapped out. So it's like
looks
Satsi
like it,
got
doesn't it?
moved in and Frago got swapped out. That would be crazy, running 3 Press Evokers. I mean, they are really strong. They're actually really, really strong.
Yeah, unless I'm
But it looks like they're pulling right now with Satsi out. So, like, Frago is in right now. Like,
yeah. The groups at the top are slightly hard to read. Frago's in, Zatsi's out, but Zatsi's in group 3. It is still Mythic prog, guys, even though it looks like there's more than 25 people in the raid. Took me a second to understand that one as well, Nagura. Here we are in the Parasite section of an Axe will ingest the black blood. You can see the Parasite eggs turn into this sort of more maroony red. That means they're empowered. And now we'll see the overlaps coming up in about 7 seconds' time. Obviously, expectations are no one will die early here. Great weak aura, as you say, showing you exactly where you need to overlay. If you have that experimental dosage, they're going to go and cross and do that. This will be a colossal spider, a worm, another colossal spider down towards the bottom side, I think, in some of those parasites. Already, we have lost Oh, we haven't lost that seat. He's just said
Yeah,
he's dead
that's
because he's not in the raid. Oh, thanks, guys. Can
Thanks,
you make your overlay slightly easier for us to understand? In League, they're either dead or they're not. Okay.
So the boss reset? Oh, because somebody was outside. That was Satsi, presumably.
Yeah.
But how is Satsi even in a raid?
I'm very confused.
Is Perfecto now out? I think Perfecto is now out.
Okay, no, Fraggo is out according to these raid frames.
No, like this raid frame just shows 20 people.
Yeah, but Fraggo is in.
No, I think it's Perfecto. Perfecto is I think out.
Yeah, Perfecto, if we went over to his view, which we're not going to do because it doesn't show anything, it would show just a desktop. So it seems like he's out right now. There we are.
Okay. Yeah, so Perfecto out. Only one rogue. Oh, he's going to be so upset.
Yeah.
Push in. Perfecto out.
You just got to get better, Perfecto. It's purely a matter of skill. There's
He's gonna
no
go
luck
down to
involved.
the gym now.
Yes. Him and Preach down there early in the morning just working out. Mate, it just feels so bad to be beaten by Kush. And Preach is like, it's alright, you can be one of the rats. It's fine. I believe in you.
But yeah, I mean, this is obviously not... like, they're just going to be switching stuff back and forth, trying things out. This is not set in stone at all, of course. They're just going to get a few tries in, see what kind of damage they need. And also check their weak arts too, because I did see that the weak art that they had, like the first image that showed up, was wrong. So in case you don't know how weak arts work, first of all, don't worry about it. No one knows how weak arts work. They're incredibly complicated. But the way these weak arts work, they're not like some super... like they're not computational. Like this is literally just an image. Like they made these images beforehand of the room where they were mapping out the eggs, and they put rings as like an overlay. So you basically, whenever the debuff comes up, you see this image over your screen, which means that you have to like perfectly know which ones you're gonna break beforehand to be able to get these images done correctly. But what we've seen on the first set of debuffs is that the image was actually wrong. So they're gonna have to update that Wika, making sure that it's always correct. Very similar, I think, to like Neltharion, where you had overlaid images for the position of where you have to go with like the heart. I forgot what it's called, like this huge circle AoE that you had to spread out with.
I mean, Jailer's a very good example as well, right? Because on Jailer it showed you exactly what position you had to jump into the tube, I guess. The tube of bombage.
Wait, actually, that was computational though. Like
okay, well.
Basically, like that Wika was dynamic with the current situation, like who had the debuff, right?
Oh, true.
And these ones are not. Like
it's
they are
just an
like
image of the
determined like images. Yeah.
Just like you said, no one understands Wika, and me especially so. So
very complex.
It's just always confusing.
Did you not know that you have to study IT if you want to be a World of Warcraft player?
I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I went through medicine, then I did League of Legends, now I'm in World of Warcraft. Apparently I have to do comp science now as well. It's absolutely jokes. I will say, we do see some evokers setting up here. It's a nice little bit of tech that probably most evokers know, but if you're a noob like me and you've just picked it up because it's S tier, you might not know it. You set up your stasis, you throw out, it takes about 30 to 45 seconds, throw out 3 temporal anomalies, then wait 10 seconds, make sure the pull is on time, and you can get 4 temporal anomalies out at the start of the fight, meaning if you have a big upfront bit of damage at the fight, you already have your echo spread amongst a bunch of people. Also means you can top the HPS charts for about 20 seconds before the rest of the healers catch up. Feels really good. HPS then, if you're me, drops down quite a lot to about 400k, but still passing better than I did last week. That's the important thing, right, Nagura? Yeah, that's the most pity nice I've heard in the history of nices. Thank you, Caro. It's very kind
I'm
of you.
also like, I'm happy for other people so much because I want them to return the happiness whenever I do a little bit of damage because I play Moonkin, right? But I mean, I do want to say that Moonkin actually got like the buff that Moonkin received. I felt it yesterday when I was playing. Like it was really good. I think in Plus in particular, Moonkin's kind of sleeper.
Oh, it's you're just trying to get more people to play Moonkin, so the more people complain about Moonkin.
Please invite me to groups.
I can do more than a +2. Please, let me in. Of course, through the entire Race to World First, we're raising money for Games for Love, which is an amazing charity that brings distraction therapy and play to children in hospitals. Also supports them after they have managed to leave the hospital with things like internship programs, scholarship programs. They have lots of people in STEM fields who have been through the program who are now helping mentor the next generation. You can donate with the exclamation mark donate or with the panel below the screen. I think we're still doing the $10 gets you a transmog review as well. And I will say, Nagura and I are a lot kinder than Preach would be at your transmog. So if you want some feel goods on it...
Speak for yourself.
Okay, I'm really nice. If you want some kind words on your transmogs at 7:25, 7:30 a.m. on a Thursday?
It is Thursday.
Thursday morning.
I had to think for it.
That's
about
what
it
we're
for
here
a
for.
second.
Yeah, same. Like, a day's just become, is it a day I'm working? Is it a day I'm not working? And Race to World First every day is a day that we're working. Some of our other charity incentives, Operation Medic at $5,000. Whose Cast Is It Anyway, which was one of my favorite moments of the last race at $10,000. I know Jesse's been spending some time setting that up. We have the RC Rumble, which is racing cars throughout the studio with the production cameras on top of them, meaning we're likely to break some production
It is so
cameras.
good. I love
Yeah.
it.
Scuff Cosplay, Raider Portraits, the International Caster Appreciation Day, where I'm hoping Jordan gets another bag of fertilizer. The that was so funny. The Nerub-ar, which is a cocktail hour based around mocktail hour based around the Nerub-ar Palace, and then Jesse and I will be getting crab and spider tattoos if we hit $40,000 modeled on.
Not real ones, right? Really?
Yeah, real ones.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm down.
You're gonna get one? You're in at 40k?
I mean, only if
It's
real
modeled on these.
Yeah.
Nagura's in at 40k. Clip it and ship it. Put it on the document.
I'm doing it.
Nice.
Which one are you getting? The crab or the
I'm
spider?
getting the crab because I want a marine life sleeve anyway. So I'm thinking like cartoon stickery marine life down my left arm.
It's cute.
Yeah.
I mean, I already have fish, so the crab actually would fit better in theory.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm going with the crab. I can choose, right?
Yeah, you get all the time in the world to choose.
Okay.
You have until we get 40k, which is
Perfect.
definitely not going to happen today, right, chat? That would be a jump. Imagine people that really want to see Nagura's tattoo. Get in there.
There's just like a tattoo artist just waiting around the corner, just like, oh, hello.
Oh, hello. I'm here. Time for tattoos. There is also a stretch goal where Alex and I and anyone else I can rope in from production and maybe Preach are going to do the sussy on stream if we get to 50k.
Please, no.
No, I'm.
Please.
You don't want us to do the sussy?
I want people to donate, but kind of don't want you to do sassy, no?
That's understandable. I usually reserve that for my fiance. Private times. But yeah, so we had 2 pulls and now we have nothing as week orders are being organized. Oh, pull in 15 seconds.
Okay, never mind then.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, I was saying maybe we can look at the flashback and like talk a little bit about like last day's recap, but no, we're pulling.
Yeah. Here we are, another pull coming out. Ovenex pulled over towards the parasites once again. Apart from the empowered mutations, the only other thing you really have to look for is the tank buster in this fight. As you said earlier, if the lower the tank's health is, the more the explosion of damage that comes out is afterwards. So you want to make sure that you have those DRs on your tank. You want a damage reduction. You want to make sure your tank is topped up before that tank buster comes in. Once again, it is the mutated parasites, the weak aura. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. That looks right-ish. Yeah?
Yeah, it looks good.
So we're going to be cracking 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 eggs on this initial.
Now I understand that you can also you can even see the corruption, right? Like the eggs that are corrupted.
Yeah, the maroon color rather than the pinky red.
That's good to know.
Lots of parasites coming out. Have to spread for those webs as well. Parasites you don't want to get near you. Have to kill them, kick them, interrupt them, just get them away from you, stun them, CC them before they get infests off. Because if they do, they then multiply. The worm is an interrupt. You can see it coming up there. Poison burst.
Ouch.
Yeah, we missed an interrupt there. That's gonna, oof.
Yeah. So it's interesting to see that they're going with the parasites first because at least on heroic, in my opinion, the parasites are the one type of ads that can get out of control so quickly.
Yeah, it's just multiplication. Right?
Yeah, and like if one person gets infested, it's hard to like recover from this, especially when they're spread out, because then all of a sudden you have parasites in all corners, and the players are all around the room, and then you can't really like gather them up anymore, the parasites, because you're just gonna get them closer to the target that they're trying to fixate. So yeah, it's very difficult to deal with them once they're out of control like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's exponential multiplication, right? 2 to 4 to 8 to 16 to 32 to 64, and it just, in the end, the entire room will be covered in these parasites. Echo continuing to have the same struggles that everyone else has had so far on this boss. Usually, how many pulls would you say it would take Nagura to get into a rhythm with a boss like this? Because it's very easy from the outside to say, well, just go where your weak aura says, just kick the things, you know, just interrupt these casts. But there is a degree of getting the fight into your head that takes a while.
Yeah, I do think that this fight is taking a while, because like obviously Echo can look at what Liquid did over the last couple of hours, but I don't think this boss is as strategy heavy.
Okay.
Like obviously which axe you're breaking is important, but the boss kind of predetermines which axe you have to break because of the pool, the blood that is coming out of the canister, right? So the only thing that you can kind of copy from Liquid is which canister you go with first. So they know that, they're just gonna copy that, right? But how do you deal with the ads is the most important thing of this fight, and really, as I talked about earlier, like making sure you're allocating the correct amount of damage for each ad wave. Not only with your composition, like making sure you have the correct comp, but also when are you using your cooldowns, right?
Yeah.
Like who is using cooldowns for the first wave? Who's using cooldowns for the second wave? Who is using cooldowns on the boss? When are we bloodlusting? When are we using healer cooldowns? And so on, like mitigation for the tanks, for the tank explosion, as we talked about as well. So I do think that is going to be really what Echo needs to practice. And that's something that they cannot necessarily copy from Liquid. Like they cannot go look at their logs and see exactly what they're doing and do it the exact same way. Like that is not something that you can copy. So I do think that this boss is going to be difficult for them, and they're going to be needing, I would say, similar amounts of pulls than Liquid does. Because usually Echo needs less pulls on these earlier bosses compared to Liquid, because Liquid is the ones pulling it for the first time. Yeah. But I think this boss is probably not going to be like that. I think they're definitely going to need some pulls to get used to it.
Liquid had got to the stage where they were bloodlusting in P3 as well. Assuming we count each ingestion as a phase. It's not really a phase, but you can kind of talk about it like that. They were waiting for that final ingestion on the third canister, and then they were lusting. Looks like a couple of talent changes here for Kush, our rogue hero. But I'm expecting more pulls, hopefully, this morning. I do also expect some M+. We could quickly jump over to Wolf before the pull happens. He's in Mists of Tyrna Scythe, which does have a great weak aura as well. You don't have to do any of the calculations of where to go. Man. There's just a weak aura. You say, oh man, you don't play a healer, do you?
Well, I play Mookin. I do this game all the time because I love doing it.
Oh, okay. If you enjoy the game, you still get to do it on the second boss, where she does those phases, right? Yeah. But as a healer, all that would happen is when you get into this dungeon, people would say, healer, please do game. Yeah. And then you just be running around and they'd be like, why did I die to ads? It's like, well, because you told me to do the game. Can't focus on two things at once. But there is a weak aura that basically does it for you after the first couple of chambers, because I think it looks at the enemy ID, and specific enemy IDs dictate which direction you're meant to go. Is there a way for us to tell what level this key is, just looking at it from the outside?
It's all the way
8
up
in the top
corner,
left. Okay,
yeah.
But that's not usually on the UI. Unless you have it on the right side, I guess, because it shows the affixes.
Yeah, so usually if you have like standard UI, then you know where you have your quest objectives, and we just like open up this kind of Mythic Plus window, and then it says the level there.
That makes sense.
But because he has a weaker, it like replaces his Blizzard standard UI and has it like on the top left.
Yeah, I think Mist is about a 90% clear if you just do the straight line path, so they'll want to pick up a couple more of the forces as they go along. Something you might not know if you've never done M+ before is there is a certain set amount of ads you have to clear through the raid. You can't just through the dungeon. You can't just skip everything. I learned that yesterday. Well, I already knew it, but you know when you've done an M0 so many times that you forget about the ads? Yeah. We completed the second boss on Dawnbreaker, I flew up to the Dawnbreaker again because that's where the third boss is. Died because I went through too much of the darkness.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can't remount because you spawn back on the Dawnbreaker and it's like, oh, the boss is here. You're not allowed to mount right now. So my group just wiped down on the ground. I felt so bad.
Wait, that must be like that's something they should fix though, because that is a problem. Because what if you just die from trash and then you can't come back? Like that is weird. They should address that. But yeah, as you said, there is the game now on the boss well where you have this intermission where the boss gets immune and you have to find the odd one out.
Yeah, basically you have to find. There are 3 parameters that you're looking for. Does it have a circle or not have a circle? Does it have a flower or a leaf? And is it filled or not filled? And whichever one of those doesn't match the others is the clone you are going for. There are 2 different intermissions there. Not sure why we cut back to us. I know that Mitch wants us in a moment to throw to the Starforge replay, but Nagura was drinking. We were talking about the boss. Yeah, but then why did we cut back to us, Mitch? Why did we cut back to us? The conversation isn't important. I was talking about M+, Mitch. Obviously, we all love each other here. It's just a bit of banter in the morning, waking us up. I hope that went out. To the stream. But yeah, Mist, that's the second boss. Third boss. What's the third boss in Mist?
The last boss is like a big maggot type thing.
Oh yeah, and
her name is like
and then it
forgot.
It looks a bit like Brood
beautiful.
Twister. I do have the. Do you want the name?
It's funny because I should know the name because I casted the MDI where Mist was part of it multiple times. Like
Tredova.
Yeah. It's a good name.
It is a good name.
Like, I love it.
It has the mind link mechanic as well.
Yeah.
Where you need to run away from your tank, which is always fun.
One of the coolest mechanics is a Tredova mechanic, and they never repeated it anywhere else. Like sometimes, this happens so many times in WoW. When there's a mechanic, you see it everywhere, right? It's like, well, everywhere, but you see it repeated more often, right? Like there's swirlies, you have to soak, and then there's this, and you have to spread out. Like there's a portal, like the Cymox thing that we see, whatever. Like they get repeated. But there's one mechanic on Tredova that remembers how you dodge. So basically,
on the green swirlies.
Yeah. So you have a swirly that spawns underneath your character, and the second time you have that same ability happening, it will spawn a second swirly, and it will spawn it the way you dodged the first one. So if I dodged forward and then I stood still right there, then the second swirly will spawn in that location where I dodged the first one, right? And this will repeat forever. So, and I thought that is such a cool mechanic because then you have to actually dodge in a very purposeful way.
Yep.
Because if you just blink super far away, then that swirly could kill another person later.
And
because
that's my intent
Yeah.
every time. That's why I blink hover forward towards my DPS and then blame them for not dodging the swirlies.
Yeah, and I would just love to have a mechanic like this on the, like in the raid, but then maybe that's too many people. Like if there's 20 people that are just like running around and there's swirlies everywhere, like it might be a bit too complicated. Who knows?
I like the level of coordination it requires. I think having it on heroic and normal not be enough damage to kill you is good.
Yeah.
If it does like a third of your health on normal and half of your health on heroic, then it's like you can coordinate to like one step forward. Okay, next time we take a step back. Okay, next time we take a step to the right. Like you have 8 directions you can go in before you're actually out of a 6-yard bubble or so. I think that's really interesting. One mechanic that I've heard apparently happened on Lich King that I would really like to see again is the deliberate or like scripted wipe of a raid when they get to low HP.
Oh.
And then the boss bringing them back to life to fight them more. So it's like, I'd love to see it in as the Mythic only phase here, where it's the Xalateth comes in, wipes you all, but then revives you as ascended or something. And then you have to fight her for like 10% or something. I thought that would be really fun.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that idea.
There's a cutscene in God of War 2 that does it. You fight Thor.
If you're listening, you can still write this up and like implement it real quick, yeah?
You got tons of time. Brood Twist is going to take us weeks. So.
Sorry, there was a fight.
Yeah, in God of War 2, you fight Thor. Obvious spoilers, but I think that game's been out for like 4 years now. So if you haven't seen it, you haven't seen it. And you're like, you can be winning, you can be losing the fight. I'm not a massive fan of I'm winning the fight. Oh no, one thing killed me because it's scripted, but it's usually quite a close fight. And then Thor will kill you. It puts like you have the game over screen. He puts Mjolnir on your chest and says, "You die when I fucking say you die." Electrocutes you, brings you back to life, and then you have
I love that.
Yeah, it's very cool. It is tread over.
Amazing.
Our Brood Twister wannabe definitely wasn't out before her. They do like their wormy bosses, though, don't they?
They do.
Yeah.
But yeah, this boss has never really been a big issue like in the Plus before. But whenever they bring back a dungeon from previous expansions, people are always... It's very interesting to me because people are like dreading certain dungeons or loving certain dungeons according to how easy or hard it was previously. But they can like completely change that, right? Like, just because they bring back a dungeon doesn't mean it's easy. They can make mechanics much harder. They can tune bosses harder, and that is actually what is happening on some of these dungeons. So a dungeon that was previously easy now can be hard. Like for example, Necrotic Wake is a dungeon that was really easy on beta, and before that, when it was live, it was actually kind of difficult, and you had to do like shenanigans with kind of weapons, and you had to have a priest and then mind control the harvester, otherwise you couldn't do high keys. And if you used a weapon on a boss and then you didn't kill the boss, you basically were done with the dungeon high keys because the weapons were so powerful, and missing out on them basically meant you can't do the dungeon anymore. And now they fixed all of that. Siege of Borealis is also one of those dungeons that people hated, myself included, one of the worst dungeons in BFA. But now they made it kind of like bearable. It's not that bad anymore, but maybe the whole chat is going to be like, no, it's still bad.
Is Necrotic Wake the one with Stitcher? Is that, or is that Grim Patrol?
I'm so bad with names. Like, I don't know. I always, to me, it's always like
you
second
climb
boss,
the
third
tower,
boss, fourth boss.
He brings up like all the mobs and you have to hook him.
Oh yeah, that's
Necrotic Wake.
Yeah.
Apparently, Xalatath's orbs can spawn in the way of the hook. So even though you aim it properly, they intercept the hook.
That's
I've
so
seen people
funny.
complain about that. They're like, "Why we can't get the boss down? The orbs are always there." Xalatath once again interrupting us all.
That's hilarious.
But yeah, so even though the boss is dead, you have to kill 100% of the forces. You can see in that left-hand corner here on M+, they are just getting that last 3.4%. 10 more ads need to go down for them to have cleared it. We didn't have any more pulls on Brood Twister, which is why we've been watching M+ for the last little while, and I expect for the next 4 hours or so until lunchtime, we're likely going to be doing a bit of an M+ world tour. I'm not quite sure exactly what they're looking for on each of these. We'll see if anything cool pops up here for Wolf Disco, but they will obviously be deliberately doing the dungeons that give them the loot that they're looking for, right? It's not like M0 where you have a daily lockout where you got nothing. Excellent, nice for you. It's not like M0 where you had a daily lockout. Here you can just spam for as long as you want. 610 Critical Strike Mastery.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah.
There's like a trinket that drops here, I guess, like Changeling. I wonder if that's what they're looking for here. But yeah, the way the loot works, in case you're wondering why they're doing a +8, so +10 is technically what gives the highest item level for both the vault and the end of dungeon chest. But they don't really care about the vault right now, they just care about the items right now, about the chest here. And from +6 onwards, you already get hero track. Now, of course, you have to waste more crests on upgrades if you have a lower hero item, but it's very likely that they already have a higher item level in their bags, and then you get the discount, right? So to make it easier on them, they're just gonna do like lower keys to make it faster, and then they only have to spend more Valor Stones, which technically they should have available. So yeah, they can just do the lower key levels. It's not gonna be the end of the world. And then of course M+ has changed quite a lot from previous expansion. We have completely new affixes. I think some of you have already seen that as you were probably playing M+ yourself on live servers, but if you didn't play, the way the affixes work now is that we don't have any of the old affixes anymore. So there's no Sanguine, no Explosive, no nothing, none of that. It's all gone. And now we have a completely new affix called Xalatath's Bargain, and there's 4 different ones. And they have all like very similar names and very similar icons. So I don't actually like, whenever I hear a name, I'm like, no idea which one this is, but it's one of them. But the way they work, like when there's like orbs that spawn, that come closer, they have to intercept. It's like Kiss Curse affixes basically. So you have to soak something, or you have to switch to something, and if you do it correctly, you get a buff.
Yep.
And if you do it incorrectly, the mobs get a buff. And a lot of players are kind of looking forward to that kind of affix because it feels rewarding when you do it correctly.
Yeah.
While the previous affixes, they only had a negative effect.
Yeah, they felt
so it's like, it just felt bad.
They felt really bad. It felt, especially as a new dungeon goer, getting into a key and being like, it's sanguine and it's explosive and I don't know what I'm doing. Like just 90% of the time, just blow up immediately. We do have some Starforge flashback highlights from yesterday available for us, or even from the Race to World First so far. So why don't we have a quick watch of those while I get another coffee.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the moment we've all been waiting for. We've been waiting an entire week for this. That's right. Mike gets to see a delve.
And Gingy's in a delve. And look at him casting the spells.
So there you can see that Spitfire Fuse Tender throwing that dynamite out there. Mike is, of course, going to have to sidestep that. Otherwise, a hell of a lot of damage is going to be coming in. How do you think he's going to be dealing with the upcoming lack of breath that's coming in this part of
I can't do this.
No. Welcome to the first 2 days of Heroic Week.
You live in Germany, so you keep defending it, right? But you tell me a modern country that has everything closed on a Sunday these days. Outrageous, shenanigans, and poor. Ever since I've been here, attitude.
Oh, another neck. Let's fucking go, guys.
Another neck. I found a neck as well.
Oh, we got beans on toast! Let's
Why?
go! Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
It smells so bad.
Beans on toast. Excellent. Yeah.
It's the way they squish. I know Jeeth's about to pop up and say they're definitely doing splits, but
I'll wait until you're done talking before I really
let me set the case.
Yeah. They're going to do splits all day tomorrow.
Ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it.
Interesting in Heroic, it feels almost like a combination of Cymox from... Oh, no. Gosh, I guess he is sleeping.
We saw some of the players who did get timed out, we'll put it that way, for being...
They were banned.
They took a break. They would have been muted.
Speaking from experience, there is different levels to banning, okay?
Breaking news.
Now, Roger, the most important question, the most pressing question.
Yeah.
Pressing being the amp word here. When is the laundry returning?
So we have an ETA of tomorrow, 1200.
Okay.
We'll get regular updates and keep you all up to date.
Okay, and is it splits for the laundry, or are you doing a whole combined?
There's going to be a spreadsheet that you need to follow.
Okay.
Yeah, I will email it to you tonight.
And when it arrives, do we get to split the loot between the guild, or is it each person gets their own individual?
It's going to have to be personal loot on this one, I think. Yeah,
that's a shame. But I was hoping to get one of Kush's shirts, I'll be honest. But
we really don't.
For charity and a bit of gamba and some splits on this fine day, I will drink my beanie rim juice.
Delicious. As he masticates the beans, slowly and sensually.
There you go. Oh, Stubby.
Look at you, rat.
So, did you notice how long it took Mike to touch the feet? As you say.
Bloodbound Horror is going to be the one staying down in the unseeming. 2% left.
This could go
Let's
really
see
wrong.
What they
Wait,
can
it's
do.
getting in.
Oh no!
It's getting in.
Don't let the shield channel.
It's going to get in.
Come on, keep plowing. We've got 0.5% left health. Oh, the raid is getting so low. Mara, stay alive. It's time for you to show off if you are the best player.
Shield just went up.
Oh! They got so lucky.
Check the Sonics.
And we're back. I'm still coffeeless because I didn't realize that was only 2.5 minutes long. Didn't have time to go and get myself a coffee.
Yeah, and I was really excited about my cover that I found for this mug that fits perfectly, and I thought it's gonna have my coffee stay really hot. It does not.
Yeah, I feel like the lateral seepage of heat is a problem with a mug that size.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's very problematic, and I'm going to have to rethink my choice of mug.
You could get... Protein Works actually have a thermal mug that you could use.
I should use that one.
I haven't tried it yet. Their protein powders have been pretty good for us, though, the last few days.
I actually liked it.
Yeah, none of us bought any. But we can pretend that we're really fit and healthy. Preacher's the one who's in the gym every day at 6 a.m.
He is. It's crazy.
It's grotesque. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Sam.
It's funny how I said I'm going to rethink my choice of mug, and then it just chose the same one for you. To be fair, it is pretty looking.
Yeah, it's very pretty. Look at that.
We're going to... And if we have put, like, we just match now. It's perfect.
Live simply.
Also, I did want to... I did want to notice, like, this the Starforge flashback. It looks so much flashier, and, like, it looks like it was... so many things happening. It was so much fun. And then when you think back, it's like, we just splits, right? Yeah, it was just all splits.
Splits and 4 bosses. That's what happened yesterday. But, I mean, it was still a lot of cool stuff happening.
Yeah, I mean, it was, yeah. I mean, like always on this broadcast, right? That's why you should always tune in and always watch our broadcast because it's amazing. We always have so much fun.
We're living simply. With our 3 different monitors, 2 lights, auto cue, probably 4K camera, Starforge PC, our Red Bull fridge.
Yep.
You know? Simple living here in Cologne. Chia seed
Mirror's
breakfast.
Birthday, by the way.
Woo!
Yeah. There we go.
Feels birthday man for Mirrors.
Having a great day. Waking up to do some Plus.
Walking around. I was wondering about the floor design in Donegal.
The floor.
Yeah, so if you look at it, you have all of these squares that have the sides cut out. But the diamonds in the middle of the squares, some of them have an extra diamond inside them and some of them don't. And it's at this sort of diagonal. Do you think it's a comment on modern architecture? Or do you think it's just they thought the diamond inside looked cool?
I definitely think that this is deep.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to have to think about this because I've never seen this before. And this is a deep subject. And I'm going to have to, like, put some thought into this before I can answer this question.
Also known as Medic, you're making shit up. Please stop. Okay, see? Where are the tiles on the floor here? No tiles.
Where are the tiles in
return to your roots. Return to your roots. Get it?
Oh.
We'll just leave that one
alone,
we all
know there's roots in Mist of Tyrda's Scythe. And you can open them if you're a druid. Or some other things. I don't know, but I'm a druid, so I don't only care about that. Yeah,
that's the one reason to bring a druid into any party. No other reasons, unless they're willing to go guardian. Here we are. This is Grim Patrol.
Yeah, I wonder... interesting that they do Grim Patrol as well. What drops there? I do know that there's like this really OP trinket that everyone wants in Arakara, like on the first boss. But I haven't seen many people in Arakara, so it looks like...
Sack Brood, right?
Yeah, like maybe that's not as hot anymore as...
Well, I also wonder if a lot of them just got it. Because we did have... People doing M0s and such initially.
Yeah, but M0 would be bad item level, right?
Yeah, it's true.
They would have to refarm it again. But it's possible, because they nerfed the trinket. Like, they definitely changed some trinkets. It's possible that some people go... And one thing that happens sometimes at the start of an expansion or at the start of a patch is that... Because the way people figure out what trinkets are the best is by using Simcraft or raid bots, right?
Sure.
Which is obviously this... like it basically calculates what the best trinket for you is, but sometimes because these things they have to be manually implemented into Simcraft, right? It's like it's not related to Blizzard. It's like a third-party tool.
Yeah.
So sometimes when they implement trinkets or effects or whatever into that program, they implement it wrong. Because they're humans, they make mistakes, and sometimes it's just wrong or they implement it the way it was on beta or on PTR, but then Blizzard changed it and no one caught it, and it wasn't like an official change or whatever. So sometimes what happens is that everyone gets baited thinking that a certain trinket is like the best, and then it turns out it's not. And one of the funniest stories about trinkets was in Emerald Nightmare. This was what expansion is this? Legion? Yeah. Like the first raid in Legion, everyone thought every single caster thought they need this one trinket. It was called like Twisted something.
Okay.
And I was like, oh my god, it's so good, it's so good, it's so good. And it was seeming the best for everyone. And it turned out the way it worked is that it would spawn a tornado.
Okay.
And the tornado did a certain amount of damage, but only if it hits the target, right?
Yeah.
And these tornadoes spawned and then did these huge, like, random circles, and it would not hit anything, right? And it was only good if every single tick would do damage.
Yeah.
And it took the community so long to understand that this trinket is actually garbage.
Just diabolical.
Yeah. And I saw people running around with this trinket still, like, after like months. And every time I saw it, it's like, no. And I saw this like funny tornado going around. It's like, oh, look at the tornado. Like, look, not doing any damage. Oh, it was great.
This sounds like me trying to do dungeons as well. So my flame breath is great, does tons of damage if it hits any of the opponents. It's fine. But yeah, we see the little dragon riding section of Grim Patrol there. You're trying to cleave down these enemies with your fire breath. The enemies here can be a little deadly. Like if you get caught out by them, especially by the little twilight drakes, they can absolutely rip through you. But obviously these guys very good at clearing M+. It is wait, is this it's a 9? Okay, so they're trying to get a little bit more item level out of the chest at the end instead of just doing a +8. For a second, I thought it was a +2 because it says +2 equals 27, but that's the timer if you want to get the key upgraded, obviously, to get that further on.
Yeah, also like the weaker that the wolf is running, like with only the timer, there's no bars, right? Like this would be really confusing to me. Like wolf is running a UI that looks very clean.
Yes.
Like, you know when something like it looks beautiful, but it's not like as like you don't see the information as quickly. You care more about the looks rather than like anything else. I mean, Wolf is obviously a good player, and I'm sure he gets all of the information he needs. But if I don't have a bar that fills up, like a visual,
that makes sense.
Then I get confused. Like if I would have to look up there and look at the actual times, like so we have 4 minutes out of 34, and that's like, you know.
Yeah, but you only need to get the 34 in your head once, right?
Yeah,
like for me, that's a lot easier.
I would not remember the number.
Okay, my brain, I love this overlay.
Really?
Yeah, I really like this.
Oh,
it
that's
gives me all the information I want. I don't think I'd need the individual boss bits because I don't really care how long it took me to time each boss, but that might just be the level I'm at. But I really like it. I think that I'll probably ask him or go. I don't know. Is Wolf streaming? Go to his stream, sub, get his UI. Tends to be the way of the world.
Exclamation mark, and plus timer in chat will probably give you a command or something.
Yeah. So this General Umbrish, you're dodging away from these lines or the dragons with the flame breath across the floor. There's one channel, one column that is always open to you that you can go into, and often you're just going from one side of the platform to the other, trying to get away from him. Not the hardest first boss of an M+. Should be relatively simple for these guys, but there is always the risk when you have those rock areas coming down that you aren't going to have much free space as it goes along. Second boss of this fight, though, of this dungeon, really annoys me. Because I'm pretty sure... Is it the second or the third? It might be the third. Yeah, it's the third. The third one, we bloodlusted on pull, and then we were like, oh, this boss is going down really easily. We'll talk about it when we get there. But yeah, don't bloodlust on pull on the third boss. It doesn't work too well.
Yeah. I mean, Grim Patrol is actually interesting because it's such an old dungeon, and I mean, I've been playing this game since vanilla, right? So technically speaking, I would know all the dungeons. But before Mythic Plus was a thing, all of these dungeons, you did them like a couple of times, and then at least I personally did them a couple of times at the start of an expansion, and then you kind of never had to do dungeons ever again. And I didn't because I'm not a big, I wasn't a fan of doing things for no reason.
Yeah.
But so yes, a lot of these dungeons I remember very vaguely, you know. And then people say it's Grim Patrol, it's Grim Patrol, and I'm like, what is that? Like I don't remember. And then I do the dungeon, and then I have all of these flashbacks for years and years. And I was like, oh, I remember being here, But yeah, this is Grim Patrol. A lot of people were really excited for this, and I like the dungeon, but it's definitely a bit it's on the more difficult side for sure.
Yeah,
it was definitely pretty hard when I did it.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I also think it's a little normal for me. It's like, oh, what's the dungeon? Well, we go through a castle and we kill the bosses of the castle.
Yeah.
You know, and like it's still fun and still enjoy it. I'm sure there's a lot of nostalgia for people, and I'm not trying to poo-poo your nostalgia. It's just in terms of an inventive and interesting boss. It's like cool. You know, we fight a big guy with an axe, and then we fight a guy who does bring out lava, which is cool, and then you fight another guy who we're not going to talk about yet because you're all going to be so surprised by the mechanics of the third boss. And then you fight the Duke of Below. The Duke of Below is cool. I like the Duke of Below. He's the guy with the tentacles, right? I'm remembering that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that boss is very interesting. I like it as well.
Yeah.
But I did quickly want to say, if you guys are tuning in now and you're wondering, why are they not doing Mythic?
They are. We're just not showing you. Very deliberately. We hate you all.
They actually already killed Brute Twister. They're on
twice.
But no, yeah, they tried Mythic earlier. So at the very start of their raid day, they did pull the boss a couple of times to get some information. Very likely weaker information.
Yeah.
To make sure that they can fix those for when they come back later. And now they're farming gear. So if you look at the right-hand side where you can see the current standing, you'll see that Liquid is 4/8, and they had 619.7 item level on their characters right now, on their best pool here on Ovenex. While Echo's item level, you can't see it right now, but it's like 616, 617.
It was 617 when they killed Sikran. I didn't see what it was.
You mean Rashanan?
No,
Sikran.
Okay. Yeah, Sikran. I didn't see what Rashanan? Rashanan's 4. You're right. Yeah, when they killed Rashanan. I didn't see what it was on the pools this morning. Depends if they were logged or not. But yeah, 617, so about 3 eye levels below where Liquid are. Obviously, they can still have upgrades on the gear that they've got. You kind of progressively upgrade as you get through more bosses. There's no point throwing everything at a boss before you really need to, unless if you're on a reset and you just really want to quickly re-clear everything to get towards the difficult point. But for now, expectations are we're just farming those Valor Signs. Canix, well, I think he died there. Did he get BR'd immediately? Yeah, he did. Canix went down, but he's back now.
Canix, of course, being a DPS player, tanking some of these keys. Of course, whenever you do M+ like that on all of your raiders, you're not going to have enough tanks. So some of the raiders that play DPS or healer have to respec to tank. I mean,
you say some of them. Anyone that plays Druid, I think at the moment, is just respecing into tank.
Yeah.